Nationwide Naval Warfare Legion Lord. On Blue Star, every citizen can enter the medieval world upon turning 18. The strong become captains, ruling the seas and dominating territories. The weak, only fit to be slaves. Before entering, everyone gets a chance to awaken their profession. By fate's twist, Lin Chun obtains the SS rank class Necromancer. Zombies, specters, abominations, frost WIRMS, an endless undead legion. While others struggle to recruit crewmates, he has already raised an army of the dead, becoming the plague of undeath. Chapter 1. The Medieval World. In Linhai City, an eastern port, hundreds of students dressed in medieval attire are gathered in an open space. On a high platform, the principal, with an eager expression, holds a microphone. Students, in half an hour, the portal to the medieval world will open. He announces, "The blessings of the gods will protect you as you venture into that realm of danger and opportunity. I hope you stay true to your aspirations, work hard, and soon become great captains, bringing glory to Linhai City and to the Dragon Kingdom." As his words resonate, thunderous applause erupts from the crowd. The principal nods with a smile and steps down from the podium, excitement lighting up the faces of many students. In this world, once one turns 18, they can awaken their profession and journey to the medieval world. The strong will recruit followers in this new land, forming their own fleets and becoming invincible. Meanwhile, the weak risk becoming slaves, their lives at the mercy of others, powerless to resist. Finally, and go to the medieval world. I must become a captain within 10 days. One student declares, "Come on, with your class combat profession as a gunslinger. You think you can become a captain? You're destined to be a slave your whole life." Another replies, "Exactly. Unless you can get your hands on some powerful magical firearms. Those flintlock pistols won't even let you defeat a strong pirate. You need a warrior like me." Who would brag about being a warrior? Out at sea, it's all about mages like me. "Mage, please give us your blessing." The crowd buzzes with eager discussions. Suddenly, someone turns to a handsome boy next to them. "Lin Chun, what profession did you awaken?" The others turn to look, curiosity shining in their eyes. "I awakened a lifestyle profession, grave digger. In simple terms, it means collecting and burying the dead." Lin Chun replies with a sigh of resignation. A few around him look at Lin Chun with sympathy. The medieval world is fraught with peril. Not only are there ruthless pirates, but also bloodthirsty sea beasts. If danger strikes, it's often a complete loss, leaving no trace behind to even collect the bodies. This lifestyle profession is worse than that of a laborer. You're really unfortunate. With your profession, even joining someone else's fleet won't be easy, one comments. "Yeah, you're worse off than Zhang Xiaoman and Lielong. They may have the lowest scores, but one awakened as a chef and the other as a fisherman. They'll be quite popular in someone else's fleet." As the crowd was discussing, a boy with slick back hair, dressed in medieval noble attire, walked over. He brushed aside his bangs and arrogantly declared, "What are you afraid of? Does Lin Chun, the top student, really think he can't make a living?" He continued, "Of course, if you really can't get by, when I become captain, you can always come work for me. We're classmates. After all, I can give you a position as a sailor." Lin Chun glanced at him. This guy's name was Jean Shida, a typical rich kid whose family owned a publicly traded company worth over 100 million. Although he lacked real skills, he had money. As long as he survived the 1-month beginner period, he could spend gold coins to buy a ship and still become a captain, a privilege that ordinary folks could only dream of. "Lin Chun, we already agreed to go work as sailors on Deji's ship together. You should come along too." One of them said, "Yeah, Dagu is giving you face by inviting you, don't turn down." Another chimed in, "Exactly. With our abilities, we can't expect to become captains. Just staying alive is a win. Being able to follow Dagu is a huge honor. You should be grateful to him." Several others echoed. Lin Chun shook his head. "No thanks, I have my own plans." With that, he walked ahead. The crowd exchanged whispers as they watched Lin Chun's retreating figure. Jean Shida sneered, "This guy thinks he's a top student here. He'll realize he can't dominate in the medieval world. Reality will give him a harsh slap in the face in the medieval world. Only the strong get to speak." Another added, "Once you get in, come find me right away, and let's try to form a fleet within a month." Jean Shida continued, "Anyone who disobeys my orders will be thrown into the endless shark sea." The others shuddered and nodded in agreement. "Yes, the go." Lin Chun, however, didn't hear Jean Shida and the others. He was too disinterested in dealing with them, and instead made his way to the front of the line. Noticing that no one was paying attention to him, he focused his mind and summoned his attribute panel. Name, Lin Chun. Level, LV.1. Strength, 610. Constitution, 520. Agility, 710. Mentality, 5100. Class, SS level Necromancer, first transmutation. Skill 1. Corpse transformation LV.1 transforms one corpse into a zombie. Cooldown 30 minutes. Skill 2. Bone Spear LV.1 summons one bone spear to attack enemies, dealing increased damage on critical hits. Cooldown 3 minutes. Skill 3. Biological Sense LV.1 can sense the presence of all living beings within 1 nautical mile. Fleet. None if others were to see Lin Chen's attribute panel. They would probably be left speechless. An SS class profession. There are only a handful of such individuals in the entire world. Each of them has become a formidable force, capable of shaking the world with just a stamp of their foot. After all, an SS class profession not only starts with 1 additional skill compared to other professions, but its attributes are also far superior. Moreover, the growth potential is astonishing. During the awakening of his profession, a mutation occurred, leading to a significant transformation that turned him into a necromancer. This fact is unknown even to the teacher who helped him awaken. He even managed to keep the awakening stone a secret. To this day, others still believe Lin Chen's profession is an E-class gravedigger. Lin Chen has no intention of telling anyone. In this world, the only person he can trust is himself. Just as Lin Chen was contemplating how to develop his skills, the ground beneath him began to glow brightly, capturing everyone's attention. The principal's voice rang out. Students, time is up, and the teleportation array is about to activate. Make sure to gather your belongings and prepare to head to the mid-world. All the students were filled with excitement. They hurriedly clutched their things, fearing they might be left behind. In the next moment, the teleportation array erupted with brilliant light, enveloping all the students. In the blink of an eye, all the students vanished. The once noisy and bustling square fell silent instantly. Chapter 2. The body at the bottom of the cabin. Lin Chen opened his eyes again. The vast square had vanished. All around him was an endless expanse of ocean. Waves crashed against the ship, producing a thunderous roar. The strong smell of blood mixed with the sea breeze invaded his nostrils, making him feel slightly uncomfortable. At that moment, he found himself on a somewhat dilapidated sailing ship. The deck was stained with dark red blood. Above, a black flag fluttered in the wind atop the mast, emblazoned with a stark white skull. Oh no, I can't be on a pirate ship, can I? Lin Chen glanced around and couldn't help but curse. The location and identity of new players were randomly assigned by the world's rules. Starting on a pirate ship was akin to a hellish difficulty level. Pirates were ruthless and powerful. One wrong move could provoke them, leading to a fate worse than death. However, Lin Chen quickly adjusted his mindset. With the Necromancer class, perhaps starting on a pirate ship could actually be an opportunity. I wonder how effective the biological sensing ability is. He focused his mind, activating the ability. It felt as though an invisible wave was emanating from him, rapidly spreading in all directions. In an instant, he sensed countless life forces around him. He concentrated on the cabin, detecting at least 30 life signals. That is quite a few pirates. Just as he pondered how to deal with them, he felt one life force rapidly approaching the deck. Someone was coming. He immediately heightened his vigilance and looked towards the cabin door. The door was flung open, and a pirate with a headscarf and a small mustache stepped out, his face a picture of menace. Hey, you new brat. What are you standing around for? Get to work. If the captain sees you slacking off, you'll be thrown overboard to feed the sharks. Lin Chen discreetly checked the pirate's information. Name, Crouton Common. Level, 7. Class, Pirate. Strength, 30. Constitution, 31. Agility, 28. Mentality, 15. Skills, / call for allies. Description, sailor of the Black Skull pirate ship. Has killed countless enemies. Feigning obedience, he nodded and casually picked up a mop. Yes, sir, I'll clean the deck thoroughly. Crouton was quite satisfied. Good. Once you're done, I'll come check it out. If there's even a speck of dirt left, don't expect to eat. With that, he pulled out a cigarette, lit it, took a deep drag, and leisurely returned to the cabin. Guess I should work first and look for opportunities later. Lin Chen murmured to himself. He began to mop the deck. Although the deck didn't seem very large, it took him over 2 hours to clean it completely. By the time the sun dipped below the horizon, he had finally finished. Just as he was about to take a break, Crouton walked over. He took a round on the deck and noticed that the bloodstains had been completely cleaned up and the wooden barrels were neatly arranged. Satisfied, he nodded. Well done. It seems you have a talent for cleaning. From now on, you'll be in charge of the ship's hygiene. Come on, newcomer, I'll show you where you'll be sleeping. With that, Crouton turned and headed towards the cabin. Lin Chen quickly followed. As they entered the cabin, A strong smell of smoke and alcohol hit them. The noise inside was loud and chaotic. "Hey, Bill, it's your turn to drink. No backing out now," one of the pirates shouted. "I really missed the taste of that woman from Pine Needle Island. Who knows when I'll see her again?" Another added, "I don't understand why the captain wants to cross this area. It's so barren that you can't even see any ships. I've heard that the captain seems to have found a treasure map, and the treasure is hidden somewhere in these waters." "What? Treasure? Is that for real?" Lin Chen's heart raced. Treasure? Did these guys really have a treasure map? He turned to look at the pirates. Each one held a bottle of alcohol and a cigarette, puffing away and enjoying themselves. When they noticed Lin Chen enter, their eyes lit up. "Crouton, is this the new kid? He looks tender and fresh. I wonder what he tastes like," one pirate remarked. "Ha ha ha. Nice, nice. Finally, we won't be lonely anymore. Crouton, let this little guy come and play with us." The pirates whistled and shouted. However, Crouton ignored them and led Lin Chen straight to the staircase that descended into the lower cabin. Lin Chen glanced down the stairs. The light from the kerosene lamp was very dim, barely illuminating a small area around it. The depths were engulfed in darkness. A faint, unpleasant smell wafted up from the stairs, invading Lin Chen's nostrils. He frowned slightly. It smelled like something rotting and moldy. Without pausing, Crouton strode down the stairs, and Lin Chen followed. As they descended, the air grew increasingly murky, filled with the scent of mold. There was even a hint of something foul mixed in, making Lin Chen feel nauseous. He wrinkled his nose and covered it, which helped a little. Crouton, however, seemed unfazed. He brought Lin Chen to the bottom of the cabin and casually pointed to a hard wooden board nearby. "This is where you'll sleep." Lin Chen looked around. It resembled a dungeon, dark, damp, and low enough that he had to bend slightly to avoid hitting his head. The only source of light was a kerosene lamp that looked like it could extinguish at any moment. There were several iron cages nearby. He had no idea what was kept inside them. Crouton pulled out a half-eaten piece of stale black bread from his pocket and tossed it to Lin Chen. "Here's your dinner reward. Tomorrow morning, when the sun rises, you'd better get up and start working, or you won't be having breakfast." With that, he strode away. Lin Chen stared at the half piece of black bread that had been sitting around for who knows how long, giving off a moldy smell. He was certain, if someone dared to eat that, they probably wouldn't even need to worry about pirates. After all, missing a meal won't kill you. He decided to first observe his surroundings. Lin Chen's gaze turned to the iron cage nearby, filled with curiosity about what was locked inside. He walked straight over to the cage. With the dim light from a nearby kerosene lamp, he could finally see the scene inside. A floor covered in corpses. Chapter 3. Night Raid. Seizing the ship on the pirate ship, Lin Chen was observing the corpses before him, 12 in total. They were all dressed in tattered sailor uniforms, their bloodstains long dried. Were these the slaves captured by that band of pirates? If there are these bodies, then can I directly perform the corpse transformation? Lin Chen's heart stirred. He immediately pointed his hand at one of the corpses and spoke. Corpse transformation. A strange black light shot from his palm, enveloping the corpse. The decaying flesh and blood of the corpse shriveled at a visible rate, as if it were dehydrating. Meanwhile, the nails and teeth began to grow longer, resembling those of a beast. Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Soon, the system's notification sound echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, the corpse transformation was successful. You have obtained a zombie." The zombie slowly rose to its feet, standing respectfully before Lin Chen. Lin Chen checked the zombie's information panel. Name, zombie, level, 5, strength, 48, vitality, 51, agility, 28, mental, 0, skill 1, bite LV, 1, inflicts significant damage with teeth and claws. Skill 2, corpse poison LV, 1, attacks inflict corpse poison, gradually eroding the enemy's body. The poison accumulates over time. Skill 3, death aura infection LV, 1, corpses killed by the zombie will be infected with death aura, becoming new zombies. Description, a zombie resurrected by a necromancer, possessing immense strength and vitality, devoid of any emotions, making it a terrifying killing machine. Lin Chen clenched his fists in excitement. His gaze soon fell upon the pile of corpses, his eyes shining with enthusiasm. With the cooldown for the corpse transformation over, Lin Chen eagerly performed it again. Another zombie stood up. He glanced at its attribute panel, which was nearly identical to the first zombie. Several hours later, Lin Chen finally sat down on the ground, exhaling a sigh of relief. His eyes were fixed on the iron cage. 12 zombies stood inside like loyal soldiers. A smile of satisfaction crept onto his face. This was his confidence for the rebellion to seize the ship. He took out a pocket watch and checked the time. It was already 11 o'clock at night. The ruckus overhead had vanished. All the pirates had gone to rest. This was the moment he had been waiting for. The chances of success were highest when the pirates were asleep. He turned to the 12 zombies in the iron cage. Break the cage. One of the zombies raised its head, its eyes glowing with a blood-red light. It lifted its claw and forcefully clawed at the iron cage door. Bang! The iron door shattered like tofu, easily cut into several pieces. The 12 zombies emerged from the cage and approached Lin Chun. Be quiet, let's move together. Lin Chun lightened his steps and ascended the stairs, reaching the top deck of the ship. The once boisterous pirates had all vanished without a trace, leaving only the strong, acrid smell of smoke and alcohol lingering in the air. Lin Chun closed his eyes and activated his biological sensing. In a moment, he opened his eyes. There were 2 guards on the deck, while the others were resting in their rooms. It seemed straightforward. First, he would deal with the 2 guards. He moved towards the deck with the zombies in tow, slowly opening the cabin door. He spotted 2 pirates sitting not far away on the deck. With a thought, their information panels appeared before him. Only level 6. Lin Chun understood. He waved his hand, and 12 zombies silently advanced toward the 2 pirates. The pirates leaned against an oak barrel, smoking and holding a bottle of rum that was half full. Barton, is the captain's treasure map real? One asked. Of course it's real. I saw it with my own eyes. The last time I delivered wine to the captain, I caught a glimpse of it. Haha. If we find the treasure, we'll be rich. The 2 chatted away, completely oblivious to the silent encroachment happening behind them. Barton tipped his head back to finish his last gulp of rum, letting out a long sigh. I'll go grab another bottle. He unsteadily got to his feet and was about to head back to the cabin when he groggily noticed several dark figures slowly approaching. Who is there? Why aren't you sleeping at this hour? Barton rubbed his eyes and looked again. This time, his eyes widened in shock, and the bottle slipped from his hand, clattering on the deck and rolling away. What's wrong, Barton? Are you drunk? Can't even hold on to a bottle? The other pirate turned to him with a mocking tone, but he quickly noticed the fear and shock on his companion's face. Barton, trembling, raised his hand and pointed ahead. There are monsters. The other pirate froze for a moment, then quickly turned to look behind him. 12 figures? No, not humans. Blood-red eyes, beast-like fangs, sharp claws, and bodies as dry as skeletons. What kind of monsters are these? Just as the 2 pirates were stunned, a cold voice rang out. Kill them. The voice acted like a switch, instantly activating the 12 zombies. The red glow in their eyes intensified. Their speed surged, and like wolves, they pounced on the 2 pirates. The pirates tried to draw their curved swords to fight back, but were quickly knocked to the ground by the zombies, who pinned them down. Fear filled their eyes as they struggled to break free. Barton opened his mouth to scream for his companion, but sharp fangs suddenly pierced his neck, blood gushing out wildly. The overwhelming stench of blood filled the entire deck. Barton's body stiffened before he slumped lifelessly to the ground. A system notification chimed in Lin Chun's ears. Successfully killed a pirate, gained 300 experience points. Lin Chun looked at the rapidly increasing experience bar, filled with joy. Killing monsters above his level indeed granted more experience. The next moment, the system notification chimed again. Successfully defeated the pirate, gained 300 experience points. Congratulations, your level has increased to LV. 2. Lin Chun felt a warm current flowing through his body. His attributes surged significantly. The leveling speed was quite impressive, he murmured to himself. He looked at the 2 pirate corpses. The flesh and blood of the pirates were steadily drying up, and their teeth and nails were gradually lengthening. After a while, the 2 pirate corpses suddenly opened their eyes. Their eyes had turned blood red, and they slowly stood up. Lin Chun examined the attributes of these 2 zombies. Name, zombie. Level, 7, strength, 77, constitution, 65, agility, 43, mentality, 0, skill 1, bite LV1, inflicts significant damage using teeth and claws. Skill 2, death scythe LV. 1, curved blade infused with corpse poison. Enemies affected will become weakened. Skill 3, corpse poison LV. 1, attacks carry corpse poison that continuously erodes the enemy's body, accumulating over time. Skill 4, death aura infection LV. 1, corpses killed by zombies will become infected with death aura, turning into new zombies. Description, zombies resurrected by necromancers, possessing immense strength and resilience, devoid of any emotions, making them terrifying killing machines. Lin Chun nodded in satisfaction. These 2 pirates had gained an extra skill, and it was quite practical. He turned to look at the ship's cabin behind him, which was also where the pirates rested. Chapter 4, New Skills. Undead bomb. At this moment, in the original world, numerous teachers were eagerly discussing as they looked at the empty and silent square. I wonder how far these little ones can go? With their abilities, reaching the 2nd advancement should be enough. Only those ranked at the top have a chance to reach the 3rd. One teacher remarked. Every time a professional reaches level 20, they must go to the job change temple to undertake a breakthrough mission. Only by completing this mission can they break through their current level limits and continue to level up. However, these breakthrough missions are extremely difficult, with many restrictions. They can only be completed solo. Many individuals get stuck at the bottleneck of the second advancement and remain there for a lifetime. This year, our school has only 2 A-rank professionals, half of what we had in previous years. I fear this year's results won't be pretty, the grade director said with concern. The principal's expression was equally grim. Other schools have at least 4 or 5 A-rank professionals, with some boasting 6 or 7. Even the Oriental Academy and Maple Leaf Academy, which used to rank below us, have 4 A-rank professionals this year. It seems they might surpass us in results. The National Academy competition is held once a year, and it's just a month away. Each school selects newcomers to participate, with over 300 schools involved. The competition results not only affect the school's honor, but also its resource allocation. Last year, Linhai Academy ranked 298th, barely above some rural schools. Nearly at the bottom. The resources allocated were as insignificant as a mosquito's leg. The principal was scolded harshly by the city lord. If this year's results are still like this, he might as well resign. It's a pity that Lin Shen is just an E-rank life profession, the principal sighed. I originally thought he could change our school's fortunes, but it seems we can't rely on him now. The grade director shook his head and sighed as well. All of them had pinned their hopes on Lin Shen. However, no one expected him to awaken an E-rank life profession, even if he had received a combat profession. There might have been a chance for a miracle, but with a life profession. Being a gravedigger, an extremely obscure life profession, even if he performs exceptionally, he cannot create miracles. This year, our school's results are likely to drop even further. Other teachers also sighed in dismay. Meanwhile, on the Black Skeleton pirate ship, a dozen shadowy figures quietly made their way towards the rear cabin. The pirate ship was divided into front and rear cabins. The front cabin was for the pirates' entertainment and leisure, as well as the dungeon below for holding prisoners. The rear cabin was where the pirates slept and stored their weapons. Lin Shun had previously gone into the rear cabin while cleaning and had seen its spaciousness. The pirates shared rooms, making it easier to take them out one by one without alarming others. As Lin Shen approached the door to the rear cabin, the sound of loud snoring echoed, even overpowering the sound of the waves outside. Lin Shen stepped forward to try and open the ship's cabin door, only to find it locked. A simple iron lock couldn't possibly stop him. With a wave of his hand, a zombie appeared in front of the door. With a swipe of its claw, the iron lock was instantly severed. The cabin door swung open. Lin Shen entered the cabin with the zombie. Inside, the cabin was quite spacious. The floor was cluttered with miscellaneous items, fishing nets, barrels, wooden boxes. In addition, there were several neatly arranged muskets that looked brand new. Not a speck of dust on them. Clearly, this group of pirates maintained their weapons regularly. On either side were the sleeping quarters of the pirates. Lin Shun waved his hand again, and the 2 zombies, once pirates themselves, approached one of the room doors. The door wasn't locked. One of the zombies raised its hand and gently pushed the door open. The wooden door creaked slightly. The room, which had been filled with the sounds of snoring, fell silent in an instant. 2 pirates jolted awake, instinctively reaching for the curved blades beside their beds. Lin Shen frowned slightly. These 2 were far too alert. It was time to act quickly. The 2 zombies drew their blades and struck at the pirates. One pirate was caught off guard and was slashed on the shoulder, leaving a deep wound that exposed bone. Blood gushed out, filling the room with a metallic scent. The other pirate reacted more quickly. He instinctively bent down. The zombie's blade grazed his clothes, leaving a deep gash in the wall behind him. Get away! The pirate roared, kicking out at the zombie. The zombie's movements were stiff, and it couldn't dodge in time, stumbling back several steps before crashing into the wall, just as the pirate gripped his curved blade. Preparing to strike the zombie's head, a sharp whistling sound cut through the air. The pirate instinctively looked up. A pale bone spear was already upon him. Whoosh! The sharp spear pierced through the pirate's heart in an instant. The pirate's eyes widened in shock before he slumped to the ground. The system notifications chimed in succession. Successfully killed a pirate, gained 200 experience points. Successfully killed a pirate, gained 200 experience points. The experience bar shot up significantly. However, Lin Shen couldn't feel any joy. The once quiet cabin was now filled with chaos. Over 30 pirates, armed with curved blades and muskets, surrounded him and the zombies. These pirates kept at least 10 meters away from the zombies, their bodies tense as they gripped their blades. Corden stepped forward, shouting loudly. Which damned bastard dares to cause trouble on my Black Skull pirate ship? Step out now. Lin Shen surveyed the scene. Since a sneak attack was out of the question, he decided to confront them head on. He waved his hand and shouted, attack. Let's take these guys down, leave none alive. Roar. The zombies' eyes glowed a blood red, and they charged at the pirates. Corden's eyes widened in shock as he stumbled back, pointing at the zombies and shouting, "Fire! Shoot now!" With just a few meters between them, there was no need for aiming. The pirates all pulled their triggers. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets struck the zombie, producing dull thuds as they created deep craters in its flesh. Yet the zombie felt no pain and lunged straight at the pirate. A chilling scream echoed, reminiscent of a pig being slaughtered. One pirate was knocked to the ground by the zombie, its beastly fangs easily piercing his neck, blood gushing out and staining the ground red. The pirate struggled for a moment before falling silent. A notification pinged in Lin Chen's ears. Successfully killed the pirate. Gained 200 experience points. Congratulations, your level has increased to LV3. You can learn a new skill. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. He opened the skill panel, where a new skill was glowing brightly. He reached out and tapped on the skill, and a detailed description appeared before him. Undead bomb. Detonate an undead creature, causing devastating damage. Damage is related to the undead's level, and the explosion will carry the properties of that undead. Chapter 5. The Undead Bombshell. Levels skyrocket. Lin Chen was overjoyed. It was like finding a pillow when you were sleepy, just what he needed, right when he needed it. This time, the night raid was almost guaranteed to succeed. The pirates who had been bitten by zombies slowly rose, joining the ranks of the undead. In just a moment, the number of zombies increased by 3. Fear spread among the pirates, their eyes widening as they retreated in panic. Despite their numbers, they found themselves surrounded. What a bunch of useless fools. Are you all just a bunch of deadweights? A deep voice thundered from behind the pirates. Instantly, the previously despondent pirates perked up, turning to see a muscular one-eyed man striding toward them. This man had a scruffy beard and piercing bear-like eyes fixed intently on Lin Chen. His left hand wielded a glistening iron hook, while his right rested on the pistol at his waist, exuding a chilling aura of menace. "Captain." The pirates bowed their heads in unison, addressing him with respect. Lin Chen turned his gaze to the burly man, checking his information. Plank, bronze level leader, level, class, pirate, strength, vitality, agility, mentality, skills, description, captain of the Black Skull pirate crew, has slaughtered countless pirates and kingdom soldiers, notorious for his brutality, known as the Tyrant. Lin Chen gasped. Monsters in this medieval world were classified into 3 tiers: ordinary, elite, and leader. Leaders were further categorized into bronze, silver, gold, platinum, epic, legendary, titan, supreme, and mythical. To encounter something like this during the beginner phase was nothing short of a nightmare. Starting with a pirate ship and now facing a bronze-level leader? It felt like he was stacking buffs to the max. He might as well go buy a lottery ticket. Plank raised his iron hook, pointing at the nearest zombie. Everyone, aim for that zombie's head and fire. The head is the weak point of all creatures. Yes, with a command. The pirates transformed from a disorganized mob into a disciplined force. They raised their firearms, aimed at the zombie, and pulled the triggers. Bang, bang, bang. Countless bullets rained down on the zombie, turning it into a sieve. Its head was punctured with multiple holes, dark green brain matter oozing out and releasing a foul stench of decay. Even though zombies were impervious to pain, they couldn't withstand such a fierce barrage. Within mere seconds, the zombie collapsed with a thud, completely lifeless. Seeing that these monsters could be killed, the previously terrified pirates clenched their fists, exhaling in relief, their faces breaking into sinister grins. Haha, damn monsters, now it's our turn to hunt. Prepare to meet your end. Everyone, aim and shoot. Don't miss. Let these damned creatures see the might of the Black Skull pirate crew. Clean these monsters out. I want that cursed guy to feel the deepest fear. Having discovered the zombie's weakness, the pirates brandished their flintlocks and began firing. One zombie after another fell to the ground. Just minutes later, the floor was littered with corpses, a putrid stench permeating the cabin. The pirates advanced step by step, grinning wickedly as they reached the door of Lin Chen's room. Inside, Lin Chen stood calmly, flanked by the last 2 remaining zombies. The pirates raised their guns, aiming at Lin Chen, their expressions morphing into arrogance and bravado once more. "Hey, you damn bastard. Get out here and kneel before us," one of them shouted. "I'm going to carve you up and feed your flesh to the sharks." "No, wait. I think making jerky would taste better." Lin Chen remained unfazed, exuding an air of nonchalance. The pirates, seeing their prey show no sign of fear, grew increasingly irate. A shorter pirate placed his finger on the trigger and, with a grim expression, yelled, "Get out here, or I'll start shooting." But Lin Chen only smiled. The pirates were baffled by his grin, while Plank, standing in the back, felt a chill run down his spine, sensing danger approaching. He waved his hand, shouting, "Res. Shoot him." Res, the short pirate, didn't he hesitate upon receiving the captain's order and instantly pulled the trigger. Bang. The sharp sound of gunfire echoed as the bullet sped toward Lin Chen's head. Just as it was about to hit, one of the zombies stepped forward, shielding Lin Chen. Thud! The bullet struck the zombie's chest. Lin Chen's smile turned mocking. Too late, undead bomb, explode. As the words left his mouth, the zombie's body swelled like a balloon. Seeing this, Plank's eyes widened in horror as he shouted with all his might, run. But it was too late. Boom. The corpse exploded. Limbs and rotten flesh flew everywhere. The terrifying shockwave slammed into the pirates, knocking them off their feet. The sturdy cabin was blasted with several large holes. The entire Black Skull pirate ship shook violently, nearly tearing apart. Lin Chen lay on the ground, coughing incessantly. He pushed the corpses off him and gasped for air. Luckily, the two zombies had shielded him from the blast. Otherwise, he might have perished in the explosion himself. It seemed he needed to find a more open space next time to avoid blowing himself up. Looking at the wreckage of the cabin, Lin Chen felt a lingering fear. Dying from his own skill would truly be a laughingstock. The system's notification sound rang continuously in his ears. Successfully killed a pirate. Gained 200 experience. Successfully killed a pirate. Gained 200 experience. Successfully killed a pirate. Gained 200 experience. Congratulations, your level has risen to LV. 4. Congratulations, your level has risen to LV. 5. You can learn new skills. A barrage of notifications made Lin Chen's ears ache, and it took a long while for the alerts to finally cease. Just as he was about to check his new skills, a massive figure suddenly rose from the rubble. Lin Chen instinctively turned to look. It was Plank. However, the once formidable Plank was now a shadow of his former self. He was covered in wounds, blood streaming down his body, and his clothes had been reduced to rags. Yet these injuries had not been fatal. Instead, they fueled Plank's rage. Damn it! I will kill you. I'll hang your head from the bow of my ship. Plank roared in fury as he surveyed the sea of corpses around him. His eyes were bloodshot as he advanced step by step toward Lin Chen. Lin Chen, however, remained unfazed. You can't kill me. Plank, filled with rage, laughed derisively. Without those monsters to help you, I could crush you with one hand. Who says I don't have help? Lin Chen grinned. Suddenly, the ground trembled in one spot of the ruins. A withered hand shot out and slammed down with a loud bang. Chapter 6. Slaying Plank and achieving world-class newcomer status. Plank turned to look at the dried-up hand, his brow furrowing in concern. Humph, so what if there's a monster? I can blow its head off with my gun. However, as soon as he finished speaking, tremors echoed throughout the ruins. One by one, dried-up hands broke through the ground, and bodies slowly crawled out from the debris. Plank's gaze swept over the zombies, and his expression darkened even further. These zombies were all once his subordinates. Damn it, you actually turned all my men into monsters. Plank gritted his teeth, glaring at Lin Chen. I want you dead. He drew his gun, aiming at Lin Chen. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, a dried claw suddenly lunged at him from the side. Smack! The claw struck Plank's wrist, causing his aim to go awry and the shot to hit the ruins beside Lin Chen instead. Plank glared at the zombie next to him. Jack, you bastard. I'll kill you first. He raised his gun, aiming at Jack's head, ready to fire. At that moment, more than a dozen zombies pounced from behind, their claws raining down on Plank. They relentlessly tore at him. Get off. Get away, you bastards. Plank cried out in pain, desperately trying to fend off the zombies. With brute force, he smashed one zombie's neck, separating its head from its body. Yet, the head still clung to him, biting down fiercely. Plank swung his hook and curved blade with all his might, having already thrown his gun to the ground. Despite being a bronze-level leader, he found himself powerless against so many fearlessly aggressive zombies. The blood flowing from his body gradually turned pitch black, emitting a terrible stench. His strength in wielding the curved blade and hook began to wane. The zombie poison was eroding his body. Get away! Plank roared in fury. A powerful shockwave suddenly erupted from him, sending all the zombies flying and crashing into the ruins. With his eyes blood-red and gasping for breath, Plank fixed his gaze on Lin Chen. Even if I die, I'll take you down first. He flung open his cloak, revealing the barrel on his left chest. The barrel's diameter was comparable to that of a black cannon, taking up a large portion of his body. Lin Chen frowned slightly. So it's a cyborg. No wonder he has been able to endure the zombie poison for so long. In this medieval world, alongside various magical wonders and secret arts, there exists a unique form of alchemical technology. Alchemical machinery can heal and save lives, but it can also transform people into terrifying monsters. Alchemical potions work similarly. Those who have undergone such transformations are referred to as cyborgs. Plank sneered. Exactly. You've got some knowledge. This is the energy cannon I paid a high price to have modified by an alchemist. One shot is enough to blow a small sailboat to smithereens. Die. Energy rapidly gathered towards the energy cannon. Lin Chen, however, grinned. I admit, your energy cannon has decent power, but its speed is too slow. He raised his hand, and a bone spear appeared in front of him in an instant. Go. With a flick of his wrist, the bone spear sliced through the air with a piercing sound, arriving in front of Prank in an instant. With a swift thrust, it pierced straight through Prank's throat, blood spraying everywhere. Prank's eyes bulged wide as he collapsed to the ground. The bronze-level leader Prank was completely dead. At that moment, the system notification chimed in. Successfully killed the bronze-level leader Prank, earning 5,000 experience points. Congratulations, your level has increased to LV 6. Congratulations, your level has increased to LV 7, leveling up twice in a row. Lin Chen was extremely pleased. Just as he was about to collect his loot, the system notification rang out again. Ding! You are the first novice to slay a bronze-level leader, completing the world-class novice achievement, rewarded with 500 gold coins, 50 free attribute points, and a random piece of equipment. World announcement incoming. Did I just complete a world-class achievement? Lin Chen was overjoyed. In the medieval world, there were countless achievements to unlock. Completing them would yield various rewards. Some achievements were available to everyone, while others were unique. Once one person completed them, no one else could. World-class novice achievements were all unique. Once someone accomplished one, no one else in that batch could attain it until the next group arrived. Moreover, the rewards for unique achievements far surpassed those for ordinary ones. In an age where everyone was struggling with copper coins, 500 gold coins was equivalent to being the richest. Additionally, those 50 free attribute points were something money couldn't buy. A mechanical voice echoed throughout the realm. Congratulations to Lin Chen from the Dragon Kingdom for slaying the bronze-level leader. Achieved the world-class novice achievement, rewarded with 500 gold coins, 50 free attribute points, a random piece of equipment, and an additional 10 free attribute points for all players in the Dragon Kingdom. The new and old players of the medieval world were busy with their own activities, cleaning, drinking, boasting, hunting sea beasts. Then, in the next moment, they all heard the system announcement. Their eyes widened in shock as if they had seen a ghost. The chat channel erupted with countless messages. What the heck? Who is this Lin Chen? He actually achieved a world-class novice achievement. That's incredible for our country. Is this for real? This novice player just teleported to the medieval world and hasn't even been here for 24 hours. How could he possibly kill a bronze-level leader? Even we old players need dozens of people to take one down. This has never happened before. I remember a few years ago. This achievement was completed by S-level professionals from other countries, and they had all surpassed the novice phase. I bet this guy got lucky and found a wounded bronze-level leader. Not just the Dragon Kingdom, but other countries were also shaken by this announcement. Who is Lin Chen to dare steal the world-class novice achievement from my Empire of the Rising Sun? He is asking for trouble. Damn it. How come I've never heard of such a genius from the Dragon Kingdom? Those sneaky Dragon Kingdom folks are hiding information. We need to send someone to investigate Lin Chen immediately. Damn that Dragon Kingdom. They must see the strength of my Sakura country. Let's crush them right away. The talents of the Dragon Kingdom are indeed impressive, but we can't fall behind. We must work hard to catch up and seize the remaining world-class rookie achievements. Hurrah! In the Abyssal Sea, one of the most perilous regions of the medieval world, a fleet of over 100 ships is cutting through the waves. The surrounding sea beasts retreat in fear, their eyes filled with terror as they gaze at the fleet. All the ships are deep green color, with patterns resembling dragon scales subtly visible on their hulls. The largest warship at the center stretches thousands of meters long, resembling a moving island upon the sea. The crashing waves pound against the warship, but it remains unshaken. Inside the captain's cabin, a middle-aged man draped in a deep green dragon scale robe gazes out at the tumultuous sea. He is Long Jinhai, one of the 4 guardians of the Dragon Kingdom. Interesting. Just one day in, and he has already killed a bronze-level leader. Could this young one be an S-rank professional? Such a talent. Why haven't I seen his name on the list? I should go ask those old-timers who this young prodigy is to possess such gifts. Lord Azure Dragon, do you wish to recruit him? Inquired the assistant beside him. Long Jinhai shook his head and replied, no, while he is impressive, it's not enough. Let us observe him a bit more. We'll wait for the rookie rankings to be released. Although this young one has slain a bronze-level leader, his strength may not be that formidable. Chapter 7. A bounty of rewards. Lin Chen was overjoyed. The system was incredibly generous, providing him with numerous rewards. He opened his attribute panel and allocated all the free attribute points he had gained to his mental power. His attributes saw a remarkable boost. Name, Lin Chen, level, LV 7, strength, 66, 10, constitution, 125, 20, agility, 67, 10, mental power, 700, 100, class, SSS level Necromancer, first transition, skill 1, corpse transformation, LV 1. Turns one corpse into a zombie. Cooldown time 1 hour. Skill 2. Bone Spear LV. 1. Summons one bone spear to attack enemies, inflicting greater damage on critical hits. Cooldown time 3 minutes. Skill 3. Biological Sensing LV. 1. Can sense the presence of all living beings within a nautical mile. Fleet. None. Looking at these terrifying attributes, Lin Shen couldn't help but exclaim at how outrageous they were. He retracted the information panel and was about to clean up the battlefield when he noticed a dark golden ring lying on the ground in front of him. Could this be the random equipment the system gifted him? Lin Shen bent down to pick up the ring and examined it closely. The ring was adorned with intricate runes, the script of which was unfamiliar to him. He opened the ring's information panel. Ring of Mystic Arts, quality, bronze level, mental power 10, skill, mana shield, concentrates mana in front of you to form a shield that can withstand some attacks. Description, crafted by the alchemist Nade of the Kingdom of Chardon. Wearing it stabilizes your mental state. Can be equipped after level 5. Class restriction, magic classes, a bronze level item. In the medieval world, equipment is divided into 10 tiers: white, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, epic, legendary, titan, supreme, and mythical. Currently, the equipment players possessed didn't even qualify as white tier. White tier equipment only added one attribute, but theirs were merely decorative and provided no enhancements. Bronze level gear, on the other hand, improved 2 attributes or offered 1 attribute plus a skill. Equipment skills could not be upgraded. For newcomers, this bronze level gear was akin to mythical level equipment. Lin Shen put on the Ring of Mystic Arts, then shifted his gaze to the skill bar. He remembered that there was still a skill he hadn't learned. He opened the skill panel, and a new skill was glowing brightly. He reached out and clicked on the skill. The detailed information appeared before him. Undead Transformation guides the essence of the undead to modify items, or uses corpses to fuse with items, resulting in unexpected changes. Can only be used on equipment and items. Lin Shen's eyes lit up. The ability to modify equipment? This skill is incredible. In the medieval world, only blacksmiths or alchemists could modify equipment, and there was always a failure rate. If a modification failed, not only would the materials be wasted, but the equipment itself would also be destroyed. Very few people were willing to take the risk of modifying their gear. Although this isn't a combat skill, its practicality far outweighs that of ordinary skills. Lin Shen immediately began to learn the skill and then took off the secret method ring. He wondered what kind of transformation this ring could undergo. Undead Transformation. A thick, pitch-black liquid began to rise from his palm. The anguished wails of the undead echoed in his ears as it completely enveloped the secret method ring. Lin Shen stared intently at the dark liquid in his palm, waiting for the transformation to be completed. After a few minutes, a notification sound from the system rang out. Ding! The transformation of the secret method ring is complete. Upgraded to the silver tier equipment, Ghost Ring. The black liquid swiftly merged into Lin Shen's body and vanished, leaving behind a completely black ring adorned with a pale skull. Resting quietly in his palm, Lin Shen's heart raced. This transformation had upgraded it to silver tier equipment. If that's the case, he could mass transform them and sell for profit. Suppressing his excitement, he opened the information panel for the Ghost Ring. Ghost Ring quality, silver tier, constitution, 10, mental power, 50, skill, ghost impact, summons a ghost to strike at enemies, causing them to fall into a state of fear and illusion. Lasting 1 to 3 seconds. Description, a mysterious ghost resides within. Anyone who approaches will encounter misfortune. Can be equipped after level 5. Restricted profession, Necromancer, awesome. Lin Shen clenched his fist. The attributes weren't crucial to him. The ghost impact was incredibly useful. Making an enemy experience a fear-induced illusion, even if just for a second, could often be enough to determine the outcome of a battle. He put on the ghost ring and approached Prank's corpse, raising his hand to cast corpse transformation. A strange black light shot from his palm, enveloping Prank's body. Prank's body quickly began to wither, his teeth and nails extending like those of a beast. 5 minutes passed, but Prank still hadn't transformed into a zombie, and Lin Shen felt his mental power depleting significantly. Yet he gritted his teeth. This was the corpse of a bronze tier boss. If he could turn it into a zombie, the strength of his subordinates would increase tremendously. Just as he was about to lose hope, Prank suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze a blood-red hue. The system notification followed suit. Congratulations. The transformation was successful. You have obtained a zombie. Congratulations. The transformation level has increased to LV2. Lin Shen was overjoyed. Not only had he acquired a bronze tier boss zombie, but his skill had also leveled up. He checked his skill panel. Corpse Transformation LV2 can simultaneously transform 2 corpses into zombies. Cooldown time, 1 hour. Lin Shen felt a bit speechless. This is what leveling up looked like. It was hardly different from not leveling at all. He looked at Prank, who stood up stiffly like a puppet. Drawing a bone spear, Prank knelt before Lin Shun and slowly spoke. Honorable Lord, Prank shall serve you for eternity. His voice was like sandpaper scraping together, extremely jarring. Lin Shun stared at Prank in surprise. You can actually talk? Yes, my lord, Prank nodded. Lin Shun felt quite satisfied. He sensed an invisible connection between himself and Prank. As long as he wished, he could kill Prank at any moment. He opened Prank's information panel. Prank, level, LV, 11, class, pirate captain, strength, 210, constitution, 250, dexterity, 160, mentality, 57, skill 1, deadly musket LV. 1. Shoot enemies with a musket, inflicting massive damage, skill 2. Iron hook of death LV. 1. Swing an iron hook to ensnare an enemy, restricting their movement. Skill 3. Corpse poison LV. 1. Attacks carry corpse poison, gradually eroding the enemy's body. The poison accumulates over time. Skill 4. Death aura infection LV. 1. Corpses killed by zombies will be infected with death aura, turning into new zombies. Skill 5. Energy accumulating corpse cannon LV. 1. Activate the cannon to fire, dealing massive damage. Capable of sinking small warships. Description: once a notorious captain of the Black Skull Pirates, now transformed into a terrifying zombie, yet still possesses formidable strength. Chapter 8. Becoming the captain. Setting records. Looking at Plank's terrifying attributes, Lin Shun couldn't help but be amazed. As expected of a bronze-level leader, its attributes far surpassed those of ordinary monsters. Plank, take me to the captain's quarters. Yes, my lord, Plank replied respectfully, nodding his head. He led the way toward the captain's quarters. Other zombies, stay alert. If any creatures approach, kill them immediately, Lin Shun commanded. The other pirate zombies roared in unison and then dispersed around the deck, standing still and vigilant. Lin Shun was very satisfied. These zombies completely obeyed orders and didn't slack off, much better than human crew members. He followed Plank into the captain's quarters. As he pushed the door open, a faint scent of wood wafted into his nose. Dragon's bloodwood incense? You certainly know how to enjoy yourself. Lin Shun immediately recognized the name of the incense. It was worth 10 gold coins a small vial. In the medieval world, a commoner's monthly expenses were only about 1 gold coin. One could imagine the price of dragon's bloodwood. I stole this from a noble in a kingdom. There are 10 more vials in the warehouse, Plank said respectfully. Lin Shun nodded slightly, his gaze shifting to the interior of the captain's quarters. The spacious room was filled with various decorations, the heads of sea beasts, rare antiques, and even a golden flintlock gun. Lin Shun roughly estimated that if these items were sold, they could fetch at least 2,000 gold coins. Making money wasn't that hard. It could easily amount to 10,000 gold coins. Lin Shun murmured to himself. Having been in the medieval world for less than a day, he had already earned over 2,000 gold coins. Such speed was unmatched. However, what intrigued Lin Shun the most wasn't the treasures. His eyes were drawn to the captain's chair, and his expression became fervent. His teacher had once said, to become a captain, one must sit in the captain's chair. He quickly approached the chair and sat down with a thud. In an instant, he felt as if he had become a god, with everything on the Black Skull pirate ship in his sight. The system's notification sound echoed in his ears. Congratulations. You have acquired the Black Skull pirate ship and become its new captain. Ding. You took 19 hours, 46 minutes, and 53 seconds to become the captain, completing a world-class player achievement. Reward: 5,000 gold coins, 100 free attribute points, and 100 points of world reputation. A world announcement will be made shortly. Lin Shun was momentarily stunned. Was it really that simple to break a record? And this time, he had actually completed a world-class player achievement? World-class player achievements were different from newbie achievements. They involved participation from both new and veteran players. Once a veteran player completed one, a new player could only achieve it by breaking the veteran's record. The system announcement echoed throughout the entire medieval world. Congratulations to Lin Shun from the Dragon Nation for becoming the captain after 19 hours, 46 minutes, and 53 seconds, achieving the world-class player accomplishment. Rewards include 5,000 gold, 100 free attribute points, a random piece of equipment, 100 points of world reputation, and all players in the Dragon Nation receiving an additional 10 free attribute points. Upon hearing this world announcement, all players from the Dragon Nation were shocked. No way. Is it really him again? Lin Shun became the captain in less than a day? Lin Shun is amazing. This is awesome. I just got 10 more free attribute points. If we get a few more of these, our Dragon Nation's attribute points will surpass those of other countries. Previously, all the world-class achievements were completed by players from other nations, but now it's finally our turn to shine. Once I finish my current tasks, I'll head over to Sakura Nation and take down a few beasts. It was just the Dragon Nation. players from other countries were also stunned. However, their feelings leaned more towards anger and jealousy. Damn it, Lin Chen has already become the captain? Humph, what is there to worry about? He.S. just lucky. Lucky? It can't be just luck. Last year, the first player to become captain, Tiger, took 5 days to achieve it. Let us have our people in the Dragon Nation investigate. We need to know Lin Chen's background. Otherwise, if he gets recruited by the Dragon Nation, their power will definitely increase significantly. What is there to fear? Haven T, we had our share of geniuses from the Dragon Nation. We'll just use the old methods to deal with him. Nip this in the bud. Just as the various countries were discussing this, the system notification chimed again. Due to the emergence of the first rookie captain, the National Rookie Leaderboard and World Rookie Leaderboard are now active. Upon hearing this system announcement, the crowd fell silent, instantly pausing their heated discussions. They all opened the Rookie Leaderboard simultaneously. On the World Rookie Leaderboard, only Lin Chen's name stood alone at the top. First, Dragon Nation. Lin Chen, level 7. Second, none. Third, none at this moment, in the main conference room of the central building in the capital of the Dragon Nation. A middle-aged man with an imposing presence sat calmly in a chair. He was none other than the leader of the Dragon Nation, Long Po Kwang. In front of Long Po Kwang were several virtual projections, representing the top officials of the Dragon Nation. This year's Rookie Leaderboard has brought a huge surprise. Long Po Kwang rarely showed a hint of a smile, feeling quite pleased. Indeed, it's been 5 years, 5 whole years. Our Dragon Nation hasn't claimed the top of the World Rookie Leaderboard. I never expected this year to see such a dark horse emerge. The disgrace of our Dragon Nation has been completely washed away by this kid named Lin Chen. This kid is quite interesting. First, he accomplished the world-class rookie achievement. And not long after, he broke records to achieve the world-class player accomplishment, subsequently taking the first place on the Rookie Leaderboard. Any one of these achievements is enough to drop jaws. One person clenched their fists, excitement evident on their face. I believe other countries will definitely try to recruit Lin Chen. We must act quickly and bring him under our banner. Even if we can't recruit him, we absolutely cannot let him join another country. It would be a tremendous loss for the Dragon Nation. An elderly man in a general's uniform said solemnly. I agree. This young man has limitless potential. He single-handedly defeated a bronze-level leader. His future achievements could be extraordinary. And he might very well become the next guardian of the Dragon Nation, remarked another elder dressed in traditional Chinese attire with a smile. If the Dragon Nation were to gain a 5th guardian, the impact would be significant. Let's first send someone to find out if we can bring him into the Hidden Dragon Squad, suggested another member, and everyone nodded in agreement. The Hidden Dragon Squad is a team that gathers the most talented individuals in the Dragon Nation. Each year, the nation selects the brightest talents to join this squad for training, all in hopes of nurturing a group of top-tier warriors. However, in recent years, although there have been many talents, their subsequent development has been less than satisfactory, limiting the squad's overall strength. But they believe that if Lin Chen joins, the power of the Hidden Dragon Squad will undoubtedly reach new heights. Chapter 9, The World in Shock, the launch of disaster not just in the Dragon Kingdom, but major nations around the world were also discussing Lin Chen. In the office of the beautiful nation's leader, the head of state impatiently asked, Have you found the information I requested about Lin Chen from the Dragon Kingdom? A middle-aged man in a suit hesitated for a moment before handing over a document. Mr. Leader, all the information we gathered is here for your review. The leader nodded slightly and took the document, flipping through it carefully. After reading a few pages, his brow furrowed deeply, his eyes filled with fury. He suddenly threw the document across the room, where it hit a subordinate with a loud smack. Papers flew everywhere, scattering across the floor. The subordinate stood frozen in place, too terrified to breathe. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. What is your intelligence department even doing? I give you so much funding every year, and all you do is waste it. E-level professional grave digger? Tell me how an E-level professional could kill a bronze-level boss in one day. How could he top the rookie leaderboard and level up to 7 in just one day? Even our nation's genius, can't do that. The leader roared like a mad beast. The subordinate, with a bitter expression, tried to explain, Mr. Leader, please trust in our intelligence department's capabilities. After all, we managed to gather all the information on the Dragon Kingdom's geniuses within 3 days without any errors. I believe this time the intelligence won't be wrong either. His voice trailed off, as even he struggled to believe the contents of the report. An E-level professional? It was impossible for anyone to achieve such feats in a day, let alone in a lifetime. Keep investigating. Look into his family, friends, school. Everything related to him must be documented, and find clues from there. You have 3 more days. If you don't come up with anything useful, you can start cleaning toilets. Yes, sir. The subordinate wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and hurriedly left. Meanwhile, this scene was playing out in other countries as well. Everyone was investigating Lin Chen's true identity. In Linhai City, in the conference room of Linhai High School, the principal was fixated on the name at the top of the rookie leaderboard. The other teachers were equally focused on this familiar, yet strange name. The entire conference room was eerily silent. After a moment, the head of the teaching department spoke up, filled with confusion and excitement. This Lin Chen can't be the same Lin Chen from our school, can it? The other teachers nodded in agreement. It definitely isn't. Our Lin Chen may have good theoretical grades, but having awakened an E-level profession, it's questionable whether he can even survive. Yes, if he landed on an island, he might manage to scrape by, but if he ended up on a pirate ship, he might as well wait for death. This kid has good academic performance and a deep understanding of the medieval world. Being a sailor should be no problem for him. Let us hope so. Despite their words, the concern was palpable among them, but they still held on to a glimmer of hope. What if the Lin Chen on the newcomer leaderboard was indeed the Lin Chen from their school? That would make him famous. The principal crossed his arms and rested his chin on them, speaking in a low voice. You all go investigate if there are any other Lin Chens in Dragon Country. Remember, keep it under wraps. If it turns out not to be him, it will only make our school a laughingstock. Understood, everyone replied in unison. Meanwhile, the center of their discussion, Lin Chun, sat calmly in the captain's cabin. In front of him was the information panel for the Black Skull pirate ship. Black Skull pirate ship, damaged. Quality, bronze. Captain, Lin Chun, capacity, 5,000 kilograms. Weapons, 2 black cannons. Overall performance, 500. Skills, none. Modification progress, 0. Overall performance encompasses the ship's attack power, speed, and durability. The higher the overall performance, the better the quality. The Black Skull pirate ship had an overall performance of only 500, which was considered average among bronze-grade ships. Looking at the attributes of the Black Skull pirate ship, Lin Chen frowned. Plank, you really skimped on this. For such a large ship, it only has 2 black cannons? No other weapons? Plank respectfully replied, Esteemed Lord, our Black Skull pirate crew excels at boarding enemy ships and slicing them to bits, so we haven't equipped any powerful alchemical weapons. Lin Chen understood, but without strong weaponry, encountering enemies at sea would put them at a severe disadvantage. Relying solely on 2 black cannons against those with firearms was simply inadequate. The undead modification should be able to upgrade this ship, right? Lin Chen murmured. He placed his hands on the armrests and said in a deep voice, Undead modification. Thick. Black liquid surged from his body and seeped into the seat. As the liquid entered, the entire ship was quickly enveloped. In just a matter of seconds, the ship was completely covered, resembling a large black cocoon. Lin Chen felt his mental energy being drained entirely. The fatigue of the day washed over him like a tide, and he closed his eyes, gradually falling asleep. When he woke up, the sun was already bright. He yawned and looked around, suddenly stunned. The pirate ship, which was once made of wood, had transformed into a skeletal ship. The bones piled high, resembling a mountain of bones that sent chills down his spine. Fortunately, the captain's cabin still retained its original decor, so he didn't feel too out of place sitting inside. Outside the captain's cabin loomed a massive skull, exuding an eerie and terrifying aura. Lin Chen couldn't wait to open the ship's information panel. Black Skull pirate ship. Quality, silver level. Captain, Lin Chen. Capacity, 7,000 kilograms. Weapons, 2 black cannons. Overall performance, 4,000. Skill 1. Death's Veil. A dense mist of death envelopes the ship, masking it from most detection. Modification progress, 10. Despite only having gained 1 additional skill, Lin Chen was still astonished. The undead modified warship had reached silver level. Its overall performance had skyrocketed several times over. Moreover, it had an added skill. Generally, only high-quality gold-level ships or platinum-level vessels come with a built-in skill. Yet, a ship modified by the undead possesses a skill even at the silver level. The difference is significant. By the way, I remember that undead modifications can use bones to enhance items. I wonder if it would work on ships? Lin Chen pondered. However, without any bones on hand, he had no choice but to set that thought aside. Gazing at the newly transformed and imposing warship, Lin Chen declared, From now on, this will be my exclusive warship. The name Black Skull doesn't sound appealing. Let's rename it to Catastrophe. Chapter 10. The Legend of the Ghost Ship. Plank. Is there anything to eat on the ship? Give me something, Lin Chen said, his stomach growling. Since arriving in this medieval world, he hadn't had a drop to eat and was now starving. Yes, my lord, Plank replied, turning to leave. A short while later, he returned with some smoked fish and pork, along with a few pieces of dark bread, which he handed to Lin Chen. Without caring about the taste, Lin Chen hungrily devoured the food. After finishing a piece of smoked meat and fish, he patted his belly in satisfaction. Plank, I remember your crew mentioned that you came to this sea area in search of treasure? Yes, my lord. I once stole a treasure map from a noble, and this journey is aimed at finding the treasure marked on it. As he spoke, Plank respectfully produced a rolled-up parchment and handed it to Lin Shun. Lin Shun took it, opened it, and gave it a quick glance. They were almost at the location. Then let's go find this treasure, he commanded. Set course southeast at full speed. Yes. With a single command, the ship, named Calamity, surged forward. Lin Shun sat in the captain's cabin, bored, looking through the various system functions. When he opened the chat system, he was instantly overwhelmed by a flood of messages. Almost every moment, someone was trying to reach him. Hello, Mr. Lin Shun. I am the chairman of Changshin Group. Congratulations on topping the global rookie leaderboard. I would like to discuss a potential collaboration with you. Hi Lin Shun. I'm the president of the Sunfire Guild. We would like to invite you to join our guild. Please contact us if you're interested. Handsome, I'm looking for a partner. You can do whatever you want with me. Mr. Lin Shun, would you consider joining our Sakura Nation? We can provide you with plenty of support to help you grow quickly. Lin Shun, are you the Lin Shun from Ocean City High School? A barrage of messages flooded the screen. The most recent messages quickly got pushed down. Lin Shun glanced through them, finding nothing that piqued his interest, and closed the chat channel, leaning back in his chair to rest his eyes. Night fell. A small fishing boat floated on the surface of the sea. This little fishing boat was no more than 10 meters long, extremely rudimentary, with only a small cabin at the back. At this moment, a group of people was gathered on the deck. If Lin Shun were there, he would certainly recognize them as his classmates, led by Jin Shida. Jin Shida stood nearby, impatiently watching his subordinates as they struggled to catch a fish. The fish, known as a spraying fish, was one of the most common types in the medieval world. It was only a level 1 creature and could do nothing but spray water. Its combat ability was practically non-existent, making it a primary target for novice players. It's taken half a day to catch just one spraying fish. I only got 3 experience points from it. How long do I have to wait to reach level 2? Are you all just sitting around doing nothing? Jin Shida growled, teeth clenched, glaring at his subordinates. Brother duh, we don't have any weapons. And everyone here is a land-based class. It's tough to go into the water to catch anything. Our efficiency is low. And there's nothing we can do about it, a frail boy said cautiously. Jin Shida kicked the boy in the stomach, sending him crashing to the ground with a thud. Aren't you a mage? Mages don't need weapons. Hurry up and use your skills to kill monsters. I want to level up. I want to be on the newbie leaderboard, Jin Shida said through gritted teeth. In just one day, others had killed a bronze-level boss, become captains, and even leveled up to level 7. Meanwhile, he had brought expensive jewelry from the real world to sell at a low price, bought a fishing boat, and they couldn't even kill a monster. What use are you all to me? The others exchanged glances, their faces filled with bitterness. A boy wearing gold-rimmed glasses stepped forward and flattered, Brother duh, please don't be anxious. I've read that the first thing to do in the medieval world is to go to the newbie island of our country and find the job change temple to learn the skills of our class. Although we awaken with a skill, it's just one skill, and hunting sea beasts is quite difficult. Not only that, but we also need to buy some basic weapons and equipment to hunt sea beasts effectively. Only then can we level up efficiently and have a chance to surpass Lin Shun. This boy's name was Li Qi. He had grown up alongside Jin Shida, serving as his loyal follower and strategist. Jin Shida frowned and asked, Are you serious? Li Qi nodded eagerly. In that case, let us head to the newbie island first. By the way, have you found out if the first place on the newbie leaderboard is that Lin Shun from our school? Before anyone else could speak, Li Qi shook his head decisively. Absolutely not. Brother duh, think about it. Lin Shun is just an E-class gravedigger. Even if he got incredibly lucky and landed in a good spot, he could never achieve those things. Not in this lifetime. Jin Shida nodded in agreement, sneering, You're right. I've gathered so many powerful combat classes to help level up. With his lifestyle class, and such a peculiar one at that, he probably won't achieve much in his life. It'd be impressive if he could complete his second job transfer and leave the new BC area. Li Qi nodded repeatedly, giving a thumbs up in praise. Exactly. How could he compare to you? He's just a loser. And you have the potential of an emperor. You'll definitely take the top spot on the newbie leaderboard and become this generation's world rookie king. In just a few years, you'll surely become the 5th guardian of the Dragon Kingdom, standing shoulder to shoulder with the other guardians. Lin Shun will only regret not joining your ranks. This flattery left Jin Shida feeling elated. A satisfied smile spread across his face. What you said makes sense, but it's too late for him to regret it. He didn't want to listen to me. The others nodded in agreement. Indeed, in the medieval world, no amount of knowledge could compare to having a powerful class. Brother duh, it seems like it's getting foggy. A boy holding a worn-out iron sword suddenly spoke up. Everyone turned their gaze toward the sea. Sure enough, A thick white mist had begun to rise over the vast expanse of water. The fog obscured their view, leaving only the deep, dark sea around them visible. Damn it! Why is there fog on the sea now? Jean Shida said with a disgruntled expression. Dagu, this fog feels a bit off. Maybe we should head back. A timid boy suggested, his voice trembling. He couldn't bear to look at the deep waters, as if a monstrous abyss lurked beneath, ready to swallow them whole. What are you scared of? If you're this cowardly, how can you be my sailor? Jean Shida retorted, his bravado faltering as he quickly averted his gaze from the ominous sea. The thick fog on the sea. It feels like a sign that a ghost ship is about to appear, said a boy who had recently switched to the mage class, his face filled with terror. Chapter 11. Bronze Level Secret Realm. Serpent Island. Those who were initially unafraid suddenly froze, their bodies stiffening as goosebumps erupted across their skin. The medieval world was rife with legends, and one particularly horrifying tale revolved around ghost ships. It all started with a video uploaded by a player. In the video, thick fog rolled over the sea, and a dilapidated warship emitting a ghostly green glow materialized through the mist. Shortly after, that player vanished without a trace. There was no news of him in either the real world or the medieval realm. Some players speculated that the missing player had been taken by the ghost ship. A chill ran down everyone's spine. It was worse than death, at least if you died. You could return to the real world and come back to the medieval realm after a month. But being taken by a ghost ship meant you were gone for good. Get lost. Ghost ships don't appear in the new BC. Yeah, don't scare us like that. I'm already on edge. Idiot. Fog on the sea is a natural phenomenon. The teacher mentioned it in class. We have to believe in science. Right, we have to believe. Wait, what is that? One person turned to the left, trembling, his eyes wide with fear. Everyone else followed suit. In the dense white fog, a massive dark shape was slowly approaching. From its appearance, it seemed to be a warship. As the ship drew nearer, when they finally saw its form, everyone's heart sank. A bone ship. A gigantic warship made entirely of bones was gliding toward them. On the deck, a colossal skull stood out prominently, making it look as if the Grim Reaper himself was sailing toward them. Is that a ghost ship? One person's eyes widened as he screamed. The scream instantly jolted those still in shock. Panic erupted as everyone scattered, fearing they would become targets of the ghost ship. Get off me. I'm trying to get into the cabin. Who was the idiot who said to believe in science? Damn it. I'll never believe in science again. The medieval world was a blend of science and fantasy. Anyone who dared to only believe in science here was a fool. Amidst the chaos, people screamed and cursed, desperately trying to cram into the ship's cabin. However, the cabin was too small, only accommodating 5 or 6 people. The rest were left outside, their eyes filled with terror as they gazed at the ghost ship. The timid ones were so frightened they nearly wet their pants, watching the bone ship draw ever closer. Everyone hopelessly shut their eyes, bracing for death to arrive. The bone ship glided past their small vessel, gradually moving into the distance and slowly disappearing into the fog. As they watched the bone ship fade away, everyone felt a lingering dread. Thank goodness the ghost ship is finally gone. I thought we were going to be taken by it. Don't jinx it. If you summon the ghost ship back, I'll be the first to take you down. That didn't seem like a ghost ship, though. Aren't ghost ships supposed to emit a green glow? How could it be a bone ship? Damn it. Why are you being so pedantic? Maybe they want to change their look too? If you're curious, just go ask them. No one will stop you. Hurry and spread the word. A ghost ship has appeared in these waters. Everyone should be cautious. The news about the ghost ship showing up in the novice area spread across the globe in just half a day. Suddenly, panic swept through the players, who gathered on the novice island, too afraid to set sail for fear of encountering the ghost ship. Meanwhile, the instigator, Lin Chun, was leisurely sitting in a chair, enjoying freshly caught grilled fish. It had been 2 days since he entered the medieval world, and his name was still the only one on the novice leaderboard. My lord, we have arrived at the location indicated by the treasure map, Plank said respectfully as he approached Lin Chen. Finally here. Lin Chen's eyes lit up as he quickly made his way to the deck. Looking ahead, he spotted a shimmering portal glowing with a milky light standing on the surface of the sea not far away. Is this the entrance to a secret realm? Lin Chen exclaimed in surprise. In the medieval world, there were many secret realms, each a small, isolated space filled with powerful monsters, but also containing unique equipment and items. Many players opted to explore these secret realms when they were short on gear, such as the Eastern Sea Secret Realm in the Dragon Kingdom waters and the Ancient Academy Secret Realm. In addition to the public secret realms, there were many hidden ones as well. Once these hidden realms were cleared, they would disappear forever, and the equipment and items inside were one of a kind. However, hidden secret realms appeared randomly, making them difficult to find. I can't believe this treasure is actually a hidden secret realm. If we go in, we might strike it rich. Lin Chen thought to himself, waving his hand as he declared, set sail. Let's enter the secret realm. The ship, the Calamity, slowly sailed into the secret realm and vanished from sight. Lin Chen felt a flash of white light before his vision returned to reveal a small island ahead. The island was surrounded by steep cliffs, with only a stretch of golden beach directly in front of him. At that moment, the system's alert sounded. Warning. You have entered the bronze-level secret realm, Snake Island. Please be cautious. The grading of secret realms in the medieval world is aligned with the grading of items. The higher the level of the secret realm, the larger the area and the more treasures it contains. However, the difficulty also increases exponentially. Snake Island? It seems the secret realm has something to do with snakes, Lin Chen murmured. He waved his hand again, instructing, prepare to dock. The Calamity slowly approached the beach, stopping about 100 meters away. Any closer, and the weight of the ship could run aground. Lin Chen, accompanied by more than 20 zombies and plank, took a small boat to Snake Island. Stepping onto the sandy beach and gazing at the surrounding greenery, Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. It had been a long time since he had seen land and plants. Stretching his muscles, he prepared to venture into the forest ahead. The forest ahead stretched endlessly, filled with towering trees reaching heights of over 10 meters. For snakes, this environment was paradise. How many snakes could possibly be in this place? Lin Chen murmured to himself. With a thought, he activated his biological sensing ability, sending out an invisible wave of mental energy that spread in all directions. In the next moment, Lin Chen was momentarily stunned. Within his perception, he detected an overwhelming number of life signals, thousands upon thousands. Most of them were weak, but there were still a significant number of powerful life forces among them. The sensing range reached its limit, unable to extend any further. Closing his biological sensing, Lin Chen's expression grew serious. Prank, spread out in a defensive formation and stay alert, he instructed in a low voice. Yes, my lord, Prank replied, raising his hand. The other zombies positioned themselves within a meter of Lin Chen, ready to spring into action at a moment's notice should anything arise. Chapter 12. The onslaught of serpents. He walked straight into the woods, with zombies closely following him, never straying an inch away. Lin Chen felt a bit more at ease. These zombies were the most loyal bodyguards, never retreating a step in the face of danger. As he stepped deeper into the forest, the dense layers of leaves blocked out the sunlight, casting a dim and damp atmosphere, which was precisely the kind of environment snakes thrived in. Just as Lin Chen was about to move forward, he suddenly heard a sharp whoosh of wind. A green figure lunged at him from a nearby tree. In an instant, it was right beside him. Just as the green shadow was about to strike, one of the zombies positioned itself in front of Lin Chen, blocking the attack. Bang! The green figure collided with the zombie. It was a fully green snake. Lin Chen's mind raced, and the information panel for the snake appeared before him. Name, green snake, common, level 2, race, serpent, strength, 5, vitality, 4, agility, 30, mentality, 1, skills, snake venom, stealth, description, the most common venomous snake on Snake Island, often hiding in foliage to ambush enemies. The green snake didn't care whether it hit its target. It opened its mouth and bit down. Its sharp fangs pierced the zombie's skin, injecting venom into its body. However, the green snake quickly realized that no matter how much venom it injected, the person in front of it showed no reaction at all. Lin Chen grinned. This was his greatest advantage. Since the zombies were already corpses, how could they be afraid of snake venom? No matter how much venom was injected, it was all in vain. Kill it, Lin Chen commanded. The zombie drew out a curved blade, and with a swift motion, the green snake was instantly sliced in half. A system notification chimed in. Successfully killed the green snake. Gained 1 experience point. Lin Chen sighed in frustration. The medieval world had strict controls over experience points. As long as the monster's level was lower than his own, he would only receive a forced 1 experience point. To level up, he would need to find monsters of the same level or higher. The severed halves of the green snake continued to writhe before finally merging back together. Its scales transformed from a vibrant green to a dark green, and its blood-red eyes glimmered like rubies. The green snake had been corrupted by death energy, turning into a zombie green snake. Name, Zombie Green Snake. Level 2. Strength, 15. Constitution, 14. Agility, 50. Spirit, 10. Skill 1. Death Venom LV. 1. Combining corpse venom and snake venom. Can kill enemies in a short time. Skill 2. Stealth LV. 1. The green snake can blend itself into the surrounding environment, evading the enemy's line of sight. Skill 3. Death Aura Infection LV. 1. Corpses killed by the zombie will become infected with death aura and turn into new zombies. Description: the resurrected green snake possesses dual venom types, corpse venom and snake venom. Stay far away. Despite being only level 2, the zombie green snake's death venom makes it a formidable opponent. even for some high-level players. One bite, and death is all but guaranteed. Let's move out, Lin Shin commanded, waving his hand as he led a horde of zombies forward. Along the way, several green and black snakes attempted to ambush him, but they were easily dealt with by his zombies. The zombie green snake also took the opportunity to ambush its companions, helping Lin Shin clear obstacles in their path. Before long, the number of zombie venomous snakes under his command reached dozens. However, the experience gain was painfully minimal. He had only gained a few points, and the experience bar didn't seem to budge at all. Why is this forest so vast? There's not even a destination in sight. How long will it take to wander around here? It's such a waste of time, Lin Shin muttered as he sat down to take a sip of water. Zombies don't feel fatigue, but he certainly did. He had been walking for nearly 10 hours since entering the forest, even with his strong constitution. He was starting to feel the strain. I should find a clearing to set up camp and rest for a bit. Looking up, he could barely see through the gaps in the leaves that the sky was gradually darkening. Once night fell, wandering in this snake-infested forest would be extremely dangerous. If he got bitten by a venomous snake without any antidote, it would be the end for him. Some of the zombies dispersed to search for a clearing. After a while, one of them returned to report that there was an open area ahead, along with a water pond. Lin Shin was overjoyed. This would allow him to replenish his water supply. Upon reaching the clearing, he found that there were no trees obstructing the view, and he could see the blood-red sunset in the distance. Next to the clearing was a steep cliff, and at the bottom was a deep pond, its depths unseen. The water was remarkably clear. Lin Shin was quite satisfied and signaled for the zombies to start constructing a shelter. With their help, a small wooden cabin was quickly built using the surrounding trees. After casually eating something, Lin Shin ordered the zombies to keep watch and then lay down inside the cabin to sleep. Exhausted from a long day, he quickly fell into a deep slumber. However, while Lin Shin was sleeping, outside in the forest, various venomous snakes were slowly making their way towards the cabin. In just a short while, the ground and branches transformed into a sea of snakes. These venomous snakes flicked their bright red tongues, their vengeful gazes fixed on the little wooden cabin. Among them, several large pythons slithered menacingly. The giant python size is at least a dozen times larger than that of other venomous snakes. It slithers through the forest, making rustling sounds as it moves toward the wooden cabin. Other venomous snakes follow closely behind, all heading toward the cabin together. Suddenly, Lin Shin, who had been sound asleep, opened his eyes. He sensed something was off. Getting up, he stepped outside. Plank and a group of zombies were standing guard outside the cabin, which put him at ease. Seeing Lin Shin, Plank quickly approached and respectfully said, "My lord, you are awake." Lin Shin nodded and looked around, asking, "Is everything normal?" "All is well," Plank replied succinctly. "It feels too quiet," Lin Shin murmured. Just as he was about to head back to continue his rest, a series of rustling sounds reached his ears. He turned abruptly. In the darkness, a massive python had already slithered up behind him. The python opened its wide mouth and lunged toward Lin Shin. Plank wanted to intervene, but the python was too fast, and it was already too late. Lin Shin was momentarily stunned, but in the next second, he regained his composure. His powerful mental strength not only enhanced his capabilities, but also allowed him to remain calm and think clearly at all times. His gaze fixed on the giant python. He raised his hand and coldly commanded, "Spirit impact." A light illuminated from the ghost ring. Immediately, a ghostly white shadow shot out rapidly, colliding with the python. Upon contact, the shadow swiftly merged into the python's body, causing its movements to freeze mid-air. Chapter 13, Bronze Level Boss. The Bloodfang Python. Lin Shin grinned. With the ghostly barrier in place, no one could successfully launch a sneak attack. Now, it was time for his performance. Bone Spear. Lin Shin called out softly, with a wave of his hand. A chilling white bone spear appeared in front of him and shot towards the python's eyes. Swoosh. The bone spear easily pierced through the python's eye, blood gushing out. The excruciating pain pulled the python out of its fear. It glared angrily at Lin Shin, its serpent eyes filled with murderous intent. However, it wasn't its turn to strike now. A piercing gunshot rang out. A bullet penetrated the python's other eye. The massive body of the python crashed heavily to the ground, causing the earth to tremble slightly. A system notification chimed in. Successfully killed the Bloodfang Python, gained 300 experience points. Plank hurried over to Lin Shin's side. "My lord, are you all right?" Lin Shin nodded slightly, his gaze falling on the nearby thicket. Though he couldn't see clearly in the darkness, the faint rustling sounds around him were unmistakable. "The snake swarm is coming. Get ready to act," Lin Shin said coldly. "Understood," Plank replied, nodding. With his command, the surrounding zombies roared and surrounded Lin Shin, protecting him in the center. Soon, a dense mass of venomous snakes surged like a tide. Lin Shin took a glance. Most were level 1 or 2 venomous snakes. However, There were a few giant pythons among them, just like the one before. He checked the information on those giant pythons. Name, Bloodfang Python, Elite, Level, 8, Strength, 80, Vitality, 65, Agility, 70, Mentality, 10, Skills, Venom, Stealth, Constrict, Devour. Description, a massive venomous snake with potent toxins that can even corrode metal. An elite monster, indeed. Lin Chen murmured. Elite monsters not only have higher attributes than regular ones but also possess special skills. Plank, you handle those Bloodfang pythons. The other zombies will deal with the regular venomous snakes. Lin Chen ordered coldly. Understood. Plank nodded. He drew his curved blade and swiftly charged towards the Bloodfang pythons. The Bloodfang pythons seemed to sense the threat. They surrounded Plank, intending to eliminate this major threat first. With the pressure from the Bloodfang pythons gone, Lin Chen felt much lighter. The other zombies wielded their curved blades and charged at the venomous snakes. With a casual swing of the blade, they easily cut down a large number of venomous snakes. Soon, these snakes were eroded by the death energy, transforming into zombie venomous snakes and joining the fight. In just a few minutes, a large number of venomous snakes had perished, becoming zombie venomous snakes. Meanwhile, Plank managed to slay one of the Bloodfang pythons, turning it into a zombie Bloodfang python. With the addition of the previous zombie Bloodfang python, Plank's burden was significantly reduced, just as Lin Chen was filled with joy. The water pool behind him began to tremble. Lin Chen suddenly turned around to look. The once tranquil pond now roiled like boiling water, as if something were about to emerge. Suddenly, a snake head the size of an average vehicle slowly rose from the depths of the pond. Its sharp fangs glistened with a cold, menacing light. The snake's eerie green eyes locked onto Lin Chen, as if it longed to swallow him whole. A chill ran down Lin Chen's spine, and an overwhelming sense of danger surged within him. The snake opened its mouth, spewing a foul, toxic venom directly at Lin Chen. In an instant, he regained his composure. He rolled to the side just in time to narrowly avoid the venom. The toxic liquid hit the wooden cabin with a hissing sound, and within seconds, it corroded the structure, turning it into a puddle of black goo. Quickly, Lin Chen checked the giant python's information. Name, Fang-toothed python, bronze level boss. Level, 10, strength, 150, constitution, 155, agility, 93, mentality, 10, skills, venom, constriction, devour, steel fang pierce. Sweep. Description, the leader of Snake Coil Island, king of all snakes, lurking deep within the pond. Bronze level boss. This guy's pretty strong, Lin Chen muttered to himself. He waved his hand, launching a bone spear at the python. However, as the spear approached the fang-toothed python, it opened its mouth and sprayed venom, instantly corroding the spear to nothing. A sharp roar erupted. Hearing this sound, all the venomous snakes went wild. They recklessly attacked the zombies, injecting their toxins into the undead bodies. The zombies' flesh began to rot away, and they eventually collapsed under the relentless assault. The appearance of this beast had shifted the tide of battle. I need to find a way to deal with it, once it's dead. That should mean I've cleared the dungeon, Lin Chen thought. The fang-toothed python flicked its tongue, fixating its gaze on Lin Chen. Clearly, it understood that this human was the real threat and had to be eliminated. It opened its massive jaws, lunging at Lin Chen. He leaped aside, narrowly evading the python's attack. The fang-toothed python was growing impatient. It lunged again, while Lin Chen's agility wasn't too high. His strong mental fortitude allowed him to barely dodge. The python missed Lin Chen and instead swallowed a nearby zombie whole. Lin Chen couldn't help but smile at the sight. Next up, I'll give you a special treat, undead bomb, he exclaimed, as soon as the words left his lips. The zombie inside the fang-toothed python began to swell rapidly. Then, with a thunderous explosion, the python's body erupted, scattering its remains everywhere. A foul stench filled the air. Seeing their leader defeated, the remaining venomous snakes immediately scattered, vanishing into the woods. The system's notification chimed in. Successfully defeated the bronze-level boss, Fang-toothed python, and gained 5,000 experience points. Congratulations, your level has increased to LV 8. Congratulations, your level has increased to LV 9. A warm sensation flowed through Lin Chen's body. He let out a sigh of relief, a smile creeping onto his face. Finally done. He had leveled up twice in a row. Clearing the secret realm surely meant there were more good items to collect. Most importantly, he could turn the fang-toothed python into a zombie. With 2 bronze-level bosses guarding the ship, he could dominate the Novice Sea area. Lin Chen hurried over to the corpse of the fang-toothed python. He arrived beside the massive snakehead. Even though the fang-toothed python was dead, the enormous head still sent chills down his spine. Lin Chen waited for a while, but there was still no sign of it turning into a zombie. He frowned, puzzled. Strange, could it be that this guy hasn't been corrupted by death energy? Do I really have to do it myself? He raised his hand and shouted at the fangtooth python's corpse. Corpse transformation. A dark light shot from his palm and landed on the corpse. However, the system's notification rang out. Fangtooth python's corpse is too damaged. Transformation failed. Chapter 14. The Secret Realm Treasure Chest. Silver-level staff Lin Shun was struck with a wave of confusion. What the hell does this mean? The corpse is too damaged? He glanced at the remains of the fangtooth python and understood. The body of the fangtooth python was almost entirely destroyed, with only its head and a small section left intact. The rest had been obliterated by the undead bombs. The dream of having 2 bronze-level bosses as bodyguards was shattered. Suddenly, Lin Shun had a flash of inspiration. Right. I remember that undead transformation can fuse corpses with objects for modification. If that's the case, then this fangtooth python's body can be used to upgrade the catastrophe. He instructed a few zombies to lift the massive head of the fangtooth python. As the head was moved aside, it revealed a bronze-colored treasure chest beneath. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Sure enough, there was a treasure chest. In the medieval world, there were all sorts of treasure chests. The level of the chest corresponded to the level of its contents. Treasure chests were scattered throughout the world and would vanish once opened. However, treasure chests were guaranteed to appear in secret realms. He stepped forward to examine the chest information. Secret Realm Treasure Chest. Level, Bronze. Description, a treasure chest for completing secret realms, containing mysterious treasures. Rubbing his hands together, he excitedly stared at the chest. I wonder what good stuff is hidden inside. As he opened the chest, a brilliant light shone forth. A staff lay quietly within the chest. Lin Shen picked up the staff and examined it closely. The surface of the staff was covered in a layer of snake scales, feeling cool to the touch. At the top of the staff was a lifelike snake head. The snake's sharp fangs protruded, emanating a cold gleam. With a thought, the staff's information appeared before him. Venomous Python Staff. Quality, Bronze. Agility, 50. Mental Power, 200. Skill, Venomous Python. Consumes mental power to create a giant python that attacks enemies. Description, a staff imbued with the soul of a venomous snake. Capable of summoning a man-eating serpent. Required level to equip, level 5. Limited class, magic class. Finally, I have a weapon. The enhancement to my strength from a weapon is significant. However, Lin Shen wasn't completely satisfied. Gripping the staff, he activated undead transformation. A dark liquid surged from his palm, enveloping the venomous python staff entirely. He eagerly watched the staff in his hands, patiently waiting. After a minute passed, the dark liquid gradually dissipated, revealing a holy black staff. At the top of the staff was a pitch-black skull. Within its eye sockets burned ghostly blue flames, as if death itself had descended. The system's notification chimed in. Ding. Venomous Python Staff transformation complete. Upgraded to silver-level equipment. Wrath of the Undead. Lin Shen quickly checked the staff's information. Wrath of the Undead. Quality, Silver. Spirit Power, 300. Skill 1. Wrath of the Undead enters a berserk state, significantly boosting all attributes for 5 minutes after the duration ends. The user will enter a weakened state. Skill 2. Undead Fire. Sacrifices an undead creature to unleash soul fire, dealing damage that ignores defense. Description, unleashes the fury of the undead, resulting in terrifying combat power. Required level, 5. Restricted class, Necromancer. Lin Shen was very satisfied as he held the wrath of the undead in his hand. His spirit power surged significantly. I actually found some good stuff on this trip, he murmured. With a wave of his hand, he declared, let us go, head to the exit. He strode towards the exit. The zombies followed closely behind, carrying the massive snake head, marching towards the entrance of the secret realm. After several hours of travel, they finally returned to the beach. The zombies brought the snake head of the tooth-fang python aboard the disaster and placed it on the deck. Lin Shen approached the snake head and said, undead transformation. A dark liquid quickly spread out, enveloping both the snake head and the entire ship. The black liquid writhed continuously, making the ship seem almost alive. After about 10 minutes, the black liquid gradually returned to Lin Shen's body. Looking at the newly transformed disaster, his eyes were filled with delight. At the bow of the ship, a fearsome snake head had been added. Indeed, it was the head of the tooth-fang python. However, the outer layer of its skin had been shed, revealing its stark, white bones. Lin Shen quickly checked the information on the disaster. Disaster. Quality, Silver. Captain, Lin Shen. Capacity, 7,000 kilograms. Weapons, 2 black cannons. Tooth-fang python head. Overall performance, 7,000. Skill 1. Death Mist. A thick mist of death envelopes the ship, shielding it from most detection. Skill 2. Devour. The tooth-fang python head can consume anything, restoring the ship's damage or enhancing its hull. Transformation progress. 70. Lin Shen clenched his fists, excitement gleaming in his eyes. The ship had improved significantly, and it now had a special skill. If enough was consumed, the warship's level could continue to rise. Next, I need to head to the Novice Island and learn the skills, Lin Shen muttered. He instructed Plank to set sail and leave the secret realm. As the disaster emerged from the secret realm, the system notification chimed in. Ding! As the first novice to clear a bronze-level secret realm, you have completed a world-class novice achievement. Rewards: 500 gold coins, 50 free attribute points, a random piece of equipment, and all players in the Dragon Kingdom receive 10 free attribute points. A world announcement will follow. Lin Shen was taken aback. Another world-class novice achievement? A smile slowly spread across his face as a mechanical synthesis voice echoed throughout the land. Congratulations to Lin Shen from Dragon Country for clearing the bronze-level dungeon, Snake Island. He has completed the world-class newbie achievement, earning 500 gold coins, 50 free attribute points, and a random piece of equipment. As a result, all players in Dragon Country will receive an additional 10 free attribute points. Upon hearing this system announcement, the chat channel in Dragon Country erupted with excitement. Lin Shen's luck is unbelievable. In just 2 or 3 days, he managed to find a bronze-level dungeon? This guy is really something. A newbie who can clear a bronze-level dungeon? How did he pull that off? Who cares about the details? All that matters is that it benefits us. We all just gained extra attribute points. This is amazing. Ha ha ha. Thank you, Lin Shen. If it weren't for him, we probably wouldn't have this kind of bonus. We've only been watching other countries get rewards, and now it's finally our turn. In stark contrast to the jubilation among Dragon Country players, players from other nations were filled with resentment toward Lin Shen. Meanwhile, in the presidential office of Beautiful Country, the leader was facing virtual images of the heads of other nations, all of whom wore serious expressions. Chapter 15. Becoming the enemy, everyone. I believe you have heard the news from the medieval world. The leader of the beautiful nation began. The heads of the other countries nodded in agreement. Their expressions were grave, weighed down by unspoken concerns. The source of their worries was Lin Shen. In just 2 or 3 days, Lin Shen from the Dragon Nation had already achieved 2 world-class novice accomplishments and 1 world-class player achievement. This was something no other player could compare to, including the guardians of their respective nations. The leader of the beautiful nation spoke slowly. The others felt a heaviness in their hearts. They were well aware of this situation. The guardians of each country were top-tier experts, but even they could not achieve such remarkable feats during their novice period as Lin Shen had. If he were allowed to continue growing, the Dragon Nation would soon have another guardian, and he might even surpass them to become the world's #1. The leader of the beautiful nation's voice grew somber, each word deliberate. Mr. Nida, what do you think we should do? Asked the head of the Cherry Blossom Nation. You, Cherry Blossom Nation, are relatively close to the novice sea of the Dragon Nation. It would be best for you to send someone to deal with him. Nida replied in a low voice. The head of the Cherry Blossom Nation, Ban Jing and Tree, frowned and said, Mr. Nida, our Cherry Blossom Nation currently doesn't even have a captain. We fear we won't be a match for Lin Shen. The other heads nodded in agreement. Humph. What a bunch of useless people. You can't even handle a novice from the Dragon Nation, and you waste the money I gave you. Have you raised a bunch of good-for-nothings? Nida glared, his anger palpable. Ban Jing and Tree lowered their heads, not daring to utter a word. Your highest-level novice should have reached level 5 by now, right? Nida questioned. Ban Jing and Tree quickly nodded. Nida then turned to the head of the high-interest nation. Jin Chengxian, what about you? Jin Chengxian bowed respectfully and replied, We have also reached level 5, Mr. Nida. Nida nodded slowly. In that case, have them speed up their progress to become captains, and then join forces to deal with Lin Shen. Ban Jing, send someone to challenge him. The more people who know, the better. It should also be broadcast globally. Jin Chengxian, you should have a few higher-level novices join the Cherry Blossom Nation's team. With the top experts from 2 nations working together, we can definitely take down Lin Shen. Both nodded, smiles spreading across their faces. The number of experts in a single country was limited. However, with the combined strength of 2 countries, they could easily gather a crew. Dealing with a mere novice would be a piece of cake, right? All right, it's settled then. Let's conclude this meeting for now. Nida waved his hand, and the figures of the heads vanished. The disaster set sail toward the Novice Island. Lin Shen sat in the captain's cabin, a skull-shaped pendant resting before him. He examined the information on the pendant, feeling somewhat troubled. Mysterious pendant. Quality? Skill? Introduction. A mysterious pendant. Perhaps someone can unravel its secrets and restore it to its original form. Required level. None. Restricted class. Necromancer. This was Lin Shen's first encounter with equipment specifically designed for the Necromancer class. Other gear had been transformed into Necromancer-specific items. But this piece was inherently a Necromancer's item. Could there be some connection between this equipment and the Necromancer? Lin Shan furrowed his brow, struggling to comprehend. He put the pendant away and closed his eyes to rest. Time passed quickly while sailing on the sea. In the blink of an eye, 2 more days had gone by. The previously empty novice leaderboard was now filled with names. Experts from various countries had claimed their spots on the list. However, Lin Shan still held the top position, and his level had increased to 10. During the 2 days of sailing, the toothed giant python had been continuously devouring sea beasts, not only boosting his experience, but also advancing his modification progress. The modification progress had now reached 80%. Just a bit more of consuming powerful sea beasts would satisfy the requirements for leveling up. Lin Shan stood in the captain's cabin, gazing into the distance. A massive archipelago appeared on the horizon. He glanced at the map to confirm the identity of the islands. Novice Islands. Every country's novice area has its own designated novice island, serving as a base to facilitate newcomers. This archipelago covered a vast area. The White Bone was merely a drop in the ocean compared to the surrounding smaller islands, let alone the main island in the center. Each island was dotted with numerous buildings, including the official offices of the Dragon Kingdom and the Job Change Temple. Additionally, there were various trading posts that attracted players' interest. The catastrophe gradually approached a small island. Just then, several warships swiftly moved towards the catastrophe. These warships were flying the Dragon Kingdom's flag. Clearly, they were the escort ships of the Dragon Kingdom's Novice Island. One of the ship's decks had a person standing on it, shouting loudly through a megaphone. The ship ahead. Stop immediately. Otherwise, we will consider you an intruder and open fire. The cannons of the warships were also aimed at the catastrophe, ready to fire at any moment. Lin Shan couldn't help but chuckle. After returning, he was mistaken for an enemy. Where could he argue his case? However, he understood that the appearance of the catastrophe was quite intimidating, so it was understandable that others saw it as a monster. He walked straight to the deck and shouted, "Everyone, I am a novice from the Dragon Kingdom." At a distance of several hundred meters, Lin Shan's voice nearly dissipated. However, the person on the other side seemed to have heard him. He paused for a moment, then replied, "State your name." "Lin Shan from the Dragon Kingdom." Upon hearing this, the person's eyes widened in shock. He clearly paused for a moment before hurriedly running toward the captain's cabin. He needed to report this matter to the captain immediately. Lin Shan was not in a hurry and patiently waited. After a moment, the ship slowly made its way toward the catastrophe. Seeing this, Lin Shan made his way to the deck. The 2 ships were only a few dozen meters apart. A middle-aged man in a long robe quickly exited the cabin and approached the deck, bowing respectfully to Lin Shan. Lin Shan promptly returned a traditional greeting from the medieval world. "Mr. Lin Shan, I have reported your message to the island's highest commander, Mr. Chu Qingye. He would like to meet with you, so please wait a moment," the captain said politely. "I have prepared some fruit for you to enjoy." With that, he signaled for a large bucket of fruit to be sent over to the disaster ship using a rope. Lin Shan nodded and smiled. "Thank you very much, Captain." After exchanging pleasantries, both returned to their respective cabins to wait. About half an hour later, Lin Shan saw a luxurious, oversized warship slowly emerging from the main island. Chapter 16. Identity Revealed. The forum goes viral. Upon seeing the luxurious, super-large battleship, Lin Shan knew that the highest commander of the newbie island had arrived. The opulent warship slowly docked beside the catastrophe. In comparison to this battleship, the catastrophe seemed like a small sailboat, dwarfed by several times in size. As the battleship came to a halt next to the catastrophe, a middle-aged man in fine clothing quickly emerged from the cabin. He wore a friendly smile, appearing to have no airs about him. A retractable wooden ladder extended from the warship, resting against the catastrophe. He then descended the ladder. "Hello. May I ask if you are Lin Shan?" The middle-aged man inquired with a cheerful demeanor. Lin Shan nodded. "My name is Chu Qingye, the highest commander of the newbie island in the Dragon Kingdom." Chu Qingye approached Lin Shan and performed a gesture of courtesy reminiscent of the medieval world. Lin Shan was somewhat surprised and quickly returned the gesture. "Hello, Commander Chu. No need for such formality. If you don't mind, just call me Uncle Chu." Chu Qingye waved his hand with a smile. Lin Shan nodded. "Uncle Chu, is there something you need to discuss with me?" "Of course. I just wanted to meet the great hero of the Dragon Kingdom," Chu Qingye replied with a grin. Lin Shan scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. "I haven't done anything special. If that's what you call not doing anything, then other players might as well be useless," Chu Qingye said earnestly. "In just a few days, you've achieved 2 world-class newbie accomplishments and 1 world-class player accomplishment. Just that alone is unmatched. Even those few guardians couldn't achieve such feats during their newbie period." "You're too kind, Uncle Chu," Lin Shan said with a smile. "Ah, there's another reason I came to find you," Chu Qingye said. "Please, go ahead, Uncle Chu." Lin Shan encouraged him. There's no rush. You've had a long journey. Why not come aboard my ship? I've arranged for some fine food and good wine. And we can chat while enjoying a meal, Chu Qingye suggested with a smile. Lin Shen nodded and followed Chu Qingye onto the battleship. On either side of the deck stood guards in matching uniforms. The guards held weapons and wore serious expressions, all bowing to Lin Shen. Lin Shen returned the gesture. Afterward, he followed Chu Qingye into the cabin. Upon entering the interior of the ship, Lin Shen was immediately awestruck by the luxurious surroundings. Alchemical lamps lit up, illuminating the cabin. A table measuring 7 or 8 meters long was set in the center of the cabin, adorned with intricately carved tableware at both ends. Several elegantly dressed attendants stood beside the dining table, each wearing a gentle smile. In comparison to this lavish cabin, the catastrophe was almost pitiful. This is my hospitality ship, specifically for receiving important guests. Please, have a seat, Chu Qingye said warmly as he gestured Lin Shen to the guest's position. Lin Shen nodded and took a seat. Just as he settled in, the attendants began placing a variety of cold dishes on the table. Looking at the exquisite dishes, Lin Shen's mouth watered in anticipation. For the past few days on the ship disaster, I've only been able to nibble on stale bread and boil some fish soup. And the taste has been far from commendable. Chu Qingye noticed Lin Shen's growing appetite and chuckled. Go ahead and eat. Fill your stomach first. Then I want to hold back. Thank you, Uncle Chu. Lin Shen picked up his chopsticks, grabbed a piece of meat, and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing heartily as the rich flavor exploded in his mouth, making him feel as if he could fly with happiness. While Lin Shen was enjoying his meal, players on the Novice Island spotted the battleship and the eerie skeletal ship docked in the distance. A buzz of chatter erupted among them. Who is that? How could he get the highest commander of the Novice Island, Chu Qingye, to personally welcome him? I heard from my brother's aunt's sister's grandmother's grandson that skeletal ship seems to belong to Lin Shen. Who? Lin Shen? The one who's been trending at #1 lately? Of course, who else could it be? He's the only one worthy of such a personal welcome from Chu Qingye. That guy just got lucky and completed a few more achievements. Why would Chu Qingye personally greet him? The crowd continued to speculate, with many snapping photos and posting them on the Midgard World Forum, sending the topic skyrocketing to the top of the forum. Meanwhile, somewhere in the Novice Sea area, Jin Shido was watching his subordinates fight sea beasts when one of them suddenly exclaimed, "Boss, Lin Shen's identity has been revealed. Check the forum." Everyone quickly opened the forum, and 8 out of the top 10 posts were about Lin Shen. Jin Shido casually clicked on one, revealing several photos that barely captured Lin Shen's figure from a distance. One person said, puzzled, "Wow, boss, this kid looks just like our classmate Lin Shen. Not just looks like, this is our classmate Lin Shen. How is that even possible? He's in E-rank class. How could he complete 3 world-class achievements in a row?" The crowd buzzed with disbelief. "Wait, look at that ship," someone suddenly pointed at the disaster. All eyes turned to the ship. "Doesn't that ship resemble the ghost ship we encountered before?" A boy said through gritted teeth. "Well, those with strong mental acuity really are different. They even noticed that. It really does look like the ghost ship we saw. Wang Defa, are we really being intimidated by Lin Shen's ship?" Shock and disbelief painted the faces of the crowd, filled with frustration. "This guy Lin Shen is a waste. How could he have come this far? There's definitely something fishy going on," they exclaimed. Jin Shido gritted his teeth and declared, prepared to return immediately. "I want to see if it's really that Lin Shen. There's no way I'm going to be outdone by a nobody." The others nodded in agreement, abandoning their hunt for sea beasts and quickly turning their ship around, heading back to the Novice Island at full speed. It wasn't just Jin Shido and his crew. The teachers from Coastal City High School also saw the post. The principal quickly gathered all the teachers in the conference room. The monitor displayed the content of the post, along with a dozen photos of Lin Shen, showing him from the front, side, and back. "Everyone, please take a close look and see if this is really our Lin Shen," the principal said, looking at the teachers with anticipation. He had examined the images for a long time from various angles and was quite doubtful that this person was indeed Lin Shen. The other teachers looked at the photos, hesitant to speak up. After a moment, one teacher cautiously said, "Principal, I think this might actually be our Lin Shen, right?" Hearing someone finally speak, the others began to chime in. "Yeah, I think the build is similar. The hairstyle is the same. I'm 100% sure this is Lin Shen." Chapter 17. The Challenge of the Land of Cherry Blossoms. Lin Shen had no idea about the stir he had caused on the forum. He was happily enjoying the delicious food laid out on the table. In just half an hour, he had cleared the entire spread. Looking at the empty plates, he suddenly remembered that Uncle Chu Qingye seemed to have eaten nothing. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Lin Shen scratched his head and said, "Sorry, Uncle Chu. I was just so hungry that I accidentally finished all the food." Chu Qingye chuckled. "It's all right. This was all prepared for you anyway. Back when I first arrived in the Middle-earth world, I survived on nothing but hard black bread for a whole week, without even a drop of oil. let alone any meat. When I finally got to eat meat, I devoured 5 pounds of beef. Compared to me, you're still quite far behind. Ha ha. Hearing this, Lin Chen's embarrassment lessened significantly. Curiously, he asked, Uncle Chu, you mentioned wanting to talk to me about something. What is it? Chu Qingye smiled and replied, actually, this matter comes from above. In just 3 days, you've achieved 3 world-class accomplishments, one of which is a world-class player achievement. Even the Guardians couldn't team manage that during their novice period. Those in charge believe that you will become the next Guardian. So they want to invite you to join the Hidden Dragon Squad. What are your thoughts on that? After saying this, he looked at Lin Chen with a grin, waiting for his response. Lin Chen asked with curiosity, Hidden Dragon Squad. What is that? Chu Qingye explained. The Hidden Dragon Squad is essentially a gathering place for the talents of the Dragon Kingdom. The government gathers all of you together to provide ample resources to help you grow, significantly shortening your development time. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. This sounded great. Just as he was about to agree on the spot, he suddenly hesitated. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Since they were offering such generous treatment, the conditions must not be low. Uncle Chu, may I ask what I would need to do? Lin Chen inquired. Chu Qingye paused for a moment before responding. If you join the Hidden Dragon Squad, you'll need to follow the squad's commands. Usually, there isn't much to worry about, but during important missions, you must participate and cannot refuse. After pondering for a moment, Lin Chen replied, Uncle Chu, I might not be used to joining the Hidden Dragon Squad. I prefer to work independently. Chu Qingye asked, have you thought it over? Every member of the Hidden Dragon Squad who reaches the 5th tier can directly receive the rank of Major General in the War Department. This is quite a good deal. This time, even Lin Chen felt a bit tempted. A Major General, that was not something everyone could attain. For ordinary people, they would need to join the War Department and earn merits or reach the 7th tier to qualify for that rank. Becoming a Major General meant an annual salary of hundreds of thousands of gold coins and a small island as a territory. Such benefits are enviable. However, Lin Chen shook his head resolutely. Thanks, Uncle Chu, but I prefer my freedom. Once there are too many constraints, I feel uncomfortable. That said, when the country truly needs me, I will step up without hesitation. Chu Qingye smiled helplessly and replied, well, since you've made up your mind, I won't say much more. But if you ever need anything in the future, feel free to come to me. Within my authority, I'll do my best to help you. Lin Chen gratefully nodded and said, thank you, Uncle Chu. By the way, here, take this. Chu Qingye took out a token and handed it to Lin Chen. Lin Chen curiously accepted the token, which had the character Chu inscribed on it. This is my token. With this, you can move freely on the newbie island. Even docking your ship directly at the main island's harbor, Chu Qingye said with a smile. Lin Chen nodded, put the token away, and expressed his gratitude again. Thanks, Uncle Chu. After chatting for a while, Lin Chen returned to the ship, the Catastrophe. Chu Qingye took a warship back, and the escort ships returned to the dock. As Lin Chen entered the captain's cabin and prepared to set off for the newbie island, he noticed the red dot on the information panel flashing incessantly. With a puzzled expression, he opened the chat box. Countless messages flooded the screen, and many were from his classmates. What the heck? Lin Chen, you're so awesome now. Please take me along. Lin Chen, no, Brother Chen, your bone ship is so cool. How did you do it? Teach me. Lin Chen, help. I'm still on a pirate ship, save me. A multitude of people rushed to connect with Lin Chen, claiming to be his former classmates, childhood friends, and neighbors. Lin Chen was baffled. Looking at the familiar names, he wondered why he hadn't seen any messages from them before. How did so many familiar names suddenly pop up? He scrolled through the messages. When he checked the forum, he was stunned. Out of the top 10 posts, 8 were about him. He casually clicked on one and saw the accompanying photos and content. Shocking. The number 1 on the newbie leaderboard has appeared. His ship looks like this. He read all 8 articles, finding the content to be quite similar. Everyone was speculating about Lin Chen's specific details, and some were even selling information about him in the comment section. Lin Chen didn't mind too much. Just as he was about to close the forum, a post with blood red text suddenly appeared at the top. Lin Chen of Dragon Nation, dare to accept a challenge? Lin Chen was curious. Who is issuing a challenge on the forum? He clicked on the article to read. Lin Chen of Dragon Nation. I am the number 1 expert from Sakura Nation, Yuan Jiexing, and I'm here specifically to challenge you. 3 days from now, a duel will take place between the newbie sea area of Dragon Nation and that of Sakura Nation. I will prove to the world that the strength of Sakura Nation is the best in the world. Do you dare to accept the challenge? The comment section below exploded. What the heck? Does a little brat dare to challenge Lin Chen? He must really be tired of living. This Yuan Jiexing seems to be ranked 5th on the newcomer leaderboard, and his strength shouldn't be underestimated. I've heard he's an S-rank professional, but I don't know the specifics of his profession, so we definitely can't let our guard down. Damn it. Do we really need Lin Chen to deal with a little brat? I can take him down myself. 3 days from now, I'll head to the area connecting the newbie zones of Longhua and Yinghua country and personally take care of this little brat. Count me in. Lin Chen glanced over and smirked, leaving a simple comment in the chat. Idiot. Chapter 18. Special treatment from the mentor. Lin Chen directly shut down the forum. He said, Prank, set sail for the central island. Yes. Prank replied in a deep voice. The disaster set off, heading towards the central island. Being able to approach the central island directly saved Lin Chen a lot of time. If he had to dock at one of the surrounding islands and then take a carriage to the central island, it would have taken at least 2 hours. The disaster slowly docked next to the pier. Lin Chen disembarked alone. The streets of the central island were bustling with people. The architecture here had a retro style, yet it was clean and tidy. Surrounding the streets were various plants, making the atmosphere refreshing. When the passers-by saw the iconic white-boned ship, they were momentarily taken aback before quickly realizing what was happening. Whoa, is that Lin Chen? It really is Lin Chen. That's my idol. I need to get his autograph. Hurry, don't let him get away. The crowd quickly surrounded him, forming layers upon layers, making it impossible for Lin Chen to move. Stuck in the middle, he couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. After a struggle, he finally managed to squeeze through the crowd and hurried towards the Class Change Temple. Before long, he arrived at the Class Change Temple. The temple was a magnificent building styled like a palace, reflecting the architecture of the Dragon Kingdom. The design of Class Change temples varied from country to country. In Western nations, they resembled churches. Upon entering the Class Change Temple, several mentors were busy granting skills to players. Lin Chen lined up behind the Magic Class Mentor. He found it a bit strange that, although this was the queue for Magic Class Mentors, there were also many Melee Class players with swords and daggers waiting in line. After nearly an hour, Lin Chen finally reached the front of the line, standing before the Magic Class Mentor. She was a mature woman with fair skin and a slight smile, wearing a fitted robe that accentuated her mature figure. Hello there, little one. I'm Qing Yun. The Magic Class Mentor, she said, placing her hand gently on her chest and bowing gracefully, her smile enchanting. Lin Chen felt his face flush. Now he understood why so many people were queuing up. He quickly placed his hand on his chest and bowed, saying, Hello, Mentor. I'm here to learn skills. Qing Yun looked at Lin Chen, her eyes widening in surprise. You're Lin Chen. Lin Chen nodded. The surrounding crowd began to stir. However, the temple's guards quickly restored order. Let me see your class, Qing Yun said, extending her hand towards Lin Chen and slowly closing her eyes. After a moment, she opened her eyes again, her expression one of shock. Soon, she composed herself and said gravely, Come with me. With that, she turned and walked towards the inner chamber of the temple. The people waiting in line were immediately dissatisfied. What is going on? Just because he is first doesn't mean he gets special treatment. Exactly. This isn't fair. We want special treatment too. If Lin Chen receives special treatment, we will report this matter to the commander's office. We must seek justice. The crowd was furious, shouting loudly in unison. Qing Yun furrowed her brows, about to speak. But the armored melee instructor shouted angrily first, Everyone, be quiet. Despite his voice booming like thunder, no one paid him any heed and continued to shout. This time, the melee instructor was utterly enraged. He raised his massive sword and slammed it down onto the ground. Boom. The tremendous sound reverberated like an earthquake throughout the Transcendence Temple, and the previously noisy crowd fell silent in an instant. They looked at the melee instructor with fear, having never seen him so furious before. We are not giving Lin Chen special treatment. The situation is simply unique. If anyone dares to speak against this and disrupt the order, you will lose the qualification for the gifted skills, the melee instructor said coldly. The expressions of many players turned grim. They looked to the other instructors, hoping someone would step up and say a word of fairness. The other instructors remained silent, but their expressions clearly indicated their agreement with the melee instructor's stance. Moreover, I will revoke your second job transfer qualifications. I have that authority, Qing Yun said icily. The smile on her face vanished, replaced by an air of authority, like a queen on her throne. The players who had protested turned pale. If they lost their second job transfer qualifications, it would mean they would never be able to leave the novice area. Their lives would be effectively over. Lin Chen looked at Qing Yun in surprise. He hadn't expected the seemingly gentle Qing Yun to possess such an imposing demeanor. Does anyone still have objections? Qing Yun's gaze swept over the players, her voice cold. The players all lowered their heads, none daring to speak out. Qing Yun ignored them and turned to Lin Chen, her smile returning. Let's go. She walked straight inside, with Lin Chen following closely behind. The interior of the Transcendence Temple was a vast hall. The walls were adorned with various intricate runes, creating a mysterious and oppressive atmosphere. Lin Chen felt as if his mental strength was being suppressed. In the center of the hall stood a crystal ball emitting a purple glow. Lin Chen's eyes widened in surprise. The Transcendence Stone? Qingyan nodded. That's right. Your profession is special. Even I can't sense it. In this case, all your job transfer tasks and skills will be granted by the Transcendence Stone, not by me. I don't have that ability. Lin Chen turned to look at the Transcendence Stone, filled with curiosity. Just like when you awakened your profession, simply place your hand on the Transcendence Stone, Qingyan indicated. Lin Chen nodded and walked directly to the Transcendence Stone, placing his hand on it. In the next moment, he felt darkness envelop him, and everything faded away. The originally purple Transcendence Stone suddenly transformed into a strange gray-black color. A chilling and eerie aura emanated from the Job Transition Stone, instantly enveloping Lin Chen. Qingyun's expression changed dramatically as a surge of magical energy poured out from her, ready to rush forward and help. However, she quickly realized that this strange aura seemed to have no intention of harming Lin Chen. What exactly is this little guy's profession? This energy is terrifying. She murmured with a serious expression. She stood quietly beside him, reluctant to move an inch. If Lin Chen encountered any mishap, she would be ready to act immediately to protect him. A putrid smell invaded his nostrils. Lin Chen frowned and slowly opened his eyes. Where is this place? He rubbed his head and struggled to get up, but a wave of dizziness hit him, causing him to collapse back onto the ground. Deciding not to rise again, he turned his head to survey his surroundings and widened his eyes in shock. Bones. They were all bones. Chapter 19, The Abyss of the Undead. The plague-pendant Lin Chen stood in a daze, staring at the mountain of bones surrounding him. So many corpses? Where's this place? Lin Chen murmured to himself. Even he could feel a strange aura in the air. Suddenly, the piles of bones around him began to rumble. To his astonishment, the stacked corpses started to rise. Their hollow eye sockets ignited with eerie blue flames, making them appear even more menacing and bizarre. In the blink of an eye, thousands of skeletal warriors emerged before Lin Chen. Armed with long swords and shields, they exuded an imposing presence. Skeletal warriors? Lin Chen's eyes lit up, and he whispered to himself. Skeletal warriors are stronger than zombies. Their bones are as hard as steel, impervious to blades, and they can even withstand gunfire. Just as Lin Chen was assessing these skeletal warriors, he noticed that the pile of bones behind him began to shake violently. Moments later, a group of plump, grotesque figures resembling meatballs stood up from the corpse pile. These grotesques were stitched together with seams, as if multiple bodies had been sewn into one. Moreover, they had gaping, terrifying mouths on their bellies, dripping with repulsive saliva. Is that an abomination? Lin Chen's eyes widened in shock. He had only seen abominations in games before. They are said to be made from the stitched remains of different corpses, inherently brutal and bloodthirsty, like butchers. They are surrounded by terrifying corpse poison. Anyone who gets too close would be infected and die in agony. In games, abominations are the nightmare of melee combatants. Gazing at the towering abominations, each 3 to 4 meters tall and resembling walking fortresses, Lin Chen's heart raced. Although they have no advantage in naval battles once they land for combat, abominations become humanoid tanks, unstoppable in their rampage. But he couldn't help but wonder how long it would take for him to summon an abomination with his current strength. Suddenly, a flurry of wing beats echoed above. Lin Chen instinctively looked up. A large group of slender creatures with bat-like wings was circling in the sky. Gargoyles. Lin Chen gasped in astonishment. Gargoyles are incredibly fast in flight, and if injured, they can turn to stone to recover. Most importantly, they are immune to a vast amount of magical damage, making them a nightmare for spellcasters. Roar. A deafening roar reverberated through the air. Lin Chen instinctively turned toward the source of the sound. A massive skeletal dragon, easily 100 meters long, flapped its wings and soared into the sky. The skeletal dragon was engulfed in azure flames, and with each beat of its wings, flames fell like snowflakes. When the flames touched the ground, they instantly froze the earth, creating an illusion of blooming snow lotuses. Could this be the Frost Dragon? Lin Chen slowly breathed out the name. In the game, the Frost Dragon is the most formidable unit, the pinnacle of the undead plague. With a single breath of frost, even an army of thousands would turn to ice sculptures. Around him, new undead creatures continued to emerge from the ground, hunched figures with sharp teeth and claws, and decaying monsters that could spit corrosive acid. So many undead creatures here. What is this place? Lin Chen furrowed his brow and muttered to himself. This is my territory. You can call it the realm of the undead. A weathered voice came from behind Lin Chen. He spun around abruptly. A hooded figure had appeared behind him, shrouded in darkness. Who are you? Lin Chen asked warily. I am the lord of the undead, and I was once an undead mage. The figure in the black robe replied slowly. You're also an undead mage? Why have I never heard of this profession before? Lin Chen asked in surprise. Undead mages only exist in ancient legends. Due to their terrifying and bizarre nature, the Dragon Kingdom has sealed them away, so ordinary people cannot see them. Lin Chen realized. You brought me to this place for a reason? To conduct a legacy transfer. The legacy of the undead mage, the figure in the black robe said slowly. Lin Chen was taken aback. But I am already an undead mage. How can I undergo a legacy transfer? Take out that pendant, the black-robed figure instructed. Lin Chen was about to ask what pendant, but then suddenly remembered. He hurriedly produced the mysterious pendant and asked, Is it this one? The black-robed figure nodded. He slowly raised his hand towards the pendant, and a jet-black light descended upon it. The dark light quickly enveloped the pendant. Moments later, the light dissipated, revealing the pendant's true form. The pendant was entirely bone-white, resembling exquisite jade. In the center was a deep blue gem, about the size of a pigeon's egg, within which a strand of azure flame flickered. This flame looks similar to the one on the frost dragon, Lin Chen murmured. This is the soul fire. The black-robed figure said slowly. Check the attributes of this pendant. Lin Chen nodded and opened the pendant's attribute panel. As soon as the panel opened, his eyes widened in shock. Plague pendant, seal 1-6. Quality, golden level. Endurance, 50. Mental power, 500. Skill 1. Realm of the undead. The plague pendant can communicate with the realm of the undead, allowing instant teleportation to the realm. Skill 2. Unlocks under special conditions. Skill 3. Unlocks under special conditions. Skill 4. Unlocks under special conditions. Skill 5. Unlocks under special conditions. Skill 6. Unlocks under special conditions. Description: exclusive plague set for undead mages. If all plague equipment is collected, unexpected surprises await. Limited class. Undead mage. Lin Chen stared in astonishment. Golden level equipment. Moreover, this disaster pendant can actually connect to the realm of the undead. From now on, this realm will be your territory. You can place your undead creatures here, as it is filled with a strong essence of the undead, allowing them to grow continuously. Additionally, once you reach the requirements for the second-class advancement, you will automatically receive a second-class quest upon entering this place. Strive to become powerful, for the medieval world is not as peaceful as you might think. If you lack the ability to defend yourself, you will surely regret it in the future. With that, he waved his hand, and a massive portal appeared not far away. A large group of undead creatures began to move toward the portal, disappearing into it. The frost dragon flew in front of the robed figure and lowered its head, allowing him to stand on its skull. Then, the frost dragon suddenly flapped its wings and soared toward the portal. Lin Chen was taken aback, then quickly snapped back to reality and shouted, Senior, I haven't received my skills yet. Chapter 20. The Body of the Undead. News of the Necromancer. A massive frost dragon flew into the portal and vanished, leaving Lin Chen standing there with a pained expression. The once abundant undead creatures that filled the mountains had completely disappeared. Could you at least leave me a dreadlord or a gargoyle? If not, even a skeleton warrior would do. Lin Chen sighed in frustration. At that moment, the system's notification sound echoed. Ding. Congratulations. You have become the inheritor of the undead secret realm. Lin Chen was puzzled. Didn't that figure in the black robe just say that this undead secret realm was his territory? Why was he merely an inheritor and not the owner? Before Lin Chen could figure it out, the system's notification chimed again. Ding. Congratulations, you have acquired a new skill. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Could this be the gifted skill? He opened his skill panel, and a brand new skill was flickering with a dim light. Curiously, he clicked on it, and the detailed information appeared before him. Body of the undead. Upon learning, you will transform into the body of the undead, becoming immune to aging and decay, and able to survive in places where living beings cannot. Another auxiliary skill, Lin Chen murmured. He clicked to learn the skill, feeling a chilling aura coursing through his body, causing his temperature to drop. However, he felt no discomfort at all. Once all the odd sensations faded away, he examined himself closely. Aside from his skin becoming paler and his physique improving, there were hardly any other changes. This skill is quite strange, Lin Chen thought to himself. He touched the plague pendant, and a beam of light enveloped him. When his vision cleared, he found himself back in the class change temple. Lin Chen, are you all right? A concerned voice came from beside him. Lin Chen turned to see Qing Yun and smiled. Thank you, Mentor, I'm fine. Qing Yun sighed in relief and patted her chest, saying, That's good, that's good. You really scared me just now. Lin Chen felt a bit touched. It was rare for someone to care for him so much. After thanking Qing Yun, he decided to look for information regarding the Necromancer. He headed straight to the library on the Novice Island to search. However, he found no information on necromancers there. Lin Chen speculated that the details about necromancers must be highly classified and not accessible in ordinary places. If he wanted to find out, he'd probably have to seek out the officials from the Dragon Kingdom. Novice Island Command Center. The guards at the command center saw Lin Shun and said nothing, allowing him to enter directly. Lin Shun sat in the reception room for a while until Chu Qingye approached him. Haha, sorry about that, Lin Shun. I was dealing with something earlier and got delayed. What can I do for you? Chu Qingye said with a smile. Lin Shun quickly replied, I hope I'm not bothering you, Uncle Chu. I have something I would like to ask of you. Feel free to speak. Chu Qingye nodded, encouraging him. Lin Shun then informed Chu Qingye about the Necromancer. After listening, Chu Qingye's expression gradually shifted from shock to seriousness. You are actually a Necromancer? Lin Shun forced a smile and nodded. Uncle Chu, there must be information about Necromancers in the Dragon Kingdom's database, right? I would like to look it up. Chu Qingye sighed a bit helplessly. If you join the Hidden Dragon team, you would indeed qualify to access that kind of information. However, although you've achieved quite a bit, you haven't obtained official status from the Dragon Kingdom, so you can't access it. Lin Shun felt a bit disappointed. Isn't there any other way? There is a way, but it requires merit points. As long as you complete tasks, you can earn corresponding merit points, which can be exchanged for information or items you want, Chu Qingye explained. Lin Shun understood. Not only the Dragon Kingdom, but also other countries and large organizations distributed across various nations have similar merit point systems. Lin Shun asked, how many merit points are needed to exchange for information on Necromancers? Information on Necromancers is classified and requires at least 2,000 merit points. However, since you've completed 3 world-class achievements and brought significant benefits to the country, I can make an exception and offer you a discount. You can exchange it for just 500 points. How does that sound? Thank you so much, Uncle Chu. Lin Shun's eyes lit up, and he quickly responded. For the specific tasks, you need to consult the task management office. That's all I can do for you, after all. I only oversee the Novice Sea area and don't have much authority, Chu Qingye said with a hint of apology. Uncle Chu, thank you for your help. I'll take my leave now, Lin Shun said hurriedly. After leaving the command center, he rushed to the task management office. There were quite a few people gathered outside the task management office. These individuals were there specifically to take on tasks in exchange for rewards. Completing these tasks would provide not only merit points, but also experience and item rewards. Some players without a team preferred to come here to take on tasks to speed up their leveling. Lin Shun approached the task board to select a task. Bronze task. Help the apothecary in East Island gather herbs. Collect 200 windbell flowers within a day. Reward. 100 experience, 10 merit points. Bronze task. Help the blacksmith in West Island collect 50 flying fish bones. Reward. 300 experience, 15 merit points. Lin Shun shook his head, directly ignoring these tasks. They required too much time and offered very low rewards, which were not worth it for him. He shifted his gaze to higher-level tasks. Silver task. Collect 10 giant shark teeth and deliver them to the weapon shop owner on the main island. Reward. 1,000 experience, 100 merit points. Seeing this task piqued Lin Shun's interest a bit. The giant shark is considered one of the ferocious sea beasts, averaging level 7, and is generally not a match for ordinary players. Therefore, the task level is relatively high, and the rewards are substantial. He then looked at the last task on the golden plaque. Gold level mission. A group of pirates has arrived on Flying Fish Island. Drive them out or eliminate them all for a reward of 3,000 experience points and 300 merit points. Seeing such a generous reward, Lin Shun couldn't help but feel excited. A full 300 merit points. Completing 10 bronze level missions might not even yield such a high reward. This is it. Lin Shun picked up the golden token and headed straight to the Mission Management Bureau. After handing the golden token to the staff for registration, the system notified him that he had successfully accepted the mission. The deadline for completing this task is half a month, which leaves plenty of time. Lin Shun glanced at the map. Flying Fish Island is located at the border between the Dragon Kingdom and the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, due to its unique geographic location. It's common for newcomers from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom to come to the island to rest, often trying to forcibly claim it. Naturally, the players from the Dragon Kingdom are unwilling to allow this, leading to frequent conflicts with players from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. Chapter 21. Chu Qingye's advice. Lin Shun was just about to leave when a staff member called out to him. Actually, I think it would be better for you to give up on this mission. The staff member was a girl in her 20s. Lin Shun asked in confusion, why? Isn't it bad for you if the mission remains unclaimed? The girl sighed, her face full of helplessness. Of course. I hope someone picks up the mission as soon as it's available. But this mission is too special. In terms of difficulty, I feel it should be rated platinum. However, the New BC area has a rule against missions rated above gold, so it has to be classified as gold. Lin Shun was taken aback. Is the difficulty of this mission really that high? The girl nodded solemnly and said, before you, 5 groups of players attempted this mission, but none succeeded. I've heard that these pirates are quite peculiar. Not only players but even the reinforcements sent by the command center were wiped out. Lin Chen frowned. A group of pirates able to slaughter regular troops? The guards from the command center were professionally trained. With their combat capabilities, they should have easily dealt with pirates. It was hard to believe they were defeated by the pirates on Flying Fish Island. One could only imagine how formidable these pirates were. If you want to back out of the mission now, I can help you with the cancellation process. There will be a small penalty. But it's better than losing your life, the girl said earnestly. Lin Chen pondered for a moment and smiled. Thank you for your concern. These pirates may be ruthless, but I believe I have the ability to handle them. With that, Lin Chen bid farewell to the girl and left the mission management office. Just as he stepped outside, he received a call notification. It was from Chu Chainai. He pressed the answer button, and a virtual screen appeared, showing Chu Chainai with a serious expression. Lin Chen, did you just take a gold-level mission? Chu Chainai asked sternly. Lin Chen chuckled. Uncle Chu, your news travels fast. I just accepted it, and you're already calling. However, Chu Chainai wasn't in the mood for jokes. He frowned and said, you need to cancel that mission right away. You won't be able to handle it. Seeing Chu Chainai's seriousness, Lin Chen felt a surge of curiosity. Uncle Chu, what is so special about these pirates? Chu Chainai sighed helplessly. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't bother saying much. But since it's you, I have to warn you. These pirates appeared on Flying Fish Island several months ago. They have been terrorizing the island's guard forces and capturing all the residents to use as labor to build their base. As soon as I received the news, I dispatched the guard troops to Flying Fish Island to eliminate them. Who knows, this group of pirates has set traps and wiped out all the reinforcements, making it impossible to land on the island. I've reported the situation here to my superiors. But the strong ones can't cross the rules to come to the Novice Sea area, so I have to handle this myself. I intended to issue a quest for players to reach the second job transfer qualification before taking on tasks, but unexpectedly, you little guy took it on right away. If anything happens to you, I'll be the one to blame. Lin Chen smiled and said, don't worry, Uncle Chu. I'll scout the situation first. If it doesn't look good, I'll back off. It's not my style to give up without trying. Chu Qingye looked at Lin Chen with a bit more appreciation. He nodded and said, just be careful. If anything seems off, turn back immediately and abandon the mission. Got it, Lin Chen nodded. After ending the call, he went to gather a large amount of supplies and returned to the ship. Looking at the pile of supplies stacked like a small mountain, Lin Chen let out a long sigh. At least this time at sea, he wouldn't have to eat stale bread every day. He ordered Plank to set sail for Flying Fish Island, then sat in the captain's cabin, logged into the forum, and searched for information about the pirate group on Flying Fish Island. Soon, several pieces of information appeared before him. Livestream, strategy for the Flying Fish Island pirate group. Complete the golden level quest and take down those pirates. Live the whole time. I won't fail where others have. Live streaming the extermination of the Flying Fish Island pirate group, aiming to wipe out the pirates within 48 hours. A total of 10 posts. Several were from the same person. Lin Chen casually clicked on one to read through it. Sure enough, this person had gone live to strategize against the Flying Fish Island pirate group. However, he had only posted 4 articles. Once he got close to Flying Fish Island, all the information vanished. The subsequent live streams were also cancelled. The comments below had already exploded. Hey, where's your live stream? I've been waiting forever. Seriously, I'm really busy. Just waiting for your stream. Why isn't it starting? I'm not going to gift you anything today. It's been 3 days. Why hasn't there been any progress? Did he get taken out? This guy is really bold, daring to take on a golden level quest as a newbie. He's probably going to get crushed. Lin Chen frowned slightly. It seems that these players who were live streaming their quests have already been wiped out by the pirates. He pulled up the map to check the terrain of Flying Fish Island. There are 3 landing points on Flying Fish Island, 2 beaches, and 1 forest. The island isn't very large. There is a small town inside. Lin Chen guessed that the pirates were likely holed up in that town. Better to land on the forest side, Lin Chen murmured. If I land on the beach, I'll be too exposed. With a plan in mind, Lin Chen closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep. A day later, the disaster had already arrived at a position 5 nautical miles from Flying Fish Island. From a distance, he could see the outline of the island. Head to the forest landing point, Lin Chen commanded. Just as the disaster was preparing to sail towards the forest landing area, 2 warships were sailing from the direction of Diaoyu Island. The flags of the Dragon Kingdom fluttered from the mast of these ships. Lin Chen immediately recognized them as vessels from the Dragon Kingdom. As he watched them draw closer, his expression turned increasingly cold. At that moment, more than 20 pirates dressed in sailor uniforms, wielding curved swords and firearms, stood on the decks of the 2 warships. Their faces twisted into menacing smiles. After waiting so long, they finally had another target. Mr. Hank, this ship looks a bit intimidating. I think it's best if we don't engage, one pirate suggested hesitantly. Idiot. As a pirate, you shouldn't be scared of someone else's ship. You better stay back next time. A pirate standing behind him sneered as the distance between the two ships continued to close. He raised his hand and shouted, "Prepare the black cannon." However, before he could even command to fire, a sudden loud boom erupted from the distant skeletal ship. A cannonball came hurtling straight toward them. Chapter 22. News of the pirate crew boom. A cannonball struck one of the warships, producing a deafening explosion. That single shot killed 3 pirates. The system notification chimed in. Successfully killed a pirate, gained 100 experience points. Successfully killed a pirate, gained 100 experience points. Successfully killed a pirate, gained 100 experience points. Lin Shen grinned. Just as I suspected, this group of pirates had killed the guards and seized their ship, masquerading as the very soldiers they had slain. If I hadn't gathered so much information, I might have fallen for it. But given all that I know, it would be foolish to be deceived. Continue firing the cannons. Aim and shoot. Lin Shen commanded with a wave of his hand. The zombies diligently loaded the cannons. 2 black cannons fired simultaneously, though their firepower was not overwhelming. Taking the initiative still left the 2 pirate ships in disarray. The system notifications continued to ring in Lin Shen's ears. However, the pirates were seasoned veterans. Sensing something was off, they immediately opened fire on the disaster. The Dragon Kingdom's warship was equipped with 4 black cannons. The 2 pirate ships unleashed their full firepower. Cannonballs flying toward the disaster. Boom. The cannonballs struck the disaster, exploding in flames and billowing smoke. The pirates on board erupted in cheers. Ha ha ha, beautiful. That bastard had the audacity to strike first. How could that old hulk possibly be our match? We fired 8 cannonballs in one volley. There's no way they can withstand it. I hope the captain of that ship isn't dead. I must capture him and lock him up in the serpent's den for some real torment. The pirates eagerly rubbed their hands together, eyes gleaming like wolves as they fixated on the disaster. Captain Bill raised a hand and shouted, "Onward! Bring back all the crew members as slaves." Yes. The 2 pirate ships advanced toward the disaster, quickly surrounding it from both sides. The pirates' eyes glinted with greed as they brandished their curved blades, ready to storm the enemy vessel to loot and pillage. Bill signaled, and his men understood, immediately throwing iron hooks onto the deck of the disaster. The hooks lashed firmly onto the deck. The excited pirates howled as they climbed the ropes toward the disaster. As the first pirate reached the deck, he was met with a sharp bone spear. Swoosh! The bone spear easily pierced through the pirate's throat. The pirate's eyes widened in shock as he clutched his neck, collapsing lifelessly onto the deck. The other pirates' expressions changed in an instant, turning to see the direction from which the bone spear had come. Standing at the cabin door was a young man in coarse clothing, holding a pitch-black staff topped with a skull. The pirates' faces went pale. A mage. That person is a mage? Damn it, to run into a mage in this hellhole. Retreat, quick. If we don't leave now, we'll all be killed by the mage. The pirates, who had originally been filled with excitement, suddenly turned pale with fear, scrambling back to their ships, terrified that if they were even a moment too slow, the sorcerer would take their lives. Bill shouted angrily, "You bunch of bastards. Whoever dares to retreat, I'll kill them." He grabbed a nearby musket and pointed it at his retreating crew. The pirates exchanged glances, none daring to move. What was there to fear from a mere sorcerer? No matter how powerful he was, casting spells took time, and they could take him out together while he was vulnerable. They were truly a bunch of useless cowards. If they killed the sorcerer, all the treasures on the ship would belong to them. Hearing this, the frightened pirates regained their courage, a glint of greed returning to their eyes. Kill that damned sorcerer," someone shouted. The rest of the pirates roared and charged at Lin Shen. Lin Shen grinned and waved his hand, commanding, "Plank, give our new friends a warm welcome." Boom, boom, boom. The sound of gunfire erupted. In an instant, half of the pirates fell. Those who had intended to charge at Lin Shen suddenly halted, looking up in terror. They saw dozens of zombies aiming their muskets at them. With the ammunition loaded, a second round of fire was unleashed. This time, all the pirates fell to the ground. Only Bill remained, standing dumbfounded on the deck, staring in shock at the scene before him. Lin Shen's gaze fell on Bill, and his information appeared before him. Name, Bill, Elite, Level 9, Strength, 71, Vitality, 64, Agility, 50, Mentality, 60, Skills, Musket Shooting, Blood Red Cutlass, Description, Captain of the Early Rice Pirate Group Scout Team. Greedy and cowardly. An elite monster. Plank, kill him. Understood. Plank nodded, his blood-red eyes fixed on Bill. Bill trembled in fear, dropping to his knees and stammering, "My lord, please spare me. I have an elderly mother and a 3-year-old child." Lin Shen was exasperated. "If you tell me the information about the pirate group, I can let you live." "Okay," Bill replied quickly and without backbone. He immediately divulged all the information he had. From Bill, Lin Chen learned a lot. The early Rice pirate group had captured all the residents of the town and made them slaves, building a small fortress for themselves. Once the fortress was completed, the residents were imprisoned, living in conditions worse than pigs or dogs. Many who tried to resist were slaughtered by the pirates. However, some residents chose to ally with the pirates, becoming their lackeys. There were over 100 of them. Lin Chen frowned, coldly stating, "What a bunch of beasts. I initially planned to drive them away, but now, let's just eliminate them all. Land at Flying Fish Town." "Yes, my lord," Plank replied respectfully. Bill looked at Lin Chen with anticipation and said, "My lord, I've told you everything I know. Can you let me go?" Lin Chen shot him a cold glance and replied icily, "Kill him." Bill's expression changed dramatically. "No, my lord, you can't go back on your word." But Lin Chen remained unmoved. Bill's face darkened as he gritted his teeth and said, "If I'm going to die, I'll take you down with me." He suddenly drew a dagger from his waist and lunged at Lin Chen. However, before the dagger could reach Lin Chen, a curved sword came crashing down. With a sharp crack, his arm was severed. Before he could let out a scream, Plank struck again, slashing across Bill's throat. Bill's eyes widened in shock as he stared ahead, and then he collapsed to the ground. A system notification sounded. "Successfully killed Pirate Bill, gained 1,000 experience points. Congratulations. Your level has risen to LV 11. Chapter 23. The Mysterious Bracelet, another disaster item. The disaster ship has docked." Lin Chen walked straight into the forest. He activated his biological sensing ability and found that aside from a few animals, there was no one else around. These pirates are really confident. Aside from the lookout on the sea, they haven't set up any hidden sentries. He quickly made his way through the woods and soon spotted a small town in the distance. "That must be Flying Fish Town," he murmured to himself. He remembered that the pirate stronghold was on the other side of Flying Fish Town, situated at the edge of a cliff. If he were to take a detour, it would take at least an extra 5 hours. Lin Chen, not wanting to complicate things, decided to go straight through Flying Fish Town. As he entered the town, he found the streets completely deserted, with every household's door tightly shut. The entire town was eerily quiet, leaving only the sound of Lin Chen's footsteps. He walked straight ahead. Just as he reached the center of Flying Fish Town, a loud crash echoed through the air, the sound of shattering glass. Stark and jarring in the stillness of the town. Instinctively, Lin Chen turned his head and heard a mix of curses and cries. Frowning slightly, he quickened his pace towards the source of the commotion. Passing through a narrow alley, Lin Chen quickly spotted a group of pirates in sailor uniforms restraining a beautiful young woman. Tears streamed down her face as she tightly shut her eyes, struggling desperately. However, her efforts were in vain, only serving to excite the pirates further. Their faces were lit up with exhilaration, like starving beasts encountering food. Lin Chen's thoughts shifted, and the information about the pirates appeared before him. Name: Blake, common. Level: 7, occupation: pirate, strength: 35, constitution: 30, agility: 22, mentality: 20, skills, / Call for reinforcements. Description: once a bully in Flying Fish Town, he voluntarily joined the pirates after the town was taken over, becoming a lackey for them. The other pirates were similar, all former residents of the town who had willingly sided with the pirates. What a bunch of savages. A cold light flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. With a wave of his hand, a bone spear shot out instantly, aiming for Blake. The spear whistled through the air, reaching Blake in an instant. Startled, Blake instinctively sidestepped, but was still pierced in the shoulder by the bone spear. "Ah! Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" He screamed like a pig being slaughtered, collapsing to the ground while clutching his shoulder in pain. The other pirates were taken aback, their earlier excitement gone, and they drew their curved knives, warily scanning their surroundings. Lin Chen approached the alley with a grim expression. "A bunch of savages bullying a girl. What kind of skill is that?" Blake glared at Lin Chen with resentment and shouted, "Kill him! Quickly kill him!" The pirates, wielding their curved knives, charged at Lin Chen. But Lin Chen just smiled. "I was going to let you live a little longer, but since you're eager for death, I'll be happy to oblige." He waved his hand, and the pendant emitted a ghostly blue glow. Over 20 zombies appeared before him, their crimson eyes fixed on the group of pirates. The pirates, who had been charging forward, were suddenly halted in their tracks. Fear etched on their faces as they stared at the zombies. But the zombies, wielding curved blades, charged at the pirates. In the flash of steel, several pirates fell to the ground, blood spraying everywhere. The remaining pirates, terrified, attempted to flee but were cut down by the zombies' relentless assault. Before long, the fallen pirates rose again, transformed into zombies themselves. Lin Chen approached the woman and asked, "Are you all right?" She glanced at him nervously and nodded cautiously. "Since you're fine, you should keep hiding. I need to go find those pirates," he said, preparing to leave. "Sir, please wait." The woman called out urgently. Lin Shen turned, puzzled. What is it? He asked. That group of pirates is numerous. They're holed up in a fortress, and it's nearly impossible to breach from the outside, she explained. Don't worry, I have a plan, Lin Shen replied with a smile. The woman bit her lip, then took off a bracelet and handed it to Lin Shen. Sir, this is a small token of my gratitude for saving my life. Lin Shen was about to refuse, but noticed the information about the bracelet. Mystery bracelet, quality, skill, description, a mysterious bracelet. Perhaps someone can unlock its secrets and restore it to its original form. Required level, none, restricted class. Lin Shen's heart raced. This item resembled the Calamity Pendant. The Calamity Pendant looked just like this before it was activated. Could this be another piece of Calamity gear? Lin Shen murmured to himself. What started as a simple act of saving someone had turned into an unexpected gain. As he took the bracelet, he felt a faint tremor from the Calamity Pendant. Indeed, it was a piece of Calamity gear. He just didn't know how to unlock the seal on its surface. Lin Shen slipped the bracelet onto his wrist, thanked the woman, and swiftly made his way toward the pirate's lair. After about an hour and a half of walking, he finally exited the small town and saw a fortress standing on the edge of a cliff. At the top of the fortress were 4 black cannons, and the walls below were riddled with small holes. Lin Shen speculated that these holes were likely gun ports for firearms. Outside the fortress, several pirates were patrolling. It would be nearly impossible to break in from the outside. A simultaneous cannon fire would mean certain death for anyone, and even if one miraculously avoided the cannon fire, they would still face a grim fate from gunfire. However, this was not a significant challenge for Lin Shen. He walked straight toward the pirate fortress. The patrolling pirates noticed the sudden appearance of a stranger and drew their curved blades, surrounding Lin Shen. Stop. Who are you? One of the pirates shouted. I'm a resident of Flying Fish Town, and I want to join you, Lin Shen said. Lin Shen deliberately acted scared, trembling as he spoke. The pirates exchanged glances and then relaxed their guard. Let's go, take him to see the boss, one of them said. Wait, tie his hands first. A pirate stepped forward with a coarse rope and bound Lin Shen's hands behind his back before pushing him into the fortress. As soon as they entered, a nauseating stench of blood mixed with mold hit them. Even Lin Shen frowned slightly at the smell. The pirates, however, were already accustomed to it and led Lin Shen straight ahead. Taking the opportunity, Lin Shen observed the structure of the fortress. The first floor was filled with many residents of Flying Fish Town, imprisoned like wild beasts in iron cages. They were barely clothed, covered in bruises and scars. Their faces filled with despair as they sat quietly in their cages. A few others were suspended in the air, while several pirates mercilessly whipped them, the chilling cries echoing throughout the main hall of the first floor. Yet, the pirates showed no signs of stopping. Instead, they grew more excited. With the relentless beating, the cries gradually grew quieter until they finally ceased altogether. Chapter 24. The samurai from the land of cherry blossoms throw these corpses out to feed the fish. One of the pirates said impatiently. They barely put up a fight. They died after just a few minutes. Useless. Yes. A few pirates lifted the bodies and headed outside, leaving long trails of blood on the ground. One of the pirates turned to Lin Shen, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Wait, who is this guy? One of the other pirates replied. Sir, this guy is also from Flying Fish Town and is looking to join us. Oh, looking to join us? That is fine. But you'll have to get past me first. The pirate with the whip sneered. Lin Shen took a moment to size up this pirate. Information about him appeared before Lin Shen's eyes. Name, Machi Elite. Level, 12. Occupation, pirate. Strength, 67. Vitality, 74. Agility, 56. Mentality, 50. Skills, binding. Restraint. Description. One of the trusted subordinates of the early Rice Pirate Group's leader, enjoys torturing enemies, and even eats their flesh. Leave this kid here, you can go. Machi waved his hand at the other pirates. Understood. The other pirates knew Machi's temperament well and didn't dare to defy him, so they hurriedly left. Machi approached Lin Shen, a sinister smile on his face. As long as you can withstand the torment, I'll make you one of my own. He cracked his whip and stepped closer to Lin Shen. Lin Shen, however, looked at Machi with a calm expression. Just as Machi raised his whip, ready to strike, a shadow suddenly landed on his wrist. He focused his eyes and felt a chill run down his spine. A snake. A venomous snake with blood-red eyes. There was a connecting line in the middle of its body, as if it had been severed and then reattached. This was Lin Shen's zombie venomous snake. The zombie snake opened its mouth wide and bit down on Machi's wrist. Ah! The sharp pain shot through his nerves as he quickly flailed his arm, trying to shake the snake off. The zombie snake was flung away with a loud slap and crashed against the wall. However, before Machi could catch his breath, A continuous stream of zombie snakes began to rain down from above, covering the ground like a torrential downpour. The entire fortress transformed into a sea of snakes. In a matter of moments, Ma Chi was overwhelmed and devoured by the snakes, becoming just another corpse. A system notification chimed in Lin Chen's ear. Successfully killed a pirate. Gained 1,000 experience points. What just happened? The pirates outside heard the commotion and rushed in. The lead pirate burst through the door, and the snakes surged out like a tide, rushing outside. "Ah, snakes! Get away! Get away! Ah!" The screams echoed, and within just a few minutes, over a dozen pirates were consumed by the snakes. The remaining pirates turned pale with fear, retreating in haste, too intimidated to confront the wave of snakes. Watching them back away, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile. This was exactly his plan. He quickly approached the iron cage and summoned a zombie. The zombie swung its blade, and with a clang, it shattered the lock. The people inside the cage stared blankly at Lin Chen, completely unaware of his intentions. "Quickly! These snakes won't attack you," Lin Chen shouted, then proceeded to unlock the doors of several other cages with the zombies' help. The residents inside initially stood in shock, but as they regained their senses, joy filled their eyes, and they surged out in a frenzy. Lin Chen sighed in relief at the sight of the escaping residents. "Who are you? Did you release these venomous snakes?" A deep voice called from behind him. Lin Chen turned to see a short man dressed in a samurai outfit from the land of cherry blossoms, gripping a katana with a murderous glint in his eyes. Instinctively, Lin Chen checked the man's information. Name, Ichiro Shimada. Level, LV, 20. Strength, Constitution, Agility, Mentality. Profession, Skills. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback by the stats. "Could it be that you're a player?" Ichiro Shimada sneered. "That's right. You've met the requirements for a second class change, so why are you still in the novice sea?" Lin Chen furrowed his brow and replied solemnly, "Why should I leave? If I leave the novice sea, I'll always be an ordinary person. But here in the novice sea, I can dominate with my strength. I know you, Lin Chen. You're ranked first among this group of newcomers. Would you like to join me? If you agree, I can make you the vice captain of my pirate crew, and together we can rule the novice sea. What do you say?" Ichiro's eyes burned with intensity. Lin Chen chuckled. "You really are typical of your countrymen. Your ideas are utterly shameless. You've qualified for a second-class change, yet you stay in the novice sea to bully newcomers? Then I shall rid the world of your menace and take you down, forcing you out of the novice sea." Although death meant he could log back in a month later, he wouldn't return to the novice sea upon re-entering the medieval world. "Ha ha ha, you want to kill me? With you?" Ichiro laughed mockingly. "Lin Chen, you are naive. Do you really think that being ranked first among newcomers means you can defeat me? I've been in the medieval world for so long. My strength is beyond your imagination." With a flick of his katana, Ichiro created a silver arc that even resonated through the air. He stomped his foot and charged at Lin Chen. The katana swung directly toward him, moving so fast that even Lin Chen could only see an afterimage. This agility was astonishing. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened. He raised his staff and shouted, "Spectral shock." The ring of spirits began to glow brightly. A pale ghost suddenly lunged at Ichiro Shimada. Ichiro froze in place, his body tense. The katana was just 10 centimeters away from Lin Chen's head. If it had been a moment slower, the blade would have cleaved Lin Chen's skull. Lin Chen stepped back a few paces, waving his hand as a bone spear shot toward Ichiro. Just as the spear was about to hit its target, the ghost's momentum faded. Ichiro snapped back to reality, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he roared, "Damn you, bastard." Aido. The katana blazed with brilliant light. He swung down, cleaving the bone spear in two with a sharp crack. Taking advantage of this moment, Lin Chen quickly created distance between himself and Ichiro. Ichiro slowly wiped the blade of his katana, sneering, "Not bad. I see why you're the top rookie. You've got quite a few tricks up your sleeve. Now, I'll get serious." Chapter 25, The Shadow Cloak. With his preparations complete, Lin Chen remained calm. He reached out and brushed his fingers over the disaster pendant, which emitted a brilliant blue light. Suddenly, several figures appeared before him, with Plank leading the group. The smile on Ichiro Shida's face vanished, replaced by a look of grave concern. "You can actually summon? What exactly is your profession? A summoner?" "No, summoners can only call forth beasts. What are these humanoid monsters?" Lin Chen was too impatient for words. He waved his hand and commanded, "Kill him." "Understood," Plank replied slowly. A horde of zombies swiftly advanced toward Ichiro Shida. Gripping his katana tightly, Ichiro Shida coldly declared, "No matter what you humanoid monsters are, I can cut you down with one strike." With a powerful stomp of his foot, he charged at Plank. Just as Plank drew his curved blade, Ichiro Shida executed a backflip, leaping over him. His gaze locked onto Lin Chen, revealing a sinister grin. "Once I deal with you, these monsters will vanish on their own." Prepare to die, Iado's sword energy. His katana glowed ominously as he swung it toward Lin Chun. Lin Chun dodged to the side just in time, and the Iaido strike crashed into the nearby wall, leaving a deep gash. Seeing this, Plank stepped forward and swung his blade at Ichiro Shida. Clang! Ichiro Shida raised his katana to block the attack with precision. Get lost, he roared, forcefully swinging his katana and sending Plank staggering back a few steps. I'll deal with you first, nuisance. Ichiro Shida's form flickered as he charged straight at Plank. Lin Chun frowned slightly. Is he even weaker than Plank? How can this guy have such high-strength stats? He raised his staff and shouted, Wrath of the Undead. A dark beam shot out, striking Plank's body. Plank stomped his foot, halting his retreat, and then swung his blade at Ichiro Shida. Filled with disdain, Ichiro Shida retorted, A monster is still a monster. Die. Heavy slash. His katana glowed with a blood-red light as it sliced through the air toward Plank with a whistling sound. Clang. The two blades collided, producing a sharp, ringing noise. However, Ichiro Shida was shaken back 2 steps before regaining his balance. A flicker of shock crossed his eyes. Impossible. How could your strength have increased so much? Plank had no time to waste on words. He lunged at Ichiro Shida with his curved blade. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged blows a dozen times. Ichiro Shida was being pushed back relentlessly, clearly outmatched by Plank. Lin Chun shouted, Kill him. Plank delivered a powerful strike that pushed Ichiro Shida back, seizing the opportunity while Ichiro was momentarily airborne and unable to leverage his stance. Plank drew his firearm and took aim. Bang! The bullet struck Ichiro Shida, who fell heavily to the ground, clutching his chest in pain. You bastard. I will never let you get away with this. You might not get another chance, Lin Chun said coldly. Plank stepped forward and thrust his curved dagger into Ishida Ichiro's heart. Ishida Ichiro shattered like glass, disintegrating into countless fragments. However, there was no system notification, and the experienced bar didn't budge. Lin Chun shook his head in resignation. It would have been better to fight a boss. At least he would have gained substantial experience from that. But when he saw several pieces of equipment lying on the ground, a delighted smile spread across his face. Indeed, there were quite a few items. He approached and picked up a katana to inspect it. Blade of Iaido, quality. Silver, strength, 70, agility, 50, skill. Iaido sword chi, concentrate strength into the katana, creating a blade of energy for long-range attacks. Description, a sword crafted by a master blacksmith from Sakura country. Inspired by the forging techniques of Dragon country. Can be equipped after level 15. Restricted classes, swordsman, warrior, samurai. This sword is quite good. He had just witnessed the lethality of the Iaido sword chi. Although it was not useful for him, he could definitely sell it for a good price. He picked up the other equipment for a quick look. Most were bronze-level items, with only a few silver-level pieces. However, all of these were light armor, unsuitable for Lin Chun, who was a mage. He decided to store all these items in the Necromancer's realm and then led Plank upwards. They arrived at the top level of the fortress, which was Ishida Ichiro's residence. There were quite a few pieces of equipment displayed here. Lin Chun's eyes lit up as he murmured, Not bad. Really not bad. There are so many items. He picked up a cloak nearby to check its details. Cloak of the Gale, quality, silver, vitality, 50, agility, 100, skill, Gale surround, summons a gale to surround the body. Increasing agility and evasion. Description, a cloak infused with the power of the gale, making you more agile, can be equipped after level 10. Restricted classes, none. Lin Chun's eyes sparkled. This is a great item. Like accessories, cloaks have no class restrictions and can be worn by anyone. However, the higher the quality of a cloak, the lower the drop rate. In the market, even a bronze-level cloak could fetch the price of a gold-level item. This is because cloaks are rare. Wearing one not only boosts your attributes compared to others, but also, more importantly, it looks cool. Being powerful is temporary, but looking stylish is a lifetime affair. I wonder if this cloak can be modified? Holding the cloak of the gale, Lin Chun focused and used the Necromancer S modification. A pitch-black liquid quickly enveloped the cloak. Lin Chun waited patiently. After a few minutes, the dark liquid gradually receded, revealing a brand new look for the cloak. What was once a simple cloak now had a hood, which could conceal part of his appearance. At the top of the hood, there was an eerie white skull. Lin Chun checked the cloak's information. Cloak of Phantom Shadows. Quality, golden, constitution, 100, agility, 200, skill 1. Phantom, wraps the cloak around the user, transforming them into a shadow for 1 second, granting immunity to all physical damage. Skill 2. Mystic, the cloak can block all forms of detection. Description, a cloak imbued with the power of spirits. Wearing it allows you to become ghost-like. Available for equipping at level 10. Restricted class, Necromancer. Lin Chen's eyes lit up as he immediately donned the cloak of phantom shadows. He instantly felt his body become lighter, as if he could leap 3 meters with just a gentle jump. This was indeed a significant haul. He grinned broadly and said, "Even boss-level monsters might not drop a golden cloak." All of this was thanks to Ichiro Shimada. He quickly swept through the room, collecting all the equipment and stashing it in the Necromancer's secret realm, preparing to leave. At that moment, however, Plank called out to him. Chapter 26. The ship's core, my lord. There's a secret chamber over here, Plank said respectfully. Lin Chun turned his head in confusion. He saw a gap pried open in the wall, revealing a small room behind it. Lin Chun approached the wall and gestured. Plank pushed the door open, and the full view of the small room appeared before Lin Chun. In the center of the room was a glass dome containing a completely azure crystal ball. Lin Chun stepped forward to examine the information about the crystal ball. Ship's core, quality, bronze level, description, contains mysterious power. The core essential for building ships. His eyes widened in shock. Ship's core? The ship's core is a necessary item for crafting warships. Only by embedding the ship's core will a warship have levels and attributes. Otherwise, it is just an ordinary boat. In the medieval world, there are only 2 ways to become a ship captain. The first is to seize an existing ship. The second is to build one using a ship's core. Thus, ship's cores have always been in high demand, but low supply. A high-level ship's core can even fetch several times the price of items of the same level. This guy actually has a ship's core. If he sells it, it would definitely create a frenzy, Lin Chun murmured. He stepped forward and stored the ship's core in the Necromancer's realm before leaving with Prank. Outside, the ground was littered with the corpses of pirates and an endless horde of zombie serpents. All the pirates had perished at the hands of the zombie serpents. Lin Chun was very satisfied and collected all the zombie serpents into the Necromancer's realm. In the waters not far from Flying Fish Island, a warship floated quietly on the surface. Inside the captain's cabin, a man dressed in ninja attire sat calmly in a chair. He was the top expert of Sakura country, Jin Ketsushin. "Mr. Jin, the Dragon Kingdom people haven't arrived yet," said another man, also dressed in ninja attire, who approached respectfully. A nearby man with a small mustache frowned and said, "Humph, Lin Chun isn't chickening out, is he? That's right. He must be too scared to come. How could someone from the Dragon Kingdom dare to compete with our experts from Sakura country?" The crowd began to murmur. Jin Ketsushin slowly spoke, "Everyone, quiet down." As his voice fell, the once noisy captain's cabin instantly fell silent. All the members of Sakura country lowered their heads, not daring to speak. Meanwhile, the people from Galley country wore expressions of disdain. "Jin Ketsushin, we are merely partners, not subordinates. Speak to me more politely," said a man with a long sword. His skin as fair as a woman's, pointing at Jin Ketsushin. A cold glint flashed in Jin Ketsushin's eyes. He raised his hand, and a dazzling bolt of electricity instantly coalesced in his palm. Crack! The sound of thunder erupted. A brilliant beam of light shot towards the man from Galley country. The man widened his eyes in shock, drawing his long sword to defend himself. The electric arc grazed his body and struck the wall, leaving spiderweb-like cracks in its wake. The man was terrified, his face pale and cold sweat covering him. Just a moment ago, he felt that death was so close. "Our strengths are not on the same level. You are not qualified to speak to me," Yuan Jieshing said coldly. At that moment, a man with golden hair, dressed in a black stealth outfit, approached. He was Li Xianhe, the action leader of the Galley Kingdom. Frowning, he said, "Yuan Jieshing, what do you want? If you dare to lay a hand on my people, you're jeopardizing the alliance. The beautiful country will not let you off the hook." Yuan Jieshing frowned slightly and said in a low voice, "From now on, everything will be under my command. If anyone disobeys and causes a tactical failure, I will execute them on the spot. Even you." Yuan Jieshing fixed his gaze on Li Xianhe, making him feel a chill run down his spine. Li Xianhe gritted his teeth, about to say something when one of his subordinates rushed over and said, "Mr. Yuan, we've spotted a Dragon Kingdom warship heading this way." Yuan Jieshing's eyes lit up as he asked, "Is it the bone ship?" The subordinate shook his head. "No, it's a regular sailing ship." Yuan Jieshing's expression darkened, and he coldly said, "If it's not Lin Chun, you handle it. Remember, it must be live-streamed and posted on the forum. We need to crush the Dragon Kingdom's spirit." "Yes," everyone responded excitedly. On the warship not far away, a tall girl was gazing into the distance. She wore a deep blue robe, which, despite its loose fit, could not hide her graceful figure. Moreover, her shoulder-length, aquamarine hair was striking. She was Bai Muyu, currently ranked 8th among the experts of the Dragon Kingdom. "Captain, we are about to reach the area where the spirit fish appears," reported a female swordswoman in light armor standing beside Bai Muyu. "Finally, we're here," Bai Muyu said, gripping her staff in delight. "As long as we find the spirit fish, we can complete the mission." The reward for this task is a silver-level staff, which is very important to me. After all this time grinding, I've only managed to get a bronze-level staff, which is already considered a treasure for me. Binger. Go tell everyone to prepare to catch the spirit fish, Bai Muyu instructed. Yes, Lu Bingo nodded, just as she was about to turn and leave. A deafening explosion echoed. The whole ship shook violently, like a minor earthquake. Bai Muyu was startled and instinctively grabbed the railing to avoid falling. What is going on? She asked, still shaken. Lu Binger looked into the distance and spotted a warship from the Sakura Kingdom several hundred meters away. Not good, Captain. That's a Sakura Kingdom ship. Lu Binger's expression changed. Aren't we in our Dragon Kingdom's territory? Do they dare to strike first? Retaliate. Attack with full force. Bai Muyu gritted her teeth, seething with anger. Boom. Another tremendous explosion sounded. The entire ship shook violently and then gradually came to a halt. Not good, Captain. The ship's mast has been destroyed. We can't move. A female sailor clad in rough fabric rushed into the captain's quarters, panic evident on her face. What? The mast has been blown off? Both Bai Muyu and Lu Binger's expressions changed dramatically. Without the mast, the warship would be unable to move, merely drifting with the current. They would no longer have control over their destination. This was clearly a premeditated attack. Bai Muyu furrowed her brows tightly. Captain, a ship from Sakura Nation is approaching us, Lu Binger said in a low voice. Order everyone to prepare for battle. We will fight to the death. There is absolutely no way we will surrender to Sakura Nation. Bai Muyu gritted her teeth as she spoke. Captain, look at the forum. It seems that the people from Sakura Nation are live streaming. The female sailor exclaimed. Chapter 27. Why is it foggy? Bai Muyu's expression changed dramatically. She immediately opened the forum, and the first post she saw was a live stream from Sakura Country. Lin Shun, come out and fight. She clicked on the post and, upon reading its content, her face flushed with anger. The post was simple, besides the live video feed. It contained just a few sentences. Useless Lin Shun, the so-called #1 in Dragon Country, dares not show himself. If that's the case, we will hunt down Dragon Country players until you come out. The live stream showed scenes of Sakura Country's warships bombarding. She clicked in and instantly saw dozens of Sakura Country players armed with various weapons. They stood on the deck, eagerly eyeing the distant warship, waiting to attack. These players were loudly discussing their plans, and the conversation was being translated in real time into dragon language. That useless Lin Shun isn't coming out. These poor Dragon Country folks will just have to play the role of sacrificial lambs. The Dragon Country players are so weak. I'm curious how someone like that became captain. They don't even have the most basic awareness of danger. Exactly. We took out their weapons and massed immediately. Now they're just waiting to be slaughtered. Ha ha ha. I hope there are some beautiful women on board. It's been a while since I've had some fun, really looking forward to it. Bai Muyu's pretty face turned red with fury. Just as she was about to explode, the live camera shifted to a man in a ninja outfit. He looked cold and stared into the camera, slowly speaking, Lin Shun. If you still refuse to show yourself, we will fight our way to Dragon Country's newbie island, letting the entire Dragon Country witness the strength of our island nation. In the comments section below, people were furiously cursing. Bastards, don't take it too far. Do you really think that without Lin Shun, no one in Dragon Country can deal with you? What is Lin Shun doing? Hurry up and deal with these Sakura Country scum. Do you really think Lin Shun doesn't want to come out? He's just too scared. If he had any guts, he would have wiped out these Sakura Country fools by now. He's just a name without substance. Exactly. That guy Lin Shun is a waste. He only got to the top by luck, and now he's about to show his true colors. The comments section was constantly refreshing, and players from other countries were reveling in the situation. Look at the Dragon Country losers. Even your #1 expert dares not face off, leaving it to you, ordinary players. Is there really no one left in Dragon Country? This is boring. I thought the #1 expert Lin Shun from Dragon Country would show up to compete with Sakura Country's top player, Jin Ketsuse. But it seems there's no chance of that now. Lin Shun doesn't dare to appear. He clearly lacks the strength, so he's just pretending not to see. If he really gets pushed to the newbie island by the Sakura Country, Dragon Country will lose face big time. At this moment, in the Dragon Country leadership office, Long Pakong sat in the office with a dark expression. In front of him was the virtual projection of the highest commanders from various departments, including the Supreme Commander of the Dragon Kingdom's newbie island, Chu Qingye. The arrogance of these Sakura Country folks is unbearable. A middle-aged man in a military uniform gritted his teeth as he spoke. Chu Qingye, have you contacted Lin Shun yet? Chu Qingye looked troubled. I've reached out more than a dozen times, but he hasn't responded at all. Upon hearing this, the faces of the other top commanders darkened. What on earth is going on with Lin Shun? Disappearing at such a critical moment? Could he really be hiding out of fear and refusing to take action? This kid has no backbone. Even if he isn't a match, He should at least come out and give it a try. The others murmured among themselves, their words filled with dissatisfaction towards Linshan. Long PKing furrowed his brow and turned to Chu Qingye, asking, what about the other newbie captains? If we can't reach Linshan, let them take action. If they can handle these Sakura country folks, it would be a strong counterattack. Chu Qingye quickly nodded. I've already sent someone to contact them. The 7th and 10th ranked captains are nearby. I've ordered them to rush over at full speed. They should arrive soon. Hearing this, everyone felt a little relieved. Let's start a live broadcast and see how things are on the ground. Also, Chu Qingye, keep trying to reach Linshan. Long PKing said in a deep voice. I refuse to believe that the top player of the Dragon Kingdom would shy away from a fight out of fear. Understood. The live broadcast screen lit up. At that moment, the Sakura country warships were gradually closing in on the Dragon Kingdom ships. The Sakura country warriors were eager to pounce, weapons in hand, ready to charge at the Dragon Kingdom vessel. Through the live feed, they could see that on the Dragon Kingdom ship, a group of stunning young women were on high alert. Is this ship filled with girls? Someone asked curiously. Chu Qingye nodded. I know her. The captain is named by Muyu, ranked 8th, and she is an A-class water spirit. I believe she is on the talent list of the Dragon Kingdom. Long PKing suddenly added. Yes, she comes from the Jingcheng High School. I've already contacted her, and she agreed to join the Hidden Dragon Squad. Do you think she can hold them off? The highest commander of the Commerce Department asked anxiously. No. Chu Qingye shook his head. The top expert of Sakura country is said to be an S-class professional, Thunder Shadow, an assassin who can control lightning. We've investigated his strength, and among all the newcomers, he ranks near the top. His attack power is comparable to that of a warrior, and his speed is on par with that of an assassin. He is quite a versatile professional. The Sakura country people are getting ready to attack. The highest commander of the War Department said with a furrowed brow. The two warships were less than 100 meters apart. Once they used grappling hooks, the Sakura warriors could swiftly board the Dragon Kingdom ship. In close combat, those girls would have little chance of winning. It wasn't just the top commanders of the Dragon Kingdom who were concerned. Players, both new and veteran, from the entire Dragon Kingdom are glued to this live stream. They are furious, cursing and wishing they could jump into the fray to battle the people from Sakura country themselves. Many are calling Linshan a coward for not daring to show his face. Bai Muyu gazes at the approaching warships from Sakura country, her heart sinking. Clenching her teeth, she says coldly, Bing, we need to go. Let's face them together. Lu Binger quickly shakes her head and protests. Captain, you should leave. It doesn't matter if we die, but you can't get hurt. No, I absolutely won't abandon you and leave first, Bai Muyu replies earnestly. Even if it means death. We will face it together. Lu Binger's eyes redden as she grips the hilt of her sword firmly. Don't worry, Captain. As long as I have breath left in me, I will ensure you stay safe. Bai Muyu nods, forcing a smile. Just as they plan to move out, they notice a thin layer of white mist enveloping the surrounding sea. Why is there fog all of a sudden? Chapter 28. More people than me? The viewers watching the live broadcast also noticed this. As they looked at the thick fog rising over the sea, they were full of curiosity. It was strange. How could there be fog on such a clear day? Indeed, it was too odd. How could such dense fog appear under such intense sunlight? It felt eerie. Almost like a scene from a horror movie. Could it be that those damn people from Sakura country were up to something again? But it didn't seem like it. They looked just as confused. Was someone secretly helping them? The crowd buzzed with speculation. The crew aboard the Sakura country warship also had puzzled expressions. Yuan Jiexing gazed at the fog outside, a sudden sense of danger rising within him. He said coldly, everyone, stay alert. Report anything unusual immediately. Yes. The others responded in unison. Yuan Jiexing, I think you're overreacting. This is just a natural phenomenon. There's no need to worry, Li Xian has said with a laugh. That Dragon Country warship is as good as ours. I can already see many beautiful women on board. Once we capture them, they can serve us well. Ha 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 ha. Yuan Jiexing shot a glance at the lecherous man, but remained silent. Having undergone various ninja training since childhood, he had a slight intuition for danger. He completely trusted his instincts. Li Xian's gaze fell on Bai Muyue's warship, his eyes gleaming with greed. He waved his hand and barked, prepare the grappling hooks. The players at the front quickly grabbed the hooks and threw them out. The hooks landed on the deck of Bai Muyue's ship, securing tightly. The crew on Bai Muyue's ship looked serious, their eyes fixed on the enemy. Prepare for boarding. Rush over and take them down. Capture them alive. Li Xian sneered. Yes. The crowd gazed greedily at the ship full of beauties, as if they were looking at merchandise. Just as they were about to climb across the ropes, someone suddenly screamed. What is that green thing? Hearing his voice, everyone turned to look. A ghostly green light was rapidly approaching through the fog, like a specter. This can't be a ghost ship, can it? One person suddenly spoke up. At this, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. The momentum they had built up quickly deflated. The ghostly green light surged forward, crashing through the mist and fully revealing itself to everyone. It was the disaster. Viewers watching the live stream widened their eyes, their faces breaking into ecstatic expressions. The bone ship. That's Lin Chen's ship. Lin Chen has finally arrived. Haha. This is great. Let's give those Sakura country bastards a beating. I told you, Lin Chen would definitely show up. But earlier, I heard you say Lin Chen was a coward. That can't be right. You must have heard wrong. Not just the audience. Bai Muyu and the others were momentarily taken aback. Then their faces lit up with excitement. That skeletal ship is Lin Chen's. Lu Binger exclaimed joyfully. Lin Chen has finally arrived. Bai Muyu tightened her grip on her staff, a glimmer of exhilaration shining in her eyes. The disaster ship slowly approached. A heavy sense of foreboding casting a shadow over the hearts of the people from Sakura country. Yuan Jie stared intently at the disaster ship. A flicker of excitement flashing in his eyes. He couldn't wait to fight Lin Chen. Li Xian had gritted his teeth, glaring at the disaster ship. Humph. It's just a ship that looks a bit scary. What is the use? Charge. Capture Lin Chen alive. I want the whole world to know that the so-called #1 on the rookie leaderboard is nothing but trash. Yes. The crowd, armed and ready, prepared to launch their remaining hooks at the disaster ship when a figure cloaked in black appeared on the deck. A chilling voice echoed in everyone's ears. Those who offend Dragon Country shall be killed. The audience watching the live stream was ecstatic, fists clenched in excitement. Lin Chen is so cool, so powerful. How great would it be to have such a dominating boyfriend? Ah, Lin Chen, I want to marry you. I want to have your children. Lin Chen is amazing. Does anyone have his contact info? I'll pay a high price. The crowd was buzzing with enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Li Xianhe's expression darkened as he glared at Lin Chen, coldly saying, Lin Chen, do you really think that being #1 on the rookie leaderboard gives you the right to look down on others? I have over 30 people on my side, all experts above level 5. Dealing with you will be a piece of cake. Hearing this, the crowd's faces changed. How is that possible? How could the people from Sakura country have more than 30 level 5 experts? We Dragon Country only have a little over a dozen. It sounded like he wasn't speaking Sakura language, but rather some high-level dialect. Wait, are both sides gathering their experts just to take down Lin Chen? That is so despicable. They actually brought so many people to deal with Lin Chen. These bastards. Why don't they come to the rookie island? Just wait until I get my hands on you. The crowd was furious. However, Lin Chen appeared completely unfazed. He chuckled dismissively. Oh, how interesting. You think having more people than me matters? Li Xianhe, who had been full of bravado, was momentarily taken aback, feeling a sense of unease creeping in. Lin Chen waved his hand, coldly commanding, everyone, come out. As his words fell, shadows emerged behind him. Over 50 zombie pirates stepped forward, standing like the most loyal servants behind Lin Chen. Seeing the muscular zombie pirates behind Lin Chen, Li Xianhe began to doubt the reliability of the people around him. Lin Chen flashed a grin and declared, target, everyone on that ship. Kill. As soon as the word kill left his lips, the zombie pirates sprang into action. They moved like agile monkeys, leaping over the railings and directly charging toward the ship of Sakura country. For players, a distance of several meters usually required ropes and hooks. But the zombie pirates needed none of that. They landed on the deck of the Sakura nation's warship, letting out low growls. Li Xianhe was startled and stumbled back, pointing at the zombie pirates and shouting, kill. Get rid of them. The players gripped their weapons tightly and rushed towards the zombie pirates. The zombie pirates didn't hesitate either, brandishing their curved blades and engaging in fierce combat with the players. In just one exchange, 2 players were swiftly cut down by the curved blades, disintegrating into a shower of fragments. The players swung their weapons, attacking the zombie pirates from all sides. However, when their blades struck the zombie pirates, it was as if they had hit solid steel, not budging an inch. The players' expressions changed dramatically. They couldn't even break through their defenses. How are we supposed to fight like this? Chapter 29. Can mages instantly kill assassins? As the players watching the live stream witnessed this scene, they were all left in shock, their eyes wide open. What the hell are those things? They're so powerful, and the enemy isn't breaking their defenses? They look like pirates, but they resemble beasts even more. They look terrifying. How on earth did Lin Chen manage to do this? He has created so many formidable monsters. The crowd was abuzz with discussion. Meanwhile, the high-ranking officials from Long Country watching the live stream wore serious expressions. Those that look human seem like zombies. Exactly. They are zombies. What profession is this Lin Chen? How can he create zombies? Is he an S-class biochemical doctor? No. The zombies created by a biochemical doctor seem quite different from Lin Chen's. While the biochemical doctor's zombies are powerful, they are driven solely by a desire to kill and can sometimes go out of control. Lin Chen seemed different. Just as everyone was discussing this, Chu Qingye spoke up. Everyone, Lin Chen's profession is an SSS-class necromancer. In an instant, the room fell silent as if the air had been sucked out. You mean the necromancer whose information is classified? The highest commander of the War Department asked incredulously. Chu Qingya nodded. That's right. Lin Chen asked me about the information on necromancers. You gave it to him? The head of the confidentiality department inquired. Chu Qingya awkwardly shook his head. Not exactly. But I told him that he could exchange it with merit points. The head of the confidentiality department frowned. Information about necromancers is a top national and even global secret. Such high-level information cannot be exchanged for merit points. Don't you understand that? Chu Qingya felt a bit embarrassed and did not respond. Indeed, by doing so, he had opened a backdoor for Lin Chen. However, Long Poku shook his head. No, while the information about necromancers is a top secret, Chu Qingya's actions are justified. The crowd looked at Long Poku in confusion. He continued, Lin Chen is already a necromancer. Allowing him to access more information will only help him grow. After watching the live stream, I believe that even as he grows stronger, he will never join another country. Everyone nodded in agreement. There was no doubt about that. After this incident is resolved, the War Department will grant him an honorary position. Furthermore, all confidential information will be made accessible to him. Additionally, some other rewards will be given, and Chu Qingya, you will handle that. Make sure it's done beautifully. Yes. Chu Qingya quickly responded. Isn't this against the rules? The head of the business department frowned. Long Poku shook his head. No, this is completely within the rules. The turmoil in the medieval world is gradually intensifying. If the medieval world falls, our own world will suffer as well. In fact, after learning of Lin Chen's identity, I used his information for divination. The crowd stirred. All eyes locked onto Long Po Kuang, their breaths growing heavy with anticipation. I can't provide exact details, but to survive the impending catastrophe. The expressions of everyone turned serious as they nodded in agreement. Ever since the last necromancer vanished, the seal had weakened. And those creatures inside probably wouldn't remain docile for much longer. At that moment, aboard the battleship of the Sakura Kingdom, zombie pirates were rampaging unchecked. Regular players stood no chance against them. Only a few higher-level players could barely inflict some damage. Yet, they were utterly unable to halt the relentless advance of the zombie pirates. In just a few minutes, they had already claimed the lives of over a dozen players. The remaining few were filled with terror, their weapons trembling in their hands. Nevertheless, the zombie pirates continued to march towards them, their crimson eyes brimming with murderous intent. They sought to tear their enemies apart. Lin Chen stood silently on the deck, observing the battle unfolding before him. Suddenly, a black shadow darted towards him at breakneck speed. A brilliant flash of lightning erupted, accompanied by a piercing sound as the bolt shot straight for Lin Chen. The lightning was incredibly fast. But thanks to his formidable mental strength, Lin Chen's reaction speed far surpassed that of others. He stepped to the left just in time, the bolt grazing his cloak and embedding itself into the bones behind him. Turning around, Lin Chen saw it was a throwing dart. He glanced at the assailant, furrowing his brow as he coldly asked, "Who are you?" "The top expert of the Sakura Kingdom, Yuan Dresching," the figure replied calmly. "Today, I've come to challenge you and see just how strong the #1 rookie in the world truly is." "Bring it on," Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. Yuan Dresching stomped his foot hard, leaping high into the air towards the deck of the disaster ship. His body was light and fast, resembling a nimble monkey as he landed gracefully on the deck. Immediately, he summoned another bolt of lightning in his palm and swung it fiercely, aiming for Lin Chen's head. Lin Chen dodged to the left, the lightning missing him again. Undeterred, Yuan Dresching unleashed a flurry of darts, surrounding Lin Chen from all angles. Lin Chen frowned slightly and coldly stated, "Shadow of the Ghost." In an instant, the cloak of the ghost and Lin Chen's body became ethereal. The lightning-infused darts passed harmlessly through him, leaving Lin Chen completely unscathed. Yuan Dresching's brow furrowed as he murmured, "How is this possible?" "Now it's my turn," Lin Chen declared as he waved his staff. Yuan Dresching's expression tightened. His figure flickered as he enveloped himself in lightning, charging towards Lin Chen. "Lightning style, void slash," he yelled, as countless bolts of lightning coalesced into a short dagger in his hand. The dagger radiated a brilliant light, thrusting straight towards Lin Chen's heart. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Yuan Dresching's eyes. "It's over." Yet Lin Chen remained calm, stating coldly, "Soul impact." The ghost ring glowed with a radiant light. Suddenly, a terrifying ghost lunged straight at Yuan Dresching. His expression changed in an instant. He wanted to dodge, but with less than a meter between them, there was no possibility of escape. Boom. The ghost plunged directly into Yuan Dresching's body. His movements froze in place, fear evident in his eyes. His body trembling as if he had witnessed something utterly horrifying. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chen waved his hand and shouted, "Bone spear." A sharp bone spear quickly materialized. With another wave of his hand, the spear shot toward Yuan Jiexing's heart in an instant. Just as Yuan Jiexing broke free from his terror, he found the bone spear already at his chest. Swoosh! The razor-sharp spear pierced through his heart in an instant. Yuan Jiexing's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the spear, and then he shattered into countless fragments, dissipating into nothingness. Chapter 30. The heiress of the treasure pavilion. All the players from the Dragon Kingdom watching the live stream erupted into cheers at this moment. Lin Chun is so handsome. A rogue trying to fight a mage in close combat ended up getting instantaneously killed by the mage. This is truly embarrassing to admit. Indeed, the top player from the Sakura Kingdom was taken down by our top player from the Dragon Kingdom. This is bound to infuriate the people from Sakura Kingdom. This is also good, as it weakens Sakura Kingdom's combat power. Let us see if they dare to provoke us again. The crowd buzzed with chatter. Meanwhile, players from other countries were reveling in the misfortune. What an idiot. A rogue class couldn't even defeat a mage? How unreliable are the players from Sakura Kingdom? Yeah, it seems like they have high levels, but their combat abilities are lacking. Now they've lost even their levels. Before, there were players from Sakura Kingdom who could make it onto the rookie leaderboard, but now that this guy named Yuan Jiexing is dead, they can't even get back on the board. Not only that, but the rest of the crew on that ship won't escape. Just wait and see. Lin Chun dealt with Yuan Jiexing and turned his gaze toward the Sakura Kingdom's warship. Only a few people, including Li Xianhe, were still desperately holding on. Lin Chun leaped onto the deck of the Sakura Kingdom's warship with perfect stability. His agility was no less than that of any rogue. Seeing this, Li Xianhe was so terrified that his legs began to tremble. He quickly knelt down and pleaded, Lin Chun, please spare me. I won't dare to do it again. You're from Gali Kingdom? Lin Chun glanced at him and asked. Yes. I'm Li Xianhe from Gali Kingdom, ranked 9th on the rookie leaderboard. He hurriedly nodded, caring little about his pride. Staying alive was the most important thing, although he wouldn't truly die. Starting over after a month and competing with those veteran players would greatly diminish his chances of developing. Lin Chun nodded slightly. Li Xianhe's face broke into a faint smile. Just as he was about to say something more, Lin Chun spoke up. Kill them all. His eyes widened in shock. No, Lin Chun, you can't kill me. If you do, you'll be at odds with the entire Gali Kingdom. They won't let you go. Before he could finish, a sharp curved blade came down, severing him in two. His body then disintegrated into countless fragments and vanished. The other crew members met the same fate, falling to the zombies one after another. The livestream was abruptly cut off. A trace of disdain flickered in Lin Chun's eyes. Gali Kingdom won't let me go? A mere Gali Kingdom doesn't even have the right to say that. He waved his hand coldly and ordered, clean up the battlefield and collect all the equipment. The zombie pirates began to clean up the battlefield while Lin Chun headed straight for the captain's cabin. He entered the cabin and sat down in a chair, causing a virtual ship to materialize before him. This was the ship's core. Lin Chun placed his hand on the ship's core, and the system notification chimed in. Congratulations. You have obtained the Thunder Shadow Maru and become its new captain. With a thought, the information about the Thunder Shadow Maru appeared before him. Thunder Shadow, quality, bronze, captain, Lin Chun, capacity, 1,300 kilograms. Weapons, for black cannons. Overall performance, 600. Modification progress, 0. This ship's attributes are quite inferior compared to the Plague. It would be better to sell it. Although at this stage, getting a ship is already extremely rare, Lin Chun preferred quality over quantity. The Plague can continuously improve through devouring, but Thunder Shadow cannot. Having an extra ship right now wouldn't significantly enhance his combat power. It's better to sell it for a good price. Ordinary zombies can't operate ships, so this task can only be entrusted to Plank. After making all the arrangements, just as Lin Chun was about to return to the Plague, he saw Bai Muyu standing on the deck with a few people. When she noticed Lin Chun, Bai Muyu bowed slightly and said with gratitude, Thank you, Lin Chun. If it weren't for you, my sisters and I would probably have been killed by those people today. Lin Chun casually replied, I was just passing by. Bai Muyu carefully took out a skill book and handed it to Lin Chun. Lin Chun looked at the skill book in confusion and asked, What is this for? As a token of gratitude for saving my life, Bai Muyu said with a smile. I got this skill book after completing a hidden mission, but I haven't had the chance to get it identified. You'll have to do that yourself. The others beside Bai Muyu looked astonished. Lu Bing'er whispered, Captain. This skill book is at least silver grade once identified. If sold, it could fetch over 1,000,000 gold coins. That's incredibly valuable. The others nodded in agreement. Regardless of the level, skill books are extremely expensive in the medieval world. After all, having an extra skill can sometimes mean an extra chance at survival. However, Bai Muyu shook her head and said, What use is even the most valuable item if we're dead? If it weren't for Lin Chun, We would have likely been captured by those beasts and faced something worse than death. This small token of appreciation is deserved. Hearing this, the others fell silent. Bai Muyu looked at Lin Shun and smiled. Mr. Lin Shun, please accept it. Lin Shun didn't hesitate, nodding as he took the skill book. In that case, I want to be polite. You all should head back soon. This area is the border between Dragon Country and Sakura Country. After what just happened, Sakura Country is likely to be furious and may seek revenge. Bai Muyu nodded. Mr. Lin Shun, I'd like to add you as a friend. What do you think? Why? Just because I saved you? Lin Shun asked. Bai Muyu shook her head with a smile. No. You are the best in Dragon Country and even the best in the world. I want to be your friend. Additionally, my family runs the largest item trading house in Dragon Country. Once we're friends, not only will you get discounts, but I can also help you find what you need. I think you wouldn't refuse, would you? Lin Shun studied Bai Muyu for a moment. Are you the heiress of Wanbage? Bai Muyu nodded and smiled charmingly. Why? Do I not look the part? Lin Shun remained non-committal. So, what do you think? Are you willing? Bai Muyu's almond-shaped eyes gazed at Lin Shun, a playful glint dancing in her gaze. Of course, with such an opportunity. I have no reason to say no, Lin Shun replied with a slight nod. Establishing a connection with Wanbage could save him a lot of time in the future. Whether he wanted to build a powerful battleship or seek high-end equipment. Bai Muyu smiled and pulled out a business card, handing it to Lin Shun. As he took the card, it instantly dissolved, merging into his body. He pulled out his communicator and found Bai Muyu's name added to his contacts, alongside Chu Qingye. However, when he noticed the chat window for Chu Qingye, a wave of dread washed over him. 99 unread messages. Chapter 31. News of the Necromancer. He opened the message and saw that Chu Qingye was frantically trying to reach him, sending countless messages and even a few voice notes. Lin Shun called him back and asked, Uncle Chu, what is going on? Chu Qingye laughed heartily and said, Ha ha ha, you did an amazing job. I just watched that battle. You actually managed to defeat the top expert from Sakura Country, Yuan Jieshing, in one move. It seems I underestimated you. Lin Shun was puzzled. Uncle Chu, how did you know I fought Yuan Jieshing? Livestream. Didn't you know? Chu Qingye replied, looking surprised. Lin Shun scratched his head awkwardly, indicating that he didn't know. The people from Sakura Country set up a live stream on our Dragon Country's forum. They originally planned to target another ship, partly to demoralize us and partly to go after you. Who would have thought they shot themselves in the foot? This live stream has led countries to reassess your strength, so they'll probably keep a low profile for a while. Lin Shun nodded. He was particularly interested in these matters. By the way, when you return, I have good news for you. You don't have to complete that mission anymore. The higher-ups have announced that all secrets are now open to you. And you won't need any merit points. The mission hasn't even started yet, right? Hurry back. Those pirates are tough to deal with. Lin Shun scratched his head. Actually, I've already completed that mission and was just about to return to report it. What? Chu Qingye was shocked. You finished it? In just a few days? It's been about 3 or 4 days, mainly because it took a lot of time to get here. I spent less than half a day dealing with those pirates. Lin Shun explained. By the way, Uncle Chu, send another batch of guards over to stand by. If the people from Sakura Country come looking for trouble, the residents alone probably won't be able to handle it. Chu Qingye stared at Lin Shun in disbelief. He never imagined that the pirates who could wipe out 100 guards were taken care of by Lin Shun in just half a day. After a moment, he said with a complex expression, you really are impressive. Don't worry, I'll send someone over right away. Also, come back first. I have news about the Necromancer to share with you. Lin Shun quickly nodded. Thank you, Uncle Chu. After ending the call, Lin Shun instructed his subordinates to head to the Novice Island as quickly as possible. After a day of travel, they finally arrived back at the Novice Island. The natural disaster and the Thunder Shadow were docked at the central island's port. As soon as Lin Shun stepped off the ship, he saw Chu Qingye standing not far away with a few others. He greeted them with a smile and walked straight over. Chu Qingye glanced at the Thunder Shadow beside him and said, I remember this ship is from Sakura Country, right? Lin Shun nodded. I took care of those guys, so I naturally brought the ship back. Chu Qingye exclaimed, I can't believe it. You're just a novice, and you already have 2 ships. When I first entered the Middle Ages, having a ship this big was something I could only dream about. What are we going to do with that other ship? Keep it for ourselves or sell it? Let's sell it. This ship isn't of much use to me. Keeping it would just be a burden. Lin Shun said casually. Chu Qingye nodded slightly, his gaze showing a bit more appreciation. Indeed, you have quite the resolve. For others, a ship of this caliber is a treasure, but for you, it's truly useless and would just weigh you down. Selling it is definitely the best choice. All right, let us go. I've already had someone prepare the information on the Necromancer. Lin Shun's eyes lit up, and he quickly nodded, following Chu Qingye to the command center. Upon arriving at the reception hall of the command center, Chu Qingye instructed his subordinates to bring over a milky white crystal ball. This is a memory crystal. It contains all the information regarding the Necromancer, including not only official records, but also various folk legends. Once you use it, all this information will be imprinted in your mind. Lin Shen nodded, feeling a sense of gratitude as he said, "Thank you, Uncle Chu." He was aware of the price of memory crystals. This one alone would cost at least 100,000 gold coins. He took the memory crystal and used it directly. The crystal transformed into a beam of light that surged into Lin Shen's body. He immediately felt an overwhelming amount of information flooding into his brain, making his head feel a bit painful. After a moment, he finally felt he had digested all the information. He let out a slight sigh of relief. If it weren't for his strong mental fortitude, he might have been overwhelmed by this terrifying amount of information. How did the information absorption go? Chu Qingye asked. Lin Shen rubbed his swollen head and smiled wryly. I barely managed to absorb it, but there is so much that I'll need some time to fully digest it. No rush, just take your time with it. I also have some good news to share with you. Chu Qingye gestured to a maid. The maid approached, carrying a wooden tray covered with a red cloth, obscuring its contents. By unanimous decision of the highest commanders, we would like to invite you to become the captain of the Honor Guard of the War Department. Captain of the Honor Guard? What is that? Lin Shen asked with curiosity. It's more of a title. You won't have to do much in your daily life, and it won't interfere with your freedom. You'll have certain authority to command the guards across the Dragon Kingdom, and in addition, you'll receive a monthly stipend. So what do you think? Are you willing to accept? Chu Qingye inquired. Lin Shen nodded. Chu Qingye smiled and lifted the red cloth from the wooden tray, revealing a token inside. This token represents your identity. As long as you show this token within the borders of the Dragon Kingdom, the War Department will recognize your status. Lin Shen accepted the token, feeling grateful as he said, "Thank you, Uncle Chu. It's all well-deserved. Now, go back and take your time to digest this information. If you need anything else, just let me know." Chu Qingye chuckled as he spoke. Lin Shen took his leave from the command center and returned to the disaster ship. He needed some time to sort through all the information about the Necromancers. After nearly half a day of organizing, he finally finished compiling all the details. I need to find the Underworld's secret realm, Lin Shen murmured to himself. The Underworld's secret realm is a hidden area scattered throughout the medieval world, accessible only to necromancers who can discover and enter it. Completing tasks within the Underworld's secret realm can yield substantial rewards and unlock the seals on disaster gear, which is crucial for Lin Shen. However, there are currently no leads on the Underworld's secret realm in the beginner's seas. The nearest one is within the borders of the Dragon Kingdom, but he must first leave the beginner's seas to reach it. Chapter 32. The confrontation of the two guilds. Lin Shen shook his head helplessly, temporarily setting aside the search for the Underworld's secret realm. He planned to sell his loot first. After wiping out a large group of pirates and dealing with players from Sakura Nation and Gali Nation, he had gathered quite a bit of equipment. After resting for a moment, he headed straight to the central plaza on the Novice Island. The plaza was located on the southern side of the central island, surrounded by various shops selling everything from equipment and materials to ships. As Lin Shen arrived at the plaza, he was met by a bustling crowd and the constant noise of chatter. Numerous players were setting up stalls, trying to attract fellow players to shop. Lin Shen took a quick glance around. There wasn't much of value. Most of the items were materials dropped by low-level sea beasts. Occasionally, a few stalls offered bronze-level equipment, which attracted a crowd of eager onlookers. The excitement and curiosity in their eyes quickly faded when they saw the prices. A single piece of bronze-level equipment was priced at an exorbitant 10,000 gold coins. Who could afford that? Before long, the crowd dispersed. Lin Shen found a relatively quiet spot to sit down and began displaying his equipment for sale. Although his location was rather obscure, it quickly drew the attention of passers-by. "Whoa, come look. This stall has so much equipment." One player exclaimed. "Who is this guy? How did he manage to gather so much gear? That cloak looks a bit familiar. Could he be Lin Shen, the number one on the novice leaderboard? No way. Is that really Lin Shen? My idol. I want your autograph. I'll give you 10 silver coins. I want an autograph too." News of Lin Shen's appearance in the plaza spread rapidly across the entire Novice Island. Countless enthusiastic fans rushed over to ask for autographs. Lin Shen, feeling overwhelmed, quickly waved his hands and said, "Everyone, I'm just here to sell some items. No need for autographs. Please take a look at the gear I have for sale." At that moment, the crowd shifted their focus to the pile of equipment. They eagerly checked out the attributes of the items, their eyes lighting up one by one. "Whoa, this bronze-level longsword is only 3,000 gold coins? What a great deal. It's much cheaper than those greedy merchants." An idol is an idol. Not only is he strong, but he also thinks about us regular players when doing business. I love it. They probably think these ordinary items aren't worth much. so they're priced reasonably. As the crowd buzzed with chatter, Lin Shen produced the phantom image of a small warship. Upon seeing it, everyone's eyes widened in shock, looking as if they had seen a ghost. Well, could this be the ship core? Take away the knot. This is definitely the ship core. Well, is Lin Shen really this wealthy now? He's even selling a ship core? If he sells the ship, won't he lose it? You fool. That ship definitely isn't his. It's obvious that it's the one from Sakura country. If I could buy that ship, wouldn't I instantly become the captain? Can you even afford it? A ship costs a fortune. I was just saying that. There's no way I'd actually buy it. Everyone stared longingly at the warship's illusion, but no one dared to ask the price. After a moment, a young man in light armor, wielding a long sword, approached with a few subordinates. The onlookers quickly stepped aside, their eyes reflecting a mix of fear and disdain. This ship belongs to the Flying Dragon Pavilion, the young man said, striding directly up to Lin Shen with an air of arrogance. The crowd immediately began to murmur. What is this pest doing here? With that guy Yushuebo around? There's no way we can keep this ship. He thinks he can buy a ship for 10,000 gold coins? That's outrageous. A bronze-class warship is worth at least 100,000 on the market, and that's if you can even find one. Those guys from the Flying Dragon Pavilion are just bullies. Sigh. Even Lin Shen might not be able to handle this, given their connections. Hearing the crowd's chatter, Yushuebo's lackeys glared at them, their faces darkening. What are you all saying? Speak up if you dare. The murmurs died down, and no one dared to say another word. Yushuebo smiled slyly at Lin Shen. So what do you say, Lin Shen? 10,000 gold coins for this ship. And it's mine. Lin Shen glanced at him and casually replied, why would it cost 10,000 gold coins to buy a ship? 1 gold coin would suffice. Yushuebo's smile widened. He nodded eagerly, clearly pleased. Not bad, Lin Shen. If you give me 1 gold coin for the ship, you'll be a friend of the Flying Dragon Pavilion. Lin Shen nodded seriously. Go back and dream about it. In your dreams. Not only would I not ask for a gold coin, I'd give it to you for free. The people around couldn't help but chuckle. Yushuebo's smile faltered, quickly turning into a scowl. He glared at Lin Shen, his eyes narrowing like a venomous snake. Are you trying to play me? Do you even know who I am? I don't know, and I'm not interested. If you genuinely want to buy it, it's 100,000 gold coins. But if you're here to cause trouble, I don't mind getting my hands dirty, Lin Shen replied nonchalantly. I see you're looking for death. Don't think you're impressive just because you took down an expert from Sakura country. In front of me, I could crush you in an instant. Yushuebo spat, gritting his teeth. Yushuebo, you've really got some guts, trying to bully others with your numbers? A fierce voice rang out. Lin Shen turned to see a fiery-haired female swordsman striding toward him in a bright red light armor. Her long hair was tied back into a neat ponytail. She rushed to Lin Shen's side, glaring at Yushuebo. Is this all you Flying Dragon Pavilion can do? Trying to bully others just because you have more people? The female swordsman stood very close to Lin Shen, a faint fragrance wafting into his nose. Lin Shen's face turned red. It was the first time he had stood so close to a girl. He glanced at the female swordsman and found her somewhat familiar. Yushuebo glared at the female swordsman with a dark expression. Huichinger, what are you trying to stir up? This matter has nothing to do with your blood rose. If you want to meddle, don't blame me for being rude. With that, he swiftly drew his long sword, a fierce aura surrounding him. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Huichinger also drew her sword, flames swirling around her, raising the temperature in the vicinity. The intense heat immediately pressured Yushuebo, forcing him to step back, his hair nearly catching fire. Damn it, get her. We need to teach this woman a lesson today. Yushuebo, furious and embarrassed, pointed at Huichinger. His subordinates quickly drew their weapons, preparing to advance. Just then, a group of people wearing the same outfit as Huichinger surged out of the crowd, swiftly standing beside her to confront Yushuebo. Chapter 33. The power of the captain of the honor guard of the War Department. The tension between both sides was palpable, ready to erupt at any moment. The surrounding players quickly retreated, fearing they would be caught in the crossfire. Lin Shen furrowed his brows and turned to Yushuebo, saying, Take your people and get lost. You're interrupting my business. Yushuebo sneered. Lin Shen, you really want to be the one to stick your neck out, don't you? Since that's the case, I'll make sure you know what happens when you offend the Flying Dragon Pavilion. At that moment, a group of guards approached from a distance. The leading guard captain drew his long knife and stepped forward, coldly stating, Put away all weapons. Huichinger snorted and sheathed her sword. What is going on? Who's causing trouble here? The guard captain demanded coldly. It's him. Huichinger pointed at Yushuebo. He started it. The guard captain glanced at Yushuebo and said coldly, Take them all away for a thorough interrogation. Yes. The guards responded in unison. However, Yushuebo remained calm and said, Wait. My brother is the deputy minister of the Southern Island Guard on the Newbie Island. If you take me away, my brother will come personally to intervene. If I'm wrongfully accused, I guarantee you won't get away with it. Upon hearing this, the guards hesitated. Their positions were merely that of ordinary guards. They couldn't afford to offend even a captain, let alone a deputy minister. Seeing the guards' hesitation, Yushuebwa's smile grew smug. This has nothing to do with me. I was just acting in self-defense. If there's no issue, I'll be on my way. With that, he turned to leave. The onlookers were furious, but dared not speak out, fearing retaliation. Suddenly, Lin Chen called out, "Hold on." Yushuebwa replied impatiently, "What now? Do you have something else to say?" Lin Chen pulled out a badge and displayed it to everyone. The guard captain was taken aback at first, but then his expression turned respectful as he bowed to Lin Chen, saying, "I pay my respects, my lord." The crowd was stunned. "My lord? The captain of the guard is addressing Lin Chen as my lord?" Lin Chen was merely at the top level but held no official rank in the guards. So how could he warrant such respect from the guard captain? What on earth is going on? The crowd murmured among themselves. Yushuebwa looked impatiently at Lin Chen's badge. Captain of the Honor Guard of the War Department. His expression changed dramatically, as if he had seen a ghost. He knew full well how significant the title of Captain of the Honor Guard of the War Department was. One of his subordinates, noticing Yushuebwa's distress, hurriedly asked, "Bro, what kind of position is this Captain of the Honor Guard? I've never heard of it." Yushuebwa gritted his teeth and said, "Though it's just a guard captain. It's equivalent to the Minister of the Guard." Upon hearing this, Yushuebwa's subordinates were instantly dumbfounded. No way. Isn't Lin Chen just temporarily at the top level? How could he possibly hold such a position? Yeah, it takes years to become the captain of the guard, let alone the head of the security department. This kid must have some connections up top, right? There is definitely something going on. How else could he get such a position in such a short time? The crowd murmured among themselves. Lin Chen spoke up, "Just now, when I was setting up my stall here, that group tried to forcefully buy my items. It's true. Take them back and punish them according to the laws of the Novice Island." "Yes, sir." The captain of the guard turned to Yushuebwa, waved his hand, and ordered, "Arrest them and take them back. Make sure to interrogate them thoroughly." "Yes." The members of the guard responded in unison. Yushuebwa's expression changed. "No. This has nothing to do with me. You can't pin this on me." However, the guard ignored him completely and moved in to apprehend him. As Yushuebwa and his companions were taken away, someone in the crowd cheered, and soon the whole place erupted in applause. "Nice. That feels great. Finally. That scoundrel Yushuebwa has been taken away. Such a villain deserves to be locked up, so he doesn't harm others." "Exactly. Last time he took a bronze-level item from me for 100 gold coins. It's just tears to think about it." Lin Chen turned to Huichinger, gave a slight nod, and said, "Thank you for your help." Huichinger waved her hand, saying, "I was just passing by, and besides, I didn't really help much." She handed him her business card. "Can we be friends?" Lin Chen was taken aback for a moment before accepting the card, and they added each other as friends. "Thanks. By the way, I wanted to ask you something. Would you be willing to join our Blood Rose Guild?" Huichinger looked at Lin Chen with anticipation. "Blood Rose? One of the top 10 super guilds in the country?" Lin Chen asked curiously. Huichinger nodded. "I remember that Blood Rose only recruits female players, right?" "It wouldn't be proper to bring me in," Lin Chen chuckled. "As long as you're willing. You would be the first male player in Blood Rose and the only one," Huichinger said earnestly. The surrounding players looked at Lin Chen with envy upon hearing this. Wow, Lin Chen has such charm that even Blood Rose is willing to break the rules to invite him in. If it were me, I'd join right away. All the members are stunning beauties, and the president is one of the top 10 beauties in the country. If I could win the affection of a few of them, I'd be on top of the world. Yeah, even Lin Chen wouldn't be able to resist such temptation, right? The crowd speculated. Their curiosity piqued as they looked at Lin Chen. However, Lin Chen shook his head and said, "Sorry, but I'm not looking to join any guild right now." The players were stunned. "Wait, Lin Chen rejected it? No way. I want to join too. Can I take Lin Chen's place?" "Who wants you? You're nowhere near Lin Chen's level." The crowd exchanged envious glances. Huichinger's face fell with disappointment. "If you're not interested, then forget it. I hope we have the opportunity to collaborate in the future." Lin Chen nodded in response. Huichinger didn't linger and took her leave. Lin Chen continued to stay there, running his stall. After a whole day, he sold quite a few pieces of equipment, but the Thunder Shadow ship remained unsold. Lin Chen didn't mind too much, as the price of a ship was significant. At a time when everyone was still using silver coins for purchases, 100,000 gold coins was indeed an exorbitant price. After tidying up his things, he was just about to look for an appraiser to identify the skill books when his communicator rang. He opened the communicator to find it was a call from Bai Muyu. He pressed the answer button, and her gentle voice came through. "Lin Chen, I heard you're selling a ship?" Chapter 34. The skeleton summoned. Lin Chen nodded. "Yeah, do you need something?" Bai Muyu replied, I want to buy another ship. How much do you plan to sell it for? After thinking for a moment, Lin Shan said, 100,000 gold coins. All right, wait for me at the square. I'll go get it now. Bai Muyu agreed quickly, as if worried someone else would snatch the opportunity away. No problem, Lin Shan replied, then waited at the square. About half an hour later, Bai Muyu appeared in the square wearing a robe. Her graceful figure caught the attention of many male players. A few of them approached her to strike up a conversation, but she rejected them all. She walked straight up to Lin Shan, smiling as she said, I'm here. Lin Shan nodded and took out the core of the Thunder Shadow ship. Bai Muyu pulled out a gold card, saying, this contains 100,000 gold coins. You can withdraw it any time at major banks. Lin Shan took the card and put it in his pocket. He wasn't worried about being deceived, after all. She was the young lady of the Wanbao Pavilion and had no need to do so. I'm off now, Lin Shan said, putting on his hood and preparing to leave. Wait, Bai Muyu suddenly called out. I want to discuss a collaboration with you. Lin Shan paused and looked at her in confusion. What kind of collaboration? We discovered a bronze-level boss on a small island. Not interested. You should find someone else. Lin Shan shook his head. He had already killed 2 bronze-level bosses, and the loot didn't tempt him much. However, Bai Muyu seemed to have anticipated Lin Shan's response. A mysterious smile appeared on her face as she said, if it were just a bronze-level boss, I wouldn't be here to discuss a collaboration. According to the information we received, there is an entrance to a secret realm hidden within the lair of that bronze-level boss. If we can enter the secret realm, the rewards could be much greater. I think you might be interested, right? Lin Shan nodded slightly and asked, how will the loot be divided? If it's high-level mage equipment, I'll take priority. The rest will be split 60-40. How does that sound? All right, when do we start? Tomorrow, let us go early to avoid being robbed by others. Lin Shan nodded. Then see you tomorrow. With that, he left directly. Bai Muyu watched Lin Shan's departing figure, and after a moment, she turned to leave. Lin Shan headed straight to the appraisal shop. The shop was small and simply decorated. He pushed the door open, and the walls were adorned with some marine beast specimens. Inside, there was just a counter and nothing else. Behind the counter, an elderly man with white hair was engrossed in a book. When he noticed a customer, the old man didn't bother to look up to greet him. Lin Shan approached the counter and placed a skill book on the table. Hello, sir. I'd like to appraise this skill book. The old man glanced at it, smacked his lips, and closed the book, saying 1,000 gold coins. Lin Shan exclaimed in surprise. This skill book is so expensive? If you don't have the money, don't bother identifying it and let me read in peace. The old man frowned, intending to continue reading. Lin Shan quickly said, I want to identify it. He took out a gold card and handed it to the old man. The old man impatiently took the card, swiped it, and tossed it back to Lin Shan. Then he rubbed his hand over the skill book and said, all right. Lin Shan took the skill book and checked the information. Marionette technique. Quality, silver grade. Description, create puppets using materials. The puppets possess certain special functions. This skill is pretty good, but I wonder if it can be transformed by the undead? Lin Shan murmured. He left the identification shop and stood at the door. With a thought, a jet-black liquid emerged from his palm, enveloping the skill book. The old man, who was reading inside the shop, suddenly looked up and stared out the door, shock evident in his eyes. This is the aura of the undead? He quickly got up and walked towards the door, peering through the window. At a glance, he saw Lin Shan and the skill book wrapped in the black liquid. How could this little guy have such a strong aura of the undead? The old man's expression darkened. No, I must inform those old geezers about this. Outside, Lin Shan was unaware that his undead transformation had been spotted. His gaze was fixed on the skill book, filled with anticipation. Moments later, the system's prompt sounded. Ding. Marionette technique, transformation successful. Lin Shan looked at the skill book, and the cover had changed. A pale white skull appeared on the front. He checked the information of the skill book. Skeleton summon. Quality, gold grade. Description, summon skeleton soldiers from corpses, the stronger the corpse. The stronger the summoned skeleton soldiers will be. Skeleton soldiers? This skill is great. Lin Shan felt a surge of joy and promptly opened the skill book. The skill book instantly transformed into a mass of black light and entered his body. The system's prompt sounded again. Ding. Congratulations, you have learned skeleton summon. Excited about this new skill, Lin Shan couldn't wait to try it out. He hurried back to the ship, the Calamity, and quickly summoned a zombie pirate. The zombie pirate stood quietly in front of Lin Shan. Lin Shan raised his hand and coldly commanded the zombie pirate, skeleton summon. A dark light enveloped the zombie pirate. The zombie pirate let out low growls, frantically twisting its body, and then its flesh burst apart, revealing a pale skeleton struggling to emerge. The skeleton stood silently before Lin Shan, with eerie blue flames burning in its eye sockets. Lin Shan checked the skeleton's information. Name, Skeleton Pirate. Level 7, Strength 90, Constitution 89, Agility 40, Spirit. Throw, Skill 1. Hard Bones. The skeleton pirate possesses tough bones that can withstand most damage. Skill 2. Skeleton Binding. The skeleton pirate can disassemble its bones to form a sturdy cage, trapping its opponents. Skill 3. Heavy Slash. The skeleton pirate wields a curved blade to slash at enemies, and its immense strength can easily sever foes. Description: the skeleton, freed from the constraints of flesh and blood, possesses greater strength and constitution. Lin Shun examined the skeleton pirate before him. Even he was somewhat surprised by its attributes. The strength and constitution far exceed those of zombies at the same level. The only downside is that the skeleton pirate lacks the infectious aura of death that zombies possess. However, Lin Shun was already satisfied. The skeleton pirate's role is in close combat, while the zombies are suited for large-scale battles. When facing powerful boss-level monsters, the skeleton pirate will undoubtedly prove to be invaluable. Chapter 35. The role of the undead body on the vast sea. 3 ships were sailing forward, with Lin Shun's ship, the Disaster, leading the way. Lin Shun leaned back in his chair, a communicator in front of him displaying a video feed of Bai Muyu. "Where is the lair of that bronze-level boss?" Lin Shun inquired. "It's in a cave within the forest of Kilo Island," Bai Muyu replied. "I remember Kilo Island is known as the Spider's Nest, right?" "That's correct. It's crawling with spider-like monsters. If it weren't for that secret realm, I wouldn't even think about coming to a place like this," Bai Muyu said, shuddering at the thought of the spider creatures. "Are you afraid of spiders?" Lin Shun asked, surprised. "Aren't you? They may be small, but they're fast and poisonous. If one crawled on me, I'd definitely freak out," Bai Muyu admitted, a hint of fear in her voice. Seeing her frightened expression, Lin Shun suddenly laughed. "Is it that funny?" Bai Muyu huffed, her cheeks puffed up in annoyance. Cough, cough. Lin Shun pretended to cough a few times to mask his embarrassment. "By the way, I heard that another guild seems to have their eyes on the boss at Kilo Island. I wonder if they've already set out. We need to be cautious." Lin Shun nodded. "Got it. Let's take a break for a bit. We'll arrive at our destination in an hour." After saying this, he ended the video call and leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes to rest. Bai Muyu stared at the dark communicator with a dissatisfied expression, muttering, "Does this guy really dislike talking to me that much? He even laughed at me." Suddenly, Lu Binger chimed in. "Captain, do you like Lin Shun?" Bai Muyu's face flushed red, and she stammered, "What? How could that be? We're just collaborators. I needed help dealing with that bronze-level boss, so I asked him to join." Lu Bingo looked unconvinced. "I've never seen you act this way toward any guy. Even back in school, you ignored all those handsome heirs from prominent families. Those guys have too much drama in their personal lives. That's why I don't like them." Bai Muyu shook her head. "I appreciate someone like Lin Shun. It's just admiration, nothing more. Don't get the wrong idea." Lu Binger wore a knowing expression. As they spoke, an hour passed. The 3 ships anchored about a nautical mile from Kilo Island, and they used small boats to land. Lin Shun scanned the surroundings. Towering trees surrounded them, each thick enough to be embraced by 2 people, reminiscent of the former Snake Island. Bai Muyu approached Lin Shun curiously and asked, "Aren't you bringing anything with you?" "Bringing what?" "Food, and your subordinates," Bai Muyu replied, calling the zombie pirates subordinates since she didn't know what else to call them. "No need. I have my own way to summon them." Lin Shun shook his head. "As for food, we'll gather what we can. Kilo Island has some fresh fruits, like purple melons and purple lemons, which taste quite good," he explained. Bai Muyu asked in surprise, "How do you know so much about Kilo Island?" "The teacher mentioned it in class. Didn't you hear?" She stuck out her tongue, feeling a bit embarrassed as she added, "I only remember the characteristics of some large islands or regions, but I didn't bother with the small ones." "You didn't memorize everything, did you?" Lin Shun nodded. Over the 3 years of high school, he had memorized the geography of various places in the medieval world thoroughly. It was just Bai Muyu who was surprised. Even the girls around them widened their eyes, looking at Lin Shun in shock. Remembering even the geography of small islands? What kind of monster is he? "Let us go," Lin Shun called out, striding ahead. Bai Muyu quickly followed him, and the others hurried to catch up, afraid of being left behind. The tall trees blocked out the sunlight, making the woods feel somewhat eerie. Spider webs were everywhere, and small spiders sat motionless on them, waiting for prey to come their way. Suddenly, a shrill scream pierced the air from behind. Lin Shun turned around sharply to see Bai Muyu's face pale with fear, frozen in place and unable to move. "What's wrong?" Lin Shun furrowed his brow and raised his staff, ready for action. "Something is crawling on my robe." Bai Muyu was nearly in tears. The others were trembling with fear. Only Lin Shun quickly made his way to Bai Muyu's side. Sure enough, a palm-sized spider was perched on her magical robe. This spider was bright red and had some strange patterns on its body. Lin Shun checked the information on the red spider. Name, Fire Poison Spider, Common. Level, 3. Strength, 7. Constitution, 5. Agility, 20. Mentality, 2. Skills, Burning Toxicity. Spider Web, Description. One of the most common spiders on Clo Island. It moves extremely fast, with potent venom, but can be easily squashed with a single step. The others also spotted the Fire Poison Spider, their faces filled with fear. The Fire Poison Spider. I heard that if it bites you, the venom attacks your nerves. And the bitten area feels like it's being roasted on a grill. It's excruciating. I'll use my sword to kill it. One of them exclaimed. No. If your sword doesn't pierce it in one go, it could crawl into the lady's clothes. And that would be even worse. What should we do then? Should we try to catch it barehanded? But we can't catch it like that. Everyone was in a panic, like ants on a hot stove. Lin Chen. Please help me get rid of the spider. Bai Muyu looked at Lin Chen with teary eyes, her tone nearly pleading. Lin Chen nodded and reached out toward the Fire Poison Spider. The others instinctively widened their eyes and held their breath. They never expected someone would dare to grab a Fire Poison Spider with their bare hands. Just as Lin Chen's hand was about to touch the spider, the Fire Poison Spider quickly scurried downwards. However, Lin Chen's agility was much higher. He swiftly grabbed the Fire Poison Spider and with a loud pop, crushed it in his hand. The venom dripped from his palm, hitting the ground with a hissing sound as it quickly corroded small holes into the muddy earth. Lin Chen released his grip and casually tossed the corpse of the Fire Poison Spider into the nearby bushes before returning to the front of the group as if nothing had happened. Bai Muyu anxiously grabbed Lin Chen's hand and asked, "Is your hand okay?" As she spoke, she glanced at his palm, only to find that there wasn't a single mark on it, as if the toxin had caused him no harm at all. "It's fine. Let's keep moving," Lin Chen replied, withdrawing his hand. His body was no longer an ordinary one. It was that of an undead, impervious to aging and decay. Likewise, toxins held no power over him. Chapter 36. Silver Rank Leader Bai Muyu stared blankly at Lin Chen. The more she interacted with him, the more mysterious he seemed. He was like a bottomless well, revealing more surprises the deeper one went. After walking for about 3 hours and dealing with several waves of spiders, Bai Muyu and the others had finally developed some resistance to the creatures. At least they no longer froze in fear. They were now getting close to the leader's lair. Lin Chen controlled a bone spear to pierce through the body of an elite-level spider monster and said, "The spider monsters here aren't very high in level. No matter how many I kill, I only gain a small amount of experience. There's still a long way to go before leveling up." Bai Muyu and the others nodded in agreement. They had come to regard Lin Chen as their cornerstone and followed his lead without question. Lin Chen looked up at the sky and could faintly see the glow of the sunset through the gaps in the leaves. It was almost evening, so they decided to set up camp right there. He casually pointed to a relatively flat piece of ground and said, "Let's camp here." Everyone nodded and began to take out tents from their bags to set up. Bai Muyu had brought over 20 people, aside from her own tent. The rest of them squeezed into the remaining 4 tents. Glancing over at Lin Chen standing nearby, Bai Muyu curiously asked, "Where's your tent?" Lin Chen scratched his head. "I forgot to buy one. I'll be fine sleeping outside for a night." Bai Muyu's face turned slightly red as she softly murmured, "Why don't you come sleep in my tent? It's big enough for 2 people. She added, "It might not be safe to sleep outside. There could be spiders." Lin Chen was about to refuse, but hesitated. Sleeping on the ground outside was far less comfortable than in a tent. Moreover, spiders were sneaky creatures skilled at ambush. Although he wasn't afraid of their venom, they could still be dangerous. After thinking for a moment, he nodded and said, "All right, then it will trouble you." After dinner, Lin Chen summoned several zombies to guard the perimeter of the camp. Bai Muyu had initially planned to assign people to keep watch, but Lin Chen declined. Having zombies on guard was much safer than relying on people. After all, humans could get drowsy while keeping watch, but zombies wouldn't tire. After sitting outside for a while, drowsiness hit him, and he headed straight for Bai Muyu's tent. Lin Chen quietly lifted the tent flap and saw Bai Muyu lying inside, her beautiful eyes looking right at him. He felt a bit awkward, like a child caught doing something wrong, and felt somewhat guilty. "I think I'll just sleep outside," Lin Chen said, intending to pull the flap back and leave. But Bai Muyu softly called out to him, "Come in. I haven't changed my clothes anyway." Her voice trailed off, barely audible, and her cheeks flushed. Lin Chen gritted his teeth. If the girl wasn't afraid, why should he be? He stepped inside the tent and lay down. Although Bai Muyu's tent was relatively spacious, it felt a bit cramped with 2 people lying inside, with only a person's distance between them. A faint, pleasant fragrance wafted into Lin Chen's nose, causing his heart to race. He quickly closed his eyes, forcing himself not to think wildly. But the more he tried, the more strange images flooded his mind, causing him to blush a little. Beside him, Bai Muyu had her back turned to Lin Chen, biting her lip, struggling to fall asleep as well. The 2 of them lay in the tent, appearing to be asleep, yet somehow not asleep at all. Meanwhile, the crew members under by Mu Yu were huddled together. Do you think the lady has developed feelings for Lin Chen? One asked. Isn't it obvious? Of course she has. If it were me, I'd definitely like him. Lin Chen is not only strong, but also knowledgeable. Having a guy like that as a husband, I'd be satisfied for life. I can't believe that the usually reserved lady would actually let a stranger into her tent. Another chimed in. They're both alone in a tent together. Surely they wouldn't, would they? The lady isn't that kind of person. Who knows? She might hold back, but Lin Chen might not be able to. With such a beautiful girl around, he definitely won't be able to sleep. Why don't we sneak over to take a look? Okay. The group quietly made their way to Bai Mu Yu's tent. They stood outside, straining to hear any sounds from within. After listening for a while, they found the tent eerily silent. Lu Bing'er whispered, "It's really quiet. There's no sound at all. They must have fallen asleep. Let us head back." Even though her voice was soft, the two inside the tent heard her clearly. Bai Mu Yu felt both embarrassed and angry. Biting her silver teeth and planning to teach them a lesson tomorrow. Lin Chen, feeling a bit awkward, pretended to be asleep. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the ground. Lin Chen shot up, eyes wide open. Bai Mu Yu also sat up, her eyes filled with concern. "What's wrong?" she asked. "It looks like things might not be good," Lin Chen replied, frowning. He closed his eyes and activated his biological sensing ability. Everything within a kilometer came into his awareness. Countless spiders swarmed in like a tide. What's with these damn things? Why do they always rely on sheer numbers? Is there nothing fresh about their tactics? Lin Chen muttered. What is happening? Bai Mu Yu quickly inquired. The leader on the other side of Krolo Island couldn't sit still any longer. He has sent his underlings to attack, Lin Chen said as he lifted the tent flap and stepped outside, immediately spotting the confused Lu Bing'er and the others. What just happened? That was so scary, Lu Bing'er asked, puzzled. Bai Mu Yu emerged from the tent, her expression serious. Get ready for battle. The leader is coming with his men. What? The group's faces changed, and they quickly drew their weapons, scanning their surroundings warily. Only Lin Chen looked up and asked, Bai Mu Yu, who told you this information? A friend of mine informed me. Is there a problem? Bai Mu Yu replied, looking confused. Your friend is trying to get you killed. The information is wrong. That leader is not bronze level, but silver level. Lin Chen's voice gradually became serious, causing everyone to gasp in shock. Although there was only a one-tier difference between the bronze level and silver level leaders, the disparity in strength was immense. It might take just a few dozen people to take down a bronze level leader, but defeating a silver level leader would require at least 100 individuals. Anything less would be nearly impossible. How do you know? Bai Mu Yu asked, puzzled. You can see for yourself if you just look up, Lin Chen replied. Everyone followed his gaze and looked up. 2 red dots were glowing ominously in the night sky. As they got a closer look at this massive creature, they collectively inhaled sharply. The spider's legs were nearly 20 meters long, resembling 8 slender bamboo poles that supported its body. The towering trees around it looked like mere weeds in comparison. Chapter 37. The power of the energy-infused corpse cannon. Everyone's eyes widened as they stared at the giant spider. It's so big, Bai Mu Yu murmured. Lin Chen checked the information about the giant spider. Name, Bamboo Segment Spider Mother, Silver Grade Boss. Level, 15. Strength, 300. Vitality, 350. Agility, 310. Mentality, 180. Skills, Web, Earthquake. Essence Devour, Egg Laying. Description, the leader of Crow Island, having birthed countless spiders, each step of its nearly 20-meter-long legs triggers a minor earthquake. Lin Chen, can you see the attributes of the Bamboo Segment Spider Mother? Bai Mu Yu frowned and said, we can only see the name, not the other attributes. Lin Chen shared the attributes of the Bamboo Segment Spider Mother in the chat channel. Everyone's eyes widened in horror upon seeing the terrifying stats. These attributes are too frightening. How are we supposed to fight it? Lu Bing'er said, her face filled with fear. Bai Mu Yu gritted her teeth and looked at Lin Chen, asking, do you think we can take it on? Lin Chen nodded slightly and said, we can give it a try. All right, then you tell us how to fight, and we'll do our best to support you. No need for that. Just help me block the surrounding spiders. I can handle this one myself. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Chen charged straight toward the Bamboo Segment Spider Mother. Bai Mu Yu gritted her teeth and, looking at the encroaching spiders, said coldly, prepare for battle. We must hold back the spiders from behind and buy Lin Chen some time. Yes. The girls tightened their grips on their weapons and charged toward the surrounding swarm of spiders. Lin Chen was weaving through the forest. Although the Bamboo Segment Spider Mother appeared to be close, it was actually at the back of the spider horde due to its massive size. The swarm of spiders surged toward Lin Chen like a tide. With a wave of his hand, the Calamity Pendant glowed with a ghostly blue light. Immediately, Hundreds of zombie pirates and countless zombie snakes appeared around him. "Kill all these spiders," Lynch said coldly. The zombies let out a roar and swung their weapons at the spiders. Countless small spiders were crushed underfoot, while the slightly larger ones were sliced in half. As they crawled onto the zombies, their venomous fangs sank in, injecting poison into the zombie bodies. However, the poison had no effect on the zombies. The zombie snakes also engaged in a fierce battle with the spiders, and many of the larger spiders that were bitten to death by the zombie snakes transformed into zombies themselves, joining the hunt against their former companions. The battle against the tide of spiders quickly turned into a one-sided slaughter. System notifications flooded the screen. "Congratulations. Zombie level increased. Congratulations. Zombie level increased. Congratulations. Your level has risen to LV 12. After killing thousands of spiders, not only did Lynch level up, but his zombie pirates also advanced by 1 or 2 levels, with the lower level ones even gaining 3 levels. Now, even his zombie pirates had generally reached level 10, which would place them among the top 10 on the beginner leaderboard. With the zombies blocking the way, the surrounding spiders couldn't approach, creating an open path for Lynch. He dashed towards the bamboo-legged spider matriarch at full speed. The matriarch noticed this fearless human and raised its leg, slamming it down in an attempt to crush him. Boom. The ground shook violently as it stomped, causing nearby trees to topple. However, Lynch deftly dodged the attack. With his agility, avoiding the matriarch's strikes was a piece of cake. With a thought, Plank and 10 skeleton pirates appeared before him. "Let's start by cutting off this beast's legs," Lynch said coldly. "Yes." Plank nodded, raising his firearm to shoot. Bang. The bullet struck the matriarch's leg, creating a large hole, but it had no effect on her. With a furious roar, she flailed several of her legs, stomping heavily on the ground, which trembled violently. The skeleton pirates swung their weapons at the matriarch, but their attacks only scratched her surface, dealing minimal damage. Only when they used their skills could they manage to inflict some damage. The primary damage dealers remained Plank and Lynch. Each swing of Plank's curved blade left a mark on the matriarch's leg, while Lynch's bone spear dealt terrifying damage, though it had a cooldown period, making Plank the main source of damage. The matriarch's health continued to steadily decline. She was furious. Opening her mouth, countless fine threads transformed into a rain of spider webs that fell from the sky. Lynch frowned and shouted, "Retreat." Plank, being faster, quickly withdrew, avoiding the falling webs. Unfortunately, the skeleton pirates weren't so lucky and became ensnared in the webs. The matriarch screeched, lifting her spider legs and slamming them down on the trapped skeleton pirates. "Skeleton binding," Lynch called out. The bones of the skeleton pirates quickly disassembled, wrapping around the spider legs. Boom. The spider legs crashed down, but the skeleton pirates remained unharmed. This wasn't an efficient way to fight, Lynch muttered to himself. He growled, "Plank, use the energy-condensing zombie bomb. Aim for the matriarch's head." "Yes." Plank ripped open his shirt to reveal the energy cannon on his chest. Terrifying energy rapidly gathered. The matriarch sensed danger and raised a spider leg, crashing it down towards Plank. Lynch casually summoned a few zombie pirates, coldly stating, "Think you can interrupt?" "Not so easy." Undead bomb. The zombie pirates lunged at the spider leg, tightly hugging it. Their bodies then rapidly expanded, like giant balloons. Boom. The balloons exploded, sending a terrifying shockwave rippling out. The matriarch's leg was severely damaged, and her massive body lost balance, crashing down to the ground, breaking countless trees and flattening the area. The Plank energy-absorbing death cannon is fully charged. With a single blast, it struck the mother bamboo spider hard. Another deafening sound erupted. The mother bamboo spider let out a sharp, agonizing scream, and its health bar dropped significantly, leaving only the last tenth. In the distance, Bai Mu Yu and the others, who were fighting the swarm of spiders, heard the piercing scream and a joyful smile appeared on their faces. Lynch succeeded. Hold on. He must be close to killing that mother bamboo spider. Once the leader is dead, these spiders will retreat. The morale of the exhausted group surged, and their speed in slaying spiders increased once again. Lynch looked at the severely injured mother bamboo spider. And just as he was about to use his bone spear to end its life, a dozen figures suddenly charged out from the nearby woods, surrounding him. Leading them was none other than Yushuebwa. Chapter 38. Slaying the mother bamboo spider with a mocking smile on his face, Yushuebwa walked straight up to Lynch. "Heh, Lynch, didn't he expect to see you so soon again, did you?" Lynch didn't show any signs of surprise. He quietly stared at Yushuebwa. "You must have known we were coming, right?" Yushuebwa didn't hide it and nodded directly. "That's right. You probably don't know this, but I was the one who spread the news about the bronze-level boss on Crow Island. The goal was to attract those skilled players over. I didn't expect that the #1 newcomer on the leaderboard, Lynch, would also be drawn in by the bronze-level boss." What a pleasant surprise. I originally planned to make my move when you arrived on Crow Island, but then I changed my mind. I wanted to see if you had a chance to kill this boss, and to my surprise, you actually did. Thank you, Lin Shin. However, Lin Shin showed no signs of anger, maintaining a calm demeanor. Seeing Lin Shin's lack of reaction, Yu Shueba's smile gradually faded. He glared at Lin Shin. What's wrong? Are you feeling desperate? Lin Shin smiled back. With you? You're not worthy of making me feel desperate. In fact, I noticed your presence long ago. I'm just playing along with your little game. Yu Shueba laughed in anger. Ha ha ha, Lin Shin. You really are just a dead duck pretending to be tough. Playing along. Who do you think you are? Do you have the ability to do that? Facing the mockery, Lin Shin still smiled. You should have no access to the information about the mother bamboo spider, right? So what? I only need to know that it's a silver-level boss. Yu Shueba snorted disdainfully. It has a skill called egg-laying. It hasn't he used it from the beginning until now, so. Lin Shin didn't he finish his sentence, but Yu Shueba's expression had already turned sour. You think a few words can scare me away? Dream on. Today, I'm going to not only slay this silver-level boss, but also kill you. That way, I'll be the #1 on the newcomer leaderboard. Yu Shueba's smile grew increasingly excited. Lin Shin replied, the time should be about right. Prank. Prank understood and raised his firearm, aiming at the mother bamboo spider. Bang. The firearm fired. The mother bamboo spider's health dropped again. Its eyes suddenly turned blood red, indicating it had entered its final berserk state. Hiss. The mother bamboo spider opened its mouth and let out a sharp screech. Immediately, its belly swelled rapidly, and black spider eggs the size of human heads were spewed out, landing around Yu Shueba and the others. Yu Shueba's eyes widened. He looked at the spider eggs surrounding him, his face turning extremely grim. Retreat. Quickly retreat. Lin Shin. Just wait. I will not let you go. The subordinates around him were already scared out of their wits, each turning to flee backward. But it was too late. The surrounding spider eggs quickly shattered. A myriad of small spiders of various colors crawled out from their eggs and quickly scurried towards Yu Shueba and the others. Lin Shin, however, was too lazy to chase after Yu Shueba. Instead, he looked at the bamboo segment spider mother and casually thrust a bone spear, which pierced straight into her head. The bamboo segment spider mother let out a mournful cry before crashing heavily to the ground, her health bar dropping to 0. The system notification soon followed. Successfully killed silver-level boss, bamboo segment spider mother, gained 10,000 experience points. Congratulations, your level has increased to LV 13. Congratulations, bone spear level has increased to LV 2. The 3 consecutive notifications surprised Lin Shin. He opened his attributes panel to check. Name, Lin Shin, level, LV 13, strength, 136, 10, vitality, 395, 20, agility, 337, 10, mental, 2500, 100, class, SSS level Necromancer, first rebirth, skills, corpse transformation LV 2, bone spear LV 2, biological sensing LV 1, undead modification LV max, undead bomb LV 1, undead body LV 1, skeleton summoning LV 1. Lin Shin casually summoned a bone spear and aimed it at a nearby tree trunk. A spear, as white as jade, appeared instantly and pierced deep into the trunk, penetrating through 2 trees before finally stopping. The power of the bone spear had significantly increased, and Lin Shin was quite satisfied. As his only offensive skill for now, it needed to be upgraded. Otherwise, he would struggle against more formidable monsters in the future. Just then, Bai Muyu and her crew rushed over. Lin Shin, are you okay? Bai Muyu asked with concern. But when she saw Lin Shin unharmed, the worry that had been weighing on her lifted. I'm fine. I took down the bamboo segment spider mother, Lin Shin replied, pointing to the spider's corpse. Everyone's eyes widened in astonishment as they looked at Lin Shin as if he were a monster. You killed a silver-level boss all by yourself. That's incredible. Yeah, that's really impressive. No wonder you're the top player on the novice leaderboard. I don't think I've ever heard of anyone soloing a silver-level boss. The compliments made Lin Shin a bit embarrassed. He quickly changed the subject. There should be some good loot. You can go get it. Looking at the massive spider corpse, Bai Muyu was covered in goosebumps. She shook her head vigorously. No, 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 you go get it. Lin Shin was puzzled, but soon understood. You're not afraid of the corpse, are you? I'm not scared. I'll get it. Bai Muyu replied, her face slightly flushed with anger. With great reluctance, she cautiously approached the corpse of the bamboo segment spider mother. When she reached the side of the body, she nearly closed her eyes. Not even bothering to check for any loot on the ground, she quickly grabbed something, turned around, and ran back, tossing the item in front of Lin Shin while panting slightly. A quaint robe, a slender sword resembling spider legs, and a spider pendant. Lin Shun was the first to examine the attributes of the robe. Mother Spider Robe Quality: Silver Grade, Constitution, 100, Mental Power, 200, Toxic Resistance, 5 Skill 1. Shadow of the Mother Spider summons a phantom of the Mother Spider to attack enemies. The phantom shares the same attributes as the Mother Spider and will disappear upon taking damage. Description: a robe infused with the core of the bamboo spider mother, capable of summoning the spider mother to fight alongside you. Required level: 13. Restricted class: Magic class. He was quite pleased with the attributes of this robe. The so-called toxic resistance means that it can reduce a portion of damage when facing poison-based attacks, a feature that only high-level armor has a chance to possess. If the toxic resistance could be raised to 100, then ordinary poison would have no effect at all. However, such armor might have some shortcomings in other attributes, which is inevitable. Chapter 39. The Arachnid Lord's Robe. Lin Shun glanced at the next weapon, a slender sword resembling a spider's leg. The guard of the sword looked like a spider, exuding an intimidating aura. Spider Matriarch Stinger. Quality: Silver, Agility, 100, Strength, 150, Physical Penetration, 5. Description: a long sword as sharp as the leg of a bamboo spider. Even a slender sword can pose a threat to heavy armor. Required level to equip: level 10. Restricted class: Swordsman. Upon seeing this sword, the faces of the nearby female swordsmen displayed shock and envy. This weapon held great allure for them. Physical penetration is a very unique attribute. It allows one to bypass a portion of the enemy's defenses, dealing higher damage. For the swordsman class, this is nothing short of a divine artifact. After all, swordsmen often feel powerless against heavy armor classes. Lin Shun looked at Bai Muyu. She quickly waved her hand and said, "This is your loot. I can't take it. If it weren't for you, we would have been done for here today. How could I possibly take your stuff?" The others nodded in agreement, supporting Bai Muyu's statement. Lin Shun didn't insist and turned his attention to the last item, a spider pendant. Spider Matriarch Pendant. Quality: Silver, Agility, 200, Strength, 100, Skill. Spider silk can use the pendant to spit out spider silk. Description: a pendant containing the silk of the bamboo spider matriarch. It can shoot out tough spider silk to entrap enemies and has unique applications. Required level to equip: level 10. Restricted class: None. This spider pendant seemed ordinary, but for classes like assassins, it was practically a godsend. Not only did it grant a significant boost in agility, but it also came with a spider silk skill. The spider silk could control the enemy's movements, and when paired with an assassin's high burst damage, it could swiftly claim an opponent's life. Aside from the spider matriarch's robe, the other equipment wasn't particularly useful to him. He planned to sell the other two items, sure that he could fetch a good price. As the sky gradually brightened, the tension that had been hanging over everyone finally eased. "Let us take a break and then go look for the bamboo spider matriarch's lair to see if there are any hidden realms," Bai Muyu suggested. Lin Shun shook his head. "No need to look. There is no hidden realm here." "How do you know? Did you go to the bamboo spider matriarch's lair just now?" Bai Muyu asked, curious. Lin Shun recounted everything that had just happened to her. Bai Muyu's face flushed with anger. "That Yushuebwa. Actually spreading false information to deceive me. If I ever see him again, I won't let him off easily." After tidying up the battlefield, everyone headed to the dock to take a boat back to the Novice Island. After saying their goodbyes, Lin Shun went straight to the plaza to set up his stall again. He had only 2 pieces of equipment, the Spider Matriarch Stinger and the Spider Matriarch Pendant. Many people came to check out these items, their eyes lighting up with eagerness to buy. However, upon seeing the prices, they immediately backed off. The price of the Spider Mother Stinger is 50,000 gold coins, while the Spider Mother Pendant costs 30,000 gold coins. Such exorbitant prices are simply unaffordable for most players. By the time night fell, neither of these items had sold. Lin Shun wasn't in a hurry. He put away the equipment and returned to the plague ship to rest. Sitting in the captain's cabin, he took out the Spider Mother robe. With a thought, a dark liquid enveloped the robe. Soon, the system notification chimed in. Ding! The Spider Mother robe has been successfully upgraded to the golden grade item, Crypt Lord robe. Lin Shun's eyes lit up as he stared at the robe in his hands. The dark liquid gradually receded, revealing the full appearance of the Crypt Lord robe. The robe was entirely black, with faintly reflective shells on the outside. However, these shells were thin, as if they could shatter with a single touch. There were also a few sharp spikes on the shoulders of the robe. Lin Shun checked the robe's attributes. Crypt Lord robe. Quality: golden grade. Strength: 200. Mental power: 300. Magic resistance: 10. Skill 1. Magic shell forms a layer of magical protection around the body, capable of completely resisting some magic and reducing the damage from powerful spells. Skill 2. Piercing fires a sharp spike to pierce the enemy, absorbing their life force to replenish oneself. Description: a robe made from the shell of a crypt lord, possessing powerful magical defense. Required level: 13, class restriction, Necromancer. His eyes brightened. This robe was both offensive and defensive, which was quite impressive. Moreover, a golden grade item was practically a divine artifact for a newbie. Lin Shan immediately put on the robe. It fits snugly and didn't interfere with the ghostly cloak he wore over it. Instead, it accentuated his figure even more. Just as he was about to rest, his communicator buzzed. He glanced at it and saw that it was a video call request from Hua Qing'er. He pressed the button to accept it, and a virtual image appeared before him. Hua Qing'er, dressed in a nightgown, appeared on the screen. The low-cut nightgown showcased her figure. Although she couldn't compare to Bai Mu Yu, her slender frame gave off a different unique charm. Lin Shan almost nosebleed. He awkwardly cleared his throat and said in a deep voice, "What is up? Lin Shan, do you still have that slender sword?" Hua Qing'er asked excitedly, clutching the communicator as if she wanted to climb through the screen. Lin Shan nodded slightly. "I still have it." Hua Qing'er exclaimed in excitement. "Wait for me. I'll head back to the newbie island tomorrow to make the trade with you. And I want that pendant too." "Sure thing," Lin Shan replied, nodding. After all, selling it to anyone else would be the same. He hung up the call and sank into a deep sleep on his bed. The next day at noon, Lin Shan returned to the plaza to wait for Hua Qing'er. It wasn't long before he saw someone rushing toward him in a hurry. It was Hua Qing'er. She skidded to a stop in front of Lin Shan, excitedly grabbing his ghostly cloak and asking, "Where's the sword? What about the pendant?" Lin Shan took out the Spider Mother's sting and the Spider Mother pendant and handed them to Hua Qing'er. Hua Qing'er joyfully caressed the Spider Mother's sting. Her eyes filled with delight. "By the way, here's a gold card with 50,000 gold coins on it. All right, I'll be on my way." With that, she hurriedly left with the gear. What a whirlwind. Lin Shan shook his head with a smile. He planned to stock up on supplies and set out again to level up. Only by leaving the Novice area could he search for the mysterious Nether secret realm. He headed straight out of the square. However, when he reached the entrance of the appraisal shop, the door suddenly swung open. An elderly man with white hair stepped out and said in a deep voice, "Kid." Lin Shan stopped in his tracks and turned to look at the old man. His eyes filled with curiosity. "Come inside. I have something to discuss with you." After saying that, the old man went straight back into the appraisal shop. Lin Shan felt a surge of curiosity. Could this be a hidden quest? The appraisal shop actually has hidden quests? With that thought, he walked directly into the shop. Chapter 40. The Ruins of the God of Death. As Lin Shan stepped into the appraisal shop, the old man casually gestured to a chair beside him and said, "Make yourself comfortable. What brings you here?" Lin Shan, puzzled, took a seat and asked, "What do you want from me?" The old man fixed his gaze on Lin Shan and slowly replied, "You're a necromancer, aren't you?" Lin Shan was taken aback, immediately becoming alert. He furrowed his brow and asked, "Who exactly are you?" "My name is Wen Jianan," the old man said nonchalantly. Wen Jianan? The first magical profession mentor of the Dragon Kingdom? Lin Shan's eyes widened in shock. This was a renowned figure recorded in history. He was known as the Grand Sorcerer of the Dragon Kingdom and the first magical profession mentor, with all subsequent mentors being his disciples. Even the four great guardians would respectfully refer to him as Old One. It was said that he was an A-class holy profession practitioner, an advanced role of a priest. Although not particularly strong in combat, he possessed an extraordinary ability perception. His mental acuity far exceeded that of ordinary sorcerers, allowing him to easily sense hidden information about others. Wait a minute, isn't Grand Sorcerer when supposed to have already? Lin Shan looked skeptically at the disheveled old man before him, struggling to reconcile this figure with the legendary sorcerer from history. Wen Jianan, however, seemed unfazed. "That's right. By all accounts, I should no longer be in this world. But that is merely an excuse the Dragon Kingdom uses to the outside world. Due to certain circumstances, I chose to withdraw from the conflicts and hide away in this place, though it lacks much of the excitement of the outside world. For an old man like me who enjoys peace and quiet, it's the perfect spot." Lin Shan snapped out of his astonishment. "Old Wen, did you need something from me?" Wen Jianan smiled and shook his head. "I'm different from others. I have no tasks for you. However, I do know a few things about necromancers. Would you like to hear them?" Lin Shan's eyes lit up, and he quickly nodded. Although he had gathered various materials on necromancers from the database, Wen Jianan had lived for so long that he might know some secrets about them. "Since you're interested, I'll share what I know. But first, I need to ask you a question. Do you think necromancers are just, or are they evil?" Wen Jianan's murky eyes bore into Lin Shan, making him feel as though he was being seen through, as if no secret could be hidden from him. Lin Shan maintained a calm demeanor as he replied, "How do we distinguish between justice and evil? Killing is evil, but what about killing the wicked? Necromancers are similar. Summoning corpses is deemed evil, but what if it's the corpses of wrongdoers or monsters? Using them to vanquish enemies? Therefore, I believe that as long as one does good, they are a good person, regardless of their profession. A smile crept onto Wen Jianan's face, and he nodded in satisfaction. Well said. You make a very valid point. No one can define your worth. As long as your actions are true to your heart, that is what matters. With that said, let me tell you the story of the Necromancer. How is your knowledge of history? Let us hear it. Lin Chen nodded. A century ago, a passage leading to the middle world appeared in the original world. People entered the middle world and discovered it was rich in energy and resources. So they began to explore and engage in wars with the indigenous inhabitants. Initially, the humans from the original world were weak and faced continuous defeats, but later, with the emergence of job-changing stones and various professions, the human side gained significant strength, stabilizing the situation and gradually expanding their territory. However, 50 years ago, a race of demons emerged in the middle world, launching a massacre against the indigenous people and us humans. It took a decade for humans and the indigenous people to join forces and drive the demons into a corner of the middle world, where they were sealed away. The conflict drained the strength of all parties involved. Small nations fell, and even the great powers entered a period of recuperation. After finishing, Lin Chen looked at Wen Jianan. Wen Jianan nodded slightly. Yes, that's the general outline of history. Do you know which battle was the most crucial? Lin Chen pondered for a moment and replied, was it the Great Battle of the Storm Sea? No. The Great Battle of the Storm Sea was actually a one-sided suppression and slaughter on our part. Before the decisive battle, the demon race had gathered an army of over 1 million, and we were simply no match for them. However, before the battle began, a figure in a black robe appeared. He summoned an army of millions of undead to fight against the demons, ultimately slaying 70% of them and killing more than half of the demon race's powerful warriors. That's how we managed to win the Great Battle. Otherwise, the entire middle world would have fallen under the demon's rule, and even our original world might have been corrupted. Lin Chen's eyes widened in surprise. A necromancer intervened? Who is it? Why has this information never been disclosed? After saying this, he recalled the figure in the black robe that appeared in the necromancer's secret realm. Could it have been him? To most people, the undead have always been synonymous with evil, which is why this matter has been kept under wraps and not made public to ordinary folks. After the Great War, the terrifying and mysterious Undead Sea was formed, said to contain countless high-level items, but one must have the fortune to obtain them. As for the Novice Sea, there is also a special location known as the Ruins of the Underworld God. There are some clues related to necromancers there, but only necromancers can enter. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Excuse me, where is the Ruins of the Underworld God located? The coordinates are right here. Wen Jianan took out a scroll and handed it to Lin Chen. Lin Chen opened it and saw a small island marked on the map, called Ghost Island. He suddenly remembered that his teacher had introduced it during class. Ghost Island is an uninhabited island that had once been explored by people from other small kingdoms and novice players. However, without exception, no one ever returned. Even those novices disappeared without a trace. So, Ghost Island has been designated as a forbidden place, and no novice dares to venture there. If you want to see what lies within the ruins of the Underworld God, you should visit Ghost Island. However, I must warn you, no one who goes to Ghost Island has ever returned alive. The choice is yours, Wen Jianan said, fixing his gaze on Lin Chen. Lin Chen smiled. Risk and opportunity go hand in hand. If I don't dare to take risks, how can I expect to grow stronger? I must see Ghost Island for myself. Thank you, old one, for sharing this information. He stood up, bowed to Wen Jianan, and turned to leave. Watching Lin Chen's retreating figure, Wen Jianan sighed softly. I wonder if telling this young man was the right decision. But if he doesn't go, he'll always regret it. Chapter 41. The Fleet of the Azure Kingdom. After leaving the appraisal shop, Lin Chen wandered around the nearby stores and bought a large number of items, stuffing them into the Necromancer's realm. Despite his efforts to fill it with so many things, it still felt quite spacious. He estimated that even if he filled the entire Novice Island into it, there would still be plenty of room. Once he finished organizing his belongings, he headed straight back to the ship, the Plague, setting sail for Ghost Island. In the vast ocean, a fleet was slowly making its way across the waters. At the center of the fleet was a massive transport ship, surrounded by 5 smaller escort vessels. Flying from the ship was a flag depicting a blue shark's head. This was the kingdom of the Novice Seas, the Azure Kingdom. Inside the transport ship, several young nobles dressed in luxurious attire were drinking and dancing in the grand hall. Leading them was a handsome young man with blonde hair and blue eyes. However, his gaze kept drifting back and forth among the noble ladies present. He was Dek, the only son of the king of the Azure Kingdom. With a wave of his hand, Dek said, "All right, let us stop for now. The noble ladies and gentlemen who had been dancing immediately ceased their movements and turned their attention to Deck. Today, I want Hannah and Casey to accompany me. He casually pointed at two of the noble ladies. The two ladies dared not refuse and nodded in agreement, though they were quite pleased. If they could bear Deck a child, they would gain entry into the royal palace and elevate their status significantly. A nobleman named Raven, who had grown up with Deck, joked, "Deck, why don't you go for the one in the cage? She is the real beauty, not like these ordinary women." Hannah and Casey shot discontented glances at Raven, but he seemed unfazed. Deck frowned and replied, "Do you think I don't want to? But my father has issued a strict order, commanding me not to touch her. She is meant to be a gift for the Duke of the War Whale Empire. If I lay a hand on her, not only will my father be furious, but the Duke will be enraged as well. Do you think I could handle that?" Hearing this, Raven's expression stiffened. The cost was too great. Even though his father was a duke in the Azure Kingdom, it wouldn't help him. After all, the power of the Duke of the War Whale Empire surpassed that of the kings of many kingdoms. Killing them would be as easy as pie. "All right. Go find a woman for yourself and rest." Deck waved his hand dismissively. "Yes," Raven replied, bowing his head, but he clenched his teeth. A glimmer of unwillingness flashing in his eyes. He randomly pointed at a woman and then turned to leave. Deck didn't think much of it, and was about to take the two chosen women away when a guard hurried over. "My lord." We spotted a strange-looking ship about 10 nautical miles away. "A strange ship?" Deck asked, intrigued. "Yes, it looks like it's made of bones," the guard replied. Upon hearing this, Deck's interest was piqued. "Take me to see it." Of course. The guard led Deck to the deck. Deck spotted a ship sailing in the distance at a glance. The vessel was entirely made of white bones, with a menacing snake head at the bow, adding an air of dominance and mystery to the ship. His eyes lit up instantly. "I really like the ship. Send someone to buy it. If they refuse to sell, then we'll deal with it the usual way." Collecting various types of ships was his biggest hobby, second only to indulging in women. Now that he had come across such a unique ship, how could he possibly let it slip away? "Yes." The guards nodded in agreement. Deek returned to the cabin, thoroughly satisfied. He had no concerns about the other party's strength. After all, nobles or powerful individuals would travel in fleets. Only the weak would dare to venture alone in these treacherous seas. 3 escort ships left the fleet and headed straight for the skeletal vessel. Meanwhile, Linshin, the owner of the bone ship, was in the captain's cabin browsing through a forum. The forum featured announcements from various players, providing a wealth of information about the medieval world. Just as Linshin was starting to feel bored, Prank walked in. "My lord, an unidentified organization ship is approaching us," he reported. Linshin frowned slightly. "Approaching us? How far away are they?" "About 3 nautical miles," Prank replied. "Let us go take a look." With that, Linshin stood up and walked toward the deck. Upon reaching the deck, he immediately spotted the 3 warships sailing in the distance. A glance revealed a large transport ship along with the 2 escort vessels. When he saw the flags on the escort ships, he confirmed their identity. They belonged to the Azure Kingdom. The Azure Kingdom should be thousands of nautical miles away from here. How did they end up here? Linshin muttered to himself, furrowing his brow. Just then, several guards dressed in swordsman attire emerged from the deck of the escort ship. The leader, looking haughty, gazed down at Linshin and coldly stated, "Our prince intends to buy your ship. Leave the vessel, and you and your crew can go." Linshin regarded the guard as if he were an idiot, remaining silent. The guard's expression darkened upon seeing Linshin's reaction. "Don't you understand? Damn foreigner. Leave the ship and take your crew with you, or we will personally throw you overboard to feed the sea beasts. You want my ship? If you have the guts, come and take it," Linshin replied casually. The guard captain gritted his teeth, glaring at Linshin. "Very well. Throw the iron chains. Prepare the cannons." The cannons on the 3 escort ships aimed at the disastrous tide. The ominous black mouths of the cannons held a terrifying threat. Several iron chains were thrown out, hooking onto the deck of the disastrous tide. Dozens of guards wielding long swords poured out of the cabin, sliding down the chains towards the disastrous tide. They were all professionally trained, and within just a few seconds, over a dozen guards had reached the deck of the disastrous tide, eyeing Linshin menacingly. Linshin checked the information on these guards. Name, Claire, common. Level, 8. Class, Guardian of the Azure Kingdom. Strength, 50. Constitution, 44. Agility, 47. Spirit, 30. Skills, heavy slash. Swift step. Description, a member of the Guardian Army of the Azure Kingdom, possessing commendable combat abilities. Linshin shook his head in frustration. "I was reluctant to get involved, but you just wouldn't listen." With a wave of his hand, the Calamity pendant emitted a bright light. Suddenly, dozens of zombies appeared on the deck, crowding the space completely. If it weren't for the limited area, Linshin would have summoned an entire army of the undead. Seeing these bizarre creatures, the group of guardians hesitated, momentarily too frightened to act. Go, kill them all, Lin Shen commanded, pointing at the guardians. Roar. The zombies let out low growls, charging madly towards the guardians. The guardians quickly drew their swords, roaring as they engaged in battle with the zombies. Chapter 42. The guard ship falls. Zombie numbers surge in just a minute. All the guards lay sprawled on the ground, while the zombies remained unscathed, drenched in blood like demons. The guards aboard the ship widened their eyes in shock and fear. These are the monsters from Ghost Island. Open fire immediately. Kill all these demons. The captain of the guard shouted. Yes. The other guards responded in unison. They hurriedly loaded the cannonballs into the cannons, aiming at the ship named Disaster. Just as they pulled the fuses, they realized the cannons showed no response at all. What's going on? Why aren't the cannons reacting? Quickly, check it out. One of them opened the cannon hatch, and several terrifying-looking venomous snakes surged out from inside the ammunition hold. Ah, snakes. How can there be snakes? The man screamed and stumbled back, trying to distance himself from the snakes. The surrounding guards, upon seeing this, grabbed their long swords and charged at the snakes. However, the small cannon hatch was like a snake's den, with venomous snakes continuously pouring out in a frenzy. In no time, the entire deck had become a kingdom of snakes. Several guards from the Azure Kingdom were bitten by the snakes, and the venom quickly coursed through their bodies, causing them to collapse and die. Looking at the sea of snakes, the guards from the Azure Kingdom were filled with terror. They never dreamed that so many snakes could invade their warship. Forget about bombarding the Disaster. They were struggling to save themselves. Meanwhile, Lin Chun stood leisurely on the deck, watching the chaotic battle between the humans and snakes in the distance. These zombie snakes were, of course, his doing. They had silently crawled onto the Azure Kingdom's warship through the seawater, launching a surprise attack that caught them off guard. A series of system prompts echoed in Lin Chen's ears. Successfully killed an Azure Kingdom guard. Gained 500 experience points. Successfully killed an Azure Kingdom guard. Gained 500 experience points. Congratulations, your level has increased to LV 14. He leveled up again, and Lin Chen was quite pleased. It wouldn't be long before he reached level 20 and could undergo a second class change. Plank approached him respectfully and said, "My lord, the other guards have been dealt with, leaving only the captain alive for your handling." Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction and replied, "Bring him over." Yes. Plank waved his hand, instructing his zombie subordinates to throw the bound captain onto the deck. The captain's eyes were filled with fear as he trembled before Lin Chen. What do you want? Let me go? If I die, the prince will definitely not let you off." The captain screamed, "Before he has a chance to take revenge. I'll go find him first," Lin Chen said casually. "Tell me, how many guards are there in total, and what is their defense layout? I will never tell you anything, so give up." With that, Lin Chen waved his hand, and Plank plunged his knife into the heart of the guard captain. The guard captain collapsed instantly, lifeless. Successfully killed the guard captain of the Azure Kingdom, gaining 1,000 experience points. Lin Chen turned his gaze towards the distant fleet and said, "Next, let's take care of those 2 escort ships. We need to be quick and ensure they don't notice us." "Yes," Plank replied respectfully. He arranged all the transformed zombies from the Azure Kingdom onto 3 escort ships, heading towards the Azure Kingdom's fleet, with the Disaster following closely behind. The guards on the other 2 escort ships were completely unaware, chatting leisurely. "That was fast. It's already done." "Yeah, but this ship looks pretty good. I wonder what that guy was thinking when he came up with this strange design." "Don't worry. Once the ship comes over, we can go aboard and take a look." "Haha, true. I'm really looking forward to seeing what this ship is like." Just as they were chatting, the 3 escort ships arrived in front of them. They could see their companions standing on the deck of the escort ship. However, these companions looked a bit strange, with beast-like fangs and claws, their eyes glowing red, resembling monsters. The guards were startled and stepped back, raising their weapons and calling out their companions' names. But no one responded. "Quick, call the captain." One guard sensed something was wrong and immediately turned to shout to a nearby comrade. "Okay." The comrade hurriedly ran towards the cabin. At that moment, iron chains shot out and clanged against the ship's railing. Immediately after, the zombie guards swiftly climbed over. "Get away from me, you bastards." One guard swung his long sword, striking forward. Clang. The foremost zombie guard raised its sword and expertly blocked the attack. Before the guard could react, several swords quickly thrust in from all directions, easily piercing through his body. He widened his eyes and collapsed softly to the ground. The other guards stared in horror, their eyes wide with fear. They turned and ran towards the cabin. However, the zombie guards had no intention of letting them escape, swiftly charging forward, swinging their swords, and easily slaying one guard after another. In just a few minutes, the guards on the 2 escort ships were completely wiped out, all transformed into zombies. Lin Chen stood on the deck of the disaster, his gaze fixed on the central transport ship. Plank approached Lin Chen and respectfully said, "My lord, all enemies have been eliminated." Lin Chen nodded slightly. He checked his attribute panel, excluding the zombie vipers. The number of zombie pirates and zombie guards combined had reached around 500, and each of them was of a relatively high level. Next, let's prepare to board the transport ship. Capture them alive, if possible, except for those guards, Lin Chen said slowly. Understood. Plank nodded in response. 5 escort ships surrounded the transport vessel, as if nothing had ever happened. However, the guards aboard these ships were all zombies under Lin Chen's command. Iron chains were quickly thrown from the escort ships, landing all over the transport vessel. A large number of zombie guards began to climb up the chains to the transport ship. In just a few minutes, over 100 zombie guards stood on the deck of the transport ship, with Lin Chen and Plank among them. Lin Chen closed his eyes and activated his biological sensing ability. His powerful mental energy spread out instantly, enveloping the entire transport vessel like a massive net. Every living being inside the transport ship was within Lin Chen's mental reach. However, in the next moment, Lin Chen sensed an incredibly rich life energy at the top of the transport ship. Chapter 43. Princess Catherine of the Elves, second level of the transport ship of the Azure Kingdom. This area is exclusively reserved for a few noble youths. While the guards and servants reside on the lower levels, the floor is covered with luxurious tiger-striped carpets, soft and plush underfoot. Elegant gas lamps are embedded along both sides of the corridor, and a faint scent of perfume lingers in the air. Raven walked ahead with a stern expression, followed closely by a young woman in a long dress. The woman kept her head down, not daring to utter a word. She was Daphne, the daughter of a count from the Azure Kingdom, and her status was considerably lower than Raven's. As Raven entered the room, he furrowed his brow and fixed his gaze on Daphne. "Humph. Compared to what's in a cage, you're nothing," he sneered. Daphne spoke cautiously. "Raven, you shouldn't think about it. The king has given strict orders. No harm can come to her, not even a single hair, or we'll face the death penalty." "Shut up," Raven roared. Daphne dared not speak further, her eyes downcast, avoiding his glare. "No, I have to have her, even if it kills me," Raven gasped, his mind consumed by the image of her stunning beauty and figure, feeling as if he were losing his sanity. Daphne's expression changed, and she rushed to embrace Raven, her face filled with terror. "No, Raven, let me stay with you. Get away from me." Raven was on the verge of exploding, gritting his teeth as he shoved Daphne aside. She collided heavily with a wooden cabinet and fainted. Raven stormed out of the room and quickly ascended to the 3rd floor. Soon, he arrived at the 3rd level, where 2 guards stood at the corridor entrance. Upon seeing Raven, the guards bowed in unison. "My lord Raven." Raven nodded, preparing to enter. However, the 2 guards blocked his path. "What do you want? Do you intend to lay a hand on me?" Raven frowned. The guards hurriedly replied, "We wouldn't dare, sir. It's just that Lord Dirk has instructed us that no one is allowed inside without his permission. I'm here on Lord Dirk's orders to check on the prisoners. If you have any issues, you can consult Dirk. If you delay me, I have the authority to execute you on the spot," Raven declared, drawing a dagger from his waist and pointing it at the 2 men. The dagger bore a fierce blue shark emblem in the center, the very symbol of the Azure Kingdom. The guards' faces changed upon seeing the dagger. "Is that the Duke's Azure Shark dagger?" Raven nodded with satisfaction. "Indeed. The Azure Shark dagger can directly eliminate rebels and those who violate military orders. Do you want to test it?" Hearing this, the 2 guards quickly stepped aside, not wanting to lose their lives for no reason. Raven then sheathed the dagger, nodding in approval. "Now that's more like it. Work well, and when you return, I can arrange for you to join the Duke's household as his personal guards." The guards' faces lit up with surprise at this prospect. Becoming a Duke's bodyguard not only comes with good benefits, but also significantly reduces risks. "Thank you, Lord Raven," they all said in unison as they bowed. Raven walked straight in. The decor on the 3rd floor was as luxurious as that on the 2nd, but it was much quieter. Even the sound of footsteps on the carpet echoed clearly. Raven felt his heartbeat quickening. He headed directly to the door of the room in the middle, took a deep breath, and pushed the door open. The room was filled with a rich vitality, and just standing there made one feel invigorated. The entire room had been transformed, with sturdy iron bars dividing it into 2 sections. A beautiful blonde woman in a flowing emerald green gown, with pointed ears, sat by the bed looking troubled. Her features were stunning, her skin as smooth as white jade, and her golden hair cascaded over her shoulders like a waterfall, reminiscent of a princess from a fairy tale. When Raven saw her, his breath became heavy, akin to a greedy beast. "Princess Catherine, we meet again," he said, forcing down his excitement. When Catherine saw Raven, Her golden green eyes were filled with disgust and hatred. What do you want? A smile crept onto Raven's face. Princess Catherine, I have missed you for far too long. I'm here today to rescue you. To make you my woman. Then I will take you across the entire medieval world. Impossible, Catherine replied coldly, glaring at Raven. Even if I die, I will never allow my purity to be tarnished by you. And you despicable humans took advantage of my injury. If my mother finds out, she will never let you go. Raven sneered. Princess Catherine, you don't have a choice now. Your powers are completely suppressed. You are nothing but an ordinary person before me, incapable of resistance. He walked straight to the iron bars, took out a key, and unlocked the iron door. Slowly approaching Catherine. Catherine sprang to her feet, staring defiantly at Raven. Don't come any closer. Otherwise, I'll fight you to the death. Raven smirked disdainfully. Catherine, do you really think you have that strength left? Just be my woman, and I can guarantee you a life of wealth and luxury. You might even become a duchess in the future. Don't refuse me. With that, he lunged at Catherine. A flash of fear crossed her eyes. She quickly dodged to the side, avoiding Raven, and ran straight for the door. Raven missed his grab but felt no anger. He relished the thrill of the hunt. Don't run. You can't escape. He cackled, quickly closing the distance. Catherine glanced back at the approaching Raven, her eyes filled with terror. She stumbled, losing her balance, and fell heavily to the ground, wincing in pain. Raven grinned wickedly. Catherine, from today on, you belong to me. He reached out, grabbing for her neck. Catherine closed her eyes in despair, waiting for the sorrowful conclusion. Tears slipped from the corners of her eyes, dripping onto the floor. At that moment, a cold voice echoed from the doorway. What a disgusting creature. A whoosh filled the air. Catherine instinctively opened her eyes and saw a pure white spear piercing through Raven's chest. Blood gushed from Raven's mouth, and he collapsed heavily onto the ground. She turned to look back and saw a man in a black cloak standing quietly at the entrance. The man's gaze fell on Catherine, and he remarked with some surprise. An elf? Chapter 44. The disaster ship's promotion. Catherine's initially excited mood instantly cooled. It was over. Her identity as an elf had been discovered once again. Just as she had escaped the tiger's mouth, she had fallen into the wolf's den. Lynchen walked into the room, staring intently at Catherine. Catherine gritted her teeth, ready to speak, but Lynchen spoke first. You're not in cahoots with them, are you? Catherine was taken aback and instinctively shook her head. In that case, you can leave, Lynchen said casually. After saying that, he turned and walked out of the room. Catherine stared blankly at Lynchen's retreating figure and asked, Aren't you interested in what I can offer? Lynchen paused. Elves are beautiful, but the money made from selling them is too dirty. You can go. I still have to clean up the battlefield. With that, Lynchen left, leaving Catherine kneeling in the room, stunned. Lynchen arrived at the hall on the first floor. Plank was there with his undead minions surrounding the area, while in the center of the hall stood Dirk and a few others. Upon seeing Lynchen, Plank respectfully bowed. My lord, all the guards have been dealt with. The only ones left are these young nobles. Lynchen nodded slightly, looking down at Dirk and the others, casually asking, Who is the prince of the Azure Kingdom? Dirk's eyes lit up, and he quickly spoke up. I am the prince. Lynchen nodded slightly. I heard you're interested in my ship? Dirk's smile froze, and he hurriedly said, I'm sorry, sir. I didn't know it was your ship, so I offended you. I'm willing to pay you 1,000 gold coins. Please let me go. As soon as he finished speaking, a sharp bone spear shot toward Dirk. It stopped just 10 centimeters away from him. Dirk broke out in a cold sweat, staring at the spear that was so close. Is your life worth only 1,000 gold coins? Lynchen scoffed. If that's the case, I might as well kill you. I'd get more from that. Dirk's face changed, and he quickly said, My lord, please let me explain. I have something valuable. If you let me go, I'll give it to you. What is it? Show me, Lynchen said casually. Dirk nodded, carefully pulling out a pure white, fist-sized bead from his pocket and handing it to Lynchen. Lynchen glanced at it, checking its information. Ocean Spirit Stone. Quality, gold grade. Description, a stone imbued with rich ocean energy. Can be used to forge weapons, equipment, and ships. Is this it? Lynchen frowned and asked. Dirk looked miserable. My lord, this is the most valuable thing I have. If sold, it could fetch at least 200,000 gold coins. Lynchen nodded slightly. In that case, I'll give you a chance to live. Dirk was overjoyed and quickly said, Thank you, my lord. Thank you. Lynchen instructed his undead minions to take Dirk and the others to the deck, then ordered them all onto a small wooden boat. The small wooden boat was tiny, lacking even a cabin, with only oars on either side. With 5 or 6 people standing on it, it looked a bit cramped. This boat is yours. Take them down, Lynchen commanded. With a wave of his hand, the zombies tossed the small boat into the sea with a crash. Desperate cries from deck and the others echoed from below. However, Lin Shin paid them no mind and walked straight toward the captain's cabin of the transport ship. Upon entering the cabin, Lin Shin directly retrieved the ship's core. He glanced at the information regarding the transport ship's core. Transport ship of the Azure Kingdom. Quality, bronze. Captain, none. Capacity, 5,000 kilograms. Weapons, none. Overall performance, 2,000. Upgrade progress, 0, apart from its large capacity. The transport ship had no other advantages. He then took out the cores of the other 5 escort ships. Escort ship of the Azure Kingdom. Quality, bronze. Captain, none. Capacity, 1,000 kilograms. Weapons, 6 black cannons. Overall performance, 1,500. Upgrade progress, 0. Plank curiously asked, "My lord, why are you taking out all these ship cores?" "To upgrade the Calamity," Lin Shin replied casually. "Otherwise, having so many ships would not only make me a bigger target, but would also offer limited enhancement to my combat power. My ships should be few but powerful. I only need strong vessels." Lin Shin made his way to the bow of the Calamity and summoned the Leviathan Serpent, tossing all the ship cores to it. The Leviathan opened its mouth and swallowed all the cores in one go. Moments later, a system notification sounded. "The Calamity is upgrading. Please do not move around to avoid injury." A dark liquid swiftly enveloped the Calamity. Lin Shin patiently waited. After a few minutes, the system notification chimed again. "Congratulations. The Calamity has been upgraded to gold level." As the dark liquid receded, the brand new Calamity revealed itself. Its size had more than doubled since before. Now it truly resembled a colossal beast of the sea, sailing through the waves with an imposing presence. Even the mightiest of waves could not inflict any damage upon it. Along the sides of the ship, there were now over a dozen menacing-looking cannons. These cannons were crafted entirely from bone, blending seamlessly with the surrounding skeletal structure. Lin Shin checked the latest attributes of the Calamity. Disaster, quality, gold. Captain, Lin Shin, capacity, 15,000 kg. Weapons, 14 death cannons. Fong Serpent Head. Overall performance, 20,000. Skill 1. Death Veil. Dense death energy transforms into a mist, enveloping the ship and masking it from most detection. Skill 2. Devour. The Fong Serpent Head can consume anything, allowing the ship to recover from damage or enhance its hull. Skill 3. Death Cannon. The death cannons can fire without reloading, targeting any location, and can also remotely summon explosive shells that release terrifying corpse poison upon detonation, eroding enemies. Modification progress, 5. Lin Shin's eyes lit up. The attribute enhancements were substantial. The capacity alone had doubled compared to before. Now, even if he loaded all the zombies onto the Disaster, it wouldn't feel cramped at all. Moreover, the interior of the Disaster had become extraordinarily luxurious, with tiger skin carpets lining the corridors, making each step feel soft and comfortable. No wonder the nobles enjoyed such lavish items. They truly knew how to indulge, Lin Shin remarked. Suddenly, Plank spoke up, "My lord, there is someone who wishes to see you." "Bring them in," Lin Shin replied, already guessing who it might be. Soon, several zombies escorted Catherine before Lin Shin. Chapter 45. Fall. Dark Elf, is there something you need? Lin Shin asked, glancing at Catherine. Catherine bit her lip, hesitating for a moment before speaking. "Sir, if I'm not mistaken, you must be a necromancer, right?" Lin Shin nodded slightly. Gathering her courage, Catherine continued, "Sir, I would like to ask you for a favor." "Why should I help you? What isn't it for me?" Lin Shin replied, raising an eyebrow. She seemed to hesitate for a long time before finally making up her mind. "Sir, as long as you're willing to help me, I will serve you for life." However, Lin Shin shook his head. "I'm not interested. If you can't offer me something enticing, then there is no point in discussing it." Catherine was taken aback. She hadn't expected Lin Shin to refuse so decisively. After all, she was an elf. Countless nobles would want to possess her. Yet this human was rejecting what was practically handed to him. "I can give you something," Catherine said, taking off a ring from her finger. The ring was a vibrant green, adorned with wing motifs on either side. In the center of the wings was a dark void, indicating that something was missing. Lin Shin examined the information about the ring. Ring of the Wind God, fragmented. Quality, golden grade. Agility, 100. Mana, 400. Skill 1. Stealth, completely conceal oneself. Evading all detection for 5 minutes. Skill 2. Skill 3. Skill 4. Skill 5. Skill 6. Description: a legendary ring of the Wind God, containing part of the Wind God's power. Currently in a fragmented state, if restored, it can become a supreme artifact. Restricted class, none. Equipment level, none. Lin Shin's eyes lit up with interest. This item was indeed valuable. Catherine spoke earnestly. "As long as you're willing to help, I will give you this ring of the Wind God." although it was merely a fragmented ring. If the missing piece, the heart of the wind god, could be found, it could regain its artifact status. Lin Shen nodded slightly and asked, "What are your conditions?" Catherine clenched her jaw, her eyes filled with rage as she coldly stated, "Help me take revenge on my sister." "Your sister?" Lin Shen asked, intrigued. The expression on Catherine's face indicated a deep-seated hatred. Catherine nodded slightly and then recounted her story to Lin Shen. About half a month ago, Catherine had left the Elven Sea with her sister, Cheryl, in search of treasure. However, during their journey, Cheryl secretly poisoned her, sealed Catherine's powers, and abandoned her on a human island. The place where Catherine was left was the Azure Kingdom. Later, she was captured by the people of the Azure Kingdom, as the king intended to use her to curry favor with the Duke from the War Whale Empire, which is why she ended up on this perilous voyage. "Why is your sister doing this?" Lin Shen asked. "To take the throne of the Elven Queen," Catherine replied in a low voice. "My strength surpasses hers, and my talent is greater, so I am the rightful heir to the Elven Queen's position. She wants to usurp my place, which is why she is acting this way." Lin Shen shook his head slightly. "I can't help you with that. With my current strength, I can't even deal with some of the weaker kingdoms, let alone a top-tier force like the Elven Sea. If I were to force my way into the Elven Sea, I'd have to wait for several years. And in that time, if your sister becomes the Elven Queen..." He didn't finish his sentence, but the implication was clear. Taking action against the Elven Queen meant making an enemy of the entire Elven race. Not even the 4 Great Guardians could manage that. "No, I don't want you to go against the Elven Sea. I want you to help me. Fall into the darkness and become a night elf." Catherine's green-gold eyes were fixed on Lin Shen, filled with determination. Lin Shen frowned slightly. "A night elf?" "The night elves are the sworn enemies of the elves. The elves revere nature and life, while the night elves embrace sorcery and darkness. In terms of combat power, the elves are no match for the night elves. However, due to their small numbers, they have never been able to overpower the elves and have had to survive in the shadows. Moreover, the elven race does not recognize the night elves, nor do they provide protection, making them easy targets for abuse and slavery by humans." Catherine nodded. "Why do you want to become a night elf? As a princess of the elves, you could return to your people, reclaim everything, and cast your sister into the abyss of despair," Lin Shen asked. Catherine smiled. "I've already lost hope. Many elders in the clan support her and have been suppressing me. Under her slander, the entire elven race sees me as an outcast. Since that's the case, I might as well become a night elf and take my revenge on them." Lin Shen stared at Catherine for a moment before nodding. "I can agree to your request, but I have a condition." Without hesitation, Catherine agreed. "No problem." Lin Shen smiled and said, "You will become my servant, obeying my commands forever, and I will take you to the Elven Sea to reclaim everything that belongs to you." "How does that sound?" "Deal." Catherine nodded vigorously. Lin Shen raised his hand towards Catherine, and a surge of overwhelming death energy enveloped her. Catherine closed her eyes, her features twisting and contorting. Yet she bit her lip tightly, refusing to make a sound despite the pain. Time passed second by second. As the death energy gradually dissipated, Catherine's new appearance was revealed. Her once light golden hair had transformed into a dark purple. Mysterious and eerie runes appeared on her snow-white skin, but they did not detract from her beauty. Instead, they added an air of mystique. Catherine slowly opened her eyes. Her originally green-gold eyes had turned into a cold purple, making it difficult for anyone to meet her gaze. Lin Shen nodded in satisfaction as he checked Catherine's information. Name: Catherine. Level: LV. 15. Class: Night Elf Sorceress. Skill 1. Death Vine Entanglement. Summons death vines to ensnare enemies. Skill 2. Night Affinity. Catherine's attributes are greatly enhanced during the night. Skill 3. Weakened Arrow. Summons cursed power to form deadly arrows that attack enemies. Affected foes have their attributes reduced and enter a weakened state. Skill 4. Night Concealment. In the dark, the Night Elf can enter stealth mode while remaining still. Any attack or being attacked will break this state. Chapter 46. The Goblins of Ghost Island. The disaster set sail once more, heading towards Ghost Island. After 2 or 3 days of sailing, Lin Shen finally spotted a small island in the distance. He glanced at the map. Indeed, it was Ghost Island. Finally made it. He murmured to himself. He recalled many rumors about the island. Back in high school, his teacher had mentioned Ghost Island by name and warned them never to go there. Many had ventured to Ghost Island for exploration, yet none had returned. This included several of the top 10 geniuses from previous years in the Dragon Kingdom. No one knew what had happened to these missing people. It was as if they had simply vanished without a trace, leaving behind no sign in the original world. It sounded terrifying, but Lin Shen was unfazed. The disaster approached Ghost Island and soon reached a point just a mile away. They could go no closer by ship and had to take a small boat to shore. accompanied by Catherine. Lin Shen boarded the small vessel and made their way to the island. Upon arrival, Lin Shen noticed that the sky was perpetually shrouded in ominous clouds, and a thick fog was rolling out from within the island. If they ventured further into Ghost Island, they could easily lose their way in the mist. However, Lin Shen felt no fear. Darkness was a form of protection for him, especially with the night elf Catherine by his side. In the shadows, Catherine's attributes were significantly enhanced. At least in this novice sea area, she could practically walk through anything. To ensure their safety, Lin Shen released dozens of zombies to scout the area as they began to move forward. Their pace was slow, the fog thickening around them, reducing visibility to just a few meters. They wandered through the woods for what felt like an eternity, yet the fog showed no sign of dissipating. If anything, it became even denser. The surrounding silence was unsettling, almost oppressive. "Catherine, let us prepare to head back," Lin Shen said, stopping in his tracks. However, there was no reply. Confused, he turned to look for her, only to find that the Catherine who had been by his side was now nowhere to be seen. "Where is she?" he muttered. Frowning, he closed his eyes, trying to sense her presence. Ever since he had transformed Catherine into a night elf, an invisible bond had formed between them, akin to the connection he felt with the zombies. But now, that bond felt as though it had been severed by a knife. Lin Shen furrowed his brow and turned to the direction where the zombies had been. Yet, that group of zombies had seemingly vanished as well. It felt as if he was the only one left in the entire forest. "This ghost island really is peculiar," Lin Shen murmured. He pressed forward, acutely aware of the changes in his surroundings. The environment around him was indeed changing, indicating that he was not merely going in circles. However, after walking for quite some time, the forest seemed endless. Even Lin Shen's stamina was beginning to wane. "I can't keep this up. If I go any further, I might not even have the chance to return," Lin Shen said, frowning. He sat down, took some food out of the realm of the dead, and then summoned Plank. "Plank, have you heard of Ghost Island?" Lin Shen asked, taking a bite of meat. "I've heard of it, my lord," Plank replied respectfully. "What kind of place is Ghost Island? Tell me everything you know." "Yes, Ghost Island is called Shamu Island. It is said that a long, long time ago, it was an island of the elven race. Later, something happened that caused all the elves to leave, and strange occurrences began on Ghost Island. It became shrouded in thick fog, and many people went missing after entering. I've heard many old pirates say that if you want to stay alive, you must not come within a step of Ghost Island. It's a very dangerous place." Lin Shen nodded slightly. Since entering Ghost Island, although he hadn't been attacked by any monsters, the endless forest and the extreme silence of the environment were enough to drive anyone mad. "Let's see where Catherine has gone." Lin Shen stuffed the last piece of meat into his mouth and stood up. He returned Plank to the realm of the dead and then carefully sensed Catherine's location. Although the connection between him and Catherine had been severed, he could still sense a rough direction. He adjusted his course and headed toward where Catherine was. He hadn't taken a few steps when he heard several whooshing sounds around him. Instinctively, he stepped aside, and then he heard a series of thuds. It was the sound of arrowheads striking tree trunks. Someone was ambushing him. Lin Shen narrowed his eyes and, with a thought, summoned dozens of zombies. "Go find out who is attacking me," he said coldly. The zombies let out low growls and quickly rushed toward the direction Lin Shen pointed. The once silent forest was filled with rustling sounds, as if someone was darting through the trees. Trying to run? Not so easy. Lin Shen swiftly dashed toward the source of the noise. Soon, he saw several small figures emerge from the thick fog ahead. "Bone spear." Lin Shen waved his hand, and a bone spear shot toward one of them. Ah! The bone spear instantly pinned one of them to the ground, and a piercing scream echoed through the forest. The other small figures, however, seemed unfazed by their companion's fate and quickly vanished from Lin Shen's sight. Lin Shen didn't care about them. He only needed to capture one for questioning. He hurried closer, and when he finally saw the true form of the small figure, he was taken aback. "A goblin?" Lin Shen murmured. Indeed, the small creature was a goblin. The bone spear had pierced the goblin's thigh, pinning it firmly to the ground, and no matter how it struggled, it couldn't break free. Lin Shen furrowed his brow and coldly stared at the goblin. "Tell me, where is my companion?" The goblin merely cried out in pain, clutching its thigh, and was unable to answer Lin Shen's question. Lin Shen yanked out the bone spear and then took out a bit of potion to apply to the goblin's wound. The previously howling goblin had finally quieted down, and the wound on its leg was visibly healing at an astonishing rate. "Tell me your purpose and the location of my companions," Lin Shen said coldly. However, the goblin continued to clutch its thigh in agony, showing no intention of answering Lin Shen's questions. Lin Shen furrowed his brow, preparing to press further when the goblin suddenly sprang up and bolted backward. Yet, Lin Shen stood still, unfazed. Moments later, Plank appeared. effortlessly lifting the goblin and bringing it before Lin Shun, casually tossing it to the ground. The goblin looked up at Plank in terror, trembling in fear. Lin Shun smiled. Did you really think I didn't know what you were thinking? Now, answer my previous question, or he will blow your brains out. Plank raised his firearm, aiming it at the goblin's head. Chapter 47. The Goblin's Lair. The goblin stared at Plank in terror, repeatedly waving his hands, saying, "No, don't kill me. It's not that I don't want to tell you, but I'm cursed. If I reveal any information, the pain will be worse than death. So you think we want to dare to kill you?" Lin Shun squinted his eyes. Plank understood Lin Shun's intent and aimed directly at the goblin's thigh. Pulling the trigger. Bang! A gunshot rang out. A large hole was blown into the goblin's thigh, and blood gushed forth. Ah! The goblin clutched his thigh in agony, convulsing all over. The firearm then aimed at the goblin's other thigh. "Wait! I'll talk! I'll talk!" the goblin shouted. "Quickly, don't waste time," Lin Shun urged. "Your companions are in our base, underneath the biggest tree on the island." The goblin trembled as he spoke. "What is your purpose? Why did you attack us?" Lin Shun pressed on. I. The goblin's eyes were filled with fear. In the next moment, his eyes turned blood red, exuding a terrifying killing intent. "Die!" the goblin growled, lunging at Lin Shun like a frenzied beast. However, before it could reach Lin Shun, Plank raised his firearm and pulled the trigger again. Bang! The bullet instantly shattered the goblin's skull, and its body slumped to the ground. The aura of this goblin's curse feels familiar, almost like the essence of necromancy. Lin Shun murmured. Necromancy includes not only zombification, but also curse magic. Could it be from that god of the underworld ruin? Lin Shun pondered with a hint of suspicion. "My lord, what do you plan to do?" Plank asked. Lin Shun replied calmly, "Of course, we go straight to the goblin's lair. Order all the zombies to spread out and search for the tallest tree on Ghost Island." Yes. Over 500 zombies dispersed immediately. Not only that, but the zombie snakes were also released to search the area. Before long, they found a clue. "It's to the north," Lin Shun murmured. He instructed all the zombies to head north and quickly led Plank in that direction. Not long after, he spotted a towering tree that reached the clouds. This tree was at least 2 or 3 times taller than the other trees. Lin Shun stopped, observing closely, and immediately noticed a dozen goblins guarding the area. The goblins were vigilant, constantly scanning their surroundings. Lin Shun checked the information on these goblins. Name: Goblin Soldier, Common, Level, LV, 15, Strength, 100, Vitality, 97, Agility, 80, Mentality, 110, Skills, Manufacturing, Throwing Bombs. Description: Goblins equipped with various strange technologies. Combat is not their forte. Manufacturing is. This should be the goblin's lair, Lin Shun muttered. "My lord, should we just charge in?" Plank asked. Lin Shun shook his head. "No, doing that would easily alert them. Let's stick to the old rules." Plank nodded in agreement and stood silently nearby. A few minutes later, the group of goblins put away their weapons and sat down, seemingly taking a break. At that moment, a swarm of zombie vipers began to gather around them. The zombie vipers approached the goblins silently, completely unnoticed. The goblins remained oblivious to the impending danger, still resting on the ground. In an instant, a large number of zombie vipers pounced on the goblins, their venomous fangs easily sinking into their bodies. The system's notification sounded off. Successfully killed goblin, gained 500 experience points. Successfully killed goblin, gained 500 experience points. The goblins didn't even have time to scream before the snake venom swiftly took their lives. Moments later, the goblins slowly got up, their eyes now blood red, indistinguishable from zombies. Lin Shun examined the attributes of these zombie goblins. Name: Zombie Goblin. Level: 15. Strength: 150. Vitality: 100. Agility: 90. Mentality: 0. Skill 1. Bite LV. 1. Bites with teeth and claws, dealing significant damage. Skill 2. Corpse Poison LV. 1. Attacks inflict corpse poison, gradually eroding the enemy's body. Poison accumulates over time. Skill 3. Death Aura Infection LV. 1. Corpses killed by zombies will be infected with Death Aura, turning into new zombies. Skill 4. Undead Creation LV. 1. Can use certain corpse materials to create special items with unique functions. Skill 5. Bomb Throwing LV. 1. Throws bombs that release a cloud of corpse poison upon detonation. Description: Even after becoming a zombie, goblins retain their powerful crafting abilities. Lin Shun's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected that even as zombies, these goblins could still create items, and particularly, undead items. This meant he could instruct them to craft some special items, which would be a tremendous help for his future fleet. Lin Shun approached the goblins and asked, "Where is your lair?" One of the zombie goblins pointed towards a cliff beside a large tree. There was a massive rock on the cliff face that looked rather out of place. Such a big stone as a door. How do you open it? Lin Shan inquired. The zombie goblin walked over to the rock and pressed on it. The rock emitted a deep rumble and slowly moved aside, revealing a cave behind it. The walls of the cave were adorned with torches shaped like flames, looking quite peculiar. Lin Shan frowned slightly, then stored all the zombies into the undead secret realm and walked straight into the cave. As he navigated through the dark cave, he lost track of time until he finally came upon a bright opening ahead. Lin Shan concealed himself and approached the entrance, and at a glance, he could see the scene inside. Even Lin Shan, who had seen much in his travels, couldn't help but widen his eyes in astonishment. The mountainside had been hollowed out, revealing a massive castle at its center. Cannons were mounted on the fortress, and with its formidable firepower coupled with robust defenses, any attempt to storm the castle would be nearly impossible. Below the castle, dozens of goblins were stationed, keeping watch. It seemed that a direct assault was unlikely. Stealth was the only option. Lin Shan murmured to himself. He reached for the ring of the wind god, which granted him the ability to become invisible. With this skill, sneaking into the goblin stronghold would be a simple task. Activating the invisibility, he swiftly approached the entrance of the goblin castle. As he stood before the guarding goblins, they completely failed to notice him. At last, Lin Shan felt a sense of relief. He passed through the goblins' defenses effortlessly and entered the stronghold. Inside the vast castle, torches resembling flames illuminated the entire area, casting a bright glow. Lin Shan concealed himself in the shadows, searching for Catherine's location. Chapter 48. The Goblin King. Lin Shan carefully sensed Catherine's location. Soon, he felt a faint connection coming from upstairs. He quickly made his way up to the castle's upper floors. Before long, he arrived at the door of a room. Peeking inside, he saw a large chamber illuminated only by torches lining the walls, casting a dim light over the space. The room was filled with various torture devices that emitted a strong stench of blood. Catherine was bound to a rack, her eyes burning with anger. In front of her stood a muscular, yet still small goblin. Lin Shan focused his thoughts and checked the goblin's information. Name, Goblin King, Silver Tier Boss. Level, LV. 18. Strength, 380. Vitality, 400. Agility, 350. Mentality, 390. Skills, Homing Shell, Mechanical Claw, Full Firepower. Description, the ruler of the goblin race. Equipped with various strange weapons that enhance his combat ability significantly. Another silver tier boss, Lin Shan murmured to himself. The Goblin King's eyes greedily roamed over Catherine. Very good. Very good. I haven't encountered such a prime specimen in a long time. You must be a dark elf, right? If I can present you to that esteemed lord, I will receive greater rewards and become even stronger. Haraha. Catherine's expression darkened as she clenched her silver teeth and struggled fiercely. However, the ropes binding her only tightened, constricting her skin and rendering her nearly immobile. Give up the struggle. The more you fight, the tighter the ropes will bind you, until ultimately, they tear your body apart. The Goblin King sneered. Catherine coldly replied, Let me go, or else. Are you threatening me? The Goblin King paused, then a sly smile crept across his face. Seeing that smile, a sense of foreboding flashed through Catherine's mind. The Goblin King brandished a dagger, gesturing towards her clothes. Before I present you to that lord, let me enjoy myself first. A dark elf's exquisite body is indeed a rare sight. Catherine's eyes flickered with panic. She silently recited a spell and shouted, Arrow of Weakness. But there was no response. The Goblin King laughed mockingly. How foolish. Bound by my chains of sealing, you think you can still use magic? Catherine gritted her teeth and attempted to recite another spell. But she felt no flow of mana within her. Her heart sank. A sorceress unable to use magic was no different from an ordinary person. As the Goblin King raised his dagger, ready to tear through Catherine's clothing, a sharp whistling sound sliced through the air. A sharp bone spear shot straight towards the Goblin King's back. The Goblin King reacted quickly, leaping to the side just in time. The bone spear plunged deep into the floor, embedding itself firmly. Who dares to ambush me? The Goblin King roared in anger. Beside him, Catherine's face lit up with excitement. It's the Lord who's arrived. Lin Shan, cloaked in black, stepped into the room, his expression dark as he fixed his gaze on the Goblin King. Were you the one who ambushed me? The Goblin King glared at Lin Shan, his voice filled with fury. Lin Shan remained silent, responding instead with a bone spear. Swish. At such close range, the Goblin King had no chance to dodge as the spear pierced his arm, blood gushing forth. Ah, you bastard. I will kill you. The Goblin King bellowed in rage. He swiftly drew a weapon resembling a gun, with a mechanical claw at the firing end. He pulled the trigger, and the mechanical claw shot towards Lin Shan in an instant. The claw moved too quickly. Even with Lin Shan's high agility, he couldn't evade it. He activated his shadow step skill, his body becoming ethereal. The mechanical claw flew through him and embedded itself in the wall behind. Lin Shen raised his hand again to cast another bone spear. This time, however, his target was not the Goblin King, but the ropes binding Catherine. Swoosh! With a dull thud, the spear easily pierced the ropes. Catherine felt her body loosen and fell straight toward the ground. In the next moment, she felt herself landing in a soft place. Looking up, she saw it was Lin Shen. A strange feeling stirred in Catherine's heart, but Lin Shen remained oblivious. He hastily helped her up. Use a curse against him. Okay, Catherine nodded quickly. She began to chant a spell softly, and a dark, sharp arrow appeared before her. Weakness arrow. The arrow shot swiftly towards the Goblin King. Upon being struck, the Goblin King felt his body weaken. Even lifting his arms became a tremendous effort. Lin Shen waved his hand, and Plank appeared with a horde of zombies. Kill him, Lin Shen commanded. Yes. Plank brandished his curved blade and charged at the Goblin King. With bloodshot eyes, the Goblin King gritted his teeth and said, "You've pushed me to this." He pulled out a massive cannon. Fire at will. He squeezed the trigger, and the cannon roared to life. Countless small projectiles shot towards Lin Shen and his group. Lin Shen's expression hardened as he scooped up Catherine and bolted for the exit. The other zombies scattered to avoid the incoming projectiles. Boom, boom, boom. The cannonballs exploded, shaking the entire castle violently. Outside, the goblins heard the commotion and quickly rushed toward the castle, soon surrounding it. The Goblin King glared menacingly ahead. Damn humans. Under my firepower, you are doomed. How naive of you. A mocking voice rang out. Lin Shen emerged slowly from a corner, holding Catherine in his arms. The Goblin King widened his eyes in disbelief and gritted his teeth, saying, "Impossible. How can you still be alive?" Lin Shen smiled and replied, "Do you really think the things you designed are without flaws? Let me show you what it truly means to go all out." The ship Catastrophe unleashed its deadly barrage. On the distant shore, the Catastrophe turned its 14 massive cannons toward the location of the Goblin stronghold. Boom, boom, boom. The roar of the cannons echoed, sending ripples across the surrounding sea. 14 shells shot through the air like meteors, heading straight for the Goblin lair. The Goblin King looked at Lin Shen with a disdainful smile, saying, "A mere human. Thinking he can compete with our Goblin race in technology? How laughable." Just as he finished speaking, a series of violent explosions erupted from the mountains outside, shaking the entire mountain as if it were an earthquake. Chapter 49, Subduing the Goblin. Ruins of the underworld. The Goblin King's expression changed as he turned to look out the window. A massive hole had been blasted into the solid mountainside. Following that, shells rained down from the opening, crashing onto the Goblin castle like meteors. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions echoed one after another. In just a few breaths, the towering castle was reduced to rubble. The falling debris crushed most of the goblins to death. The system notifications rang in Lin Shen's ears. Successfully killed Goblin Soldier. Gained 500 experience. Successfully killed Goblin Soldier. Gained 500 experience. Congratulations, your level has increased to LV 15, another level up. The Goblin King stared blankly at the corpses of his subordinates. He could never have imagined that artillery could penetrate the mountainside. Impossible. This can't be happening. The Goblin King roared in madness. Lin Shen glanced at Catherine, who understood the cue. She began chanting a spell and shot a weakness arrow at the Goblin King. Overwhelmed by grief, the Goblin King was unable to dodge and was struck directly by the arrow. He fell heavily to the ground, his body enveloped in a layer of dark purple light. Catherine quickly began chanting other spells. A pitch-black vine, like a venomous snake, emerged from the ground and tightly bound the Goblin King. Lin Shen waved his hand, and a bone spear shot toward the Goblin King's head. The Goblin King roared in rage and suddenly launched a mechanical claw. The claw swiftly lunged at Lin Shen. However, before it could reach him, Plank moved instantly, slicing at the mechanical claw with his curved blade. Clang! With a sharp metallic sound, the mechanical claw was deflected, crashing into the nearby wall and creating a large dent. The bone spear struck the Goblin King's head, piercing a large hole and causing blood to pour out, dripping onto the ground. The intense pain jolted the Goblin King's nerves. He roared in fury, "Bastard! I will kill you." Yet in the next second, Plank swung his curved blade and cut across the Goblin King's neck. The Goblin King's eyes bulged in shock, but a deep gash had already formed on his neck. Blood gushed out, splattering across the floor. He fell heavily to the ground, motionless. The system notification followed. Successfully killed Goblin King, gained 10,000 experience. The experience bar surged significantly, and leveling up to the next stage was now within reach. Lin Shen stared at the Goblin King's corpse and raised his hand to perform corpse transformation. A thick black mist enveloped the Goblin King's body. Moments later, the system notification sounded. Congratulations, corpse transformation successful. The Goblin King slowly stood up, his eyes turning blood red. He slightly bowed to Lin Shen and spoke in a deep voice. Greetings, Lord. Lin Shen checked the Goblin King's attributes. Name, Zombie Goblin King, level, LV. 18, Strength, 450, Constitution, 500, Agility, 450, Spirit, 0, Skill 1, Homing Shell, LV. 1, Summons shells to attack enemies, which automatically home in on targets. Skill 2, Mechanical Claw, LV. 1, Summons mechanical claws to strike enemies, capable of grabbing them and restricting their movements. Skill 3, Full Firepower, LV. 1, Activates all weapons for a frenzied attack on enemies, doubling attack speed and having reload time. Skill 4, Undead Creation, LV. 1, Can use certain corpse materials to construct special items with unique functions. Skill 5, Bite, LV. 1, Inflicts significant damage with teeth and claws. Skill 6, Corpse Poison, LV. 1, Attacks inflict corpse poison that continuously erodes the enemy's body, accumulating over time. Skill 7, Death Aura Infection, LV. 1, Corpses killed by zombies become infected with death aura, turning into new zombies. Description: The Zombie Goblin King, equipped with various weapons, possesses immense destructive power and can also craft equipment. Lin Shen was very satisfied. He never expected a silver-grade boss to have so many skills. However, calling you the Goblin King all the time is quite a hassle. What is your name? My lord, my name is Edis, the Goblin King replied respectfully. Lin Shen nodded and said, Gather all your subordinates and command them to submit to me. Yes, Edis turned and left. Before long, a large group of goblins appeared before Lin Shen. Their eyes were filled with worry and fear, and they did not dare to look at him. Lin Shen glanced around and saw about 100 goblins. If he could subdue these goblins, his strength would increase tremendously. After all, the goblins' real power lies not in themselves, but in their terrifying technology. Many human inventions have drawn inspiration from goblin technology. At auctions, a single goblin has been sold for tens of millions, or even over 100 million. He spoke, Your king has chosen to submit to me. I now offer you two choices, submit to me or die. Upon hearing this, the goblins began chattering among themselves. Lin Shen did not rush to interrupt them. Instead, he quietly waited. After a while, their discussions quieted down. An older goblin stepped forward and looked at Lin Shen, saying, If we follow you, can you guarantee our safety? Lin Shen nodded. I guarantee your safety and will not sell you to others. In exchange, I need you to invent and create for me. Any new technology must be delivered to me immediately. All right, the older goblin nodded in agreement. Once the other goblins had left, Lin Shen asked, Edis, is there a god of death ruins around here? Edith looked puzzled and asked, My lord, what is the ruins of the underworld? Lin Shen spent quite some time explaining it to her until she finally understood what the ruins of the underworld were. My lord, the ruins of the underworld you mentioned should be located beneath the castle. Lin Shen's eyes lit up, and he quickly replied, Take me to see it. Yes. Edith nodded and led Lin Shen and the others down to the castle's underground. As they walked down the stairs, they soon spotted a dark portal not far away. A thick, ominous aura of death emanated from within the portal. When I brought my people here, I discovered this entrance. I can feel that this portal contains terrifying power. To ensure safety, I created a metal door that blocks magical energy, completely sealing off this place, Edith explained. Lin Shen nodded slightly, his heart filled with excitement as he gazed at the dark portal. Let's go in and take a look. With that, he stepped straight into the portal. Chapter 50. The Trial of the God of Death. Lin Shen stepped into the portal and felt a sudden darkness engulf him. When his vision cleared, he found himself in a vast ancient battlefield. The ground was littered with fragmented bones, broken armor, and weapons, as well as the remains of colossal beasts. Before Lin Shen could gather his thoughts, a massive shadow loomed overhead, blocking out the light. He stared up at the imposing figure, a giant cloaked in black, wielding a huge scythe, its eyes glowing a menacing crimson. Could this be the god of death? Lin Shen murmured to himself, Little one, I didn't expect you to find this place. I wonder if your luck is good or bad. The shadow spoke, its voice cold and eerie, reminiscent of death itself. Senior, you must be the god of death, right? Lin Shen asked, his voice steady despite the chilling atmosphere. Indeed. Since you have come here, I assume you are mentally prepared? The god of death replied. Lin Shen nodded. Then let the trial begin. Defeat them all, and you will earn the right to challenge me. If you can defeat me, you will receive a very precious reward. However, should you fail, you will share the same fate as them and be trapped in this realm of the god of death forever. Even if you are a necromancer, I will show you no mercy, the god declared, his tone devoid of any emotion. Lin Shen, perplexed, asked, Defeat them all? Who are they? The god of death let out a chilling laugh and waved his hand. You will find out soon enough. Lin Shen glanced around at the scattered bones, wondering if they would rise again. Just then, he noticed a group of figures approaching from a distance. When he recognized who they were, he was taken aback. These are all the people who disappeared from Ghost Island. Lin Shen gasped. No wonder they went missing. They hadn't been found in either the original world or the medieval world. They were all right here. The god of death nodded slightly and said, "That is correct. Your trial task is to defeat them all. If they overpower you, you too will remain here forever." Lin Shen nodded and quickly assessed the information about the group. Su Yin, level 15, Berserker. Lei Fengxing, level 17, Lightning Mage. Feng Yao, level 18, Flame Mage. Seeing their levels, Lin Shen couldn't help but be astonished. None of them were below level 15. Their levels are impressive, he murmured. Furthermore, they all belong to B or even A-class professions. With that girl named Feng Yao being an S-class. If an ordinary player were to face them, they would undoubtedly fail. However, Lin Shen felt no anxiety. The god of death spoke slowly. Are you ready? Lin Shen nodded resolutely. I'm ready. Good. Then let this little one go first, the god of death said, pointing at Su Yin. As his words fell, a flash of red light flickered in Su Yin's eyes. He took a step forward, grabbed the massive axe beside him, and fixed his gaze on Lin Shen. His expression was that of a fierce beast, ready to pounce at any moment. In the next second, he stomped his foot down hard, his body launching forward like a cannonball, charging straight at Lin Shen. Su Yin's momentum was like a tiger descending a mountain, roaring as he closed the distance in an instant, swinging the axe down at Lin Shen. Lin Shen remained remarkably calm. He stepped sideways, and the massive axe grazed his cloak, crashing onto the ground with a thunderous sound, leaving cracks in the earth. Lin Shen raised his hand, and a bone spear shot out, aimed directly at Su Yin's chest. Thud! The bone spear pierced straight into Su Yin's chest. His health bar dropped to 0, and he shattered into fragments, disappearing from sight. Watching the remnants, Lin Shen felt a sense of relief. At least he had managed to save someone. A glimmer of interest flashed in the eyes of the god of death. This is intriguing. It seems your strength is not solely reliant on those undead. Well then, let us see how you fare next. Lei Fengxing stepped forward, his robe billowing as if caught in a wind, radiating bolts of lightning. With a wave of his staff, arcs of lightning surged toward Lin Shen. Caught off guard, Lin Shen was struck by the lightning, which hit his ghostly cloak and sent him staggering back a few steps before he could regain his balance. He raised his hand again, and another bone spear shot toward Lei Fengxing. Lei Fengxing lifted his staff and shouted, "Thunderstorm!" Dark clouds enveloped the area, crashing down toward Lin Shen in a devastating attack, meant to bring both of them down. Lin Shen focused his thoughts. Magic shell. A layer of magical energy enveloped his body. Boom. The lightning struck the outer shell, creating ripples that spread like water waves. Yet, the magical shell remained bright and intact. Ghostly charge. A light flared from the ring on his finger. A pale ghostly figure rushed toward Lei Fengxing. Bang! Lei Fengxing stood stunned. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Shen unleashed another bone spear that penetrated Lei Fengxing's body. Moments later, Lei Fengxing shattered into countless fragments and disappeared. The god of death nodded slightly. Not bad. You've taken down 2 in a row. Keep it up. One by one, the others stepped up, but all were swiftly dealt with by Lin Shen. Meanwhile, at the resurrection point of the original world, all players killed in the medieval world revived in this place. A dozen confused individuals emerged from the resurrection point. The staff at the resurrection point called out, "Come over to register." The group approached the staff. One of the staff members looked at one of them and asked, "What is your name?" Su Yin stated his name. Upon hearing it, the staff members' eyes widened in shock as they looked at Su Yin. "Wait, what did you just say your name was?" Su Yin repeated, puzzled. The staff member, still bewildered, asked, "Are you the Su Yin from the capital's #1 high school?" Su Yin nodded. "Do you know me?" "Not just you. I think the whole country knows who you are." The staff member looked at the people behind him, confirming their identities one by one. By the time he finished, he was nearly going crazy. He quickly picked up the phone and dialed a number. "Hello, Shali." "What's going on?" came an impatient voice from the other end. Shali replied hurriedly, "Minister, the people who were reported missing have returned." "Who?" The minister furrowed his brow, his tone filled with confusion. "It's the young people who disappeared after going to Ghost Island, the ones we reported about earlier," Shali said, excitement bubbling in his voice. The minister's eyes widened in shock, but he quickly composed himself and said, "You need to arrange for them to rest. I'll be there right away." "Yes," Shali responded promptly. After hanging up, the minister tried to steady his racing heart and immediately made another call. Chapter 51. The missing have returned. Literally looked up at Su Yin and the others and said, "You all should rest for a bit. I've already informed the higher-ups about your situation. They'll send someone over soon. Suyin frowned and complained, how much longer do we have to wait? It should be about half an hour more. Please be patient, everyone, Little Li reassured them. Lei Fengxing, puzzled, asked, what is going on? Little Li smiled wryly and said, do you all know how long you've been missing? The group exchanged glances, shaking their heads in confusion. I feel like I just took a nap and woke up here, Suyin replied. The others nodded in agreement. According to the information we received, you all went on an adventure to Ghost Island, and then went completely silent. There was no trace of you in either the Middle Ages or the original world. Someone even tried to contact you with a communicator, but it showed you weren't in the Middle Ages. To find you, the Newbie Island even sent skilled people to search around Ghost Island, but there were no clues at all. Everyone thought you had vanished for good. Who would have thought you all would return today? Little Li explained excitedly. Suyin slapped his forehead and said, oh right, now that you mention it. I remember I went on an adventure to Ghost Island and then got lost in the thick fog. After that, I don't remember anything. Lei Fengxing nodded in agreement. Me too. The others also chimed in, agreeing with Suyin's account. Do you all have any memory of other events? Little Li asked curiously. I remember I had a fight with a man in a black cloak. I lost, and then I woke up here, Lei Fengxing said. What did the man in the black cloak look like? Little Li quickly pressed. He was wearing a black hooded cloak. But I didn't get a good look at his face, Lei Fengxing recalled. I wasn't in control of myself at the time, so I couldn't check his information. Suyin looked surprised and said, I think I also fought a man in a black cloak. I woke up here after losing. The others spoke up, sharing similar experiences as Suyin. Little Li furrowed his brow and said, I have a thought. Could it be that you were captured before? And that man in the black cloak was trying to rescue you? That is impossible. If he was saving us, why would he fight us? And he even killed us. Someone protested. Yeah, I think this guy had bad intentions, the crowd echoed. However, Lei Fengxing frowned and said, no, I think he might be right. If we were captured and trapped on Ghost Island, the only way to escape would be to defeat us and allow us to be reborn. Of course, he could also have killed our captor directly. To control so many of us without alerting the experts from Newbie Island, this mastermind must be an incredibly powerful individual. If it weren't for that mysterious figure in the black cloak, we would surely still be under the control of that hidden mastermind. So he is the hero who saved us all. Next to him, Suyin nodded in agreement, saying, that's right, I think so too. Although I'm not entirely convinced. The fact is he saved us. If I ever get the chance to meet him again, I must thank him properly. Upon hearing Lei Fengxing's analysis, many people nodded in agreement. However, there were still some who expressed dissatisfaction. Soon, members of the Dragon Kingdom's mysterious investigation department arrived on the scene and took Suyin and the others away. But what happened at the resurrection site quickly spread throughout the entire realm. One news story after another climbed the search rankings. Shocking. All the previously missing individuals have suddenly reappeared at the resurrection site. Formerly missing players revealed astonishing secrets. Who is that mysterious figure in the black cloak? A bounty for clues about the mysterious cloaked figure. If you have any information, please contact us. 8 out of the top 10 trending news stories were about these previously missing players. Everyone was speculating about the identity of this mysterious figure. In the comments section of various news articles, people were going wild. Wow, this cloaked figure is so incredible. Managing to rescue all those missing individuals from a terrifying expert. I suspect that this so-called cloaked figure might be Lin Chun. He seems to fit the description perfectly. Absolutely impossible. No matter how powerful Lin Chun is, he couldn't have saved those people. They were on Ghost Island. Exactly. I believe that a skilled expert stumbled upon them and rescued them. It has nothing to do with Lin Chun. Let's not assume everything is related to him. Just as the crowd was debating, in the conference room of the Dragon Kingdom, Long Poku sat in his chair, with virtual projections of various bigwigs displayed in front of him. Everyone, you should have received the news by now, right? Those little guys who disappeared on Ghost Island have returned. Long Poku's tone was filled with joy. These individuals who vanished on Ghost Island are the top geniuses of the Dragon Kingdom. Now that they're back, developing their talents will significantly enhance our combat power. It's strange. Weren't they captured by the projection of the God of Death? Why have they suddenly returned? Did the projection of the God of Death release them voluntarily? The head of the War Department said, a puzzled expression on his face. Although they publicly claimed these individuals were missing on Ghost Island, the higher-ups of the Dragon Kingdom had previously sent experts to investigate. They were aware of the situation regarding the ruins of the God of Death and had even clashed with the projection, suffering losses. In desperation, they had to issue a warning prohibiting anyone from approaching Ghost Island. The War Department head's statement was met with opposition from everyone else. Impossible. While the God of Death isn't exactly evil, he certainly isn't our friend. How could he possibly let his prey go? Yeah, that guy is cunning and shrewd. Getting something back that he has swallowed is nearly impossible, and ordinary people can't communicate with him at all. Long Pertion nodded slightly and said in a deep voice, "Last time I communicated with the projection of the god of death, he definitely wouldn't release anyone voluntarily. However, he did mention that he was waiting for someone related to the underworld. Perhaps this incident is connected to that person." The crowd fell into deep thought. Someone related to the underworld? Who could it be? With so many people in Dragon Country, how could they investigate? Upon reflection, they might be able to find some clues. At that moment, Chu Qingye, who was sitting beside them, spoke up. "Everyone, could it possibly be Lin Shen?" Chapter 52. The reward of the god of the underworld. Lin Shen was amidst the ruins of the god of the underworld, locking eyes with Feng Yao. Both of them bore wounds. Lin Shen's ghostly cloak had been burned through in several places, making him look somewhat disheveled. Meanwhile, Feng Yao's robes were torn by bone spears, exposing a glimpse of her fair skin. However, at that moment, Lin Shen had no mind to appreciate the sight. The pressure Feng Yao exerted on him was considerable. After all, she was an 18-level S-rank class fire mage. Without the help of the undead, she was still quite a challenge to deal with. Feng Yao's beautiful eyes were fixed on Lin Shen as she raised her jade hand, with intense flames continuously burning around her. A phoenix made of fire circled her, ready to strike at any moment. Lin Shen narrowed his eyes. He knew that this fiery phoenix was a signature ability of the fire mage. The fire mage could manifest flames into a phoenix to assist in battle. When she cast spells, this phoenix could not only aid her, but also disrupt Lin Shen, making her a difficult opponent. "Phoenix flame!" Feng Yao exclaimed. And the scorching flames instantly transformed into a soaring fire phoenix that thundered towards Lin Shen. A layer of colorful magical membrane appeared around Lin Shen's body, which was the magical shield. Boom! The fire phoenix collided violently with the magical shield. The shield rippled with waves, and its brilliance dimmed noticeably. Following the phoenix, a sharp bone spear shot directly towards Feng Yao. Feng Yao's eyes turned cold. She waved her hand casually, and the searing flames transformed into a shield that blocked in front of her. The bone spear struck the flaming shield, unable to advance further. Lin Shen stomped his foot hard and charged straight towards Feng Yao. He grabbed the bone spear and lunged fiercely at her. Unwilling to back down, Feng Yao summoned the phoenix beside her, which spread its wings and rushed towards Lin Shen. However, just as the phoenix was about to reach Lin Shen, a sharp blade of light sliced through the air. The phoenix was instantly cut in half. The one who made the attack was Prank. Meanwhile, Lin Shen had reached Feng Yao. A flicker of panic flashed in her eyes. She hadn't expected Lin Shen to have a trick up his sleeve. "It's over," Lin Shen shouted, thrusting his spear towards Feng Yao. Although he wasn't a melee class, the sharp spear, combined with his strength and agility, was still sufficient to take down Feng Yao. Feng Yao gritted her silver teeth, closed her eyes, and suddenly erupted with intense flames that enveloped Lin Shen in an instant. Boom! A tremendous explosion ensued, sending Lin Shen flying backward, crashing to the ground. He got up and looked towards Feng Yao's direction. There she was, lying on the ground with her eyes tightly shut, already unconscious. Lin Shen let out a slight sigh of relief. Finally, it was over, fortunately. He had held back a bit. The god of the underworld spoke slowly. "Little one, I didn't expect your strength to exceed my imagination. However, compared to me, you still have a long way to go. This is a reward for you. I hope the next time we meet, you can surprise me." He raised his hand, and a jet-black light descended into Lin Shen's palm. Lin Shen focused his gaze and saw a sharp, long-handled scythe alongside a pitch-black egg. Before he could examine the scythe's attributes, the god of the underworld continued. "All right, I'll send you two away now. Also, I've left you a surprise. Discover it slowly." As he finished speaking, a dark light enveloped Lin Shen and Feng Yao. Lin Shen felt a sudden darkness before his vision returned, and he found himself underground in the Goblin Palace. The original portal had vanished. Beside him lay the unconscious Feng Yao. "Sir, you're back." Catherine's voice called from nearby. Lin Shen turned to see Catherine standing beside him. She looked a bit aggrieved and said, "As soon as you went in, the portal disappeared. So I had to wait for you outside." Lin Shen shook his head and replied, "It's not your fault. Let's head out first." Glancing at Feng Yao lying beside him, Lin Shen felt a bit awkward. He didn't know whether to pick her up or leave her be. "Well, I'll wait a bit longer. Maybe she'll wake up." Lin Shen murmured to himself. He looked around and quickly spotted the long-handled scythe and the black egg lying nearby. He reached out and picked up the scythe. The scythe was entirely black, and at its curved edge, there was a fearsome skull, which added an eerie and terrifying aura to the weapon. The blade gleamed with a cold light, and even just a glance made Lin Shen feel its sharpness. With a thought, the information about the long-handled scythe appeared before him. Scythe of Catastrophe, Seal 2-6, Quality, Platinum Level, Strength, 700, Mental Power, 700 physical penetration, 50 shared with all summoned creatures, magical penetration, 50 shared with all summoned creatures. Skill 1. Judgment of the Underworld concentrates mental power into the scythe to deal massive damage to the enemy's soul. Ignoring all defenses, Skill 2. Skill 3. Skill 4. Skill 5. Description. A part of the exclusive catastrophe set for necromancers. Collecting all catastrophe equipment will yield unexpected surprises. Limited class, Necromancer, upon seeing these terrifying attributes. Even Lin Shen was momentarily stunned. A platinum-level weapon? Is this meant for close combat or for a mage? Lin Shen was utterly bewildered. Both magical and physical penetration were at 50. If paired with other penetration equipment, wouldn't even the toughest tank crumble? Moreover, the most crucial detail was the note at the end. It could be shared with all summoned creatures. This meant all summoned creatures could benefit from this high penetration. This way, even in high-level battles, weak zombies could play a role. In addition, there were those horrifying attribute bonuses. Even Lin Shen was astonished. Once he donned the Scythe of Catastrophe, his attributes underwent a dramatic transformation. Name: Lin Shen, level LV. 15, Strength, 856, 10, Constitution, 635, 20, Agility, for 57, 10, Spirit, 4100, 100. Class, SSS rank Necromancer, first transition. His previously weak attribute, Strength, has now surpassed the other two attributes, coming in just behind Spirit. Lin Shen estimates that with his current stats, even many players who have transitioned to the third or fourth tier would not stand a chance against him. He mused that it was time to play as a melee mage. Lin Shen then turned his attention to the pitch-black egg before him. The egg remained completely still and felt icy to the touch, showing no signs of anything unusual. However, Lin Shen wasn't fooled. He couldn't believe that the great god of the underworld would give him an ordinary egg. He decided to check the egg's attributes. Mysterious egg, quality. Description: a pet egg filled with an eerie aura. What will hatch from it? Lin Shen's eyes widened as he stared at the egg. Is this really a pet egg? Chapter 53. Feng Yao's past. Looking at the pet egg, Lin Shen fell into deep thought. This pet egg still needed to be identified. It seemed he had to make a trip to the identification shop, he murmured to himself. He stored the pet egg into the necromancer's realm and turned to Feng Yao with a hint of frustration. Forget it. I should just take her onto the ship to avoid any accidents happening here, Lin Shen said helplessly. He slowly reached out to pick up Feng Yao. Just as his hand was about to touch her, Feng Yao suddenly opened her eyes. Get back, Feng Yao exclaimed, her eyes wide open. And a surge of intense flames shot towards Lin Shen. Lin Shen's expression changed. He took a step back, and the scythe in his hand instantly swung towards the flames. Sizzle! The flames were instantly sliced apart, dissipating into the air. Feng Yao shot up, staring at Lin Shen, her face flushed with anger. Who are you? What do you want from me? Lin Shen replied irritably. I saved you, and you're questioning me? Feng Yao paused for a moment. You saved me? Wait, where am I? She looked around and realized she was in an unfamiliar environment. You were controlled, and I rescued you, Lin Shen said helplessly. I was controlled. I have no memory of that, Feng Yao said, looking bewildered. Lin Shen rolled his eyes, a bit speechless. How could such a fierce fighter seem so clueless? He turned to leave. Seeing this, Feng Yao hurriedly asked, Where are you going? Of course, I'm leaving here. Do you want to stay here for the rest of your life? Lin Shen replied without looking back. It was only then that Feng Yao snapped back to reality and hurried to catch up with him. When they reached the first floor, golden sunlight poured onto the ground. Feng Yao froze in place, as if struck by lightning, staring blankly at the golden rays. What's wrong? Lin Shen asked, puzzled. I feel like I've had a very long dream. In the dream, I seem to be controlled by the legendary god of the underworld, and I even fought with you? Feng Yao looked at Lin Shen, her face filled with shock. Lin Shen nodded. That wasn't a dream, it really happened. Perhaps your mental strength is strong, so you can vaguely remember some of it. Do you recall who you are? Feng Yao nodded. My name is Feng Yao, a student from the 03 class of the first high school in the capital. Now it was Lin Shen's turn to be surprised. You're that old? I can't tell at all. Feng Yao immediately looked displeased. Who are you calling old? You look about my age, don't you? Do you know what level I am? What level? Level 13. We have a whole 10-year gap. Feng Yao exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment as she stared at Lin Shen. Are you saying that 10 years have passed? No, that can't be true. Lin Shen took out his communicator and displayed the time in front of Feng Yao. When she saw the number 113, she suddenly knelt on the ground, repeatedly murmuring, How could this be? It's impossible. This can't be happening. Lin Shen spoke up. Perhaps in the ruins of the underworld god, there is no passage of time, which is why you haven't aged. Maybe that's true. Feng Yao, possessing a strong ability to accept reality, had already come to terms with this. Do you remember why you came to Ghost Island? I assume, given your personality, you wouldn't enjoy the thrill of exploring here, would you? Feng Yao closed her eyes, pondering for a moment, and replied, I remember my friend said there was treasure on the island and invited me to join her. But in the fog, I got separated from her, and after that, I lost all sense of direction. What was your friend's name? Perhaps I've seen her before. Her name is Lu Mingyuan. She's my classmate and my best friend. Have you met her? Lin Chen shook his head. No? He had faced all the people captured by the underworld god, and none of them were named Lu Mingyuan. Maybe she was lucky and didn't get caught, so I can rest easy, Feng Yao said, letting out a slight sigh of relief, a smile breaking through. Even the brilliant sunlight seemed dim compared to her smile. Lin Chen quickly averted his gaze, clearing his throat. What are your plans next? Are you going to look for your friend? Feng Yao shook her head. Forget it. They probably aren't in the beginner's sea anymore. After 10 years, their levels must be quite high. I need to find a place to level up. Lin Chen looked her up and down. What about your weapon and equipment? And your ship? Without a ship, you can't even leave Ghost Island, let alone level up. It was then that Feng Yao realized she had nothing left but the clothes on her back. How about this, little brother? Can you take me to the beginner's island? She looked at Lin Chen with hopeful eyes, as if he were her last hope. I can take you along. But please don't call me little brother, Lin Chen said, looking exasperated. That title sounded too strange. Feng Yao was quick to respond. She nodded eagerly. Then let us call you Shaolin. Come on, Shaolin, let us head to the beginner's island. Worst case, I'll just start from scratch with the quests. Lin Chen nodded and took Feng Yao aboard the ship. Upon seeing the ship named Catastrophe, Feng Yao's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly touched various parts of the vessel. Shaolin, is this your ship? It's so cool. Seeing Feng Yao so excited, Lin Chen could only shake his head helplessly, planning to return to the captain's quarters to rest. However, Feng Yao grabbed his arm and asked Shaolin, I want to join your crew and be one of your shipmates. Lin Chen shook his head. No, I don't hire crew members. The excitement in Feng Yao's eyes dimmed instantly. Huh? Why not? What a pity. How about you sell me this ship instead? Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle. You should first solve your own equipment problem. Hearing this, Feng Yao finally settled down and went to rest. She didn't have a single coin to her name, let alone enough to buy a ship. Lin Chen also returned to the captain's quarters to rest. He opened the rookie leaderboard and noticed that many players had caught up with their levels. The fastest among them had already reached level 14. He needed to level up quickly. Completing the first job transfer would allow him to achieve a world-class rookie achievement and earn another reward. Lin Chen thought to himself. He glanced at the news and noticed several reports about the missing persons returning, which piqued his interest. He lingered over the comments and speculations from the crowd, chuckling to himself. After scrolling for a while, he finally drifted off to sleep. A few days later, the ship arrived at the Rookie Island. Feng Yao reluctantly left the ship, the Plague, intending to take on some simple quests to earn some money. Meanwhile, Lin Chen headed straight for the appraisal shop, planning to identify the pet egg he had. When he reached the entrance of the shop, he saw Wen Jianan sitting there. Chapter 54. The second seal is lifted. Wen Jianan saw Lin Chen without a hint of surprise in his eyes. He stood up, brushed off the dust from his robe, and turned to walk into the store. You finally made it. Come in, he said. Lin Chen followed him inside. The interior of the appraisal shop was now completely different from before. The once dull walls were intricately carved with mysterious runes. As Wen Jianan entered the shop, the runes illuminated with a flickering light, transforming the entire space into a starry sky. Lin Chen felt a powerful aura of magic permeating the shop. Wen Jianan casually took a seat and asked, Did you go to the God of Death's ruins? Lin Chen nodded. So, you must have encountered the projection of the God of Death, right? Wen Jianan asked, a mix of anticipation and unease in his voice. Lin Chen continued to nod. Old Wen, are you interested in the God of Death's projection? A hint of a bitter smile appeared on Wen Jianan's face. Interested? Of course I am. If it weren't for the God of Death, I wouldn't have come to this place at all. Lin Chen curiously inquired, Old One, with your status and strength, how did you end up as an appraiser on a beginner's island? Wen Jianan took a moment to compose himself before replying, Actually, I once had a disciple. He wasn't a necromancer, but a necromancer controller, just an A-level profession. He secretly went to the God of Death's ruins to gather information about the undead without my knowledge. Unfortunately, he never returned. By the time I received the news, it was already too late. I rushed to the God of Death's ruins, but I couldn't find any trace of my disciple on that ghost island. Out of desperation, I sought out the ruins myself, and eventually discovered the portal to the God of Death's ruins. However, when I tried to enter, the God of Death appeared. I fought a fierce battle with him, hoping to retrieve my disciple, but with my strength, I was no match for the God of Death. In the end, I could only remain here. I originally intended to spend the rest of my life here, But unexpectedly, I encountered you. Lin Shen frowned and murmured, a Necromancer controller? He recalled having seen some information about Necromancer controllers in the messages provided by Chu Qingye, but it was only briefly mentioned without any detailed introduction. Did you encounter him in the God of Death's ruins? When Jianan asked eagerly. Lin Shen shook his head. No. None of the people controlled by the God of Death were Necromancer controllers. When Jianan's eyes dimmed, how could that be? How is it possible that he is not there? Lin Shen reminded him, Old One, perhaps your disciple managed to escape on his own. When Jianan nodded slightly, you're right. Since you've already explored the situation inside, it doesn't make much sense for me to stay here any longer. If there is still a chance he is alive, I plan to leave the beginner's C area to search for him. To thank you for your help, I've decided to assist you with something. Lin Shen's eyes lit up, and he quickly asked, Old One, can you help me directly with the second transfer? When Jianan's expression darkened, you wish. However, the reward I have for you is much better than a direct second transfer. His gaze fell on the pendant around Lin Shen's neck. This pendant is entangled with several seals. I can help you forcibly break one. What do you think? Do you want it? Lin Shen hurriedly nodded. Then I'll trouble you, Old One. The seal on the Calamity set had to be lifted to unleash its true power. Being able to break it early would significantly enhance his strength. When Jianan didn't say much more, with a wave of his hand, the runes on the surrounding walls lit up with a brilliant glow resembling stars. Seal break. He raised his hand and slammed it against the Calamity pendant. The dazzling light surged toward the pendant. Boom. The light infused into the Calamity pendant, and a sound like chains shattering echoed. A dark, eerie aura instantly seeped out from the pendant, enveloping the entire shop. The walls around them aged rapidly at a visible pace, and even the wooden cabinets and the books in front of Wen Jianan quickly decayed into dust. However, Wen Jianan remained calm as he gazed at the Calamity pendant. Gritting his teeth, he channeled his mana, which surged terrifyingly, quickly enveloping the Calamity pendant. Soon, the pendant's aura was repressed once more, but everything around them could not be restored. Lin Shen opened the attribute panel of the Calamity pendant. Calamity pendant, seal 2-6, quality, platinum, physique 300, mental strength 1000, skill 1, undead realm. The Calamity pendant can communicate with the undead realm, allowing instant teleportation there. Skill 2, death aura, releases a death aura that envelopes everything around, accelerating aging. The speed of aging is related to mental strength. Skill 3, unlocks under special conditions. Skill 4, unlocks under special conditions. Skill 5, unlocks under special conditions. Skill 6, unlocks under special conditions. Description, a Calamity set exclusive to Necromancers. If all Calamity gear is collected, unexpected surprises await. Limited profession, Necromancer. Lin Shen was taken aback. This is a bit intense. Another piece of platinum equipment. Wen Jianan slowly retracted his hand and said, the seal has been broken, but as for this scythe, I am powerless against it. The sealing strength within the scythe is far too terrifying. To forcibly break it, you'd need a guardian deity to intervene personally, and there must be a powerful protector present. Otherwise, the released death aura would instantly cause countless people to age and perish. Lin Shen smiled wryly and said, I'm already satisfied with breaking one seal. Let us set it aside for now. Saying that, he took out a pet egg and said, Old One, could you please help me identify this pet egg? When Jianan examined the pet egg, his eyes widening in surprise. Where did you get this thing? Lin Shen didn't hide anything and replied directly, it's a gift from the god of the underworld. When Jianan gave him a deep look. What kind of luck are you having? Good things just keep coming your way. However, he added, this pet egg does have some flaws, so you need to be mentally prepared. With that, his hand gently brushed over the pet egg. The surrounding runes lit up, casting a glow on the egg. The once pitch-black pet egg transformed into a grayish appearance, releasing a fierce aura. Lin Shen checked the properties of the pet egg, and what were once question marks now displayed information. Chapter 55, Epic Pet, Phantom Tiger Pet Egg, Quality, Epic. Description, allegedly a descendant of the divine beast, the underworld god tiger. Due to lineage dilution, its bloodline has become thin, but there remains a glimmer of hope for evolution into a true underworld god tiger. Lin Shen stared wide-eyed in astonishment. An epic-level pet? This is truly a windfall. In the medieval world, pets are extremely rare. To acquire one, you can only hatch a pet egg. However, most sea creatures do not drop pet eggs, leading to exorbitant prices for them. Even the most common pet egg sells for tens of thousands of gold coins. If this epic pet egg were to be sold on the market, it could fetch a staggering price of over 100 million gold coins. But only a fool would sell it. An epic-level pet would significantly enhance one's own power. All you need to do is drop a drop of blood on the pet egg and it will hatch. Beside him, when Jianan reminded him, Lin Shen nodded, bit his finger, and let a drop of blood fall onto the phantom tiger pet egg. The blood was instantly absorbed, yet the pet egg showed no signs of hatching. Lin Shan looked puzzled. Why isn't it hatching? Wen Jianan furrowed his brow and said, I don't know. Normally, no matter the quality of the pet egg, it should hatch with just a drop of blood. Then I'll try adding more blood. Lin Shan said as he pressed his finger directly against the shell of the pet egg. He immediately felt a powerful suction coming from the pet egg, greedily drawing his blood. Soon, he felt a wave of emptiness inside him and struggled to maintain his balance. Wen Jianan quickly advised, if you can't handle it, give up. Otherwise, you could bleed to death. Lin Shan nodded, intending to withdraw his hand, but suddenly heard a crackling sound from the pet egg. He saw cracks forming on the hard shell. Lin Shan's eyes lit up. It's about to hatch. The pet egg shattered with a loud crack, revealing a small tiger that was entirely black and white, resembling a kitten. This little tiger was only the size of a palm, completely lacking any imposing presence. Yet it emanated a hint of a chilling aura. Lin Shan checked the attributes of this little tiger. Name, Phantom Tiger. Level, LV. 1. Strength, 1040. Vitality, 830. Agility, 840. Mentality, 610. Skill 1. Tiger S Might. The pressure of the king of beasts can instill fear in smaller creatures, making them submit. Skill 2. Phantom Claw. Infuses the claws with underworld power, allowing attacks to ignore some defenses. Description: the king of beasts from the underworld, possessing a portion of the bloodline of the underworld god tiger. Seeing such powerful attributes, even Lin Shan couldn't help but be amazed. Such strong stats easily outclassed other pets by leaps and bounds. When Jianan spoke up, this phantom tiger seems a bit different from ordinary phantom tigers. The bloodline of the little tiger within him was even more potent, and if luck was on their side, it might really evolve into a divine tiger of the underworld. Even the well-informed Wen Jianan felt a hint of envy at this moment. The divine tiger was a legendary beast from the underworld, renowned for its combat prowess among various divine creatures. With such an ally, Lin Shan's path to becoming a powerful figure was all but assured. Perhaps he could even become the fifth guardian deity of the Dragon Kingdom. Meow. The little tiger opened its mouth and let out a cute, soft sound. It opened its eyes to look at Lin Shan, continuously making meowing noises. Are you hungry? Lin Shan asked tentatively. The little tiger seemed to understand his words, and its meows grew more urgent. All right, let us go get you something to eat. Lin Shan picked up the little tiger and hurriedly bid farewell to Wen Jianan before leaving. Outside the identification shop was a square bustling with food vendors. Lin Shan bought a palm-sized meat steak and tossed it to the little tiger. The little creature devoured it in just a few bites, still meowing insistently. Lin Shan shook his head in exasperation. You may be small, but you sure can eat. He bought several more meat steaks for the little tiger, who finished them all before finally licking its paws in satisfaction and snuggling up against Lin Shan, drifting off to sleep. Watching the little tiger sleep peacefully, Lin Shan felt a mix of helplessness and happiness. He bought over 100 meat steaks and found a discreet spot to store them in the Netherworld's secret realm, ensuring the little tiger would have enough to eat. Looking at the sleeping little tiger, Lin Shan murmured, I need to give you a name. Since you're so white, let us call you Little White. Without considering Little White's opinion, the name was settled. He carried Little White directly toward the dock. Just as he passed through the square, he heard a commotion. Aren't you trying to scam me? I'm not buying anymore. Give me my money back. Hey there, beautiful. That's not how it works. Didn't you see the sign? Once the goods are sold, we don't do refunds. Yeah, forget about returns. Just take this sword and go fight some monsters. It'll work like a charm. Lin Shan turned to see two shifty-eyed men with their arms crossed, looking arrogant as they faced a female swordsman with a ponytail. The swordsman was furious, her face flushed, gripping her sword tightly, ready to chop the two of them into pieces. A crowd had gathered around, eager to watch the spectacle. Lin Shan initially had no intention of getting involved. However, when he recognized the female swordsman, he stopped in his tracks. She was his classmate, Li Xiaya. As the class monitor, she was straightforward and outgoing, always looking out for her classmates. Coming from a well-off family, she had learned some combat skills from a young age, consistently ranking first in practical combat classes. Even the boys in class were no match for her. Yet, she was always patient when classmates sought her guidance. And Lin Shan had asked her numerous questions in the past. Now that she is in trouble, Lin Shan naturally won't stand by and watch. He walked straight towards Li Xiaoya. When the crowd around saw Lin Shan's eye-catching outfit, they immediately gasped in surprise. Wow, isn't that Lin Shan, the number one on the rookie leaderboard? What is he doing here? Could it be that Lin Shan is planning to be a hero and save the beauty? This is going to be interesting. Quick, start recording. Those two guys are professionals. Even Lin Shan might have a hard time dealing with them. Who knows? I just feel that once Lin Shan makes his move, Those two guys are probably in for a rough time. Lin Chen approached Li Xiaoya and asked, class monitor, are you in trouble? Li Xiaoya was taken aback for a moment, then exclaimed in delight, Lin Chen. Chapter 56, National College Competition. The two shifty-eyed boys recognized Lin Chen. Frowning, they glared at him and said, hey, Lin Chen, I advise you not to meddle in our business. Exactly. Don't think just because you're the top rookie this year that you can get carried away. Once you leave the newbie zone, you're nothing but a nobody. If you dare to interfere, be careful. We might just take you down. Facing their threats, Lin Chen remained unfazed. He turned to Li Xiaoya and asked, what happened? Li Xiaoya frowned and glanced at the two boys. They were selling goods earlier, claiming to have a high-quality longsword for sale. I thought it looked good, so I bought it. Who knew that after killing just two sea beasts, the sword broke? She pulled out the broken long sword and handed it to Lin Chen. Lin Chen took the sword and examined the break. Although he wasn't an expert on weapons, he could tell something was off. The sword had a layer of forged steel on the outside, but inside it was made of ordinary cast iron, which was significantly weaker than forged steel. Li Xiaoya nodded. Exactly. Even adding some decent quality steel would have increased the sword's strength, but they used cast iron instead. It's consumer fraud. Hearing her analysis, the surrounding crowd quickly understood. Wow, that is outrageous. Selling cast iron at the price of forged steel? How could they even think of doing something so unethical? Those two don't look like good people at all. I bet they're from the Eagle Alliance. It's true what they say, like master, like minion. I say we should lock them up for a few days to teach them a lesson. The two shifty-eyed boys' faces darkened upon hearing this. They gritted their teeth and glared at Lin Chen and Li Xiaoya. Hey, have you two said enough? No matter what you say, you're definitely not getting your money back today. Forget it. You dare to cheat others with counterfeit goods. And you have the audacity to talk back? Lin Chen frowned and said, return the money and apologize publicly or face the consequences. The two boys laughed in anger. Lin Chen, are you out of your mind? You want us to refund you? In your dreams. Once the money is in our pockets, there's no way it's coming back out. All right, we're leaving. We don't have time to waste on you. With that, the two of them turned to leave the crowd. Seeing this, Li Xiaoya quickly shouted, you can't leave. One of the boys holding a staff sneered. What is the matter? If we don't leave, are you treating us to a meal? The other boy chimed in. Yeah, if you're not satisfied, then let us settle it with a fight. You're not thinking of having Lin Chen step in, are you? Li Xiaoya shot a glance at Lin Chen and gritted her teeth. I can handle it myself. I don't need his help. Interesting, the boy with the staff thought. Let us see what this little lady can do. With a cold laugh, he raised his staff and declared, summoning spell, Wasteland Wolf. A mystical magic circle lit up in front of him, and soon 3 wild wolves with crimson eyes appeared within the circle. The desert wolves drooled, making one feel nauseous. They exuded a fierce aura that caused the onlookers to instinctively step back, fearing they might get caught in the crossfire. Li Xiaoya gripped her sword tightly. 3 desert wolves were a bit of a problem, Lin Chen remarked. Don't worry, I can handle it, Li Xiaoya replied, gritting her teeth. Let it give you a hand. Lin Chen said casually as he tossed the sleeping kitten, Little White, to Li Xiaoya. She hurriedly caught the kitten, her eyes filled with confusion. This is a cat? It can help me? Even the onlookers were puzzled. What was Lin Chen thinking, asking a cat for help? It looked like just a little kitten. How could that be of any assistance? I don't think Lin Chen is joking. He must have his reasons. Just watch, someone in the crowd said. All eyes now on the kitten in Li Xiaoya's arms. The summoner sneered, Lin Chen, don't be ridiculous. If my wolves end up biting you, don't blame me. Lin Chen smiled slightly. Don't worry, if your wolves dare to bite, I won't stop them. The summoner's expression darkened as he gritted his teeth. Just wait. Get them to attack, and take that cat down first. The 3 desert wolves roared and charged toward Li Xiaoya. Her expression changed, and she placed Little White aside, ready to take action. Just then, the awakened Little White let out a meow. The charging desert wolves slammed to a halt, colliding into each other and tumbling over, crashing right in front of Little White. The kitten shakily stood up and meowed again. The dazed wolves, now wide-eyed, jumped up and scrambled behind the summoner, their 4 legs trembling as if they had seen some terrifying creature. This scene left everyone present in shock. The onlookers stared, wide-eyed, as if they had seen a ghost. Wait, I must be seeing things, right? Is that really a desert wolf? It looks like it, but I'm not so sure. It doesn't seem right. How could such fierce wolves be scared of a cat? No one found Little White's meow frightening. Instead, they thought it was adorable. Many girls had stars in their eyes, wishing to cuddle the kitten right away. The summoner glared at the 3 desert wolves behind him, his face turning pale with rage. Useless. 3 useless creatures. Get moving. But no matter how much he shouted, the 3 wolves refused to take a step forward. The summoner's face turned a deeper shade of anger as he shot Lin Chen a fierce glare. Lin Chen, I won't forget this. Next time we meet, I want to hold back. With that, he turned to make a run for it. Wait, return the money, Lin Shan called out. He swung the scythe in his hand, and a cold, murderous aura surged around him. The people around them suddenly felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar, shivering unexpectedly and taking a few steps back before feeling a little better. The summoner turned pale with fear, quickly dropped a gold card, and then hurriedly ran away with his companions. Li Xiaoya picked up the gold card and finally revealed a smile on her face. She looked at Lin Shan and said, "Thank you." Lin Shan picked up Little Bai and held it in his hands, smiling as he replied, "Just a small favor. I'm leaving now." After saying that, he intended to take Little Bai and leave. However, Li Xiaoya quickly called out, "Lin Shan, I need to talk to you." Lin Shan stopped and looked at Li Xiaoya, asking, "What is it?" "It's about the National Academy Competition." Chapter 57, Above S-Class, National College Competition? Lin Shan was taken aback for a moment before quickly realizing. The National College Competition would be held during the one-month rookie period. This is a large-scale competition that all universities across the country participate in, and afterward, each institution would be ranked. The higher the ranking, the better the rewards received. Additionally, outstanding students could receive extra bonuses. Li Xiaoya nodded. "That's right. The principal and class teacher have tried to contact you. They wanted to reach out but couldn't. So they asked us to let you know when we saw you." "Are they planning for me to participate in the national competition?" Lin Shan asked, puzzled. "Exactly. Your strength is evident, and if you participate, the school's ranking could potentially reach the top 10 in the nation. You should definitely contact the principal. He will explain everything to you." Lin Shan nodded in agreement. He exchanged business cards with Li Xiaoya and then left. Back on the disaster, he pulled out his communicator to check his message records. After scrolling for quite a while, Lin Shan finally found a message from the principal. The principal had sent dozens of messages, but they were buried under a flood of other information. If it hadn't been for Li Xiaoya's reminder, Lin Shan wouldn't have bothered to dig through them. He clicked on the video request. It rang just once before connecting. A virtual image appeared before him, showing the principal looking excitedly at the communicator. "Lin Shan, you busy? Be finally sent a video. Did you run into any of our school students?" Feeling a bit embarrassed, Lin Shan scratched his head and replied, "It was Li Xiaoya who informed me." The principal smiled and said, "Since you met her, she must have told you about the national college competition, right? I would like to ask you to be the captain of our school's representative team. What do you think?" "Sure, but I can't guarantee you will take first place," Lin Shan readily agreed. The principal was overjoyed and exclaimed, "Then it's settled. I believe in you. I've already found the other 4 team members. I'll have them contact you. If you need anything, just let me know. As long as it's within my power, I will make it happen." Lin Shan declined the principal's offer for help. After chatting for a while, he hung up. He opened the forum and took a quick look. Several messages were about him and Xiaobai, with many people speculating about Xiaobai's true identity. However, no one had guessed correctly. After a moment, Lin Shan closed the forum and instructed Prank to set sail, preparing to level up. In the principal's office of the first high school in the capital, a short, white-haired old man was watching a video in front of him. He was Bai Tsong, the principal of the first high school. On the screen were 5 young men and women. "Huang Yu, with just a week left until the national college competition, are you all prepared?" Bai Tsong looked at a slender boy with a buzz cut. His name is Huang Yu, an S-rank professional, currently at level 14. And he is the top expert at the first high school in the capital city. He has been chosen as the captain for this competition. Huang Yu nodded slightly, his eyes sharp like a blade, piercing directly into the hearts of his enemies. According to the information received so far, Lin Shan is an E-rank professional, working as a grave digger. However, this cannot be his true strength. Their school must be hiding something. So for now, we will classify him as an S-rank professional. Bai Tsong continued. Just as he finished speaking, a girl with a ponytail and a few freckles on her face interjected, "Wait, principal. Why is he temporarily classified as an S-rank professional instead of an A-rank? Isn't S-rank the highest level? Are there levels even above S-rank?" The others also looked at Bai Tsong with curiosity. Bai Tsong paused for a moment before slowly responding. "This is something that shouldn't have been disclosed. However, given the special circumstances this time, I'll share it with you. As you know, professionals are classified from E to S ranks. But in the past, there have been professionals stronger than S rank, such as the guardian of the beautiful country, who is an SS rank professional and an inventor. How can I describe an SS rank professional to you? Let's put it this way. 5 S rank professionals working together might not even be a match for an SS rank professional." Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. "No way. Didn't we just say he was an S rank professional? How did he suddenly become an SS rank?" One exclaimed. "Yeah, if that's the case, then our dragon country doesn't have any top experts. Our 4 guardians are all just S rank professionals, which is a considerable gap compared to the beautiful country." Another added, worry evident on their faces as they began to murmur among themselves. Baitsong interjected, actually, it's not quite accurate to say that. While we don't have any SS rank professionals, the strength of our 4 guardians is extremely close to that of SS rank professionals. Furthermore, all of our guardians have reached the 9 transformation stage. While the SS rank professional from the beautiful country has been unable to break through and remains at the 8 transformation stage. So in a real contest, their power should be quite comparable. The group breathed a slight sigh of relief. The freckled girl continued to ask, Principal, are you suggesting that Lin Shun could very well be an SS rank professional? Baitsong nodded slightly, his expression serious. Exactly. Everyone gasped in shock. Kuan Yu frowned and said, Principal, if he really is an SS rank professional, then we have no chance of winning. Baitsong shook his head. No. Even powerful professionals need time to grow to unleash their full potential. During the novice period, everyone's strength is relatively similar, so there won't be a significant difference. That's why I want you to take action. He is a mage, and you are an assassin, specifically, a shadow assassin, naturally suited to take on mages. You are the best match for him. Everyone nodded in agreement. This was their only source of confidence. Kuan Yu nodded slightly and said, I understand. Baitsong said in a deep voice, no matter what, we must maintain our first position. Once you all reach the Dragon Kingdom waters, each of you will be rewarded with a piece of golden tier equipment. Everyone's eyes lit up, and they nodded in agreement. It wasn't just the top high school in the capital. Other schools were also discussing strategies, figuring out how to deal with Lin Shun. Meanwhile, Lin Shun was busy leveling up with his zombies. Days passed in a flash, and his level had already reached 17. Even Xiao Bai had reached level 10. Xiao Bai was no longer the size of a palm-sized kitten. Now, it had grown to the size of an adult hunting dog. Circling around Lin Shun and keeping a close watch on the sea beast corpses on the deck. Chapter 58, Looking for Trouble? Watching Little Bai, whose mouth was practically watering. Lin Shun chuckled and said, Go ahead and eat, Little Bai. In an instant, Little Bai dashed out and pounced on the sea beast, tearing into it voraciously. Lin Shun glanced at Little Bai's stats. Name, Little Bai, level, LV, 10, strength, 410-40, constitution, 308-30, agility, 408-40, mentality, 106-10, skill 1, Tiger's Might. The pressure of the King of Beasts can instill fear in weaker creatures, even making them submit. Skill 2, Phantom Claw, imbues claws with phantom power, allowing attacks to bypass some defenses. Skill 3, Phantom Form, transforms into a void-like state, enabling passage through physical objects and rendering physical attacks ineffective, while also being unable to inflict physical damage. Description, the King of Beasts from the Underworld. Possessing a portion of the bloodline of the Underworld Tiger, with the Phantom Form, the characteristics of the Underworld Tiger began to emerge. Little Bai's stats were terrifying. To have such attributes at just level 10, ordinary players were no match for it. Sometimes, Little Bai would even dive into the sea to catch sea beasts for a midnight snack. In the absence of danger, Lin Shun didn't mind letting it be. After all, with the life-saving skill of Phantom Form, ordinary sea beasts were no threat to it. Lin Shun opened his communicator and said, It's about time. Let's prepare to head back. They had been out at sea for 3 days and needed to return early to prepare for the upcoming competition. He headed straight for the captain's cabin, and seeing this, Little Bai quickly abandoned the sea beast and followed closely behind Lin Shun. Lin Shun habitually opened the forum, and his eyes immediately caught a post. Help. He clicked on it out of curiosity. A fleet from Sakura Country had quietly infiltrated the beginner sea area of Dragon Country and was slaughtering players on some islands. Many players from Dragon Country had already lost their lives. Below was a coordinate point. Lin Shun frowned slightly as he scanned the coordinates. They were not far from him. Only about 100 nautical miles away. These guys from Sakura Country actually dare to stir up trouble? Lin Shun murmured, frowning. Conflicts between Dragon Country and Sakura Country occurred almost every tournament. Players from Sakura Country loved to sneak into the beginner sea area of Dragon Country to massacre weak players and the indigenous people on the islands. As a result, neither side's beginner islands would intervene since it was a conflict between players. Many players from Dragon Country expressed their outrage in the comments below, eager to find an opportunity to confront the Sakura players. However, Lin Shun was not particularly interested. He closed the forum and prepared to return. Meanwhile, just a few dozen nautical miles away, a warship flying the flag of Sakura Country was sailing. A sailor on the mast was scanning the sea with a telescope. Soon, he spotted a ship made entirely of bones in the distance. He was momentarily stunned, but then a look of wild joy spread across his face. He scrambled down the mast, rushed into the captain's cabin, and excitedly exclaimed, Captain Mizuta, I found the trace of Lin Shun from Dragon Country. Captain Mizuta Saburo looked up in surprise and asked, Really? Are you sure? The sailor nodded repeatedly, saying, "Of course. I couldn't possibly be mistaken. The appearance of that bone ship has been etched in my mind." "Great." Captain Mizuta Saburo nodded in satisfaction. He sent the news to the national chat channel of Sakura Country. "I found Lin Chen's trace at coordinates 121, 252, 133. All Sakura Country warships. Move to this location and let's deal with Lin Chen together." The Sakura Country chat channel erupted instantly. "Yes, finally found that damn Lin Chen. I'm heading over to support you right now, Mizuta." "So are we. This time we must capture Lin Chen alive. Hang him on our novice island for 3 days as a spectacle, and then kill him. He must be the most wanted person in Dragon Country right now. If we can kill him, the dragon people will absolutely go crazy. Ha ha, I can't wait to see that." As soon as Mizuta's message was sent out, more than 20 people responded. They quickly devised a strategy to surround Lin Chen. However, at that moment, Lin Chen was still unaware of the intentions of the Sakura Country people. He was leisurely resting in the captain's cabin, with Little White sleeping beside his bed. Just as Lin Chen was about to take a short nap, Little White suddenly opened its eyes, sat up, and looked out the window, emitting low growls. Lin Chen's alertness was piqued by Little White's unusual behavior. "What's wrong, Little White?" he asked. Little White continued to growl, gazing ahead. After a moment, it suddenly turned its head to look in another direction. Lin Chen understood what Little White meant. He asked, "Little White, are you saying that someone is approaching?" Little White nodded slightly. Lin Chen glanced outside. Not far from him, several ships were approaching, their masts proudly flying the flag of Sakura Country, making them very conspicuous. "People from Sakura Country?" Lin Chen furrowed his brow and murmured, "They're all coming for me. It seems they must have discovered my trace long ago. Interesting. They see me as prey? But if they want to hunt me, they better weigh their own worth." With a thought, Lin Chen unleashed a thick aura of death from the ship catastrophe, which quickly formed a vast fog. The Sakura Country people in the distance were taken aback. What's going on? Why did it suddenly get foggy? This must be the work of that damn Dragon Country person. He probably found us and is trying to escape. We absolutely cannot let him get away. Everyone, hold your positions. As long as we don't make mistakes, he definitely can't escape. The many people from Sakura Country rushed to the deck, scanning their surroundings, fearful that Lin Chen would slip away. However, after waiting for 10 minutes, they saw no ship emerging from the thick fog. This left them feeling puzzled. What is taking the Dragon Kingdom's people so long to show up? One of them wondered. Could it be that he has already slipped out of our encirclement amid the chaos? Another chimed in. Absolutely impossible. Our circle formed by over 20 ships has almost no blind spots. Unless he can fly, there's no way he can evade our sight. Mizuta Saburo spoke up. Everyone, tighten the encirclement immediately. He must be too scared to move, and once we close in, he'll have nowhere to escape. The others nodded in agreement. The 20-plus warships slowly began to converge toward the center of the mist. As a few ships from the east approached the fog, it suddenly churned violently. Then, like a shooting star, a skeletal serpent's head burst through the mist, crashing down in front of one of the ships. Boom! With a deafening roar, the captain's cabin was smashed to pieces by the serpent's head. Chapter 59. The Power of Goblin Technology. Airborne troops, everyone else was stunned. They stared blankly at the warship, which was now only a deck and a hull. They could hardly believe that their enemy had taken out one of their ships with just a single strike. Target spotted. To the east. The captains of several ships to the east frantically called for reinforcements. Upon hearing this, Mizuta Saburo immediately ordered his crew to set sail eastward at full speed. Meanwhile, Lin Chen was sitting in the captain's cabin. Plank and Edith stood in front of him. Lin Chen looked at Edith and asked, "Is the new weapon you were researching ready?" Edith nodded. "Yes, my lord. It is ready for use." Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. "In that case, today is a perfect opportunity to test just how powerful your new invention is." He looked out at the 3 ships ahead and commanded, "Deploy 30 zombies from each ship and eliminate the enemy as quickly as possible." Understood. Edith left the captain's cabin. He brought a large group of goblins to the deck and began operating the equipment. Slowly, 10 machines resembling cannons rose from the deck. These machines were engraved with intricate magical patterns, exquisite as if they were works of art. 90 zombies stood on the deck, and under Edith's direction, they quickly climbed into the machines. With a loud bang, the zombies were launched and accurately landed on the decks of the target ships. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. This airdrop machine works quite well. A few days ago, he had been reviewing the technological blueprints saved by Edith and discovered this device, known as the airdrop machine. Its principle was similar to that of a black powder cannon. However, while a black powder cannon fires projectiles, the airdrop machine launches objects. With the airdrop machine, zombies could be easily thrown onto enemy ships, compensating for their weakness in close combat. Once a zombie started to infect, it would quickly lead to a zombie tide. delivering a devastating blow to the enemy. Soon, all 90 zombies had landed on the ships of the Cherry Blossom Nation. The crew members, upon seeing the terrifying faces of the zombies, turned pale and began to retreat. However, the zombies, like wild beasts, lunged madly at the Cherry Blossom Nation players. In just a few minutes, a large number of players were brutally bitten to death, their bodies turning to fragments and dissipating. The remaining few players were holed up in the cabin, desperately resisting. Send a message. Quickly notify them that Lin Shan can summon monsters. Got it. They hurriedly transmitted the scene from here to the captains of the other ships. When Mizuta Saburo saw the beast-like monsters, he frowned deeply. How could these monsters appear on their ship? The ships were at least hundreds of meters apart. Even if they swam, it would take them a few minutes, right? Were they flown over? Are you daydreaming? These monsters don't have wings. How could they possibly fly over? Mizuta Saburo said coldly, instruct everyone to stay alert, especially on the surface of the water. Once any foreign object approaches, eliminate it immediately. Yes. Additionally, prepare the black cannon and ready the melee fighters. Once they get close, engage in boarding combat at once. Yes. His subordinates quickly began to prepare. The other 10 or so warships also readied themselves for boarding. Soon, they spotted the enormous skeletal ship. A faint smile appeared on Mizuta Saburo's face. Damn Lin Shan, today you will become the disgrace of the Dragon Kingdom. Draw your weapons and prepare for battle. With that, he drew his sword, readying himself for the boarding action. At that moment, the sound of booming cannon fire echoed. Several black dots shot into the sky and then descended towards their ships. Mizuta Saburo looked up and squinted at the dots. What are those? The black dots quickly enlarged. Soon, someone recognized their true nature. Zombies. All of them were grotesque zombies. Mizuta Saburo's expression changed. This is bad. These are the monsters summoned by Lin Shan. Form ranks immediately. A dozen sailors armed with katanas rushed forward, forming a human wall at the front. Quickly, the zombies landed on the deck, emitting terrifying roars. Hearing the beast-like howls, many sailors turned pale, their hands trembling around their weapons. Roar. One zombie let out a scream and lunged at the sailors with its claws. The other zombies seemed to have been triggered as well, charging towards the sailors. Gathering their courage, the sailors with katanas charged forward to meet them. Swish. The katana sliced through a zombie's arm, easily tearing a gash that revealed the dry, decayed muscle fibers within. However, before the sailor could rejoice, the zombie's claws pierced through his chest with a sickening squelch. Blood splattered across the deck, the intense metallic scent invading everyone's nostrils, causing the sailors' hard-won courage to evaporate in an instant. Zombies didn't care how their enemies fought. They were like primal beasts, ruthlessly slaughtering their foes. Claws slashed through defenses with ease, claiming one life after another. In just a few minutes, all the sailors wielding katanas were annihilated, their bodies reduced to fragments that dissipated in the air. Then, the zombies' crimson gazes turned towards Mizuta Saburo and the others. A chill ran down Mizuta Saburo's spine. Retreat. Quickly back to the cabin. He shouted at the top of his lungs. He was the first to sprint towards the captain's quarters. The remaining crew members, seeing this, dared not confront the zombies any longer. They followed Mizuta Saburo, frantically racing towards the captain's room. The zombies were no slowpokes. They lunged at the crew members lagging behind. With a piercing scream, one sailor was torn to shreds in a whirlwind of pain and terror, disappearing into the air. The remaining crew members poured every ounce of strength into reaching the captain's quarters, gasping for breath as they stumbled inside. The zombies were standing at the door, their claws pounding relentlessly against the wooden surface, creating a thunderous sound. The sturdy door seemed on the verge of being smashed to pieces. Mizu Saburo pointed at the door, his voice trembling. Quickly, block the door. Hurry. The nearby sailors snapped back to reality. One of them immediately grabbed a wooden barrel and placed it against the door. With the barrel providing support, the door suddenly felt much sturdier and stopped shaking. Everyone felt a wave of relief wash over them. However, just as the sailor was about to turn away, a sharp cracking sound echoed through the air. Wood splintered, and a blood-soaked arm reached in from the outside, grabbing the sailor by the shoulder. The sharp claws dug deep into his flesh, blood streaming down. Chapter 60. The fleet from Sakura country has arrived? Let go of me. Quickly, let me go. Get away. The sailor's face turned pale with fear as he struggled desperately. However, the zombie's claws dug deeper, and with a tearing sound, his arm was brutally ripped off. The onlookers gasped in horror, trembling with fear. Boom. With a loud crash, the wooden door was smashed open by the zombies. Dozens of zombies surged into the cabin like wild beasts, engaging in a brutal slaughter with the people from Sakura country inside. It wasn't just Saburo Mizuta's ship. Other vessels from Sakura country were also witnessing the massacre. In just a few minutes, all the people from Sakura country were wiped out. leaving only a dozen of their warships drifting on the sea. Looking at these warships, Lin Shan casually said, Adis, instruct the goblins to activate all these ships and take us back. Also, find the coordinates of other Sakura country warships. Destroy one as soon as you locate it. Yes. Soon, the disaster set sail, with a dozen warships flying the flag of Sakura country following behind, forming a massive fleet. The fleet sailed forward with great momentum. In just 2 days, Lin Shan eliminated all the people from Sakura country who had infiltrated the Novice Sea area of Dragon country. As for their warships, Lin Shan collected them all, expanding his fleet to 25 ships. Lin Shan commanded a return to port. Before long, a grand fleet was heading towards the Novice Islands of Dragon country. Novice Island. In the past few days, players had been continuously returning to Novice Island, leading to a surge in their numbers, with players everywhere on the streets. Their purpose for returning was to watch the National Academy competition. After all, this was about the honor of each academy, and students naturally wanted to cheer for their academy's team. At that moment, someone suddenly pointed at the distant sea and exclaimed, Look, there are so many ships over there. Hearing this, everyone stopped and turned to look. Indeed, on the vast sea, more than 20 ships were sailing towards Novice Island. The flags of Sakura country were prominently displayed on these ships. Many players' expressions changed upon seeing the Sakura flag. Is that the flag of Sakura country? Could it be that players from Sakura country are coming here? Bastards. These animals are too bold. How dare they come to our Novice Island to act like tyrants? Everyone. Let's go. Let's show these damn beasts our strength. That's right. Let's go together. They think they can disrupt our Dragon country's Novice Island with just over 20 ships? They're not worthy. Countless players, filled with righteous indignation, rushed towards the port at the fastest speed. At that moment, Chu Qingye was at his residence preparing for the upcoming National Academy competition. A guard rushed in, his face filled with anger, and said, My lord, a large number of Sakura country warships have appeared 20 nautical miles off Novice Island. They are heading straight for us. What did you say? Chu Qingye looked up at the guard, his tone filled with confusion. My lord, you'll understand if you go take a look yourself, the guard hurriedly replied. Chu Qingye nodded and quickly followed the guard to the lookout tower. The lookout tower was situated at the highest point of the Novice Island. Standing atop the tower, Chu Qingye immediately spotted the approaching warships of Sakura Nation in the distance. His brows furrowed as he coldly demanded, What is going on? How can there be so many warships from Sakura Nation entering our Dragon Kingdom's Novice waters? What are the sentries at the border doing? The guard wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and quickly explained, My lord, these warships from Sakura Nation appeared near the Novice Island without any prior warning. Chu Qingye's brows knitted into a deep frown. Could it be that the people of Sakura Nation have mastered some new skill that allows them to quietly bring over 20 warships into our territory? The guard quickly speculated. My lord, I suspect it's those troublemakers from Sakura Nation. They suddenly went silent these past couple of days, and I think they must be planning to attack our Novice Island. Chu Qingye nodded slightly, finding this explanation the most reasonable at the moment. Were the people of Sakura Nation out of their minds? Did they really think they could attack our Novice Island with just over 20 warships? It was a fool's dream. Send the order down. All warships at the Novice Island. Prepare for battle. We must resolve this within half an hour. Yes. The guard hurried off. Soon, the port gate of the War Department swung open. The warships of the War Department surged out from the port, forming ranks as they charged toward the warships of Sakura Nation. The Dragon Kingdom players who were ready to board and engage couldn't help but smile at the sight. Ha ha ha. With our Dragon Kingdom's official forces taking action, we can easily wipe out these damned people from Sakura Nation. Exactly. Let us wait for those Sakura folks to beg for mercy. Taking out over 20 warships from Sakura Nation in one go would deal a significant blow to them, certainly making them regret entering our Novice waters. Absolutely. Those brutes will definitely regret it. The warships of the Dragon Kingdom's War Department approached within 500 meters of the Sakura Nation warships. The head of the War Department, with a serious expression, stepped onto the deck and declared, Warships of Sakura Nation, listen up. You have entered the warning zone of our Dragon Kingdom's Novice Island. Surrender immediately by laying down your weapons, or we will launch an attack right away. However, there was no response from the Sakura Nation ships. Apart from the sound of waves crashing, there was nothing else. The head of the War Department frowned and murmured, What is going on? Are these brutes really determined to fight? If that is the case, then there is no need for courtesy. Prepare the cannons. Follow my orders. The cannons on the warships of the War Department turned and aimed at the warships of Sakura Nation. Just as the head of the War Department was about to give the order to fire, a skeletal ship suddenly emerged from the fleet of Sakura Nation. Seeing the familiar skeletal ship, the head of the War Department quickly shouted, Wait. All the soldiers immediately halted, waiting for the command from their leader. The onlooking players also witnessed this scene, and the chat exploded with excitement. What? Isn't that Lin Chen's ship? How did it end up mixed with the Sakura Nation's fleet? Yeah, has he betrayed our Dragon Nation and joined the Sakura Nation? That damn traitor. I swear. If I run into him, I'll tear him apart. Count me in. I despise those who sell out their country. If I see him, I'll make sure he doesn't even look like himself anymore. How dare he betray his own nation? Not even if he is the top player. Chapter 61. The Great Ship Sail. Sakura Country goes crazy. Numerous players from Dragon Country watched in fury as Lin Chen's ship was among the fleet of Sakura Country. Their teeth clenched and fists shaking in anger. It wasn't just the players from Dragon Country. Even the head of the War Department looked somewhat displeased upon witnessing the scene. Just as he was about to speak, he saw a figure in a black cloak swiftly exiting the captain's cabin. It was Lin Chen. Before Lin Chen could say anything, the head of the War Department frowned and exclaimed, Lin Chen, how could you betray Dragon Country and join Sakura Country? Lin Chen was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled helplessly and replied, when did I join Sakura Country? I don't even know myself. Then what about this? The official asked, pointing at the ships. All these warships from Sakura Country were captured by me. Keeping the ships but not the people should be fine, right? Upon hearing this, the head of the War Department's eyes widened in disbelief. Not only him, but even the soldiers around stared at Lin Chen as if he were a monster. You took down more than 20 warships from Sakura Country by yourself? The head of the War Department asked incredulously. Lin Chen nodded. How on earth did you manage that? The official asked, disbelief etched on his face. However, the evidence was right in front of him, and he had no choice but to believe it. It was just luck. Lin Chen casually made an excuse. Since it's you, then we can lift the alert. Next time you pull something like this, give me a heads up to avoid causing panic. The head of the War Department said with a mix of reprimand and amusement. Lin Chen nodded in agreement. The head of the War Department quickly organized the fleet to return home. The onlooking players were left confused. Wait a minute, didn't Lin Chen join Sakura Country? Why isn't he being arrested? Why are they retreating instead? Yeah, I don't get it either. Can we stop guessing? It's obvious that Lin Chen hasn't betrayed Sakura Country. He must have taken all those warships from them. Exactly. Did you notice that not a single person from Sakura Country has appeared? And some of the ships look damaged and bear signs of battle. Everyone suddenly realized. No way? Are you saying that Lin Chen took out all the crew on those 20-plus warships by himself? Of course, with Lin Chen's strength. Dealing with those Sakura Country folks would be a piece of cake for him. He must have faced no pressure at all. That's incredible. 20-plus warships from Sakura Country? He managed to take them down? As the crowd buzzed with excitement, Lin Chen slowly steered his large fleet into the central island. Once he stepped off the ship, he saw Chu Qingye waiting at the dock. Uncle Chu, long time no see, Lin Chen greeted with a smile. Chu Qingye chuckled. I just heard about what happened from the head of the War Department. You little rascal, coming back with such a big surprise. I thought Sakura Country was invading. They wouldn't dare, Lin Chen replied. By the way, Uncle Chu, there is something I'd like to discuss with you. Oh? What kind of crazy idea do you have this time? Crazy idea? I'm just trying to discuss with you about selling off those 20 or so ships from Sakura Country. Selling warships in bulk can only be done by shipbuilders who have official permission. If an ordinary person tries to sell warships in large quantities, they'll definitely attract the attention of the authorities. At best, they'll have all their illegal gains confiscated. At worst, they could end up in prison for 3 to 5 years, if not more. After all, warships are important weapons and can't just be sold off casually. However, when faced with Lin Chen's doubts, Chu Qingye immediately agreed without hesitation. No problem. I only have one condition. What condition? You can sell them, but you must go live. And it has to be a global broadcast. Let our foreign friends take a look. Sure thing. Lin Chen grinned. That's exactly what I was thinking. Chu Qingye laughed. Great. I'll arrange for people to help you organize the massive ship sale right away. The national college competition is tomorrow, so you can focus on that. Thanks, Uncle Chu. Just a small task. It will start in an hour. With that, Chu Qingye left with the other guards. In just a few minutes, a post appeared at the top of the forum. Massive warship sale. Premium warships from Sakura Country are up for grabs. Many people clicked in with curiosity. When they saw the neatly lined up 20 or so warships from Sakura Country, they were stunned. Countless replies flooded in. Whoa, didn't I just see those Sakura Country warships? They're starting a massive sale now? I don't even have a single ship. And Lin Chen is already doing a big sale? There's even a live stream link. I need to check that out. A large number of players clicked the live stream link to watch. At that moment, Lin Chen was at the port on the central island. With more than 20 Sakura Country warships docked behind him, countless players entering the live room were utterly amazed by the sight. It was magnificent. Over 20 warships from Sakura Country. Lin Chen had seized all of these. He was incredible. He was really making our Dragon Country proud. Dragon Country players were fired up seeing this. Players from other countries also flocked into the live room. Those idiots from Sakura Country. Getting so many ships taken down by Lin Shan alone. They were in for a huge loss. Ha ha ha. Those fools from Sakura Country. They clearly couldn't deal with Lin Shan, but still sought trouble. Just wait and see. Those Sakura Country people are going to be furious. Meanwhile, in the headquarters on the newbie island of Sakura Country, the highest commander, Watanabe Juntaro, was watching the live stream with a dark expression. The guard stood nervously beside him, not daring to breathe. When he saw the ships flying the Sakura Country flag behind Lin Shan, his face turned even darker. Baka. This bastard dares to show such disrespect to Sakura Country. We must teach him a lesson. The guard nearby cautiously said, That's right, Lord Watanabe. We must make this Lin Shan aware of our Sakura nation's might. Watanabe Juntaro turned and glared at the guard, roaring in anger, You fool. With so many of us, we can't even deal with a single Lin Shan. How dare you say that here? Take him down and execute him. Yes. The guard quickly stepped forward to grab his former comrade and dragged him outside for immediate execution. It wasn't just Watanabe Juntaro who was furious. All the players from Sakura Nation watching the live stream were grinding their teeth in anger. Damn Lin Shan. Rally the troops to attack Dragon Nation. We must eliminate Lin Shan. I'm signing up. Me too. We must hang Lin Shan's corpse here for all to see. Chapter 62. The team from Coastal City in just 1 hour. All 20 or so warships from Sakura Nation were sold out, fetching over 2 million gold coins in total. Chuchinya didn't collect any taxes. So all the gold went to Lin Shan. In just a month, he made millions. This was unimaginable for anyone. Many veteran players hadn't earned that much money. Once the warships were sold, the live stream ended. However, the buzz from this live stream didn't fade. Many people were discussing it on the forums. And Lin Shan once again became the center of attention in Dragon Country. That night, Lin Shan arrived at an inn located on South Island. He headed straight to room 501 and knocked on the door. The door opened, and Li Xiaoya was standing there. Seeing Lin Shan, a smile appeared on her face. You finally made it. We were just waiting for you. I just wrapped up some things and rushed over, Lin Shan replied with a smile. Come in. Everyone is already here, Li Xiaoya said, stepping aside to let him in. Lin Shan entered the room, which was lit by several gas lamps, bright enough to illuminate the whole space. He quickly spotted 3 people sitting in chairs. He was no stranger to them. They were all classmates and had been prominent figures during their time at school. A muscular boy wearing loose training clothes and with bandages wrapped around his hands stood up and said, Let me introduce myself first. I'm Wang Jisong, a B-class fighter. Another boy, clad in heavy armor and holding a long sword and shield, stood up and introduced himself. I'm Lu Feng, a B-class heavy armor warrior. The last one, a somewhat Nava-looking girl with a petite frame dressed in a pristine priestess robe, cautiously spoke up. I'm Jiang Tong, an A-class blessing priest. Li Xiaoya smiled and said, Since everyone has introduced themselves, I'll introduce myself as well. I'm Li Xiaoya, an A-class swift swordsman. Lin Shan's gaze swept over the group. He knew these individuals represented the strongest combat power from Coastal City High School. After all, there were only 2 A-class professionals in the entire school, and both were present. The national college competition is divided into individual and team battles. Generally, for the sake of caution, supportive roles are rarely chosen for participation, as including a support character means one less person for the individual battles, which can be quite a pressure. I have a rough understanding of the situation, Lin Shan said. Lu Feng asked, Should we discuss what tactics to use? Lin Shan shook his head. No need. Let us just go with the most basic tactics. Everyone was taken aback. The most basic tactics? Was that equivalent to having no tactics at all? Seeing the puzzled expressions on their faces, Lin Shan asked, Is there a problem? Wang Jisong furrowed his brow and said, Lin Shan, I'm not questioning your strength. Although you are the best in the country, even the world. The experts from other schools are not to be underestimated. Their strength may only be 1 or 2 levels below yours, and the gap isn't that significant. They could easily wear you out. If you get exhausted, our situation won't be much better. So I think we should come up with a strategy. We also need to gather some information on the others. Everyone nodded in agreement. Even Li Xiaoya, who believed in Lin Shan, couldn't help but nod and say, I think it's better to be cautious. However, Lin Shan shook his head and said, In the face of absolute strength, any strategy is futile. There is no need to formulate tactics. In one-on-one battles, you all can take turns. I'll go forth. In team battles, Lu Feng will take the front, with Wang Jinsong and Li Xiaoya advancing from the sides, while Jiang Tong provides them with blessings. And you? Lu Feng asked curiously. I'll just observe. Unless you can't hold on, I'll step in then. Everyone looked at each other in disbelief. Are you suggesting we go 4 against 5? Wang Jinsong stared at Lin Shan, shocked. Lin Shan nodded. Everyone exchanged glances. Lin Shan, you can't be serious, right? Everyone else is basically A level. And some are even S level, with higher ranks than us. How can we compete? If we could win, our school would have already been number 1. But Lin Shan replied, that's my condition. If you're willing, I'll stay. If you think you can't do it, then go find a stronger expert. After a moment of silence, Li Xiaya spoke up. We can do it. The other 3 stared at her in wide-eyed disbelief. Hey, Li Xiaya, what are you talking about? Lu Feng frowned. With just the 4 of us, we'll probably be eliminated in the first round. If the principal finds out about this result, how can we face them? Do you all lack this little courage? Li Xiaya looked at the 2 with determination in her eyes. Seeing her gaze, Wang Jinsong and Lu Feng fell silent. They certainly didn't want to admit their lack of strength. Back in school, they were all the stars of the show. Yet now, they had fallen to this point. Wang Jinsong clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, saying, it's just a competition. I refuse to believe we can't beat them. Lu Feng nodded. Exactly. We can definitely take them down. Lin Shan smiled slightly and nodded. Great. Then we'll meet at the competition venue tomorrow. With that, he turned and left. Watching Lin Shan's retreating figure, Wang Jinsong muttered, that's easy to say, but can we really take on the people from other schools? The others shook their heads. Wang Jinsong's muscles twitched in frustration. Are you guys kidding me? Li Xiaya replied. Actually, Lin Shan just wants to see if we have the fighting spirit. If we don't even have the courage to face our opponents, then there's no point in competing. Even if they lead us to victory, it won't matter. Everyone nodded in agreement. We need to work hard and not hold Lin Shan back. Jiang Tong said, clenching her small fist. That's not enough. We need to keep up with Lin Shan's pace. We must become his right hand and left hand. A smile appeared on Li Xiaoya's face. I believe we can do it. All right. Let's all get some rest and prepare for tomorrow's competition. Everyone nodded and went back to rest. The next morning at 8 o'clock, the square on Central Island was packed with people. Almost all the players from the beginner island had gathered there. Over the next few days, the National College Tournament would be held here, and it would also be broadcasted live nationwide, allowing even people from the real world to watch. Chapter 63. The competition begins. Provocation from capital Hai Lin Shan made his way directly to the plaza on the Central Island. The square was bustling with students from various high schools. And in the middle of the plaza, several temporary arenas had been set up. This would be the competition venue for all the students. At the center of the square, there was a large wooden board where all the competition information would be posted. Lin Shan walked up to the board to take a look. The details for the upcoming matches for Linhai City had already been posted. Their first opponent would be Wensheng High School. Lin Shan had some impression of Wensheng High. Being neighbors with Linhai City, they had frequent exchanges. In terms of academic performance, Wensheng definitely had the upper hand. Last year, they ranked 93rd in the national college competition, far surpassing Linhai City. Moreover, this year, Wensheng had produced 7 Class A professionals, 5 more than Linhai City. If it weren't for Lin Shan's presence, Linhai City might have faced elimination in the first round against Wensheng High. Just as Lin Shan was reading the match information, someone tapped him on the shoulder. He turned to see it was Huiqinger. With a smile on her face, she said, Lin Shan, long time no see. Which school are you from? I hope I don't run into you in the first match. Lin Shan chuckled. I'm from Linhai City High School. Huiqinger let out a sigh of relief. That's good to hear. If I had to face you in the first match, that would be really unfortunate. Are you complimenting me or insulting me? Lin Shan said with a wry smile. Of course, it's a compliment. All right, good luck in the competition. I hope we meet again in the finals. As they were chatting, Li Xiaoya and a few others arrived at the notice board. When Li Xiaoya saw Huiqinger, a wave of complex emotions surged within her. She approached Lin Shan and asked curiously, Lin Shan, who is she? This is Huiqinger from Capital High School, Lin Shan introduced. Lu Feng and the others widened their eyes, staring at Huiqinger in shock. For them, Capital High School and the top high school in the capital were like legends. To see someone of that caliber standing before them was astonishing. Huiqinger looked at Li Xiaoya and the others and asked, Are you all Lin Shan's teammates? It seems your school is likely to achieve a pretty good ranking this year. Just then, 4 more people approached. The one who spoke was a man dressed in an ice blue robe. Upon seeing Lin Shan, a flicker of wariness crossed his eyes, though it was quickly suppressed. Seeing this man, Huiqinger frowned slightly and said, Chen Bingran, next time you call my name, or just call me classmate Hua. We're not that close yet. Chen Bingran shrugged it off and nodded. He turned to Lin Shan, putting on a friendly smile and extending his hand. Let me introduce myself. I'm Chen Bingran, the captain of Capital High School and Huiqinger's childhood friend. Lin Shan shot him a glance, showing no intention of shaking hands. Instead, he coldly stated, My name is Lin Shan. Noticing Lin Shan's refusal to shake hands, a flicker of coldness passed through Chen Bingran's eyes. However, he didn't react angrily. Instead, he smiled and withdrew his hand. I've heard a lot about the world's top rookie, Lin Shen. I hope to meet you on the arena and have a showdown. If I happen to defeat you, then I would be the new world champion. There will be a chance, as long as you don't lose too early. Lin Shen replied. One of Chen Bingren's teammates couldn't hold back any longer. He stepped forward and disdainfully said, Lin Shen, do you really think you're something special? Our school has consistently ranked in the top 5. What about you? You probably can't even make it into the top 100. The others nodded in agreement. Exactly. With your pitiful school, how dare you challenge us? Even if we let you two compete, you still wouldn't stand a chance against us. Hearing these words, Wang Jinsong and Lu Feng were so furious that they clenched their fists, itching to confront them right then and there. However, Lin Shen just smiled. I'd like to see if you can maintain that ranking this year. Chen Bingren sneered. Let us wait and see. He turned to Hu Qinger, coldly instructing. Don't mix with people of dubious quality. Come back and discuss our strategy. With that, he led his team away. Hu Qinger shot Lin Shen an apologetic look before following them. Let us go. We need to prepare for the match, Lin Shen said casually. Wang Jisong curiously asked. Lin Shen, aren't you angry? What good does anger do? The best way to deal with people like this is to give them a taste of reality with your fists when you meet them, Lin Shen replied with a smile. The others couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Awesome. So cool. When it comes to showing off, we have to look to Lin Shen. The group arrived at Arena 48, where the students from Wunshan High School were already waiting by the ring. Hey Wang Jinsong, why did your team from Linhai City High School arrive so late? Are you scared to compete? If you're afraid to fight, just say so, and we can go easy on you. A muscular man laughed, dressed similarly to Wang Jinsong, both being martial artists. Wang Jinsong gritted his teeth, saying, don't talk nonsense. I think it's you who is scared to fight me. Let us settle this on the arena. I'll make you regret it. The man chuckled, seemingly unfazed. His gaze fell on Lin Shen, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. So this must be Lin Shen? No wonder you're so arrogant. You've got Lin Shen backing you. Wang Jinsong ground his teeth and said, even without Lin Shen, I could still take you down. The referee at the arena looked at both teams with a helpless expression, saying, time's up, the match is about to begin. Let me remind you of the rules once again. It's a one-on-one battle now, with each side sending one person to the stage to fight. The winner can stay on the platform to await the next challenger until one side is completely unable to continue, at which point the match will end. Is that clear? The crowd nodded in agreement. All right, captains, please choose your fighters to take the stage. The referee announced, you have 1 minute to make your selection. If you don't send someone up after that, it will be counted as a forfeit. Wang Jinsong quickly spoke up, Lin Shen, let me go? I want to take down those guys from Winching High School all by myself. Lin Shen didn't mind who went first. He nodded slightly and said, sure. You can go ahead. Wang Jinsong flashed a grin and leaped onto the platform. Chapter 64. Mysterious equipment as Wang Jisong stepped onto the stage. The martial artist from Winching High School let out a cold laugh and walked straight up. Wang Jisong looked serious, clenching his fists and preparing to fight. Lin Shen quietly asked, who is this person? Li Xiaoyao explained. His name is Xiang Long, the captain of Winching High School's team. Like Wang Jinsong, he is an A-class professional earth fist fighter, but his level is one rank higher than Wang Jinsong's, and it seems his equipment is also stronger. Lin Shen nodded. Watching the match on the stage, Xiang Long crossed his arms and said with a nonchalant expression, come on, Wang Jinsong, I'll let you attack first. So you won't say I bullied you if you lose. Wang Jisong gritted his teeth and replied, Xiang Long, you'll pay for your arrogance. With that, he stomped his foot and charged at Xiang Long. He threw a punch directly at Xiang Long's chest. Xiang Long smirked slightly, then shifted his stance and readied his punch. When Wang Jisong got close, Xiang Long's fist shot out like a cannonball, colliding forcefully with Wang Jinsong's punch. Bang! With a loud crash, Wang Jinsong was knocked back, crashing heavily onto the stage floor and creating a large dent. Xiang Long only took a few steps back before regaining his balance. The gap in their strength is quite significant, Li Xiaoyao frowned and said. Lin Shen nodded. That's right. Wang Jisong probably won't last 3 rounds. No sooner had he said that than Xiang Long launched another attack. Quaking fist. He roared, and his fist glowed with a yellow light. He jumped high into the air and brought his fist down towards Wang Jinsong. Wang Jinsong's expression changed, and he rolled away quickly, trying to escape. Boom! Xiang Long's fist slammed into the stage, causing a tremendous explosion. The ground shattered under the force of the punch, sending debris flying and a powerful shockwave rushing towards Wang Jisong. Even though Wang Jisong dodged as fast as he couldn't outrun the speed of the shockwave. Bang! The shockwave hit Wang Jinsong's chest like a heavy truck, sending him flying back to the edge of the stage, where he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His health bar was nearly depleted, although he couldn't be killed on the stage. The pain he felt was very real. Xiang Long approached Wang Jinsong, a vicious smile on his face. Wang Jinsong, with your skills, you dare to challenge me? You've got some guts. Wang Jinsong gritted his teeth and looked up at Xiang Long with fury. But Xiang Long put his foot on Wang Jinsong's face, pressing it down into the ground. Seeing this, even Lin Shen, who usually had a good temper, furrowed his brows. Lu Feng and the others were outraged. Xiang Long, you bastard. Stop it. Lu Feng shouted. Xiang Long, however, ignored Lu Feng and continued to stomp on Wang Jinsong's face. Although Wang Jinsong's health bar didn't drop, the humiliation he suffered was more painful than death itself. Wang Jinsong, your strength is nothing compared to mine. In my presence, you're not even worth a dog. Next time you see me, don't scream or shout, or I'll have all your teeth pulled out. I'll even cut off your tongue. After saying this, he kicked Wang Jinsong hard, sending him tumbling off the stage. The priest, who had been waiting nearby, rushed over to cast a healing spell. And Wang Jinsong's injuries were instantly healed by more than half. Gritting his teeth, he stood up and said, "Bastard, I'll kill you." However, Lin Shen stepped in front of him, shaking his head and saying, "You're not his match. The gap is too wide." Wang Jinsong's face turned pale with rage as he glared at Xiang Long and gritted his teeth. "I will make you pay back today's debt 1,000-fold." Xiang Long responded with a calm expression, "I'll be waiting for you." He then turned to a male mage standing below the stage. "Dahu, the next round is yours. Dealing with these small fry isn't worth my time. I'll step in when Lin Shen takes the stage." "Got it, Long Go. Don't worry, I'll take care of all those guys and leave Lin Shen for you," the male mage said with a smile. He stepped onto the stage, looking down at Lin Shen and the others, and announced, "Next. Who is coming?" Li Xiaoya was about to step forward, but Lin Shen spoke up, "Lu Feng. This one is for you." This time, it wasn't just Lu Feng. Everyone else widened their eyes in disbelief at Lin Shen. "Lin Shen, are you joking? He is a heavy armored warrior going up against a mage? Isn't that just asking for punishment?" "Exactly. The heavy armored warrior is too slow to reach the mage. Let me handle it instead," Li Xiaoya added. But Lin Shen shook his head. "No need for that. Lu Feng, you can take them all on by yourself." Lu Feng looked at Lin Shen with a complicated expression. "Captain, you think too highly of me. My armor quality is low. I have no magic resistance or charge skills. Against a mage, I'd just be a living target." Lin Shen patted Lu Feng on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, I have my ways to support you." With that, he pulled out a machine that resembled a fan and attached it to Lu Feng's back. "What is this?" Everyone curiously looked at the new equipment. Something they had never seen before. "You'll find out soon enough," Lin Shen said with a mysterious smile. He then instructed Lu Feng, "If you can't get close, just press the switch on this machine." Lu Feng nodded, half convinced, and walked straight onto the stage. The stage had been repaired by the staff and looked as good as new. Dahu stood on the opposite side of the stage. When he saw Lu Feng, clad in heavy armor, step up, he was initially taken aback, then burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. Do you guys have no one else? You actually sent a heavy armored warrior to fight me? This is just practice for me." Lu Feng replied coldly. "Who wins and who loses is still uncertain. It's too early to say that now." Dahu sneered. "Early? Not at all. Do you really think a heavily armored warrior like you can take me on? You're dreaming. Even if I don't lift a finger, I could wear you out." Lu Feng gritted his teeth and said, "Dream on." He raised his sword and shield, striding quickly toward the great tiger. The heavy armor clanked loudly against the arena floor with a series of thuds. Although he was imposing, his speed was lacking. The great tiger sneered, "You think you can get close to me? Water wave technique." He raised his staff, and in an instant, a massive wave surged toward Lu Feng. Boom. The heavy wave knocked Lu Feng back several steps. While he wasn't injured, the distance between them had increased once more. Chapter 65. The ingenious use of the mechanical claw. Big Tiger stood there, looking disdainfully at Lu Feng and sneered, "You're as clumsy as a turtle. You can't even touch the hem of my clothes, let alone fight." Xiang Long and the others laughed so hard they could hardly catch their breath. "Ha ha. Can you believe it? Lin Shen's guy doesn't even understand the most basic class counters, and he thinks he can be the team leader? He's digging his own grave. A heavy armor warrior trying to take on a mage? That's just asking for trouble. Just wait and see, with that guy's skills. There's no way he can match Big Tiger. He is just going to get utterly crushed." The group looked at Lu Feng with expressions of schadenfreude. Lu Feng's face darkened, and he slowly reached for the switch on the machine behind him. Big Tiger didn't notice Lu Feng's subtle movements. With a cold laugh, he said, "You might as well kneel down and surrender. Continuing this fight is just a waste of time." "Not necessarily," Lu Feng replied in a deep voice. He suddenly pressed the switch. The machine behind him roared to life, unleashing a violent gust of wind. With the boost from the fierce winds, Lu Feng felt his heavy armor suddenly become lighter. His speed surged, and he charged straight at Big Tiger. Big Tiger's expression changed. He never imagined Lu Feng's speed would suddenly increase several times. He barely had time to react before Lu Feng was already in front of him. Die! Lu Feng shouted, driving his sword straight into Big Tiger's chest. Just as Big Tiger was about to cast a spell, the sword pierced through his chest, draining his health completely. What? How is this possible? He crashed heavily to the ground, and a nearby priest rushed over to heal him. Xiang Long stared at Lu Feng, his face a mix of uncertainty and shock. How could a heavy armor warrior's speed suddenly become so fast? A gunner beside him remarked, Captain, look at that equipment on his back. I suspect that's what is causing it. Xiang Long nodded slightly. I see. That little gadget actually enhances a heavy armor warrior's speed to such an extent. Li Liang, you go deal with him. You're the only one who can handle him right now. Understood. A boy draped in animal skin stepped onto the arena. He exuded a wild aura, like a beast from the depths of the mountains. Lin Chen asked, who is this? Li Xiaya explained, his name is Li Liang, an A-class beastmaster from Wenqing High School. Lin Chen nodded slightly. He was familiar with the beastmaster class, which could collect the souls of marine beasts and summon them to assist in battle when necessary. He turned to Lu Feng and said, Lu Feng, come down for a moment. Lu Feng looked puzzled but fully trusted Lin Chen now. He approached Lin Chen and asked, Captain, what's up? I'm giving you something new. Lin Chen pulled out a mechanical claw and handed it to Lu Feng. You'll be able to use this shortly. Lu Feng stared at the mechanical claw in front of him, his eyes filled with shock. Captain, where did you get these items? Wang Jisong also looked astonished. Yeah, Captain. I've never heard of these things before. Lin Chen chuckled and said, just some little inventions I put together. Go on. Okay. Lu Feng nodded, fastening the mechanical claw to his waist before stepping onto the arena. The referee glanced at both competitors and then announced, the match begins. Roar. Li Liang let out a terrifying roar. Immediately, the illusion of a fierce tiger appeared behind him, howling at the sky. The overwhelming aura of the tiger enveloped the entire arena. Lu Feng gripped his sword and shield tightly, standing like a stone, completely unmoving. Die! Li Liang's eyes turned blood red, resembling a true tiger descending from the mountains. With a roar, he pushed off the ground, charging at Lu Feng like a cannonball. Lu Feng raised his shield in front of him. Bang! Li Liang's fist slammed into the shield with a deafening sound. However, Lu Feng remained steadfast, unmoved. Lin Chen nodded slightly. Lu Feng's defense is quite impressive. Li Xiaoya chimed in. He's known as the strongest defender in our school. No one can match him in defense. But just having defense without countering won't do. Lin Chen smiled and reassured her, don't worry. Li Liang is no match for Lu Feng. Seeing Lin Chen's confidence, curiosity flickered in Li Xiaoya's eyes. In the arena, several minutes had passed since the two began their duel. Lu Feng remained unscathed, while Li Liang's condition was deteriorating. A cold glint flashed in Lu Feng's eyes. Heavy slash. He shouted, swinging his sword toward Li Liang. Li Liang quickly retreated a few steps, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. However, Lu Feng's face also broke into a smile. He abruptly halted his sword mid-swing and hurled his shield at Li Liang. Li Liang never anticipated such a tactic from Lu Feng. Caught off guard, the shield struck his chest with tremendous force, sending him flying. Lu Feng seized the opportunity for a follow-up attack. He took a quick step forward and shouted again, heavy slash. The sword gathered power and swung down fiercely toward Li Liang. Just as the sword was about to land on him, a long cry echoed. The fierce tiger behind Li Liang transformed into a soaring eagle. With a powerful flap of its wings, Li Liang soared into the air, a mocking smile on his face. I didn't expect you to have some skills, forcing me to use my trump card. Right now, you're just a living target. Prepare to die. Eagle rain. As he finished speaking, the eagle behind him flapped its wings, releasing countless feathers that rained down on Lu Feng. Boom, boom, boom. The feathers struck the arena, creating numerous craters. Lu Feng was knocked to the ground, his head hitting hard, blood streaming down. Li Liang sneered, give up, Lu Feng. You're just a melee class. You'll never reach me. Who said that? Lu Feng calmly drew a mechanical claw from his waist and aimed it at Li Liang. Li Liang furrowed his brow and asked, what is that? Before he could figure it out, Lu Feng already pulled the trigger. Bang! The mechanical claw shot out swiftly, grabbing Li Liang's body and yanking him down towards the ground. Boom! Li Liang crashed heavily onto the arena, disoriented and with his health bar nearly empty. Lu Feng retracted the mechanical claw and stepped forward, saying, it's over. With a powerful strike, he slashed at Li Liang's chest, completely depleting his health bar. Below the stage, Xiang Long's face turned ashen. Veins bulged on his forehead as he glared fiercely at Lu Feng. Next, it's my turn. Chapter 66. Judgment of the underworld god Xianglong leaped onto the arena, glaring at Lu Feng. Just a heavy-armored warrior. I don't believe you can take on 5 at once. Lu Feng gripped his sword and shield tightly. The image of Xianglong brutally beating Wang Jisong was still fresh in his mind. With his current strength, he was no match for Xianglong. Moreover, a heavy-armored warrior had no inherent advantages against a brawler. It was all about their combat awareness and the quality of their gear. As he pondered this, Lin Shen spoke up. Lu Feng, step back. I'll take this round. Lu Feng was taken aback for a moment, then nodded and stepped down from the arena. Xianglong sneered. What's wrong, Lin Shen? Are you scared now? Lin Shen shook his head and replied, No, Lu Feng can handle you. I just don't want to waste time. Xianglong narrowed his eyes and coldly said, Humph, you talk tough, but I wonder if you have what it takes. It will only take one move to take you down. Lin Shen casually responded, I only need one move to deal with you. Xianglong burst into laughter. Huh? Lin Shen, you really are dreaming. Even if you were the top newcomer, there's no way you could take me out in one hit. Lin Shen smiled. Let the facts speak for themselves. He walked directly onto the arena, holding his scythe and gazing casually at Xianglong. Xianglong's expression grew serious. He took a half step back, then suddenly charged forward with the force of a tiger. A low growl escaped his lips as he threw a punch straight at Lin Shen's head. Lin Shen positioned the scythe of Cataclysm in front of him, slowly gliding his palm over the blade. The scythe glowed with a pitch-black light, and a chilling aura spread out. Xianglong's face changed. He felt the energy from the scythe shift entirely. He saw what seemed to be a towering black-robed skeleton behind Lin Shen, wielding a powerful scythe of its own. With a swing, Lin Shen let out a low growl, Judgment of the Underworld God. He swung the scythe down towards Xianglong. Xianglong's eyes widened in terror. Boom. With a thunderous crash, the entire arena collapsed, and Xianglong fell to the ground, his health reduced to 0. The referee nearby was stunned. He quickly snapped back to reality and shouted, Get over there and help him. A priest rushed forward, casting a healing spell on Xianglong. Although his health was partially restored, he still hadn't regained consciousness. Li Liang and the others glared at Lin Shen, asking, What did you do to our captain? Lin Shen replied nonchalantly, Your captain can't take a hit. He went down in one move. If you're going to provoke someone, you better have the skill to back it up, or you'll just embarrass yourselves. He walked straight off the arena and said to Li Xiaoya and the others, Let us go. The morning matches are over. Everyone nodded in agreement. This time, their gazes toward Lin Shen were filled with a mix of admiration and awe. The strength he had just displayed had thoroughly shocked them, not just the members of their team. Even the onlookers around were shocked. They stared at the arena, which had been reduced to ruins, and began to discuss among themselves. Well, no way. Did Lin Shen really destroy that arena? Of course, who else could it be? I remember the materials used for that arena were top-notch. Usually, a regular person would be lucky to leave even a scratch on it, right? How could Lin Shen manage to obliterate the entire arena with just one strike? How strong is he really? Better not cross paths with Lin Shen. Anyone who does is just unlucky. Last year, the mid-ranking Wencheng High School faced Lin Shen and got eliminated in the first round. This year, they'll probably end up at the back of the pack. Talk about bad luck. The crowd continued to chatter. As the morning match concluded, numerous posts about Lin Shen started appearing on the forum. Prediction: Lin Shen's team from Linhai High School will be the biggest dark horse in this competition. Shock. Lin Shen actually did that to the arena. Everyone present was stunned. Prediction time. Let's guess how far the rookie king Lin Shen can go. Many posts about Lin Shen surfaced on the forum. In the office of the Dragon Kingdom's leaders, Long Po Kuang was discussing matters with heads of various departments. Everyone, did you watch the morning match? Long Po Kuang asked. The others shook their heads. We're so busy. Who has time to watch rookie matches? It's really not that meaningful. Yeah, if it were a world tournament, that would be different, but a bunch of rookies fighting is just boring. What happened? Did something go wrong in the morning rookie tournament? The crowd murmured, looking at Long Po Kuang. Long Po Kuang smiled and said, I can't say much about the specifics. Why don't you watch the video first? With that, he pulled up the video of Lin Shen's strike from the morning. When the others saw Lin Shen destroy the arena with a single scythe strike, their eyes widened in disbelief. How did this kid do it? He destroyed the arena with one move? If I remember correctly, that arena was made primarily from deep-sea stone. Its hardness is definitely not an issue. Even a third-tier warrior couldn't destroy it in one hit. Isn't this kid a necromancer? Shouldn't he be best at summoning undead creatures? How does he have such terrifying offensive skills? The crowd buzzed with astonishment. Long Po Kuang shook his head and said, the specifics are probably known only to him. However, one thing is clear. Lin Shen's strength has exceeded our expectations. So I plan to elevate him directly to the top 8. Ordinary battles hold no significance for him. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Wait a minute, Old Long, that's not right. Up until now, no team has been allowed to jump straight to the top 8. Yeah. Even though Lin Shun is strong, others might have countermeasures. Exactly, the students from the prestigious schools are quite capable, even if Lin Shun is strong. He may not be their match. Long Po Kwang chuckled and said, then let us make a bet. Let's bet on whether Lin Shun and his team can win the championship. If they do, each of you will give me a legendary piece of equipment. If they don't, I'll give each of you a Titan-level piece of equipment. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. If they win, that means a Titan-level piece of equipment. I'm in. Count me in too. One by one. People started placing their bets. Only the leader of the business department stood aside without saying a word. The leader of the combat department curiously asked, why aren't you betting? If they win, it'll be a huge profit. The leader of the business department cast a glance at Long Po Kwang and replied, you're all eager to give away your items. Don't count me in. Have you all forgotten his profession? Chapter 67. Advancing to the top 8, Lin Shun and his team returned to the inn to rest. Their next match was scheduled for the afternoon, giving them plenty of time to relax at noon. Captain, that move of yours this morning was incredible, Wang Ji-song exclaimed excitedly. You demolished the arena with just one strike. Yeah, I was stunned when I saw it. How did you get so strong? Captain, I wasn't convinced at first, but now I'm completely convinced. The Rookie King title is truly deserved. In response to the compliments from his teammates, Lin Shun simply smiled and then said, that was just the first match. It doesn't mean much. Our real opponents are the students from the 8 prestigious schools of Longhua. Everyone nodded in agreement. They all knew Lin Shun was right. The 8 prestigious schools of Longhua boasted exceptional strength, with each school having S-rank professionals. Ordinary people were no match for them. These schools consistently secured the top 8 positions in competitions, and no one had been able to challenge their dominance. Even though Lin Shun's strength surpassed others, he still needed to be cautious when facing students from the 8 prestigious schools. Captain, don't feel too pressured. The principal mentioned that if we make it into the top 100, once we complete our second transition out of the novice area, each of us will receive a piece of silver-grade equipment. If we make it into the top 50, we'll get gold-grade equipment and even have our names recorded in the school history. Wang Jinsong said excitedly. If we can be recorded in the school history, we'll be famous. The honor was something no young person could resist. Lin Shun smiled and asked, did the principal mention any rewards for the first place? Everyone was taken aback. Actually, it seems he didn't say anything about that. Li Xiaoya added, rather than saying the principal didn't mention it. It's more like he hasn't thought about it. Besides the 8 prestigious schools of Longhua, there are also the top 10 strong schools, all filled with S-rank professionals. The gap between us and those S-rank professionals is like heaven and earth. The group looked resigned. The difference in strength was clear, and it was an insurmountable chasm. Well then, let's south aim for first place and show them what we can do, Lin Shun said with a smile. The others looked at Lin Shun in disbelief. Captain, are you sure you meant first place? Not last place, right? Captain, while you're amazing, I think it's enough for us to aim for the top 50 and meet the principal's expectations. Let us not get ahead of ourselves. Lin Shun looked at them, speechless. Just as he was about to continue, there was a knock at the door. Who is it? Lin Shun asked, puzzled, as he glanced toward the door. Wang Jinsong got up to open it, revealing Chu Qingye standing outside, accompanied by several bodyguards. Uncle Chu? Lin Shun exclaimed in surprise. Seeing this, everyone quickly bowed respectfully and said, greetings, Commander Chu. Chu Qingye smiled and waved his hand, saying, no need for such formality, everyone. Just relax. I'm not in command here, so you can call me Uncle Chu. The group exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. Li Xiaoya reacted the quickest and hurriedly asked, Uncle Chu, are you here to find us? Chu Qingye smiled and nodded. He looked at Lin Shun and said, that's right, I came to find you. Let's go. I'll take you to a place. Everyone turned to look at Lin Shun. Lin Shun nodded and followed Chu Qingye outside. Soon, they arrived at the square. By this time, most of the onlookers had already left. In the center of the square, there were still dozens of people standing there. When they saw Chu Qingye, they all greeted him with respect. Lin Shun glanced around and noticed some familiar faces among them, including those from the capital high school who had just had a conflict with them. Chen Bingren also spotted Lin Shun and the others. His eyes narrowed, and a cold gleam flashed in his gaze. Chu Qingye slightly nodded and began, let me introduce you. This team is from Linhai High School, and the captain is Lin Shun. Upon hearing this, the previously quiet crowd immediately began to murmur. So, he is Lin Shun? He looks pretty ordinary. Not like a top expert at all. If Commander Chu said so, it must be true. I saw his skills this morning. This guy's strength is definitely not weak. We can't underestimate him. Even if Lin Shun is strong, what's the use? The others are no different from deadweight, no matter how good Lin Shun is. Having a few anchors will just hold him back. The crowd continued to chatter. Chu Qingye turned to Lin Shun and introduced. These are the teams from the 8 prestigious schools of the Dragon Kingdom. Li Xiaoya and the others' eyes widened in shock. Lin Shun remained calm and said, Uncle Chu, you must have something important to announce since you brought us here, right? Chu Qingye nodded and replied, that's correct. The leaders and the top commanders from various departments watched your match this morning. After their discussion, they unanimously decided to promote your team directly into the top 8. Upon hearing this, not only were Li Xiaoya and the others stunned, but even the representatives from the 8 prestigious schools widened their eyes in disbelief. No way. They're letting them advance directly to the top 8? That's outrageous. It really is absurd. I've never heard of any team being promoted directly to the top 8 like this, even though it's just a novice competition. I don't think they should be given special treatment. They should rely on their own strength to advance. Otherwise, no one will be satisfied. If it were just Lin Shun advancing to the top 8, I wouldn't have a problem with that. But what about his teammates? 2 B-rank professionals and 2 A-rank professionals? To me, they're no different from dead weight. The crowd continued their discussions. Lin Shun asked in surprise, Uncle Chu, this probably isn't a good idea, right? If this is favoritism, others will definitely object. Chu Qingye shook his head and said, it doesn't matter what you say. This is a decision made by the leaders. Lin Shun fell silent. Indeed, if it was a decision made by the leaders, then no one could change it. Suddenly, someone spoke up and asked, Commander Chu, if Linhai High School makes it to the top 8, doesn't that mean one of the 8 prestigious schools will be eliminated? Chu Qingye nodded. That's right. The members of the 8 prestigious schools were taken aback. In the past, they had always secured their spots in the top 8 without question. They never expected that this year a dark horse would emerge. The eyes of the crowd turned toward Lin Shun and his teammates, filled with envy and resentment. Even the students from the 8 prestigious schools had not been able to secure a direct advancement to the top 8. The gap was simply too vast. Commander Chu, I think this is unfair. At that moment, a cold voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. Everyone turned to see who it was. The speaker was none other than Chun Bingran, the captain of the Capital High School team. Chapter 68. Team Battle Against Capital High School. Everyone turned to Chun Bingran. Chu Qingye frowned and asked, what do you think is unreasonable? I believe they don't have the right to advance directly to the top 8. Even if Lin Shun is the rookie king, that doesn't matter. No rookie king has ever jumped straight to the top 8 because of their title. Lin Shun cannot set this precedent. If this happens, not only will I be dissatisfied, but I doubt anyone in the know will accept it either. Chun Bingran declared with righteous indignation. Others from different teams nodded in agreement. Exactly. That guy Lin Shun just got lucky and snagged the rookie king title. Why should he get a free pass? Yeah, I don't think he deserves it. Once we leave the rookies see, how is he any different from us? We still don't know who is really strong, they murmured, their gazes towards Lin Shun filled with disdain and contempt. Although Li Xiaoya and the others felt displeased, they couldn't voice it. After all, they had only reached this stage thanks to Lin Shun. Without him, they wouldn't even have met the representatives from the top 8 schools, let alone compete. Lin Shun glanced at Chun Bingran and casually said, honestly, I wasn't really interested in this match at first, but your attitude is starting to annoy me. How about this, Chun Bingran? Are you brave enough to have a team battle with us? If my team wins, you'll post on the forum admitting that your school doesn't deserve the reputation of the top 8. If you win, then our team will willingly take the last place. No complaints. What do you say? Upon hearing this, the students from the top 8 schools burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, has Lin Shun lost his mind? He actually dares to challenge Capital High School to a team battle? Team battles test teamwork the most. If even one person is weak, it can drag the whole team down. Does he really have confidence in his teammates? He'd be better off choosing a one-on-one match, at least with his strength. He might still hold his own and not get overwhelmed by 5 opponents. Even as the rookie king, he can't take on 5 in a team battle, I'm telling you. The members of Capital High School also wore mocking smiles. Ah, how the mighty have fallen. It seems you want to use us to establish your reputation. But I have to say, you've picked the wrong opponent. Are we from the top 8 schools really that worthless? You dare to challenge us from some unknown little school? Since he dares to challenge us, we must show him the strength of the top 8 schools. Chun Bingran coldly replied. No problem. I can add another clause. If we lose, I will also add a line in my post saying that Capital High School is not as good as Linhai High School. The faces of the others turned serious. If that were to be posted, it would definitely cause a stir. However, their expressions quickly lightened again. How could Lin Shun and his team possibly defeat Capital High School? It settled then. Lin Shun looked at Chu Qingye and asked, Uncle Chu, what do you think? Chu Qingye shook his head helplessly. You kids really know how to cause trouble. But it's good to have a competition. That way, none of you will feel dissatisfied. I'll be the referee. Everyone nodded in agreement. They all climbed onto the stage. Wang Jinsong whispered, Captain, Do you think we can win? Lu Feng, standing nearby, expressed his concerns. Yeah, Captain, in a one-on-one, we might have the upper hand, but in a team fight, we'll just hold you back. Jiang Tong also chimed in. Captain, no matter what happens, just stick to your plan and don't worry about us. Lin Chen chuckled. You guys really have no faith in me? Since I chose to fight them as a team, I have a way to win. The others remained silent, but their skeptical expressions were clear. Lin Chen sighed. Let me lay out the strategy. It's the same as always. Lu Feng on the front line, Wang Jinsong. You and Li Xiaoya will flank and disrupt their backline. Jiang Tong, just play your usual game. The group looked at Lin Chen, surprised. Just like that? Lin Chen nodded. Yeah. What else do you want from a strategy? Captain, do you have any special equipment? Something like what we used against Wen Shanghai this morning? Lu Feng asked eagerly. Those tricks only work when the power levels are similar. Using them against the top 8 schools would just be a joke, Lin Chen replied, shaking his head. Are you all ready? Chen Bingran called out. Let us get started. We have an afternoon match too. Ready, let us begin, Lin Chen responded. Chu Qingye announced. Then let's start. As soon as he finished speaking, a shield warrior charged out from Chen Bingran's team. This warrior was clad in armor even heavier than Lu Feng's, wielding a massive shield that looked like a door. The shield was adorned with the head of a fierce beast, exuding a powerful aura. An A-grade professional steel shield warrior, Lin Chen murmured. Behind the steel shield warrior, 2 agile figures rushed forward, Walinger and a cloaked assassin. Chen Bingran stood at the back of his team, accompanied by a mage. Their team composition was quite similar to Lin Chen's. Lu Feng charged directly at the steel shield warrior, while Wang Jinsong and Li Xiaoya confronted the opposing swordsman and assassin. The battle erupted instantly. In an instant, Lu Feng was sent flying, crashing hard to the ground, his sword and shield clattering beside him. The steel shield warrior remained unscathed. The power gap is too large. Jiang Tong, bless Lu Feng, Lin Chen instructed. Jiang Tong quickly nodded and waved her staff, a pure white light enveloping Lu Feng. He immediately felt a surge of strength. Gritting his teeth, he picked up his weapon and charged at the steel shield warrior, who smirked disdainfully. He raised his shield and swung it again towards Lu Feng. Gritting his teeth, Lu Feng raised his shield to meet the attack. Clang! The shields collided violently. Lu Feng staggered back several steps before managing to steady himself, while the armored warrior was pushed back just a step. With the blessing of strength, Lu Feng was finally able to regain some ground. However, the spectators below all wore expressions of disdain at this scene. How could he be so foolish as to challenge his opponent's strength with his own weaknesses? A nameless school clearly lacked any formidable tactical instructors, and its students could only rely on brute force. Without that blessing priest, this heavy-armored warrior would have been defeated long ago. Given Chen Bingran's personality, there was no way he would let that blessing priest stick around. Just wait and see. Chapter 69. 1 against 4 in the back. Chen Bingshan also noticed something unusual. He coldly said, Fang'an, take care of that blessing priest. Fang'an was the name of the assassin. He nodded, his figure flashing as he bypassed Wang Jinsong and headed straight for Jiang Tong. Wang Jinsong's expression changed dramatically. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, saying, Trying to escape? Get back here. He reached out to grab Fang'an. However, just as his hand was about to touch Fang'an, the latter twisted his body slightly and easily evaded Wang Jinsong's grasp. Wang Jinsong's face paled, and he shouted, Jiang Tong, be careful. Jiang Tong was startled and hurriedly stepped back, but her speed was no match for Fang'an. In almost an instant, Fang'an was right in front of her, his sharp dagger lunging toward her heart. Jiang Tong's face turned pale with fear. Holy light, protect me. She waved her staff, and a divine glow enveloped her body. Clang! The dagger struck against the holy light, producing a sharp metallic sound. Fang'an frowned, just as he was about to make another move. Wang Jisong was already charging at him. You bastard! I'm your opponent. Wang Jisong threw a powerful punch toward Fang'an, accompanied by a whistling sound. Fang'an scoffed, taking a half step back to create distance, and thrust his dagger forward. Wang Jinsong charged straight ahead, unable to dodge the attack, and could only grit his teeth and take it head-on. Swoosh! The dagger easily pierced into Wang Jinsong's chest, as if cutting through tofu. The intense pain made Wang Jinsong gasp sharply. Gritting his teeth, he retaliated with a fierce punch aimed at Fang'an. Bang! Fang'an took the punch head-on and forcefully struck the dagger's handle. With a powerful blow, he pushed the dagger deeper into Wang Jinsong's chest. Wang Jinsong's face contorted in pain, his whole body trembling. Fang'an swiftly moved forward and delivered a heavy punch to Wang Jinsong. Bang! Wang Jinsong crashed to the ground, unable to suppress a cough of blood, with his health bar nearly depleted. Fang'an's gaze turned cold as he approached again, preparing to completely eliminate Wang Jinsong from the fight, when a sharp scythe suddenly blocked his path. Clang! Fang'an's kick struck the scythe, producing a clear sound that forced him to stumble back several steps before regaining his balance. He widened his eyes to see who had intervened. It was Lin Shen. Without a word, Lin Shen swung the scythe again, attacking Fong'an. The scythe glimmered coldly as it sliced toward Fong'an's throat. Fong'an quickly drew another dagger from his waist and held it in his hand. He twisted his body and narrowly avoided the scythe strike, then, like a slippery eel, swiftly closed the distance to Lin Shen. The onlookers below shook their heads at the sight. The mage had been cornered by the assassin up close. It was game over. It seemed that Lin Shen's combat skills were nothing to write home about. What kind of mage engages in close combat with an assassin instead of casting spells from a distance? Once Lin Shen was taken down, it would only be a matter of time before the others followed suit. Fong'an's eyes were fixed intently on Lin Shen. The dagger struck like a venomous snake, aiming for Lin Shen's throat. Bone spear. Just as Fong'an was closing in, Lin Shen waved his hand casually, and a sharp bone spear appeared out of thin air, piercing straight towards Fong'an. Fong'an's eyes narrowed, and just as he prepared to dodge, a gleaming scythe came crashing down from above him. Swish. The scythe, glinting with a chilling light, swept past in an instant. Fong'an's health points dropped to 0, and he fell off the stage. Next to him, Chuqingya immediately instructed the priest to step forward and heal him. The crowd below stared at Lin Shen in disbelief. What just happened? I don't understand. Wasn't Lin Shen already cornered by Fong'an? How did Fong'an get taken out so quickly? Wait. It seems like that spike Lin Shen summoned altered Fong'an's trajectory, and then he finished him off with the scythe in one move. Hold on. Does he have the ability to predict Fong'an's next move? No way. If that's true, his predictive skills are incredible. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Shen Bingran furrowed his brow, realizing that Lin Shen had some real skill. It seems I can't just sit back and watch anymore. He waved his staff, and a chilling aura quickly gathered. Ice surge. The surging cold rushed towards Lu Feng and Li Xiaoya. In an instant, the cold air was right in front of the two. Crack. Lu Feng was instantly encased in ice, slowing him down. Bang. The giant shield of the steel shield warrior crashed into Lu Feng, sending him flying. Meanwhile, on the other side, Hua Qing'er did the same, knocking Li Xiaoya to the ground. However, she didn't finish Li Xiaoya off, she merely knocked her out. Now, only Lin Shen remained capable of fighting. As for Jiang Tong, they completely ignored her. No matter how strong Jiang Tong was, she was merely a support character and couldn't change the tide of battle. Over on the Capital High School side, there were still 4 people left. The crowd below shook their heads and sighed. Sigh. The gap on Lin Shen's side is just too vast. Shen Bingran and the others only need to make a slight move to completely dominate. Indeed, the disparity in strength is evident, and no one can resist it. Now, with only Lin Shen left, what can he do? He might as well surrender. Look. It seems Lin Shen has no intention of surrendering. The crowd focused on Lin Shen. Sure enough, he held the scythe, looking ready to continue fighting. Shen Bingran sneered. Lin Shen, you still refuse to give up? In that case, I'll have to completely crush you. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Lin Shen smiled and swung the scythe of catastrophe forcefully, creating a gust of wind. If you have the skill, then come at me. Humph. So arrogant even at death's door. Attack. Showing the might of our Capital High School. The steel shield warrior raised his shield and charged towards Lin Shen at a brisk pace. Each step he took on the stage echoed like a high-speed warship. However, Lin Shen stood his ground without making any move. The steel shield warrior sneered, raising his heavy shield to smash down on Lin Shen. Just as the shield was about to smash into Lin Shen, he finally raised his hand and shouted, Spirit Impact. A ghostly white specter surged forward, charging straight at the steel shield warrior. Boom. The steel shield warrior suddenly halted, his massive momentum propelling him forward and crashing into the ground, creating a deep crater on the arena floor. As the crowd looked at the steel shield warrior sprawled on the ground, confusion spread across their faces. Wow. This guy is something else. He managed to trip himself up. His defense was impressive, but taking such a fall nearly left him half dead, dropping his health bar by half. Could he be throwing the match on purpose? It didn't seem likely. Just before that, it sounded like Lin Shen had shouted something. Perhaps it was one of his skills? This kid is definitely a bit quirky. Chapter 70, Complete Victory, directly into the top 4 as everyone wondered how Lin Shen managed to achieve this. He walked up to the steel shield warrior holding the scythe of calamity. With a swift swing of the scythe, the sharp blade effortlessly pierced through the heavy armor like cutting through vegetables. Ah! The steel shield warrior let out a cry of agony as his health hit 0. And Lin Shen casually tossed him off the stage. One down. Lin Shen spoke slowly. One down. Shen Bingran narrowed her eyes and coldly said, Let us all attack together. I refuse to believe he can take on all 3 of us. Hua Qing'er bit her lip. She slightly nodded at Lin Shen and said, Sorry, Lin Shen. Then she charged at him quickly with the Spider Queen's stinger in hand. The blazing flames enveloped the stinger, rapidly increasing its temperature. Crimson Flame Stinger, Huichinga shouted, thrusting the sword toward Lin Shun. Lin Shun glanced over and instantly saw through Huichinga's attack trajectory. After all, he had fought many experts under the god of the underworld. Those battles were not in vain. Lin Shun murmured to himself. Having battled against top-notch fighters in the ruins of the underworld god had significantly sharpened his combat awareness. With just a glance, he could easily discern his opponent's approach. He stepped aside, and the scythe of calamity sliced directly toward Huichinga's waist. Huichinga's expression changed, as the one directly involved. She was acutely aware that although Lin Shun had only taken 2 steps, it was enough to evade her attack. Meanwhile, Lin Shun's scythe had perfectly blocked her path forward. The difference in length between her sword and his scythe was too great. Lin Shun could hit her effortlessly, but she couldn't even touch him. Just as she hesitated, a vine shot out from behind like a venomous snake, tightly wrapping around her waist. With a powerful tug, she was pulled backward in an instant. Lin Shun glanced back. The one who had acted was the last mage. So it was the nature mage, Lin Shun muttered to himself. 2 vines extended from the nature mage, coiling around Qin Bingran and Huichinga's waists. The crowd below the stage erupted in discussion upon witnessing this scene. This was the fusion control tactic from Capital High School. To deal with Lin Shun, they even resorted to this tactic. They really placed a lot of importance on him. They had used this tactic last year to secure 2nd place, catching Magic City High School off guard. However, this tactic was indeed formidable, with Lu Rushi as the commander, connecting the 2 individuals to form a cohesive unit, allowing them to advance or retreat. When one person was attacked, the other 2 could quickly respond, making it quite challenging to deal with. Even though Lin Shun had many tricks up his sleeve, facing the fusion control tactic, he probably wouldn't have an easy way out. Huichinga also looked at Lin Shun, his eyes filled with curiosity. He too wanted to know if Lin Shun could break this fusion control tactic. Lin Shun stared at the 3 before him, the corners of his mouth slightly curling up. No matter what tactics or methods are employed, in the face of absolute power, they are nothing but clowns. He raised the scythe of catastrophe, and a chilling aura of death spread out. Seeing this scene, Qin Bingran's expression changed. Interrupt him. The nature mage waved his hand, and a thorny vine quickly rushed towards Lin Shun. Qin Bingran raised his staff, and sharp ice spikes materialized around him. Go. The ice spikes shot towards Lin Shun like raindrops. Huichinga gritted her silver teeth and dashed towards Lin Shun with her sword. However, when the vine and ice spikes reached Lin Shun, a terrifying killing intent suddenly emanated from his body. Judgment of the underworld, he roared, swinging the scythe of catastrophe fiercely towards the nature mage. The nature mage's eyes widened in shock. He stomped his foot on the ground. Vine cage. Countless vines rapidly surged up from the ground, wrapping around him. Boom. The scythe of catastrophe came crashing down. A loud bang echoed as the multi-layered vine cage shattered instantly. The nature mage's health dropped to 0, and he was thrown out of the arena. Without the nature mage's vines to connect with, Huichinga's speed plummeted, and she couldn't reach Lin Shun in time. Lin Shun's gaze fell on Qin Bingran. Gripping the scythe of catastrophe, he stomped his foot and charged straight at Qin Bingran. Qin Bingran's expression turned cold as he said, "Do you think I'm an easy target? Do you really believe you have the capability?" He raised his hand, and cold air rapidly gathered in his palm. Ice sword. An icy sword quickly formed in his hand, gleaming with a cold light as it stabbed towards Lin Shun. Clang. A crisp sound rang out as the ice sword shattered. The scythe of catastrophe loomed larger in Qin Bingran's eyes, slicing through his throat. Splat. Blood sprayed out, splattering onto the ground. Qin Bingran's health dropped to 0, and he was thrown out of the arena. The crowd below stared blankly at Lin Shun. Is this for real? What exactly is Lin Shun? A warrior or a mage? How can his melee attack power be so high? Yeah, this is just too unscientific. Theoretically, a mage's attack power shouldn't be that high, so why can he kill someone with one strike? Lin Shun is someone who defies common sense. The crowd buzzed with discussion. On the stage, Lin Shun turned to Huichinga and asked, "Do you still want to fight?" Huichinga smiled and replied, "Yes, I want to see your true strength." As soon as she finished speaking, she quickly charged towards Lin Shun. The Spider Mother's stinger lunged at Lin Shun. Lin Shun raised his hand, and a sharp bone spear shot towards Huichinga. Just as the bone spear was about to hit her, Huichinga sidestepped to narrowly avoid it. However, in the next second, the scythe of catastrophe was already above her head. Huichinga froze and said helplessly, "You win." Lin Shun retracted the scythe of catastrophe and looked at Huichinga with a smile, saying, "Uncle Chu, can you announce it now?" Huichinga nodded and announced, "I declare that Linhai High School has won this battle. Linhai High School advances directly to the top 4. Upon hearing this, everyone present, including Lin Shun, was taken aback. What did that mean? Directly advancing to the top 4? Didn't they just say the top 8? Yeah, this is ridiculous. How can they jump straight to the top 4? Isn't this just playing around? I thought making it to the top 8 was impressive enough. And now they're suddenly a top 4? Isn't this messing with people's minds? In response to the crowd's skepticism, Chu Qingye's gaze slowly swept across the room as he spoke. Last year, the ranking of high schools in the capital was 3rd place. The students from Linhai High School, with almost the lowest ranking, defeated the 3rd place. Don't they deserve to directly enter the top 4? Hearing this, everyone present fell into silence. Chapter 71. Some are joyful, some are sorrowful. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out to someone, Chu Qingye said. That's all for today. Everyone can disperse and go back to prepare for the afternoon match. The crowd nodded and returned to their respective places. Soon, only Lin Chen and his teammates remained in the square. Chu Qingye approached Lin Chen and smiled. I never would have guessed your combat awareness had reached such a level. At this rate, it won't be long before I can't keep up with you. Come on, Uncle Chu, you're exaggerating. Lin Chen replied with a smile, scratching his head. You all should take a good rest over the next few days to prepare for the semifinals. Chu Qingye encouraged a few of them before leaving the rest of the team in a state of confusion. Captain, did we really advance to the semifinals directly? Wang Jinsong asked, unable to believe it. Lin Chen nodded. Of course. Uncle Chu has no reason to lie to us, especially in front of so many people. The group fell silent for a moment before suddenly erupting in cheers. No way. We made it to the semifinals on the very first day? That's way beyond the target set by the principal. The principal is definitely going to reward us with something big this time. Haraha. The team was ecstatic. However, Lin Chen remained calm. We still have 3 days until the semifinals. Let's go back and rest. It's the perfect opportunity to level up. Everyone nodded in agreement. 3 days might allow them to increase their levels by at least 1. They were all currently at level 10, which was several levels behind the experts from the top 8 schools. This gap in levels, alongside their combat awareness, was a significant factor that couldn't be overlooked. They all went off to level up, and Lin Chen joined them in accelerating his training. Meanwhile, a post on a forum suddenly caused a stir. I, Chen Bingran, admit that Capital High School is not as good as Linhai High School. Many found this post amusing at first. However, as they clicked in to read more, their smiles faded, replaced by shock. Wait, who is Chen Bingran? I thought he was just some random guy. How could he say something like this? Oh, he's the captain of the Capital High School team. Why would he say that? It seems he made a bet with Lin Chen, the captain of Linhai High School. But the details are unclear. Seeking the truth. Is there anyone out there who can reveal what happened? Please, I'm begging. With the emergence of this post, it wasn't long before a video was shared on the forum. The video showcased Lin Chen's one-on-one battle against 4 members of the Capital High School team. As soon as the video was released, it sent shockwaves through the forum. No way. Is this for real? Are you kidding me? Lin Chen is that strong? He can take on 4 top players from Capital High School by himself? Isn't that the same strategy Capital High School used last year? I can't believe they managed to replicate that strategy this year. Even Moda High School was caught off guard by it, and Lin Chen managed to break through single-handedly? What on earth is going on here? At the end of the video, Chu Qingye directly announced that the Linhai High School team has made it to the top 4. If the earlier events were just minor skirmishes, then Chu Qingye's statement detonated a bomb. Countless novice players protested in the forums, even resorting to insults against Chu Qingye. Why should Linhai High School advance directly to the top 4? I disagree. That's right. I disagree too. Even if they manage to defeat Capital High School, what does that prove? They could easily be eliminated by other teams. The students started protesting, insisting that the officials be made aware of this. Otherwise, the dark secrets of the competition would remain hidden, and we wouldn't achieve the fairness we deserve. Absolutely. Let us uncover the corruption in the competition and restore our fairness. Countless comments flooded in below. Within just 1 hour, the comments surpassed 10,000. And even many veteran players left messages in support. Inside the school office of Linhai High School, all the teachers wore excited smiles. Incredible. That Lin Chen guy is amazing. He single-handedly defeated 4 players from Capital High School and led us directly into the top 4. I never imagined our school could make it this far. Truly a blessing from heaven. Lin Chen is our school's lucky star. The teachers were all buzzing with excitement, discussing amongst themselves. The principal sat in his chair, grinning from ear to ear. This is fantastic. Now Linhai High School is famous. Quick, send someone to prepare the rewards. Everyone gets a piece of gold level equipment, plus 100,000 gold coins. As for Lin Chen, let us gift him a gold level warship. Hearing this, all the teachers' eyes widened. Principal, are you serious? A gold level warship for Lin Chen? That thing is worth at least several million gold coins, and a slightly better one could be worth tens of millions. The school's budget is already tight. Being this generous could cause financial issues. The head of the teaching department couldn't help but interject. The principal, frustrated, replied, "Don't you understand? Lin Shen reaching the top 4 brings our school honor and recognition that far exceeds several million gold coins. And that doesn't even include the official funding. Once the competition is over, even if Lin Shen only finishes 4th, our school will receive billions in funding. Are we really worried about this small amount of money? We absolutely cannot let the participating students feel disheartened, especially Lin Shen. Do you understand? No matter the cost, we must build a good relationship with Lin Shen." The other teachers nodded in agreement. In stark contrast to the jubilant atmosphere at Linhai High School, the office of Capital High School was deathly silent. All the teachers sat in the office, but no one dared to speak, not even to take a breath. The principal of Capital High School spoke with a dark expression. "Can someone explain to me why their 4 players couldn't even defeat one Lin Shen? Why?" He slammed his palm down on the table in front of him, the sheer force causing the table to collapse with a loud bang. The teachers remained utterly silent, no one daring to speak up. Opening your mouth now is just asking for trouble. That Shen Bingran is truly useless. With so many people attacking Lin Shen, and even using our most secret tactics, we still lost? Our Capital High School has become a joke among the top 8 prestigious schools. Do you understand what a joke is? All bonuses for this year's graduating teachers are cancelled, and no vacations allowed. Focus entirely on training the students. If we see this kind of situation again next year, everyone's salary will be cut in half. Also, inform Shen Bingran and the others that if they can't even make it into the top 5, they can get lost. They will be expelled from Capital High School. Forget about any rewards. Chapter 72. The final 4 matchups are set, facing Magic City High School at this moment, in the Dragon Kingdom's leadership office. Long Po Kwang was sitting in his chair, with projections of the heads of various departments appearing before him. "I never expected that for this little guy Lin Shen. We would hold so many emergency meetings," Long Po Kwang said with a wry smile. He turned to Chu Qingye and asked, "Little Chu, did you take it upon yourself to promote Lin Shen to the final 4? Chu Qingye nodded and replied earnestly, "Leader, I believe there's nothing wrong with that. First of all, with Lin Shen's strength, there's no new player who can compare to him, whether in terms of level, equipment, or combat awareness. Moreover, Lin Shen's upcoming opponent is last year's 3rd-ranked Capital High School, which is even using their signature strategy from last year, the fusion control tactic. Considering just these 2 points, Lin Shen is fully qualified to advance to the final 4. Of course, if you think they're not qualified, I'm willing to accept any punishment." The room fell silent. Chu Qingye felt a cold sweat break out on his forehead. He had taken the liberty of giving Lin Shen and his team a shortcut, and it had caused a significant stir. If he were to be punished, his position would surely be at risk, and he might even end up in jail. Just as he was feeling anxious, Long Po Kwang suddenly laughed. "Punishment? There is no need for that at all. On the contrary, I think what you did was excellent." Hearing this, Chu Qingye was taken aback. He looked up at Long Po Kwang in surprise. Long Po Kwang continued, "Everything you said just now was right. And Lin Shen's identity is quite special. In fact, he shouldn't even be participating in this competition. For the other competitors, it would be like a dimensional strike." Everyone nodded in agreement. Indeed, an SSS-class professional facing off against S or A-class professionals was like an adult with a weapon bullying a child. However, now that Lin Shen had already entered the competition, it had already caused quite an impact, and it seemed unlikely to revoke his participation. Chu Qingye said worriedly, "There's no need to revoke his qualification. Just go ahead as you announced. I'll arrange for someone to handle the rumors on the forums. Next, you just need to manage the competition," Long Po Kwang instructed. Chu Qingye nodded. "Understood. I have to say, Long, this doesn't seem very fair, does it?" The leader of the business department chimed in helplessly. Long Po Kwang glanced at him and laughed. "What's wrong? Are you feeling upset about your juniors being bullied? If you're not happy, we could have a match. I could use the exercise." The leader of the business department quickly shook his head. "No way. I want to fight you, you freak. I always get crushed. I can't regain my dignity." Long Po Kwang chuckled and said, "That little guy Lin Shen is like a half-disciple to me. If you trouble him, I can't just stand by and watch." Everyone paused for a moment. "A half-disciple?" They hadn't heard of you having such a disciple. "Do you have a connection with Linhai High School?" The head of the Ministry of Commerce curiously asked. The others also looked at Long Po Kwang with curiosity, waiting for his answer. "It's all in the past," Long Po Kwang said with a smile. Seeing that he was unwilling to elaborate, everyone decided not to press further. Thus, the emergency meeting came to an end. 3 days quickly passed. The officials directly sent a post on the forum, proving Lin Shen's strength. Although some were a bit dissatisfied, they gradually quieted down. Everything returned to the competition. The matches were intense. Over the 3 days, there were many spectacular moments in both individual and team competitions. However, The 8 elite schools remained in the top 8, with Chuancheng High School being the only one that didn't make it due to the slightly weaker performance of their students this year. The battles after the top 8 were even more thrilling. The best players from various prestigious schools faced off, and ultimately, only 3 schools made it to the semifinals: Capital High School, Magic City High School, and Beijing City High School. At this moment, Lin Chun was on an island leveling up. He comfortably sat on the beach, sipping coconut juice, and commanded his zombies to slay monsters for experience. Over the 3 days, he leveled up to level 18, getting closer to his goal of level 20. Noticing that it was almost time to return, he prepared to head back. Upon arriving at the port of the central island, he saw Li Xiaya and others waiting for him. Lin Chun said, "You all are quite fast. Have you leveled up in the past 3 days?" Wang Jinsong immediately replied, "Captain, I leveled up once." Lu Feng chimed in, "Me too. We've been grinding together without resting, and each of us has leveled up." Lin Chun nodded slightly, knowing that they were pushing themselves hard out of fear of holding him back. "Captain, tomorrow is the semifinals. Should we start thinking about our strategy?" Li Xiaya asked. "Has the matchup list been released? Who are we facing in the individual challenges?" Lin Chun inquired. "We're up against Magic City High School. I've already compiled information about them and will show it to you shortly," she replied. "Let's head to the hotel first." The group made their way to the hotel. Just as they were about to book their rooms, the hotel owner hurriedly said, "Everyone, there's no need to pay. The rooms have already been prepared for you. Just go and rest." The group was taken aback. Li Xiaoya curiously asked, "Boss, we haven't made a reservation yet." The hotel owner smiled and said, "You don't need to reserve. I've kept your rooms ready for you, and there's no need to pay. I'm honored to host such a famous top 4 team." The group was stunned. They hadn't expected such a benefit, since it was the owner's kind gesture. They graciously accepted. "Thank you, boss," Lin Chun said politely. The boss looked at Lin Chun, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Excuse me, are you Lin Chun?" Lin Chun nodded slightly. "Could you give me your autograph?" The boss asked nervously as he took out a wooden board and a pen that he had prepared in advance. Lin Chun was taken aback. He hadn't expected the boss to ask for his signature. After a moment of hesitation, he nodded and said, "Sure." Without taking the pen, Lin Chun raised his hand, and a dark glow appeared at his fingertips. He casually glided his fingers over the wooden board and signed his name. Seeing this, the boss carefully tucked the board away, as if it were a precious treasure, and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you. I can't tell you how much I appreciate this. If you stay at our hotel this year, it will be completely free. Stay as long as you like." Chapter 73, Tactics of Magic City High School. Heavy Armored Knight Corps. Everyone bid farewell to the enthusiastic owner and returned to their guest room. The guest room was somewhat different from before. The walls were adorned with the heads of sea beasts and various decorations made of gold. The entire room looked incredibly luxurious. Wang Jinsong exclaimed in disbelief. "Isn't this just too extravagant? We're only enjoying the captain's good fortune. Without him, we wouldn't have this kind of treatment. We wouldn't even make it to the top 4. We'd probably struggle to break into the top 100. Jiang Tong chimed in, and the others nodded in agreement. Wang Jinsong turned to Lin Chun and asked, "Captain, can I stick with you in the future?" "I want to too," Jiang Tong quickly added. Lu Feng and Li Xiaoya also looked at Lin Chun. Though they didn't speak, their eager expressions were unmistakable. However, Lin Chun shook his head. "My profession is quite special. I don't take on crew members." The group's expressions immediately dimmed. "But we can exchange business cards. If you ever need help, I'll assist you within my capabilities," Lin Chun said with a smile. Everyone was taken aback. Then their faces lit up with excitement. "Thank you, Captain," Jiang Tong said enthusiastically. "All right, let us take a look at the information on the Magic City High School team." Lin Chun interrupted the conversation. Li Xiaoya nodded and handed Lin Chun a piece of paper detailing the profiles of the 5 players from Magic City High School. Lin Chun glanced at it. "All heavy armored knights?" Li Xiaoya confirmed. "That's right, all of them. Their tactic is quite simple. Charge." They leveraged their heavy armored knight advantage to disrupt the opponent's formation and force them to fight individually. This strategy has been effective so far. No one has managed to break it. As for one-on-one battles, they rely purely on individual strength to crush their opponents. The only one who can withstand them on our side is probably you. Lin Chun nodded slightly, saying, "In that case, I'll hold them off during the team battle. For one-on-one matches, we'll stick to the usual routine. Everyone will take turns." The group stared at Lin Chun with wide eyes. "Captain, we have no problem stepping up. But we probably won't be their match," they said. Lin Chun smiled. "My goal is simple. It's not about defeating them. It's about understanding their offensive patterns first. On one hand, it will enhance your combat awareness. On the other hand, it will prevent you from collapsing in the first moments of the team battle. Their defense is very high, so during the team fight, You need to hold out for at least a minute to give me time to assist you. After discussing for a long time, Lin Shen returned to the ship to rest. The next morning, when Lin Shen arrived at the square, it was surrounded by a large crowd. Everyone was there to watch the spectacle, and many were live-streaming the event. Lin Shen squeezed his way through the throng. Once he reached the center of the square, the crowd erupted in cheers. Lin Shen. It's Lin Shen. He is alive. I finally met the real Lin Shen. This is incredible. Lin Shen, please sign my name. I want to marry you, Lin Shen. I want to have your babies. Countless people screamed, calling out Lin Shen's name. Lin Shen walked awkwardly towards the arena. Just then, he heard the sound of metal clanking ahead. Looking up, he saw 5 people fully clad in armor approaching step by step. The leader, upon seeing Lin Shen, nodded slightly. Lin Shen, it's an honor to finally meet you. You are the captain of the Magic City High School team, Iron Mountain? Lin Shen asked. Iron Mountain nodded. That's right. We meet in the semifinals. I don't know if it's a stroke of luck or misfortune. Regardless of the outcome, I hope you give it your all. I really want to witness the strength of the world's best. Don't worry, I'll give it my all, Lin Shen replied. Iron Mountain nodded and walked straight to the side of the arena. The members of the Linhai High School team also gathered around Lin Shen. It's time for the match. Wang Jinsong, as usual, you're up first. You don't need to fight to the death. Just test the opponent's strength, Lin Shen instructed. Okay. Wang Jisong took a deep breath and walked directly onto the arena. Opposite him stood a girl in armor. Although she was clad in heavy armor, her striking appearance couldn't be hidden. Lin Shen recognized her. Lu Ha, the only girl on the Magic City High School team. Despite being a girl, her imposing presence with a heavy sword was not at all inferior to the boys. She was a tough opponent. She held a heavy sword and bowed to Wang Jinsong. Wang Jinsong quickly returned the gesture. The referee announced, 3, 2, 1, begin. As the countdown ended, Wang Jinsong stomped his foot fiercely and lunged at Lu Ha like a fierce tiger. Knowing he was at a disadvantage in strength, Wang Jinsong decided to take the initiative. Lu Ha remained motionless, like a stone anchored in place. When Wang Jinsong reached her, she suddenly lifted her heavy sword with a powerful momentum and swung it forward. Wang Jinsong's expression changed. He abruptly halted his charge, performing a backflip to land safely on the ground, narrowly avoiding the heavy sword, and then threw a punch at Lu Ha. However, Lu Ha remained calm. She tightened her grip on the sword's hilt and forcefully yanked it back in front of her. Bang! Wang Jinsong's fist collided with the heavy sword. He staggered back several steps before barely regaining his balance, gritting his teeth and flexing his wrists. Lin Shen, watching from below, shook his head slightly and said, "The difference in strength is still too great, and the professional counter is significant. It probably won't last much longer." Sure enough, after a few rounds, Wang Jinsong's fists were swollen like steamed buns. Seeing Lu Ha advancing towards him, he quickly raised his hand and said, "I concede. I'm done." The referee immediately announced, Magic City High School's Lu Ha wins. Wang Jinsong hurriedly left the arena, his face filled with frustration. "Captain, you're making this too hard for me. My fists are no match for her heavy sword at all. That's because your fists aren't hard enough. If your fists were strong enough, her heavy sword and armor would be as fragile as paper in front of you," Lin Shen replied. Next up, Lu Feng. It's your turn. Lu Feng stepped onto the arena, locking eyes with Lu Ha, his expression serious. Although the names Heavy Armored Warrior and Heavy Armored Knight differ by just a word, the disparity between them is like night and day. The defensive capabilities of a Heavy Armored Knight are on an entirely different level compared to those of a Heavy Armored Warrior. Breaking through that defense is no easy task. After a brief moment, Lu Feng charged forward with his sword and shield, rushing straight at Lu Ha. Bang! The long sword clashed violently with the great sword, producing a thunderous sound. Lu Feng was knocked back 2 steps from the sheer force. Gritting his teeth, he lunged forward again with his longsword. In just a minute, the two had exchanged dozens of blows. Although Lu Feng had taken some damage, Lu Ha's health was also running low. With determination, Lu Feng thought, "This is my last chance. I have to take her down." With a powerful strike, he sprinted toward Lu Ha, swinging his sword down fiercely. Lu Ha, undeterred, charged forward to meet him head-on. Chapter 74, Facing Iron Mountain Clang. Lu Feng's long sword collided violently with the heavy sword, producing a sharp, ringing sound. Lu Feng staggered back a step, but managed to steady himself. Seizing the moment when Lu Ha had just exhausted his strength and was yet to recover, Lu Feng roared and thrust his sword straight into the gap of Lu He's battle armor. Swoosh! Lu He's health bar dropped to 0. Meanwhile, Lu Feng was left with only a sliver of health. He knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. He had just suppressed the recoil force with all his might, which took a significant toll on his body. The spectators immediately erupted in astonished murmurs. "Incredible! Although both fighters exhausted their strength, Lu Feng was able to take down a student from Magic City High. It seems that the team from Lingai High isn't entirely useless after all. That's right. They actually have some skill. You guys really don't understand anything. The professional role of Magic City High's team is just that. They're heavy knights. Considering they have no mounts, it's impressive that they can display such strength. Exactly. Without mounts, their combat power can only reach about 60 to 70%. And the 5 heavy knights are meant for team battles. In one-on-one fights, their strength is inevitably diminished. The crowd was buzzing with discussions. Lin Shen spoke up, Lu Feng. Take a break. Yes. Lu Feng nodded and stepped down from the stage. Lin Shen turned to Li Xiaoya, saying, You're up next. Okay. Li Xiaoya nodded and stepped onto the stage, holding her long sword with an air of confidence. Many boys were captivated by her presence. On the other side, another heavy knight dressed similarly to Lu has stepped onto the stage. The battle between the two was intense, lasting a full 10 minutes before a victor was finally determined. Li Xiaoya relied on her agile dodging to gradually wear down her opponent. However, her health was also nearly depleted, leaving her unable to continue fighting. Magic City High had lost 2 key players in a row, and their captain was starting to feel uneasy. The only real threat from Lingai High is Lin Shen. If you can't even handle an ordinary team member, how can you possibly face Lin Shen? Iron Mountain frowned. Don't worry, Captain. They only have 2 left. And we still have 3. We can definitely win, one of the team members replied nonchalantly. Iron Mountain frowned. We can't be careless. Lin Shen once single-handedly fought 4 members from Capital High. His strength is definitely not ordinary. Haha, Captain, those guys from Capital High are nothing special. If my mount were still around, taking on 4 wouldn't be a problem. The team members still looked disdainful. Then you go next. The next opponent is Lin Shen. If you can wear him down, this challenge will be over. Iron Mountain instructed. Got it. The team member quickly stepped onto the stage, brandishing his heavy sword as he looked at Lin Shen with contempt. Lin Shen, I've heard so much about you. I hope you won't disappoint me. Lin Shen glanced at him and slowly replied, I've heard similar words quite often lately. I hope you can back it up. The team member stood still with a heavy sword, waiting for Lin Shen to make a move. Lin Shen, on the other hand, walked leisurely towards him. As they closed the distance to 10 meters, the team member suddenly sprang into action. He let out a roar and swung the heavy sword fiercely at Lin Shen. However, it seemed Lin Shen had already anticipated the opponent's next move. The moment the heavy sword was raised, his scythe moved first. The scythe of calamity, glinting with a chilling light, swiftly sliced towards the team member's chest. Swish! The scythe of calamity easily pierced through the armor, leaving a grotesque wound on his battle gear, nearly splitting it in 2. Blood gushed from the armor as everyone stared in shock at the scene. Whoa, that scythe of Lin Shen's is something else. It can cut through such thick armor? What is this scythe made of? It must be of high quality. This guy is really fighting like a warrior. How fierce. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Before the heavily armored knight could make his next move, Lin Shen swung the scythe of calamity once more. Swish! The scythe struck the knight's armor again, causing further damage, and the knight's health was nearly depleted. I concede. Just as Lin Shen was about to deliver a third strike, the knight shouted loudly. The match is over. Lin Shen from Linhai High School wins. The referee announced immediately. The scythe of calamity paused in midair before Lin Shen retracted it. The knight gasped for breath as he hurriedly returned to the platform's edge. Iron Mountain frowned and said, What a disgrace. The knight lowered his head, not daring to say a word. He never expected things to turn out this way. Lin Shen hadn't lost a drop of blood and had defeated his opponent in just 3 moves. This incident quickly stirred up a storm on the forums. Wow. Lin Shen is so cool. It's like a deity has descended upon us. Lin Shen is amazing, taking down a heavily armored knight in just 3 moves. His attack power is simply invincible. It's a shame he is not a warrior. It seems we still don't know what Lin Shen's exact profession is. He is wearing a mage robe, so he should be a mage, but his melee attack power is so high that he resembles a warrior. Why worry about that? Lin Shen's strength is definitely beyond what ordinary people can comprehend. For us, it's enough to watch and admire from a distance. Iron Mountain instructed another team member to step up and face Lin Shen. The result was the same. That team member was defeated in just a few moves. The situation was instantly turned around by Lin Shen. He looked at Iron Mountain and said, Captain Iron Mountain, now it's your turn to spar with me. Iron Mountain nodded. He stepped onto the platform and cupped his fists, saying, Please give me your guidance. Compared to the other 2, Iron Mountain was taller, nearly 2 meters high, making him look like a towering mountain. He raised his heavy sword and stared intently at Lin Shen. Charge! He roared, propelling himself forward with an unstoppable momentum towards Lin Shen. The distance between them closed in an instant. Taizhan appeared before Lin Shen in an instant. Huh! He roared. swinging his heavy sword down towards Lin Shun with great force. Lin Shun swiftly dodged, barely avoiding the terrifying strike. However, he was still caught by the shockwave and ended up with a small cut, drawing a bit of blood. The audience below gasped in shock. The captain of the Magic City High School team is quite powerful. He managed to make Lin Shun bleed right off the bat. This could be troublesome. Could it be that Lin Shun can't handle this big oaf? No way. Our Lin Shun is the strongest. He will definitely win. I think you're all just being stubborn. Lin Shun is strong, but against Taizhan, the captain of Magic City High, even his skills might not be enough. Taizhan is a top-tier expert. Chapter 75. Team Battle, Armor-Piercing Equipment. Everyone's eyes were glued to the arena. Lin Shun and Taishan had been clashing for over a dozen rounds. Lin Shun's health bar had dropped by a third, while Taishan was down to half. The battle had reached a fever pitch. The spectators held their breath, fixated on the two fighters, afraid to miss any detail. After such a lengthy fight, it was time to determine the victor. It's about time we settle this, Taishan said gravely. At your service, Lin Shun replied nonchalantly. Taishan gripped his heavy sword, and a fierce aura erupted from him, reminiscent of a ferocious beast. Raging lion slash. He roared, echoing the growl of a lion. An illusory lion materialized behind him, and he swung his sword down toward Lin Shun. The lion's phantom lunged at Lin Shun simultaneously. The crowd's eyes widened, riveted on the lion's apparition. Taishan had such a trump card hidden up his sleeve. It seemed that this time, Lin Shun had nowhere to dodge. Indeed, that move is powerful. If hit directly, it would be fatal. Lin Shun has been impressive, but it seems he's one step short of victory, someone commented. I wouldn't be so sure. Look at Lin Shun's face. He doesn't seem flustered at all. He must have a trick up his sleeve, another countered. Just as the lion's phantom was about to pounce on Lin Shun, a glint of mischief flashed in Lin Shun's eyes. Ghost Shadow. The ghost shadow cloak enveloped his body, rendering him ethereal. Boom. The lion's phantom passed right through Lin Shun, crashing into the arena floor and creating a massive crater with debris flying everywhere. As the crowd marveled at the terrifying scene, Lin Shun had already appeared in front of Taishan, the Scythe of Calamity, shimmering with a brilliant white light. Sliced through Taishan's armor as effortlessly as cutting through tofu. Taishan's health bar plummeted drastically. Without hesitation, Lin Shun swung the Scythe of Calamity again. His speed was like lightning, and Taishan couldn't react in time, getting struck once more as his health bar dropped to zero. The match is over. Lin Shun from Linhai High School wins. The referee announced. The one-on-one match between Linhai High School and Moto High School concluded with Linhai High School emerging victorious and earning a point. The crowd was left in shock, unable to process what had just happened. Is that it? Taishan's fierce move didn't even scratch him? Someone exclaimed. That's just not scientific. Yeah. Could Lin Shun have used some sort of cheating method? Another speculated. Impossible. All methods on the arena are legitimate. How could there be cheating? Sounds like you've been playing too many games, someone retorted. The spectators buzzed with discussions, speculating on how Lin Shun had evaded that move. Meanwhile, Lin Shun made his way to the sidelines, joining the others as they headed to the hotel to prepare for the afternoon's team battle. Taishan, under the care of a healer, recovered his health. Looking at his severely damaged armor, he felt a pang of regret. This battle was not only exhausting, but also costly. That piece of armor was worth quite a bit. All the team members stood in front of Taizhan, their heads bowed as they said, Captain, we're sorry, it's our incompetence. Taizhan shook his head and replied, No, that Lin Shun is indeed suspicious. My lion's fury definitely hit him, but he didn't lose a single point of health. This suggests he must have some kind of invincible item. The others' expressions changed. What? An invincible item? How is that possible? Such things are usually found only in legendary tier equipment. How could he have one? It might not necessarily be invincible. It could be that he meets certain conditions that allow him to become immune to a certain amount of damage or evade attacks. Regardless, we just need to keep this in mind. Now we can prepare for the team battle, which is our strong suit. Captain, last time we faced Capital High School, we got wiped out 4-1. Can we really do this? Of course we can, although Lin Shun is quite strong. His combat awareness isn't that far ahead of mine. If he didn't have that last invincibility skill, they would be the ones losing. When the time comes, you all need to take out the others as fast as possible and then surround Lin Shun. We will definitely win. Time flew by. And soon it was afternoon. The square was filled with a large crowd once again. Many people were live streaming, all anticipating this afternoon's team battle. The battle took place on the team battle arena. The arena was quite spacious, covering several hundred square meters, more than enough for 10 people to stand comfortably. The two teams took their positions on the stage. Taizhan focused on Lin Shun, and he suddenly noticed that the equipment of the few people beside Lin Shun seemed to be a bit different from this morning. The others noticed this too. Did they change their gear? They must have swapped in some good equipment. After all, they almost lost the one-on-one earlier. If they don't upgrade their gear for the team battle, they're guaranteed to lose. That is true. The referee stepped into the center of the arena and announced, 3, 2, 1, the match begins. As soon as the words left his mouth, both teams sprang into action. Lu Feng and the others immediately sought out their respective opponents. Wang Jinsong approached Lu He, a smile on his face as he said, "Beautiful Lu, we meet again." Lu He raised an eyebrow. "You dare to come looking for trouble? Aren't you afraid of dying?" Wang Jisong chuckled. "If it were this morning, I really wouldn't have dared to bother you. But now I'm different." Saying this, he raised his hands. Sharp tiger claws glinted in the light, clearly possessing exceptional attributes. "Is this your Captain's new gear?" "He.S. really willing to invest." Lu He exclaimed in surprise. "But even with new equipment, you still can't match me. A brawler against a heavy armored class? You're just asking to be beaten." Wang Jisong sneered. "Then come and try. I guarantee you'll enjoy it to the fullest." Lu He's expression turned cold. "You're asking for death." In an instant, she lunged forward, swinging her heavy sword fiercely at Wang Jinsong. He quickly dodged to avoid the strike, then retaliated with a powerful punch aimed at Lu He. Seeing this, Lu He showed no intention of dodging. She couldn't believe that just a finger strike could break through her defenses. Bang! A fist collided with her heavy armor, producing a crisp sound. Lu He's expression changed. She saw that her armor had actually been pierced by several holes from the finger strike. "How is this possible?" Lu He exclaimed. Her heavy armor was silver-grade equipment, the best gear she had. How could it be so easily penetrated? Wang Jinsong chuckled. "Lu Beauty, now you see my strength, right? The gear our captain provided is no ordinary stuff." Lu He raised an eyebrow, lifting her heavy sword to slash at Wang Jinsong. He dodged her attacks like a monkey, leaping and bounding around, while occasionally throwing punches that left scars on Lu He's heavy armor. Chapter 76. Destruction Attribute. A few minutes later, all the onlookers stared in disbelief at the arena. The armor of the 5 heavy knights on the stage was completely battered and torn apart, resembling that of beggars. The audience was stunned. How could such heavy armor, like a turtle shell, be shattered so easily? What kind of weapon is this? It's the first time I've heard that heavy armor can be broken by a claw and a sword. What level of longsword and claw are we talking about? It seems like the Linhai High School team used to consistently rank at the bottom. Yet now they are actually dominating against the Magic City High School team in a team battle? I'm really curious about the quality of their weapons. I want some too. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Meanwhile, on the stage, several members of the Magic City High School team had already been defeated. Only Taizhan and Liuhe were barely holding on. However, their equipment was also in tatters. Taizhan and Liuhe retreated to a corner. He looked at the different weapons in the hands of their opponents and couldn't help but ask, "Linshan, what exactly are these weapons? How can they so easily shatter our armor? Even if we lose, I want to understand why." Linshan nodded. "I don't mind telling you." He gestured for Li Xiaya to step forward. Li Xiaya approached Taizhan and voluntarily displayed the attributes of the longsword she was holding. Wind Pierce, quality, silver grade, agility, 100, destruction, 10, description, a longsword infused with the power of the gale, allowing your speed to increase and easily cutting through the defenses of your enemies. Can be equipped after level 10, restricted classes, swordsman, warrior. Taizhan and Liuhe exchanged glances as they looked at the attributes of the longsword. What does destruction mean? Taizhan fell silent for a moment before asking. Destruction is a new attribute developed by our captain, which can directly annihilate the enemy's defenses. Unlike physical penetration, which only allows our damage to bypass defenses without weakening them. Tiashan's face showed shock. "You mean this was developed by Linshan?" The crowd nodded in agreement, while Linshan stood calmly to the side without speaking. After a moment of silence, Taizhan said, "Linshan, I concede this match. However, I have a request, and I hope you can accommodate it." "What request?" "I would like to purchase some equipment with the destruction attribute. Name your price. As long as it's within reason, I won't haggle." Tiashan's tone was very sincere. Linshan nodded slightly. "That's fine, but the price will definitely be higher than normal equipment. If you're willing to accept that, you can come find me after the match." Taizhan nodded and smiled. "Thank you." He turned to the referee and said, "Our team concedes." The referee announced, "The Magic City High School team concedes." The Linhai High School team wins and advances to the finals. The surrounding crowd erupted into deafening cheers. "Wow, Lin Chun is amazing. I can't believe they actually brought a few ordinary high school students to the finals. Now that's what true talent looks like. I said it before. The world's best is truly in a league of their own, completely different from ordinary people. They actually made it to the finals. Even if they lose, they'll still take second place. I'm really curious about what would happen if they faced off against the team from Jingxing High School. The captain of that team is an S-rank professional, and apparently, he's a killer, definitely not easy to deal with. I now feel like Lin Chun is unstoppable. As the crowd cheered excitedly, Lin Chun and the others left the square. Later that evening, shortly after they returned to the hotel, Tai Shan and his group also arrived. Inside the hotel room, Tai Shan looked at Lin Chun with a smile and asked, Lin Chun, have you prepared the equipment? What do you need? We can customize it. Lin Chun replied, a heavy sword will do, just like the one we have, but it should be of the highest quality, preferably silver grade. Tai Shan stated his requirements. And Lin Chun glanced at him, nodding, that'll be 50,000 gold coins. Upon hearing this, the teammates behind Tai Shan widened their eyes in shock. 50,000 gold coins for one. That's outrageous. A silver-grade heavy sword outside costs only 20,000 gold coins. Yeah, the price has doubled. That's way too expensive. You're just price gouging us. The group expressed their dissatisfaction. Lin Chun casually remarked, that's the price. If you're not willing to pay, you can leave. Tai Shan quickly replied, we're willing. However, we really don't have that many gold coins left. Can we offer something else to make up the difference? What do you have in mind? Lin Chun asked. We have intelligence about the Jingxing High School team. I wonder if you might be interested? We already have some information on Jingxing High School. If it's just ordinary intel, it's not worth much, Lin Chun responded. This is definitely not ordinary intel. You can trust me on that. I can also tell you about some of Jingxing's strengths and weaknesses. Seeing Tai Shan's persuasive expression, Lin Chun nodded slightly. All right. Then let us make it 40,000 gold coins, as long as the information is worth that price. Tai Shan patted his chest confidently. I guarantee it's worth that. You can count on it. I can tell you one thing right now. They've prepared something special specifically to deal with you. Lin Chun frowned and asked, how do they know I'm their opponent in the finals? They're just being cautious and preparing ahead of time because your strength has far exceeded our expectations. You've consistently broken our estimates, so they must have made preparations in advance. I heard they spend a high price on a very special piece of equipment. But no one knows its specific attributes. Not even their own team members know. Lin Chun inquired. Exactly. Only their captain knows, Tai Shan confirmed. Wang Jinsong said with concern. Captain, should we investigate further? Li Shaya shook her head. Did you not hear? Even their own team members don't know. Do you think you can get the idea across to their captain? What should we do then? Wang Jinsong said. What else can we do? We'll adapt to the situation as it unfolds, Lin Chun replied. In the final match, there won't be any one-on-one challenges, only a team battle. And we can't even force out their trump card. Jiang Tong frowned tightly. Don't worry, everyone, no matter what methods they use. We just need to stick to our own plan, Lin Chun said with a smile. Everyone nodded in agreement. That's all we can do for now. I'll organize the remaining information and send someone over. I'll make sure to share everything I know with you, Taizhan hurriedly said. Why are you so eager to help us? Lin Chun asked curiously. I actually hope the Beijing high school team loses. Those guys don't have much skill but always look down on others. They need a good lesson. Chapter 77. The Lawyer of Sound and the Master of Sacred Words after taking a day off. Lin Chun and the others watched the fierce battle between the Capital City High School team and the Yangqing High School team. The contest was intense, but in the end, the Capital City team emerged victorious, advancing to the finals. This outcome was expected by everyone, as the Capital City High School had held the championship title for 5 consecutive years. No one was surprised by the result. However, after the match, the most discussed topic on the forums wasn't the game itself, but rather the upcoming finals. Spectators were busy predicting who would take home the championship trophy. Only about 30% were supporting the Linhai High School team, while the majority backed the Capital City team, and their reasons were quite valid. Although Linhai had shown potential as a dark horse, facing off against a seasoned powerhouse like the Capital City team was a daunting challenge. As debates raged on the forums, Lin Chun and his friends were completely unfazed, indulging in a feast of groceries at their hotel, oblivious to the competitive atmosphere. The next morning, the square was packed with spectators. They surrounded the arena in tight circles, creating a wall of bodies, eager to witness the National College Competition Finals. As the crowd waited, the security teams from both sides cleared a path, allowing the two teams to make their way to the battlefield. The referee was already on stage, waiting. He glanced at Lin Chun for a moment before turning his attention to the captain of the Capital City team, Kuang Yu. Clad in a long robe and shrouded in shadows, Kuang Yu resembled a venomous snake ready to strike. Even Lin Chun couldn't help but steal a few glances at him. This guy has a heavy aura of danger, Lin Chun murmured. Captain, he looks really terrifying. Wang Jinsong whispered. I have plenty of battle experience. I'll handle him, Lin Chun reassured. If he targets anyone else, just stick close to me. Got it. The others nodded in agreement. With Lin Chun's support, their initial anxiety eased significantly. The referee raised his hand and called out, 3, 2, 1. The match begins. As his words fell, Kuang Yu vanished from sight in an instant. The crowd felt a chill, as though they were being watched by a predator. Same as before. Let us all go in together. Jiang Tong, stay by my side and don't wander off, Lin Shen instructed in a low voice. Okay. Jiang Tong gripped her staff tightly, positioning herself behind Lin Shen. Meanwhile, Wang Jisong and the others charged forward. A woman with a guqin raised her eyelids slightly, her fingers dancing gracefully over the strings. A melodious sound filled the air. In the next moment, the music transformed into sharp blades, swiftly shooting toward Wang Jisong and the others. Their expressions changed as they quickly swung their weapons to defend themselves. They barely managed to fend off a few attacks. But before they could catch their breath, a barrage of musical notes struck again, leaving deep wounds on their bodies. A chorus of exclamations erupted from the crowd below. Wow, that must be the S-rank professional, the music lawyer from the Beijing high school team, right? Incredible. So elegant, so elegant. This is the first time I've seen someone attack in such a manner. The gap between S-rank professionals and ordinary ones is just too vast. The music lawyer's sound attacks alone have left them unable to defend themselves, and they've already lost a third of their health. And the others haven't even made a move yet. What's the rush? The pillar of the Linhai High School team is Lin Shen. As long as Lin Shen has arrived, we can't say that Linhai High School is lost. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Just as Wang Jisong and the others were doing their best to fend off the musical onslaught, another girl in a robe stepped forward. She held an ancient-looking book in her hands, its cover adorned with a sacred cross. God says, "Be still." The girl opened a page of the book and spoke softly. Chains of holy light shot out from various directions, ensnaring Wang Jisong and his companions. Just as they attempted to evade, they found themselves tightly bound, like lambs awaiting slaughter, unable to move. God says, "Punishment." The girl flipped another page, her voice icy. A sacred cross appeared out of thin air, radiating holy light as it descended towards Wang Jisong with a thunderous crash. Wang Jisong's eyes widened in despair as he watched the cross plummet towards him. Just as the cross was about to land on Wang Jisong, a sharp flash of light sliced through the air. The cross shattered into countless fragments that vanished into thin air. The girl's brow furrowed as her cold voice rang out again. Who dares to interrupt God's punishment? Lin Shen stood beside Wang Jisong and the others, wielding the scythe of calamity. All the holy light chains binding Wang Jisong and his companions were severed. What is a god? Lin Shen spoke boldly. Tell your god to mind its own business. He stomped his foot and surged forward, quickly closing the distance to the girl. The girl's expression turned cold. You dare to blaspheme the divine. God says, seal. Mystical runes suddenly appeared before Lin Shen, swiftly encircling him. You think this trick can deal with me? Not even close, Lin Shen replied. A wave of deathly energy surged from him, enveloping his surroundings. As the mystical runes touched this aura, they instantly shattered, dissolving into countless fragments. The girl's expression shifted slightly. She hadn't expected Lin Shen to be so formidable, far exceeding her expectations. Beside her, the music lawyer plucked the strings again, transforming melodies into blade-like attacks aimed at Lin Shen. He became a blur, weaving through the notes and quickly appearing in front of them. Huang Yu, if you don't show yourself now, I'll take them all down. Lin Shen's voice echoed. The scythe of calamity turned into a white blade of light, slicing through the air. Just as it was about to strike the music lawyer, a dagger appeared out of nowhere, blocking the path of the scythe of calamity. Clang! The dagger firmly intercepted the scythe. The lawyer's face turned pale with fear, and the guqin he was holding fell to the ground. The person who struck was none other than Huang Yu, the captain of the high school team from the capital. The audience below immediately widened their eyes in shock. What the heck? Did Lin Shen know Huang Yu was hiding here all along? Is Lin Shen really that powerful? How could he detect Huang Yu's presence? This is incredible. Huang Yu looked coldly at Lin Shen and said, You actually managed to find me? That's right. Your stealth is completely useless against me. You might as well just come out. Lin Shen grinned and replied, Interesting, you're the most unique person I've ever met. Huang Yu smiled back. From now on, I'll use all my strength against you. It's a sign of respect. With that, he suddenly lunged forward, his dagger aimed directly at Lin Shen. Chapter 78. I come to avenge them in just a few short minutes. Lin Shen and Huang Yu exchanged dozens of blows. Their speed was astonishing, leaving the onlookers dazzled, yet they dared not miss a single moment. Wow, these two are truly incredible. They can actually see each other's attack speed. How can they fight so fast? It's simple, as long as your agility points are high enough. High agility not only boosts your speed, but also enhances your perception, allowing you to see clearly. So, can you see it? No, I can't. Then why are you talking nonsense? The crowd buzzed with conversation. The few people on the arena were equally mesmerized. The captain's close combat ability is so strong? Wang Jisong said, stunned. Li Xiaoyao's expression was complex. I always thought the captain was only skilled in magic, but but I didn't expect him to be so proficient in close combat. Only he could hold his ground against Kwang Yu. Their battle would likely determine the outcome of this match. I hope the captain can win. We've come this far. And it would be such a shame if he doesn't take home the championship. At that moment, Kwang Yu suddenly swung his dagger fiercely and charged at Lin Chen as if he were risking his life. Lin Chen furrowed his brow. He could also take Kwang Yu's life, but doing so would likely leave him severely injured. Relying solely on Li Xiaoya and the others would definitely not be enough to contend with the capital high school team. After contemplating, Lin Chen stepped back a few paces, creating distance between himself and Kwang Yu. Kwang Yu paused, not pursuing further, but turned back to shout, "Now's the time." The Holy Word Master immediately began flipping through ancient texts, and a divine light enveloped her, as if a deity had descended. The pages of the book suddenly stopped, and a pure aura emanated from them. A figure cloaked in radiant light emerged from the pages. The Holy Word Master's face turned as pale as paper, and she was breathing heavily. This skill had consumed all her mana, reducing her health to its lowest point. She no longer had the strength to continue fighting. The audience below watched the radiant figure, all feeling a sense of trepidation. What is that? It looks so terrifying. I think I've seen it in history books. The Holy Word Master seems to communicate with the legendary God of Light, and all her power comes from him. It can't be. She's only a few levels up. How could she possibly summon the God of Light? This can't be the real God of Light. Otherwise, not even the 4 great guardians would be able to summon such power. At this moment, in the office of the Dragon Kingdom's leaders, Long Po Kwang and several department heads were also watching the live broadcast. When they saw the ethereal figure, astonishment spread across their faces. The capital high school has really invested heavily, even managing to give a replica of the God of Light's essence to Xiao Guang. Indeed, although Xiao Guang currently lacks combat power, this figure of the God of Light is at least equivalent to the strength of a second transformation player. There should be no one present who can match him. It's hard to say. Lin Chen's strength has likely reached the second transition level. Although this is just a phantom, the divine might of the light god probably still retains a trace of its power. Lin Chen may have finally met his match this time. Everyone focused intently on the live stream, eager to see how Lin Chen would respond. The Apostle of Light, Ming Guang, slowly spoke. "Divine wrath, prison." As her words fell, the phantom of the light god slowly raised its palm, and a brilliant light transformed into a cage that descended from the sky, enveloping Lin Chen. Boom. Lin Chen didn't have time to evade and was caught in the cage. He looked at his skill bar. All skills had turned gray. Even the ones provided by his equipment had gone dark. Kwang Yu, holding a dagger, stepped closer to Lin Chen. "It's over, Lin Chen. You really went all out to deal with me. That page of the book must be one-time use, right?" Lin Chen replied, "That's right, it is indeed one-time use. A replica of the light god's words. If it costs us this much, you should be proud enough." Lin Chen furrowed his brows, staring at Kwang Yu. He suddenly swung the scythe of catastrophe at the light prison. Bang! A huge sound echoed, but the light prison remained unmoved. "Give up struggling. We won this match," Kwang Yu said coldly. He lunged forward with his dagger, charging at Lin Chen. Just then, several figures quickly appeared in front of Lin Chen. It was Li Xiaoya and the others. Blocking the front was Lu Feng. Gritting his teeth, Lu Feng stood firm with his shield, like an unyielding wall. Kwang Yu frowned slightly and said coldly, "You're seeking death." He reversed his grip on the dagger and thrust it toward Lu Feng. Swoosh. The dagger slipped past Lu Feng's shield like a venomous snake, piercing through his armor. Lu Feng's eyes widened in shock as his health bar plummeted to 0. Kwang Yu flashed forward again, targeting the next defender, Wang Jisong. Like a fierce tiger, he roared, "Even if I die, I'll buy time." He threw a punch straight at Kwang Yu's chest. However, Kwang Yu was as slippery as an eel, easily dodging Wang Jinsong's fist and stabbing his dagger in. Swoosh. Wang Jinsong's health bar also dropped to 0 in an instant. In just a few seconds, Kwang Yu had taken down 2 people. The audience was left in shock. "Well, is this the strength of the captain of the capital high school team? That's incredible!" they exclaimed. If it weren't for Lin Chen, the others wouldn't even be in the same league. But unfortunately, Lin Chen was now trapped as well, and the Linhai High School team seemed to be losing. Or maybe not. Everyone's gaze shifted back to Lin Chen. They saw Li Xiaoya fiercely hacking at the prison with her longsword. Under her strikes, the prison began to show cracks. The others might not know, but those familiar with the situation, like Tai Shan and the others, instantly realized what was happening. Destruction. It's a destruction attribute. I didn't expect this attribute to be so overpowering. It can even shatter the prison set up by the God of Light. Unfortunately, it was still a step too late. The strength of the 2 in front wasn't enough. If they could have held off Kwang Yu for just a few more seconds, the situation could have turned around. The crowd shook their heads in regret. At this moment, Kwang Yu had already arrived in front of Li Xiaoya. He held the dagger in a reverse grip and instantly transformed into a blur as he lunged at her. The sharp dagger turned into a white blade, swiftly slicing across Li Xiaoya's throat. Blood splattered, and Li Xiaoya's eyes widened as her health hit zero in an instant. Kuang Yu then turned to look at the cracked prison, a faint smile appearing on his face. Your teammates are too weak. They couldn't even withstand one of my strikes. Now it's your turn. As he swung the dagger, just as it was about to pierce Lin Chen's body, a staff flew in from the distance. Kuang Yu instinctively dodged to the side, and the staff crashed into the prison. The prison shattered with a loud bang. Lin Chen's skill icon lit up again. I'm here to avenge them. Chapter 79, Carnage and Victory. A chilling voice echoed throughout the arena. The audience fell silent for a moment, then erupted into a wave of cheers. Wow, Lin Chen, you're so handsome. I love you. I want to have your babies. I love you too, Lin Chen. I'm a new fan. So impressive. From now on, Lin Chen is my only idol. No one can compare to him. The Linhai High School team is amazing. So cool. The crowd roared with excitement. Kuang Yu turned to look back. The one throwing the staff was Jiang Tong. His expression darkened as he prepared to confront Jiang Tong, but the scythe of disaster was already before him. Your only opponent now is me, Lin Chen said coldly. Do you really think you can take on all 5 of us by yourself? Kuang Yu replied with a serious tone. Of course, Lin Chen answered decisively. Then I want to see if the world S1 really has what it takes, Kuang Yu said coldly. With that, he lunged forward. His dagger aimed straight at Lin Chen. Pierce. Lin Chen growled. The sharp spikes on his robe shot toward Kuang Yu in an instant. Kuang Yu's expression changed as he quickly swayed left and right, trying to dodge the spikes. But no matter how much he moved, the spikes followed him like they had a mind of their own. Swish. The sharp spikes pierced through his body, causing a torrent of blood to spill. Kuang Yu's health bar plummeted dramatically. Seeing this, the other team members rushed in to help. 2 warriors wielding long swords charged directly at Lin Chen. The music lawyer flicked her delicate fingers over the guqin, sending waves of sound like blades towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen raised the scythe of disaster and coldly declared, Judgment of the Underworld. A massive phantom of the underworld god appeared behind him. The phantom swung its scythe, crashing down toward the front. As the scythe swept through, the health bars of the 2 warriors and the music lawyer were instantly emptied. Only Kuang Yu and the severely wounded Ming Guang remained. Lin Chen casually lifted his hand, and a bone spear shot swiftly toward Ming Guang. In his current state, Ming Guang had no chance to dodge and was immediately struck down, his health bar wiped out. Kuang Yu's eyes widened as he stared at Lin Chen. He couldn't believe that in the blink of an eye, Lin Chen had taken out 4 of his teammates. It's your turn now, Lin Chen said slowly. As soon as the words left his mouth, he charged at Kuang Yu with the scythe of disaster. Swish. The blade sliced through, and Kuang Yu's health was instantly reduced to 0. The referee announced, the match is over. Congratulations to the Linhai High School team for winning the championship of this national college competition. The crowd erupted in cheers. The Linhai High School team is incredible. They really won the championship. I always said, never doubt Lin Chen's strength. He became #1 in the world purely through skill, not luck. I've seen it with my own eyes. Lin Chen is truly impressive. He won the championship with ease. In the office of the Dragon Kingdom's leadership, Long Po Kuang smiled slightly as he watched the Linhai High School team claim victory. Everyone, I told you Linhai High School would win, right? Are your bets ready? The others displayed expressions of bitter resignation as they handed over their items to Long Po Kuang. He was quite pleased with this outcome. Turning to Chu Qingyet, he said, Let's add another level book as a reward this time. The crowd looked on in astonishment. Old Long, those level books are not cheap. Are you really willing to give one to Lin Chen? Exclaimed the leader of the business department. The level book is a very special item. Once used, it grants a player 1 level of experience, but it disappears afterward. Additionally, there are restrictions. Level books for levels below 20 only work for players below level 20. The quantity of level books is also quite limited, with only about 10 produced each year. Therefore, each level book is kept by the officials to be used as rewards for players. After all, the level books for those below level 20 aren't that impactful. Giving one to Lin Chen shouldn't be a problem. He is already level 18, and with the level book, he should be able to advance to his 2nd class quickly. The crowd nodded in agreement. Indeed, they had all witnessed Lin Chen's strength. Moreover, having an SSS class professional is worth any investment for them. Chu Qingyet nodded. Yes, I'll take care of it right away. With that, he exited the meeting to prepare for the award ceremony. In the square, the 5 members of the Linhai High School team stood on the stage, while a throng of spectators below resembled a tide of excitement. They cheered, waving flags and placards bearing Lin Chen's name. Wang Jisong said, a hint of envy in his voice, Captain, your popularity is off the charts. I'm jealous. Jealous of what? The captain has this strength, which is why he has such high popularity. If you want that, you need to showcase your own strength first, Lu Feng shot back. I can't believe we actually became champions, Li Xiaoya said, her expression complex. She never dreamed she would one day stand here, waiting for an award. It's all thanks to the captain that we got the championship, Jiang Tong said with a smile. This victory is well deserved by all of you. Lin Shen replied with a grin. If it weren't for your relentless efforts to buy us time, we probably would have lost to the Beijing high school team in the finals. Just then, a large group of guards hastily approached, parting the crowd to create a path. Among them walked Chu Qingye, smiling as he made his way to the stage. Seeing him, Lin Shen and the others promptly bowed. Chu Qingye returned the gesture, smiling as he said, "Congratulations to you all for winning this year's National College Championship. On behalf of the entire newbie island of Long Nation, I congratulate you." A wave of loud cheers erupted from the audience. Chu Qingye raised his hand to quell the noise. Now, let the awards ceremony begin. The winning team will receive a specially crafted medal and a piece of gold-tier equipment as rewards. As the announcement concluded, a few elegantly dressed hostesses approached the crowd, holding trays. On the trays lay beautifully crafted medals, each adorned with a lifelike dragon design. Beside the medals were the special pieces of equipment. Lin Shen's equipment was a pair of mage-specific boots. He felt a surge of joy, just what he needed, a high-quality pair of boots delivered right to him. With these boots equipped, his gear would be nearly complete. Before he could examine the boots' attributes, Chu Qingye continued, "Next, we will select the most outstanding player of this final match. This will be chosen from the championship team. Based on the selection, the most outstanding player is Lin Shen." Chapter 80, Platinum Equipment, Lich's Boots. As Lin Shen's name was announced, the entire venue erupted in thunderous cheers. For the most outstanding players, there was an additional reward, an experience book. Everyone present widened their eyes in shock. No way. Oh my gosh, they're actually giving away an experience book? Such items are incredibly valuable. The officials are really putting in the investment by awarding an experience book directly. Lin Shen is definitely going to be the first to complete his second-class transition. Let those foreign players be envious. Chu Qingye waved his hand, and a lady in formal attire approached Lin Shen with a tray that held a uniquely designed book. Lin Shen inspected the attributes of the book. Experience book, quality, bronze, description, directly increases your level by 1 when used, disappears after use. Though the description was simple, Lin Shen felt a surge of excitement. The leveling speed had indeed been fast up to this point. However, the experience required to level up from level 19 to level 20 was greater than the combined experience needed for all previous levels. For an average player, reaching level 19 might take over a month, but leveling up from 19 to 20 could take just as long, if not longer. With the experience book, he could bypass this lengthy process and save a lot of time. When top players in various countries reached level 19, the officials would gift them experience books to assist in leveling up. "Thank you, Commander Chu," Lin Shen said respectfully as he accepted the experience book. Chu Qingye nodded slightly and said, "Everyone, this year's National Academy competition has come to a close. The top 3 teams will participate in the World Academy competition in 6 months. I hope you can bring glory to our country then." With that, Chu Qingye left with his entourage. Many players gathered around, eager to take photos with Lin Shen, get his autograph, and even discuss potential collaborations. Faced with the enthusiastic crowd, Lin Shen felt quite helpless. It wasn't until evening that he finally managed to break free from the throng with his teammates. His hand felt nearly numb from signing so many autographs. Seeing his own name felt oddly unfamiliar. Once he had some time to himself, he opened his communicator and noticed multiple messages from the principal. Upon opening them, he found congratulations, expressions of gratitude, and a note indicating that a special gift would be sent to him once he left the novice area. Lin Shen replied to a few messages before heading back to the ship. He leisurely laid down in the captain's cabin to rest. The recent competitions had drained a lot of his energy, and he planned to take a break. He took out the newly acquired boots to check their attributes. Boots of the Gale, quality, golden, agility, 200, willpower, 200, skill 1. Swift, increases movement speed by 10, skill 2. Gale walk, increases movement speed by 100 for 2 seconds. Description: boots infused with the power of the Gale, capable of unleashing a burst of speed that doubles your movement, provided you can control this unnatural velocity. Required level, 20, restricted class, none. This skill is quite impressive, Lin Shen murmured. In just 2 seconds, it doubles your speed, making it a powerful approach for melee classes, while ranged classes can use it to evade. However, going too fast may not always be a good thing. He pondered. Excessive speed could lead to a loss of control. He wondered how the attributes of these boots would change after undergoing necromantic transformation. Curiosity piqued. He placed his palm against the boots and softly intoned, "Necromantic transformation." A dark liquid quickly enveloped the boots of the Gale as the transformation began. Minutes later, a system notification chimed in. Boots of the Gale transformation complete. The inky liquid receded, revealing the boots in their new form. The once lightweight footwear now appeared robust and entirely black, resembling something forged from steel. Yet, when he touched them, they felt like the skin of a living creature, soft yet resilient, devoid of any heaviness, still maintaining their lightness. On either side of the boots were the skulls of unknown ferocious beasts, adorned with sharp barbs. With a thought, he checked the attributes of the newly transformed boots. Boots of the Lich, quality, platinum, agility, 400, willpower, 400, movement speed, 20, skill 1, shadow walk, turns the body intangible, increasing movement speed by 200 for 2 seconds, skill 2, curse resistance, immune to most curses, reducing the impact of certain negative states. Description: boots imbued with the power of the Lich. Wearing them brings you one step closer to becoming a Lich. Required level, 20, restricted class, Necromancer. Lin Shen felt a surge of joy. Both skills offered were quite impressive, and the added attributes were highly beneficial. However, he began to doubt whether he was still just a mage. He could wield necromantic spells and also engage in melee combat with the Scythe of Plague, his close-range capabilities rivaling those of a warrior of the same level. The only weakness he might have was his defense, as he was still fundamentally a mage and unable to wear heavy armor. He stored the boots of the Lich away and then lay down on his bed, quickly drifting into a deep sleep. The next day, upon waking, he habitually opened the forum. There were still numerous posts about him. Many admired Lin Shen and praised his feats, while some fervent fans were buying up everything related to him. One of Lin Shen's signatures had been sold for tens of thousands of gold coins. In addition, many people were discussing Lin Shen's strength. They were debating whether Lin Shen or Kuang Yu would come out on top in a one-on-one match. After all, there were no individual duels in the finals, so their arguments went back and forth without reaching a conclusion. Lin Shen watched for a while before shutting down the forum and instructing Plank to send out zombies for leveling up. He was preparing to reach level 20. Meanwhile, the top 10 on the novice leaderboard had already reached level 18. Clearly, everyone was aiming to hit level 20 as quickly as possible. Achieving level 20 first and completing the second job quest to leave the novice area would also grant a world-class novice achievement. This was not only a great opportunity for fame, but also a way for players from their countries to earn attribute point rewards. Therefore, players from various nations were putting in their full effort to level up. A few days later, on a small island in the Dragon Country Sea area, Lin Shen summoned a bone spear with ease and pierced through the head of a python. The system's notification sound followed immediately. Congratulations, your level has increased to LV 19. Finally, he was at level 19, and he could use it. Lin Shen murmured to himself. He took out the book of levels, tore it open casually, and a surge of radiant light instantly enveloped his body. Congratulations, your level has increased to LV 20. Chapter 81. The second job quest begins finally. I've reached level 20. I can go back and start my second job quest. Lin Shen murmured to himself. He took out the Lich's boots and equipped them, feeling a significant boost in his stats. Name: Lin Shen. Level: LV 20. Strength: 906, 10. Constitution: 965, 20. Agility: 907, 10. Mentality: 5,500, 100. Class: SSS level Necromancer. First job. With his current attributes, ordinary second job players wouldn't stand a chance against him. His stats were truly terrifying. Lin Shen focused his mind and entered the Necromancer's secret realm. He recalled that the man in the black robe had mentioned that all future job change quests would be issued within the Necromancer's secret realm. He was curious about how the job change quests would be presented. As he arrived in the Necromancer's secret realm, a shadow of the black-robed figure appeared before him. Lin Shen was taken aback. Did you not leave this place? This is a projection I left behind. It only appears when I sense that your strength is sufficient. The black-robed figure replied. It hasn't been long since we last met, and I didn't expect you to reach level 20 so quickly. It seems you also carry the aura of the underworld god. Have you encountered him? Lin Shen nodded and then recounted the events that took place in the underworld ruins to the black-robed figure. After listening, the figure fell silent for a moment before speaking. The underworld god is neither good nor evil. Everything depends on his whims. But if you encounter him again, keep your distance. A moment of carelessness could lead you to an irretrievable fate. In the Middle Ages, all gods are the same. They look down on humanity. To them, humans are merely tools. Nothing more. Lin Shen nodded slightly. Thank you for the warning. Now, since you've met the requirements for the second job, Let me inform you about the job change quest. In the Novice Sea area, there is an island called Sunken Whale Island. Hidden within that island is a peculiar maze. I need you to enter the maze and retrieve an item from its center. Completing this task will mark the end of your quest, the black-robed figure said casually. Lin Shen nodded. Got it. All right, hurry and take on the quest. This task will be far more challenging than you expect, so prepare yourself mentally. Of course, the rewards will not disappoint you. The black-robed figure waved his hand and vanished. Lin Shen exited the Necromancer's secret realm and sat on his bed, pondering the black-robed figure's words. Sunken Whale Island? I don't recall there being such an island in the Novice Sea area, Lin Shen murmured. He pulled up the map and typed in the name Sunken Whale Island. Soon, the location of Sunken Whale Island appeared on the map. Lin Shen was taken aback upon seeing its position. This is in the Cherry Blossom Kingdom's Novice Sea area? Sunken Whale Island is very close to the Novice Island of Cherry Blossom Kingdom, no more than 200 nautical miles away at most. If the warship's speed is fast enough, I could reach it in just a few hours. It seems that this time I will have to directly infiltrate the stronghold of the Sakura Nation, Lin Shen murmured. He had made those from the Sakura Nation gnash their teeth in hatred, wishing they could eat his flesh and drink his blood. Once the players from the Sakura Nation found out about his entry, they would undoubtedly come looking for trouble. This truly was a quest of an SSS level class change. The difficulty was not something an ordinary person could handle, Lin Shen thought. Even top talents like Kuang Yu and the others would find it impossible to enter the beginner area of the Sakura Nation and come out unscathed. I should prepare first, Lin Shen said to himself. After getting everything ready, he instructed Plank to set sail towards the Sunken Whale Island. After 3 days of sailing, the Calamity finally arrived at the border between the Dragon Kingdom and the Sakura Nation. At the border, several watchtowers stood tall. If any foreign warship attempted to enter, the watchtowers would immediately detect it and report to the authorities. Moreover, warships from their own country wishing to enter another nation had to present a transit permit to the border guards. Otherwise, they would be considered traitors, a serious offense indeed. The Calamity docked at the border island of the Dragon Kingdom. Just as he stepped off the ship, he saw a squad of guards approaching briskly. The captain of the guards came before Lin Shen, saluted, and respectfully said, "Greetings, Lord Lin Shen." Lin Shen hurriedly replied, "There's no need for formalities. I'm just here to handle some paperwork." "What paperwork does Lord Lin Shen need to complete?" "Exit paperwork. I intend to go to the Sakura Nation to complete a task." The guard captain was taken aback. "You're going to the Sakura Nation now?" Lin Shen nodded. "Ah, Lord Lin Shen," the guard captain said with a troubled expression. "Ever since you took down over 20 masters from the Sakura Nation last time, they have regarded you as their top enemy. Once you enter the beginner area, the players from the Sakura Nation will definitely come after you, and that would be very dangerous for you." Lin Shen nodded. "I understand. But this is my class change quest. I have to complete it. I will find a way to deal with the situation in the Sakura Nation." "Ah, Lord Lin Shen, let me report this situation to my superiors first and get back to you," the guard captain said, clearly conflicted. If he allowed Lin Shen to enter the beginner area of the Sakura Nation without proper clearance and something went wrong, he would be in serious trouble. Lin Shen understood the captain's predicament and nodded. "No problem. I appreciate your help." The guard captain smiled gratefully. "It's my duty. Let me take you to rest for a bit." He arranged for Lin Shen to stay in a local inn and then went to make his report. Lin Shen wandered around the island for a while, replenishing his supplies. Many players recognized him and came over for autographs and photos. After wasting quite a bit of time, he finally returned to the inn. As soon as he walked in, he saw the guard captain waiting in the lobby. The guard captain hurried over and said, "Lord Lin Shen, the commanding officer would like to invite you for a discussion." Lin Shen nodded. He followed the captain of the guard to the command office. The commander was a serious middle-aged man with a prominent mustache. Upon seeing Lin Shen, he nodded slightly and said, "So you're Lin Shen? Please, have a seat." Lin Shen bowed respectfully and then sat down in a chair. "I hear you're set to undertake a second-tier mission on Whale Island in Sakura Country," the commander said in a deep voice. "However, right now, Sakura Country holds a strong hostility towards you. If you go there, it will undoubtedly be very dangerous. My suggestion is to wait a while until their hostility subsides a bit before proceeding." Lin Shen replied with determination, "Time is of the essence, Commander. Moreover, the people of Sakura Country have always harbored significant hostility towards our Dragon Country. I can't just back out of this mission out of fear." Chapter 82. Maritime Control. I understand how you feel, but your safety must also be ensured. Your identity is not just Lin Shen. You represent our Dragon Nation. If anything happens to you, it would have a significant impact on our country, so I hope you can understand. Lin Shen nodded slightly. "Don't worry, I get it." The commander nodded and said, "I will ask the higher-ups to negotiate with Sakura Country to ensure your safety. I will inform you as soon as I have any news." "Thank you, Commander." Lin Shen left the command office and returned to the hotel to rest. Not long after, his communicator rang. He picked it up to see it was Uncle Chu. "Hey kid, how come you didn't take the initiative to tell me about such a big matter? Do you even care about me?" Chu Qingye said with a helpless expression. Lin Shen scratched his head and replied, "I didn't want to disturb you. I've already got the general situation. I've also spoken with the higher-ups in Sakura country, and they've indicated they are willing to let you pass. And they guarantee that their players won't harm you. But even though they say that, those guys living comfortably in Sakura country might not keep their promises. So it's better to be cautious," Chu Qingye reminded. Lin Shen nodded slightly and smiled. "Thank you, Uncle Chu. Go ahead, and if anything seems off, notify me immediately. Even if it means going to war with those Sakura bastards, I'll make sure to bring you back." Chu Qingye chuckled. Lin Shen felt a warmth in his heart and nodded. He knew that Chu Qingye truly cared about him. The two chatted for a while longer before hanging up. Meanwhile, in the office of the beautiful nation's leader, projections of the heads of various allied countries appeared. The leader of the beautiful nation, Naidam, looked toward the head of Sakura country, Ban Jing and Mu. "So you're saying Lin Shen is about to enter the Novice Sea area of your Sakura country to undertake a second transfer mission?" Naidam asked, a hint of surprise in his voice. Ban Jing and Mu quickly nodded. "Yes, Mr. Naidam. I just received this intelligence from my subordinates and came to report it to you immediately." The other leaders also showed expressions of surprise. Naidam laughed heartily. "What a blessing from the gods. The great deity must have heard our voices and is helping us deal with Lin Shen." The other leaders nodded in agreement. Lin Shen was doomed this time. How dare he go to Sakura country to take on a mission? Once surrounded by Sakura country's players, he wouldn't even be able to escape. This is our best opportunity. We must take advantage of it to eliminate him. Otherwise, once he hides back in the Dragon Nation's waters, it will be much harder to kill him. We must seize this chance to take Lin Shen down. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Naidam sneered. "Exactly. We must use this opportunity to kill Lin Shen. We cannot let him complete his second transfer mission. This task is entrusted to you, Ban Jing." Ban Jing Kazuki hesitantly said, "Mr. Needham, I'm afraid I can't fulfill this request." The smile on Needham's face vanished instantly. "What did you say?" he asked. "Well, the leader of Longhua, Long Po Kuang, personally called me and insisted that I must ensure Yinghua Guo does not take action against Lin Shen. If I do take action, Longhua will become our enemy. Although we are not afraid of Longhua, being at odds with them at this moment would certainly not be good." Banjing Kazuki replied, looking quite troubled. Needham frowned and replied with dissatisfaction, "Long Po Kuang is quite serious about this." Banjing Kazuki quickly nodded, "Exactly. If this weren't a Novice Sea area, they would probably consider sending a guardian to escort us. After all, Lin Shen's strength truly warrants such protection from Longhua." Needham sneered. "Isn't that simple? He only said Yinghua Guo must not act, but he didn't say anything about other countries." Banjing Kazuki's eyes lit up. He understood Needham's implication. "Don't worry. I'll handle this matter. All you need to do is pretend you didn't see anything, understand? Also, instruct the people from Yinghua Guo to refrain from making any rash moves. If Longhua catches wind of it and takes action, don't say I didn't warn you." "Understood." The ship Catastrophe had entered the waters of Yinghua Guo for a day. The waters of Yinghua Guo were significantly smaller than those of Longhua. With just half a day's journey left, they would reach Qinjing Island. However, to reach Qinjing Island, they had to pass through the regulated area of Yinghua Guo's Novice Island. There were indeed several warships from Yinghua Guo coming and going. They recognized Lin Shen's identity but couldn't take action, only watching him move forward, gritting their teeth in frustration. "Our deterrent power in Longhua is still considerable," Lin Shen murmured. Just as he was about to rest for a moment longer, Prank suddenly came to report. "My lord, several ships are approaching us." "Approaching us? Whose warships are they?" "I'm not sure. You should go take a look yourself." Lin Shen quickly walked to the window and looked ahead. He saw several warships flying the flag of Yinghua Guo approaching. "Stop and listen to what they have to say," Lin Shen instructed. "Yes." Prank halted the ship and joined Lin Shen on the deck. The Yinghua Guo warships also stopped, surrounding the Catastrophe in a semicircle. Samurai from Yinghua Guo, armed with katanas, stood on their decks, looking sternly at the Catastrophe. A leading samurai spoke up. "You are Lin Shen from Longhua, correct? Our Yinghua Guo Novice Island is holding a large event these days, and the surrounding waters are under strict regulation. No warship is allowed to sail freely. Please come with us to the dock." Lin Shen frowned slightly. "Waters under regulation? I didn't receive any notification about this." The samurai captain replied coldly. "This is a major project recently organized by our lord. Due to its importance, the lord decided to impose a regulation on the waters. If you're unwilling to cooperate, you can turn back," the captain of the warriors replied coldly. Lin Shen asked, "How long will the maritime control last?" "It will take about 5 days at best, or 7 days at worst. Once the gathering is over, it will be lifted." We will follow the orders of the Lord of the Manor, he answered. Lin Shan felt a bit helpless. In the beginner's sea area of Sakura country, he couldn't act recklessly. Otherwise, if he got killed, Su Qingye and the others wouldn't even have a reason to help him. Since he was here, he might as well take a look at the local customs of Sakura country, Lin Shan murmured. The captain of the warriors waved his hand and said, "Return to the ship." All the warriors got back on the warship. The warship started up and slowly sailed toward the beginner's island of Sakura country. The natural disaster followed closely behind, heading into the beginner's island as well. Chapter 83. The governor's invitation. The disaster ship slowly docked at the pier of the Novice Island in Sakura country. Compared to the Novice Island in Dragon country, this one was significantly smaller, not even a quarter of its size. Once the warship was secured, Lin Shan disembarked with Plank and Catherine. At the dock stood a group of samurai. The captain of the samurai stepped forward and respectfully said, "Mr. Lin Shan, our governor has invited you to his residence to discuss some matters." "Your governor?" Lin Shan asked, somewhat puzzled. "Yes, please, Mr. Lin Shan, do not refuse." The samurai captain replied, lowering his head. Lin Shan nodded, "Lead the way." The captain nodded in acknowledgement and quickly guided Lin Shan toward the main government office of Sakura country's Novice Island. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the main office, where another group of samurai stood guard. However, this group was clearly better equipped, with a vivid red samurai sword emblazoned on their armor. Lin Shan looked up at the plaque above the entrance, which read Yuan House. It seemed that this governor was from the Jinji family of Sakura country. Lin Shan muttered to himself. The Yuan surname was considered quite noble in Sakura country, and the Jinji family had significant influence there, with many high-ranking officials hailing from this clan. The samurai from Yuan House stepped forward, blocking the path, and declared, "Halt. Only authorized personnel may enter the main office." The samurai captain who had brought Lin Shan here respectfully said, "Sir, this is Lin Shan from Dragon country, a distinguished guest personally invited by the governor. Please inform your superior." The captain of the guards at the main office furrowed his brow as he scrutinized Lin Shan before stepping aside. "You may enter." Lin Shan walked straight in. As Catherine and Plank were about to follow, they were stopped by the samurai captain. "Only he may enter. Others are not permitted." Lin Shan frowned and said coldly, "They are my crew, accompanying me. If they are not allowed in, then I have no need to visit your governor." With that, he turned to leave. Just then, a middle-aged man dressed in a kimono, resembling a butler, hurried out from the residence. "Mr. Lin Shan, please wait." Lin Shan looked at the butler. The man quickly introduced himself. "I am Keisa Kojima, the steward of Yuan House, sent by the governor to welcome you." "Since your people do not welcome my crew, I shall not enter," Lin Shan replied. "Of course, your crew is welcome to accompany you into the residence. You are all esteemed guests of Yuan House. I sincerely apologize for the earlier misunderstanding." Keisa Kojima bowed deeply. Lin Shan chose not to press the issue further and followed Keisa Kojima into Yuan House. Inside, the residence was filled with various greenery, resembling a garden. At the center of this garden was a courtyard styled in the fashion of Sakura country. In the courtyard, a middle-aged man in a deep blue kimono was sipping tea. Upon seeing Lin Shan walk in, he smiled and stood up, saying, "Ha, Lin Shan, I've long admired your name. I am Yuan Dai, the governor of the Newbie Island in Sakura country." Lin Shan nodded slightly and replied, "Hello, Governor Yuan. I'm curious about what brings you here to see me." Yuan Dai chuckled and said, "You are the #1 talent in Dragon country, even the top expert in the world. Of course, I wanted to meet you. Please, have a seat." Lin Shan took a seat in front of Yuan Dai. Yuan Dai poured a cup of tea and handed it to Lin Shan, saying, "This is a specialty tea from our Sakura country, called Forgetting Home tea. Legend has it that an ancestor accidentally stumbled into a divine realm and tasted this delicious tea, even forgetting to go home." Lin Shan frowned slightly and said, "Governor Yuan, your words seem to carry a deeper meaning." "Haha, it's just a legend." Yuan Dai replied with a smile. "But first, why don't you try the tea and see how it tastes?" Lin Shan took a gentle sip of the tea and nodded slightly, saying, "It does taste quite good. If you like it, I can give you some. This is a specialty of our Sakura country, and you won't find it in other nations." "That's not necessary. I'm not particularly interested in tea. Governor Yuan, you must have invited me here for more than just tasting tea, right?" "Haha, that's right. I enjoy conversing with intelligent people. So, I'll be direct. Lin Shan, I greatly admire your strength, and not just me. Our leader, Lord Banjing, also holds your abilities in high regard. He wishes to invite you to join us in Sakura country. Here, you will receive the best training resources. And only in this way can you grow at the fastest pace. If you agree to join us, I guarantee you a position in the military as a major general. Once your strength increases, your rank will rise accordingly. Furthermore, you will receive your own territory, and within that territory, Even the leader must obey your commands. Not only that, but we will also invite the Guardian Lord to help you advance quickly, providing you with an unending supply of gold coins for your lifetime. What do you think? After finishing his proposal, Yuan Dai looked at Lin Shun with a beaming smile, waiting for his response. He believed that with such abundant rewards, Lin Shun would have no choice but to accept. After all, becoming a major general in the military directly was enough to excite countless people. For ordinary individuals, even an A-class professional would never reach the rank of major general without outstanding contributions throughout their lives. Yet Lin Shun could achieve this simply by agreeing. Was there anything more enticing than that? Moreover, there was the prospect of having his own territory. In Sakura country, only the Guardian had land. This clearly elevated Lin Shun to the same status as a Guardian. He couldn't believe that Dragon Country would offer Lin Shun such generous treatment. However, Lin Shun shook his head and said, "No need for that. No matter what you offer me, I will not leave Dragon Country to join another nation." Yuan Dai's smile froze on his face. He didn't expect Lin Shun to refuse so decisively. "Lin Shun, I think you still need some time to consider. I'll give you 3 days. Please let me know your answer after that," Yuan Dai said, forcing a smile. However, Lin Shun shook his head again. "There's no need. No matter how much time you give me to think it over, I won't agree. This is my bottom line. I have other matters to attend to. So I'll take my leave now." He downed the tea in his cup in one gulp, wiped the water from the corner of his mouth, and said, "No matter how good other places may be, my hometown will always be my hometown. I will never abandon it in pursuit of fame and fortune." With that, he walked straight out. Chapter 84. Assassination. Watching Lin Shun leave, Yuan Dai's eyes flashed with a cold light. The steward stepped forward and whispered, "Master, should we force him to stay?" "No need. I initially wanted to give him a chance to live, but if he doesn't seize it, he has no one to blame but himself," Yuan Dai replied nonchalantly as he took a sip of tea. After leaving the main residence, Lin Shun headed towards the disaster ship with Plank and Catherine. Soon, they arrived at the dock. However, they were met by a group of fully armed warriors standing nearby. The warriors looked serious as they surveyed the surroundings. When they spotted Lin Shun approaching, one of them stepped forward and said, "Halt. The dock is currently under control. No one may enter without the master's order." Lin Shun stared coldly at the warrior and said, "Under control? I just got off the ship not long ago. And now it's under control? What a coincidence. I just received orders to enforce control here during the conference. No one is allowed near the dock, otherwise. Don't blame me for being rude." The warrior gripped the hilt of his sword. Lin Shun furrowed his brow and replied, "I'm used to resting on the ship. If I can't go on board, where am I supposed to rest? There are many inns on the island. You can find a place to rest there," the warrior said coldly. Lin Shun fell silent for a moment, then turned to leave with the two of them. "Lord, their strength isn't strong. We can just storm in," Plank whispered. "I can't strike first. If I do, the people from Sakura country will have the opportunity to retaliate. And Dragon country will be at a disadvantage. There's no rush, since they've enforced control at the dock, forcing me to stay at an inn on the island. It means they're planning to take action. We'll wait for them to make a move and then seize the opportunity," Lin Shun said calmly. He randomly chose an inn to stay in and lay down to rest in his room. He also summoned Xiao Bai from the realm of the undead. Xiao Bai was more sensitive to danger than anyone else. With it around, any surprise attack would be detected. As night fell, dim yellow lights began to illuminate the novice island, barely dispelling some of the darkness. Many players from Sakura country wandered the streets outside. Lin Shun remained in his room, waiting. Time passed slowly, and soon it was deep into the night. The streets were deserted, and even the yellow streetlights had been turned off. Outside, it was pitch black, as if everything had fallen into a deep slumber. Suddenly, Xiao Bai, who had been sleeping beside Lin Shun, perked up and looked towards the door. Lin Shun opened his eyes and also turned to the door. He knew someone was coming. Catherine, who had been pretending to sleep nearby, also opened her eyes. "Sir," she whispered. Lin Shun nodded slightly, understanding. Someone is coming. It seems they are ready to take action. There are at least 5 of them. When the fighting starts, if we can capture any alive, do so. If not, eliminate them without mercy, he said in a low voice. As soon as he finished speaking, faint footsteps echoed from the corridor outside. The sound was so subdued that if it weren't for Lin Shun's exceptionally sharp senses, he might not have noticed it at all. The footsteps stopped at the door, and then a slender tube, like a silver needle, slowly slipped through the crack. A thin wisp of smoke poured out from the tube, filling the entire room. Moments later, a small knife poked through the gap and struck the door lock. With a sharp clang, the lock broke apart, and the door creaked open. A man dressed in black and wearing a demon mask quietly stepped inside. However, he was met with a sharp bone spear. Swoosh! The spear pierced through his chest, pinning him to the wall behind. The black-clad man's health bar plummeted instantly. He was momentarily stunned, then shouted, "Ambush!" The group outside, ready to attack, froze in shock. They never expected that the person inside was lying in wait. A group of rats, yet they dared to accuse others of ambushing? A cold voice echoed in their ears. A figure clad in a black robe, wielding a massive scythe, stepped out from within. A white tiger, the size of a wolf dog, followed closely beside him, its eyes gleaming with icy intensity, letting out low growls. The few ninjas were initially startled, but quickly regained their composure. "Retreat," one ninja shouted. He pulled out a pitch-black sphere from his pocket and smashed it onto the ground. Boom! The sphere exploded, releasing a thick cloud of black smoke. The other ninjas also took out their black spheres and smashed them to the ground, creating a wall of darkness that obscured Lin Chen's view. However, Lin Chen remained unfazed by the billowing smoke. "Catherine, Xiaobai, it's up to you," he said. "Yes, sir," Catherine nodded slightly. Xiaobai let out an excited howl beside her. In the alley outside the inn, the ninjas gathered together, visibly agitated. The leader gritted his teeth and said, "Bastards. A bunch of useless fools. You didn't even confirm the situation before taking action." The other ninjas lowered their heads, not daring to say a word. "Mission failed. Return for punishment," the leader said coldly. After that, he turned to leave. "Today, you won't be going back." A chilling voice interrupted. Everyone turned to look. A woman in a black mage robe, sporting pointed ears, stood at the mouth of the alley, holding a staff. Her golden-green eyes scanned the group. The ninjas were taken aback, then one exclaimed, "That's the woman beside Lin Chen. She looks like the legendary night elf." "Impossible. Night elves are supposed to be extinct. How could one be here?" The leader of the ninjas glared at Catherine and said coldly, "What do you want?" "My lord personally instructed me to capture all of you, so you might as well give up resisting," Catherine said casually. "Humph, you think you can take us on?" "What a joke," the lead ninja scoffed. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand, and a shuriken shot toward Catherine at lightning speed. Just as the shuriken was about to hit her, Catherine waved her delicate hand, and it seemed as if an invisible force grasped the shuriken, rendering it motionless. Seeing this, the other ninjas sprang into action simultaneously. In an instant, a barrage of shurikens rained down on Catherine, her eyes illuminated with a dark purple glow. With a light tap of her toes, she moved like a fish through the torrent of shurikens, gracefully landing on the ground. Chapter 85, Assassination Fails. Second plan unfolds. The expressions of the numerous ninjas changed dramatically. They never imagined that Catherine could dodge all the shurikens. "Don't hold back, just kill her," the leader of the ninjas said coldly. He raised his hand, and brilliant lightning gathered in his palm, illuminating the entire alley as bright as day. Lightning shuriken. With a swift motion of his hand, the shuriken transformed into a streak of light, shooting rapidly towards Catherine. Weakened arrow. Catherine showed no fear. She raised her staff, and countless strands of dark magic intertwined before her, forming a pitch-black arrow. Swoosh. The weakened arrow collided instantly with the lightning shuriken. The shuriken melted away like snow under the sun, consumed in an instant. The darkness that followed left all the ninjas disoriented, like headless flies, frantically searching their surroundings. In the next moment, a cold voice echoed in one of the ninja's ears. Before the ninja could react, a dark vine shot up from the ground like a venomous snake, piercing through his heart in an instant. The ninja's eyes widened in shock, filled with disbelief. His health bar dropped to 0, and his body shattered into countless specks of light that faded away. Using the momentary light, the other ninjas quickly locked onto Catherine's position and launched their attacks. However, Catherine vanished into the darkness like a ghost. The mental state of the ninjas began to crumble. They were used to treating their enemies this way and had never been on the receiving end before. Despair started to rise from the depths of their hearts. The leader of the ninjas gritted his teeth and said, "Scatter and retreat." With that, he dashed off in one direction. Upon hearing this, the other ninjas quickly dispersed to escape. Catherine frowned slightly, her eyes glinting with cold light. "Xiaobai, take care of those over there. I'll handle the ones here." Roar. In the darkness, Xiaobai let out a low growl and quickly chased after the few ninjas. Catherine went straight after the leader. With her affinity for darkness, her abilities were greatly enhanced in the shadows, even surpassing the agility of the nimble ninjas. In just a minute, Catherine was already behind the leader. Weakened arrow. Catherine raised her hand, and the dark arrow shot toward the ninja. The speed of the arrow was so fast it resembled a bullet, hitting the ninja in the blink of an eye. The ninja let out a muffled grunt and crashed heavily to the ground. Clenching his teeth, he tried to get up, but felt utterly powerless. Catherine lifted her hand again, and a dark vine burst forth from the ground, binding the ninja tightly. She then turned to pursue the other ninjas. In just a few minutes, all the escaping ninjas had been captured. "We can just take them back to the master," Catherine murmured. Did you catch them all? Lin Chen's voice came from behind her. Catherine turned around and saw Lin Chen walking briskly towards her. A smile appeared on her face as she nodded and said, "I've caught them all, sir." Lin Chen reached Catherine's side, nodding in satisfaction with a smile. "You've done very well." Flattered by Lin Chen's praise, Catherine felt a blush creep onto her cheeks, her heart swelling with joy. Suddenly, Xiaobai let out a low growl and lunged at Lin Chen. Lin Chen's expression changed, and he took 2 steps back, glaring at Xiaobai. "What are you doing?" "I'm your master." "Because you're an imposter, of course Xiaobai can tell." A calm voice rang out. Everyone turned to see Lin Chen holding the scythe of catastrophe approaching, with Plank following closely behind him. "You bastard." The fake Lin Chen gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "I underestimated you." With a flick of his wrist, several throwing darts shot towards the vital points of the ninjas. In an instant, the darts pierced through the ninjas' critical spots, and they fell dead, turning to dust and disappearing. He then quickly fled into the distance, vanishing into the night. Catherine was about to chase after him, but Lin Chen stopped her. "There's no need to pursue. He runs too fast. You won't catch him," Lin Chen said. Catherine, frustrated, replied, "I finally captured those prisoners, and he killed them all. He probably came just to eliminate those ninjas to avoid leaving any evidence. This is truly in line with the Sakura country's usual style. Forget it. Let's head back and rest." "They probably won't make any moves for now," Lin Chen suggested. "Understood." Everyone agreed as they returned to the inn to rest. Meanwhile, in the main hall of the Yuan mansion, Yuan Dia was sitting at a table sipping tea, seemingly waiting for someone. Soon, the door opened, and a figure wrapped in a black robe walked in. "Greetings, Lord Mansion Master." Yuan Dia stared at his teacup and asked, "Was the target dealt with?" The black-robed figure hesitated for a moment before replying, "The assassination failed." Yuan Dia took a deep breath, his expression darkening. "Why?" "The woman beside Lin Chen seems to be the legendary night elf. She single-handedly took out everyone from the shadow department. I disguised myself as Lin Chen to get close for the assassination, but I was detected by a white tiger. It seems that Lin Chen's companion is quite extraordinary to have a night elf with him. Assassinating him is impossible now. We should proceed according to the original plan. You can leave now and rest. Today's events must be kept secret. No one can know." "Understood." The next day, Lin Chen had just woken up when he heard a knock at the door. "Who is it?" Lin Chen asked. "Mr. Lin Chen, I am Jiang K-suk, the steward of the Yuan mansion. Lord Mansion Master has sent me to invite you to a gathering at the mansion." "Another invitation?" "It's not just you. There are other young talents from various countries. The purpose of this gathering is to discuss this year's grand event, and we hope you can grace us with your presence." Lin Chen frowned and muttered to himself, "What is this guy up to?" After a moment of thought, he replied, "Give me a moment." Soon, he finished preparing and followed Xiao Jiang and Kong Jie to the Yuan mansion. Compared to yesterday, the Yuan mansion was bustling with activity today. Numerous new players, dressed in various styles, gathered in the courtyard, chatting away. Among them were not only players from Sakura country, but also many from other nations. Upon seeing Lin Chen, the players cast curious, puzzled, and even provocative glances his way. Ignoring their stares, Lin Chen casually found a spot in the courtyard to sit down and waited quietly. At that moment, a muscular man carrying a giant axe approached Lin Chen. He slammed his hand down on the tea table in front of Lin Chen, causing several cracks to appear. "So you're the top new player, Lin Chen? You don't look that special to me." Chapter 86. Forest Hunting Battle. Lin Chen glanced at him and asked, "Who are you?" The burly man patted his chest, a proud expression on his face, and said, "Since you asked, I'll tell you. Remember this. My name is Jackson, ranked 9th on the beautiful country leaderboard." Lin Chen shook his head and replied, "Never heard of you. I only pay attention to the top 10 on the world leaderboard." Jackson's expression instantly soured. He leaned in closer, glaring at Lin Chen coldly, and said, "Very well, I'll remember your words. It won't be long before you're kneeling before me, begging for mercy." "With just you? You don't have that ability," Lin Chen continued. Jackson's face turned red with anger. He reached out to grab Lin Chen by the collar. Lin Chen pushed off the ground, causing his chair to slide back. Jackson's hand grasped nothing but air. Undeterred, Jackson took a step forward, using his other hand to lunge at Lin Chen. However, Lin Chen was much faster. He swiftly grabbed Jackson by the shirt and effortlessly lifted him up. Everyone present was wide-eyed in shock. They never expected that Jackson, the 9th-ranked master of the beautiful country, would be lifted so easily by Lin Chen. "I don't like flies buzzing around my ears. Get lost," Lin Chen said, casually tossing Jackson aside. Jackson flew through the air and crashed into a nearby rock formation, causing it to collapse. The others stared at Lin Chen in stunned silence, not daring to utter a word for fear of being thrown out in the same manner. Just as Jackson was struggling to get up from the rubble, Yuan Day stepped out from inside the building. Yuan Day scanned the crowd, a smile appearing on his face. Welcome everyone to this grand tournament. I am Yuan Day, the governor of the newbie island in Sakura country. Everyone turned to look at Yuan Day, eagerly awaiting his next words. Yuan Day continued with a grin. After discussion, we have decided on the format for the tournament, a forest hunting battle. The rules are very simple. Each participant will be given a token, and whoever collects the most tokens within a day will be declared the champion. As this is our first tournament, the champion will receive a piece of golden grade equipment and a skill book as prizes. Upon hearing this, the crowd's breathing grew heavy. Golden grade equipment. Such items are incredibly valuable, no matter where they are placed, coupled with a skill book. The total worth of these two items is at least several 100,000 gold coins. Lin Chen, who had initially been disinterested, suddenly felt a spark of interest upon hearing the prizes. The competition will start tomorrow. After the tournament, the sea area restrictions will also be lifted. Please take the day to rest and prepare for tomorrow's battle, Yuan Day said with a smile. Cheers erupted from the crowd. Maidens entered the courtyard, carrying trays filled with delicious food. The other players began to feast heartily. Just as Lin Chen was about to leave, he saw Yuan Dayu approaching him. With a smile, Yuan Dayu said, "Mr. Lin Chen, how was your rest yesterday?" Lin Chen replied with a faint smile, "Thanks to you, it was quite good." It seemed that Yuan Dayu didn't catch the underlying meaning in Lin Chen's words. He chuckled and said, "As long as you rested well. I wonder if you're interested in tomorrow's competition?" Lin Chen responded straightforwardly, "I'm indeed interested in the prizes, but I'm not sure if you will honor your promises." "That is absolutely impossible. Our Sakura country is known for keeping our word. There will be no such thing as reneging." Yuan Dayu hurriedly replied, "That's good to hear. I will participate in the competition," Lin Chen said. "Haha, then I'm looking forward to your performance," Yuan Dayu smiled. Lin Chen didn't linger and left directly. Watching Lin Chen's departing figure, a cold smile appeared on Yuan Dayu's face. "Notify everyone. Whoever can kill Lin Chen will receive a piece of golden level equipment and a skill book." "Understood," Xiao Jiang Kanjia nodded. The next day, Lin Chen arrived alone at the main office. Other players were already waiting in the courtyard. Soon after, the butler, Xiao Jiang Kanjia, emerged from the house with a smile and said, "Welcome everyone to this forest hunting battle. Please follow me." He walked straight towards the back, and everyone followed behind. Before long, they arrived at a dense forest. Thick walls surrounded the forest, and several large gates were built into the walls. Xiao Jiang Kanjia said, "Please follow the samurai's instructions and enter through different gates." The crowd, originally numbering nearly 100, quickly divided into 8 teams, each following a samurai to an entrance. Soon, they reached the entrance. The samurai opened the gate and said, "You may enter. The hunt can be life or death, so prepare yourselves mentally." Without hesitation, Lin Chen stepped into the forest. He looked around. The trees were tall, blocking out much of the sunlight, making the entire forest appear somewhat dark. Following Lin Chen, the remaining players also walked in. The gate behind them was slammed shut with a bang. The few players stared intensely at Lin Chen. Like beasts catching a whiff of food, their eyes filled with greed. "If you want to make a move, just come," Lin Chen said casually. Hearing this, the expressions of the others twisted into sinister smiles. "Hee, Lin Chen, don't blame us. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for provoking the wrong people," sneered a short young man with dark skin. "That's right. Just surrender and save yourself some suffering," another person coldly laughed. "Why waste time talking? If you want to fight, just do it," Lin Chen said, digging at his ear, a hint of impatience in his voice. The expressions of the others changed, their eyes radiating murderous intent. "Bastard, even facing death you're still so arrogant. Go, kill him." As soon as the words were spoken, several people charged towards Lin Chen. Blades clashed, and darts flew towards the vital points of his body. With a thought, the scythe of calamity appeared in Lin Chen's hand. He swung it fiercely, the sharp, cold light slicing forward. Clang! The darts collided with the scythe of calamity and were instantly knocked away, clattering to the ground. However, the scythe's momentum didn't wane. It quickly struck at the other attackers. Bang! The scythe crashed against the swords, producing a thunderous sound. The warriors and swordsmen were immediately pushed back several steps by the force. They stared at Lin Chen in shock, their eyes wide. How could this guy be so strong? Is he a mage or a warrior? Such power. Adjust tactics, split up, and fight. Chapter 87. It's me, surprised? The group of people that had gathered together suddenly dispersed. A gunslinger raised his firearm, aimed at Lin Chen, and fired without hesitation. The remaining members launched their attacks on Lin Chen from different angles. It had been a long time since he had summoned them. Now was the time. Lin Chen murmured to himself as he gently caressed the disaster pendant, coldly stating, "Come forth, zombie army." The disaster pendant erupted with dazzling light, forming a portal beside Lin Chen. Horrifying zombies surged out from the portal. The sudden appearance of these zombies caused everyone's expressions to change. What are these things? They look terrifying. Is this a new type of monster? Forget about Lin Shan for now. We need to deal with these monsters first. The group quickly redirected their focus and attacked the zombies. Blades flashed as several zombies had their heads easily severed, their bodies collapsing to the ground. However, before they could catch their breath, the remaining zombies were already upon them. Screams akin to those of slaughtered pigs erupted. The zombies piled on top of the few people, ravenously tearing into their flesh and blood. No matter how hard they struggled, it was futile. In just a matter of moments, they were all reduced to mere fragments. Lin Shan stepped forward and collected the tokens, casually tossing them into his pocket. Next, let us take care of the others, he said nonchalantly. The zombies disappeared into the woods, quickly vanishing from sight. At that moment, at the other entrances, players from various nations had all entered the forest. Everyone quickly gathered towards the center of the woods. The area was relatively small, and within half an hour, they had reached the heart of the forest. Jackson scanned the crowd and coldly asked, "Is everyone here?" A player from the White Elephant Nation spoke up. A few people haven't arrived yet. They came in through the same entrance as Lin Shan. Upon hearing this, the group fell silent. They all understood what the absence of those individuals implied. Jackson scoffed. It's truly laughable. Those useless fools must be trying to hoard the rewards for themselves. It serves them right if they were killed by Lin Shan. Now you all understand, right? We must all join forces to have any chance of defeating Lin Shan. Otherwise, just a few of us cannot possibly stand against him. Now, I'll assign the tasks. All Agile classes will search for Lin Shan's whereabouts. If there's any discovery, report to us immediately without taking independent action. The rest prepare traps. We must use every means possible to deal with Lin Shan. We cannot afford to be careless. The others nodded in agreement. Let us go. All assassins and killers rushed into the forest. Jackson and the others patiently awaited intelligence. Outside the forest, Yuan Dai stood with a smile on his face. Kei Suk Xiao smiled and said, "Master, we can definitely take care of Lin Shan this time, right?" Yuan Dai replied confidently, "Of course. This time we've gathered experts from various countries. With so many skilled fighters, even if Lin Shan is strong, he won't stand a chance." Kei Suk Xiao nodded. "That's right. All thanks to you, Master. Now we just need to patiently wait for them to deal with Lin Shan." Jackson and the others waited for a long time but still received no news. He began to feel impatient. What's going on? Not even a single update. Have they not even seen Lin Shan's shadow? Let's contact them and find out what's happening. All right. His teammates all nodded in agreement. They quickly opened their communicators to reach out to their teammates who had gone out for reconnaissance. However, as soon as they powered on the devices, they froze in shock. This can't be happening. One person exclaimed. "What is it?" Jackson said, his face filled with irritation. "Mr. Jackson, the information about my teammates has disappeared from my communicator." The shocked individual replied. "Me too. My friend's information is gone as well. I remember that when information disappears, it means they are no longer in the middle world. Could it be that they've all been taken out by Lin Shan? No way. If Lin Shan had killed them, there would still be some trace of them." The group buzzed with speculation. Jackson angrily shouted, "Everyone be quiet." All voices fell silent. No one dared to speak. No one is to leave now. We can't let that guy Lin Shan pick us off one by one. Jackson gritted his teeth. The others nodded in agreement, showing their support. Just then, rustling footsteps came from the trees behind them. Jackson turned around abruptly and shouted, "Who is there? Come out." A figure slowly emerged from the woods, stepping toward the group. When Jackson and the others clearly saw the person's appearance, they all gasped in horror and took several steps back. A monster. What kind of monster is this? Is there still some creature the master has unleashed here? Calm down. Stay calm. Jackson clenched his jaw and grabbed the massive axe beside him, roaring as he swung it at the zombie. With a whoosh, the heavy axe descended with terrifying force, instantly splitting the zombie in two, dark blood spilling everywhere, emitting a foul stench. A smile appeared on Jackson's face. I told you, these monsters are no match for us. There's nothing to be afraid of." But just as he finished speaking, the surrounding woods erupted with rustling sounds. Then, hundreds and thousands of zombies slowly emerged from the trees, marching step by step toward Jackson and his group. Jackson's smile vanished in an instant, replaced by an overwhelming sense of despair. As the sun set in the west, Yuan Dai sat quietly at the exit, waiting. His face was full of anticipation. Who could it be that killed Lin Shan? Xiao Jiangkangji smiled and said, "I guess it must be the Master Jackson from the Beautiful Country or the expert Pulley from the White Elephant Country. They have the highest levels and the strongest combat power." Yuan Dai nodded slightly. "You make a good point." Suddenly, Xiao Jiangkangji pointed toward the exit and exclaimed, "My lord, look. It seems someone is coming out of the exit." Yuan Dai's eyes lit up, and he quickly stood up, saying, "Let's go check it out." He hurried toward the exit. The samurai beside him held a torch, following closely as they approached the dark exit, illuminating it. Yuan Dai looked at the silhouette with a beaming smile. As the figure stepped closer to the exit, the firelight revealed the person's face. Yuan Dai's expression suddenly changed dramatically, as if he had seen a ghost. Linchin. Linchin lifted his head, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. It's me. Surprised, aren't you? Chapter 88. The banquet at Hamin. Yuan Dai forced a smile and said, how could that be? Linchin, why are you out here alone? Where are the others? Linchin pulled out a pile of tokens from his pocket and tossed them onto the ground, making a clattering sound. The people around him stared wide-eyed, dumbfounded by the bloody tokens scattered across the floor. A rough count revealed at least dozens of them. These tokens are. Yuan Dai looked at Linchin in disbelief. These are the tokens of the others. They've all been taken care of, and I am the champion, Linchin said casually. The surrounding warriors exchanged glances, seeing the shock reflected in each other's eyes. Yuan Dai's heart was also filled with astonishment. However, he quickly suppressed his inner shock. With a smile on his face, he said, congratulations, Linchin. You've managed to secure the championship so easily. Your strength is far beyond what I imagined. I'll arrange for a banquet to celebrate your victory. You are the first champion of the forest hunting competition. And I plan to place your statue at the entrance for future generations to admire. Yuan Dai led Linchin back to his residence. Inside, gas lamps were lit, illuminating the entire Yuan Manor. In the main hall of the manor, a large square table was set in the center. Yuan Dai and Linchin sat on opposite sides of the table, which was filled with a variety of exquisite dishes. Yuan Dai, wearing a friendly smile, said, congratulations, Linchin, on winning the championship. This feast is in your honor. Master of the manor, I'm curious about the championess reward. Surely you want to keep it for yourself? Linchin inquired. Of course not. Someone, bring out the prepared champion's reward. A maid approached Linchin holding a tray. On it lay a ring and a skill book. Linchin examined the ring's attributes. Ring of water control. Quality, gold. Mental strength, 300. Water magic power, 20. Skill, wave strike. Summons a wave to attack enemies. Those hit by the wave will be stunned for 1 second. Description, a ring rich in water elements, capable of controlling massive waves to attack foes. Can be equipped after level 20. Restricted class, mage. Though the quality of the equipment was decent, the class restriction was quite limiting. For a water mage, this item would be a treasure, but for an ordinary mage, the attributes fell short. However, Linchin wasn't worried at all. He turned his attention to the other skill book. Water mirage quality, silver. Description, manipulates water elements to summon a shadow identical to the caster to confuse enemies. The clone has no attack power and will dissipate when attacked. Linchin smiled as he accepted both skill books. Thank you, Master of the Manor. Haha. No need to be polite. This is all you deserve. Now, dig in. Yuan Dai warmly urged. Linchin didn't hold back and began to feast heartily. Soon, most of the dishes on the table were nearly finished. Linchin asked, Lord Yuan, since the hunting competition has ended, the restrictions at sea should be lifted, right? Yuan Dai nodded. Of course, the restrictions will be lifted soon. You can rest assured about that. Linchin felt a surge of joy in his heart. As long as the restrictions were lifted, he could leave immediately. However, before he could enjoy the moment, Yuan Dai continued, although the restrictions at sea have been lifted, your ship will still be under control for a period of time. Linchin's expression darkened. Why is that? Because you've received the champion's reward. You must also fulfill the duties of a champion. You will serve as a guard on the Novice Island for 1 year, and only after that can you leave. Yuan Dai said leisurely. Linchin clenched his fists and replied coldly, Lord Yuan, you didn't mention this requirement before the competition. Yuan Dai looked at Linchin as if he were an idiot. While I didn't say it, this requirement has always existed. You just didn't know. Don't worry, even if you serve as a guard on the Novice Island, I won't treat you unfairly. Linchin suddenly stood up, saying, I won't stay here to be some ridiculous guard. I refuse to accept this. With that, he turned to leave. Yuan Dai shook his head with a smile. Young people are just impulsive. As his words fell, a large group of armed warriors rushed out from the side, blocking Linchin's path. Linchin narrowed his eyes and said coldly, Lord Yuan, what do you mean by this? Do you plan to force me to stay? As long as you fulfill your duties properly, I certainly won't harm you. But if you think you can just leave like this, that is absolutely impossible. Do you really think your guards can stop me? Linchin's expression turned calm, but beneath that calmness was an even greater surge of turmoil. Open the Undying Realm, Linchin shouted. A dazzling portal opened beside him, and terrifying zombies began to emerge from it, roaring as they did. Yuan Dai's smile gradually faded as he stared at Linchin, saying coldly, These monsters are your trump card, huh? I'm quite curious what your profession really is. But if you think you can break out of the main estate with this group of monsters, you are terribly naive. Attack. The warriors, already eager to act, rushed toward Lin Shun, weapons drawn. Lin Shun coldly commanded, "Leave none alive. Kill them all." The zombies roared in response, launching themselves into battle against the warriors. The fight was extremely intense. In just the first exchange, several warriors fell beneath the claws of the zombies, but many zombies were also slain by the warriors. In an instant, the entire hall was filled with dismembered limbs and corpses, the thick smell of blood permeating the air, making one feel nauseated. In the midst of the battle, Lin Shen's figure flickered as he swiftly charged towards the main gate of the mansion. However, as he arrived at the entrance, he saw Catherine rushing in from outside. "Sir," Catherine shouted loudly. Yet, Lin Shen showed no signs of stopping. The scythe of catastrophe in his hand swung directly towards Catherine's neck. Catherine's expression changed drastically as she hurriedly dodged to the side, barely avoiding the strike. "Sir, why are you trying to kill me?" she exclaimed in shock, staring at Lin Shen. "The rough disguise is utterly ineffective against me," Lin Shen replied coldly. Catherine was taken aback for a moment, then a cold smile spread across her face. "I can't believe you actually figured it out." Saying this, she suddenly tore open her clothing, revealing a pitch-black cloak underneath. Chapter 89. The Eye of Blood Demon Lin Shen stared at the figure in the black robe before him. This black-robed person was the one who had impersonated him on the night of the assassination attempt. "Lin Shen, I truly admire you. In such a dire situation, you still haven't chosen to surrender? If I were in your place, I'd definitely be on my knees begging for mercy by now," the black-robed figure sneered. "What do you consider a dire situation?" Lin Shen replied nonchalantly with a smile. "With you lot, you don't even have the right to say that." He brandished the scythe of catastrophe and charged at the black-robed figure. Despite the black-robed person's casual words, he had no choice but to give it his all against Lin Shen's assault. He quickly dodged to the left, trying to evade Lin Shen's attack. However, just as the scythe of catastrophe was about to strike, Lin Shen suddenly pulled back and swiftly dashed towards the entrance of the source mansion. The black-robed figure was momentarily stunned, then quickly reacted, "Bastard, how dare you trick me?" His face turned ashen with anger. He couldn't believe he had been deceived by a novice player. "You're asking for death." He flickered forward like a ghost, rushing toward Lin Shen. When he got close to Lin Shen abruptly halted, raised his hand, and shouted, "Bone spear." The black-robed figure sneered. "You think you can trick me again? Do you really believe I would fall for the same trick twice?" He lunged at Lin Shen's back with a dagger. Just as he was less than a meter away from Lin Shen, a sharp bone spear shot out, piercing through his shoulder and causing blood to gush forth. "Ah!" The black-robed figure let out a scream akin to a slaughtered pig. Lin Shen had no intention of holding back. He swung the scythe of catastrophe with a sharp whoosh, aiming straight for the black-robed figure's neck. Just as the scythe was about to sever the black-robed figure's head, a piercing sound cut through the air nearby. The target was Lin Shen. If Lin Shen were to forcefully kill the black-robed figure now, he would undoubtedly be heavily injured by the attack coming from the side. Lin Shen didn't want to exchange injuries with his opponent. He swiftly retracted the scythe of catastrophe and dodged the incoming attack. "Heh, Lin Shen, nice reflexes," a voice chuckled. Lin Shen turned to see Yuan Dayu standing not far away, wielding a katana. A line of crimson blood ran down the blade, looking extremely eerie. "My sword hasn't tasted blood in a long time. It's rare to stretch my muscles. I hope you won't disappoint me too much," Yuan Dayu said, gently stroking the blade as if caressing his most beloved woman. Lin Shen frowned slightly. He couldn't see any information about Yuan Dayu. It was clear that Yuan Dayu's strength was far beyond his own. However, there were restrictions in the novice sea area. No matter how strong Yuan Dayu was, he could only exert the power of a level 20 player. This was an opportunity. Yuan Dayu's gaze locked onto Lin Shen, and in an instant, he swung the katana, launching a fierce blade toward Lin Shen. Lin Shen instinctively raised the scythe of catastrophe to block in front of him. Swoosh! The blade sliced through the air. Lin Shen's health bar instantly dropped significantly. He hadn't had a chance to counterattack when Yuan Dayu struck again with a swift slash. The blade moved with incredible speed, almost instantly appearing in front of Lin Shen. Lin Shen raised the scythe of calamity to block in front of him once more. The blade swept past him, and Lin Shen lost another chunk of health. A smirk appeared on Yuan Dai's face as he taunted. "I thought you were supposed to be impressive, Lin Shen? What's wrong? Can't even fight back now? I had a mind to recruit you. If you were willing to join us, I could have given you a chance. But alas, since you refused to listen, I have no choice but to destroy you." Lin Shen narrowed his eyes. Gritting his teeth, he bolted toward the entrance of the main hall. "Trying to escape? You won't get the chance." Yuan Dai's voice turned icy. He swung his katana at Lin Shen with a fierce strike. The red line on the blade lit up instantly, and a thick scent of blood filled the courtyard. The crimson blade hurtled toward Lin Chen. Just as it was about to strike him, Lin Chen focused his mind and activated the phantom shadow. His body became ethereal when the blood-red blade made contact. It passed right through him, crashing into the nearby wall with a thunderous boom. The sturdy wall collapsed, sending dust flying everywhere. However, Lin Chen had already vanished without a trace. Damn it. Yuan Dia squinted his eyes and commanded coldly, "Go after him. He can't have gone far." "Yes." The cloaked figure replied respectfully. Yuan Dia then turned his gaze to the zombies in the courtyard. Within a short time, he eliminated all of them. He then instructed the warriors to search for Lin Chen's whereabouts. Meanwhile, Lin Chen was hiding in a small grove outside the Yuan estate. "Damn it. Once I get stronger, the first thing I'll do is take you down," Lin Chen muttered through gritted teeth. Looking at the zombies he had easily dismantled, he felt a pang of regret. After this encounter, he had lost nearly a fifth of his zombie numbers. It was a significant loss. All he could do now was hope that the equipment could be modified into something useful. He carefully took out the ring and skill book, directly initiating the Necromancer's modification. The pitch-black liquid quickly enveloped the pendant. Soon, a system notification chimed in. Water control ring has been successfully modified. The dark liquid receded, revealing a brand new ring. It resembled a blood-red eyeball, looking somewhat eerie. Lin Chen examined the properties of this new ring. Eye of Blood Demon, quality, platinum, mental power, 500, magic lifesteal, 10, skill 1. Blood Demon Seal, seals the enemy's skills for 5 seconds. If the enemy's skill is charging, it can be interrupted. Skill 2, Blood Demon Devour, summons a blood demon to consume the enemy. All damage dealt by the blood demon is converted into health to heal the user. Description, a ring that seals the legendary terrifying blood demon, once released. It will deliver a horrifying blow to enemies. Can be equipped after level 20, restricted class, Necromancer. Lin Chen was overjoyed. This new ring was far stronger than the previous one. Not only did it enhance his base attributes, but it also came with 2 powerful skills, the ability to seal enemy skills and an offensive skill on top of that. Coupled with the ring's built-in life steal, he was now unafraid to exchange blows with his enemies. He glanced at the skill book, Water Mirage. He wondered what powerful skills would emerge after its transformation. Filled with anticipation, Lin Chen placed his hand on the skill book and focused his thoughts, activating the necromantic transformation. A pitch-black liquid quickly enveloped the skill book. Soon, the system notification rang out. Water Mirage transformation complete. Chapter 90. Shadow Clone. Lin Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart. He was just about to check out what this new skill was when a sharp shout rang out from outside. "Lin Chen is here. We spotted him. Quickly surround him. We can't let him escape." A large group of warriors, armed and ready, closed in on him. They looked at Lin Chen's health bar, their faces lighting up with ecstasy. "He's only got half his health left. Let's kill him." The Lord said that whoever takes down Lin Chen will be rewarded with 1,000,000 gold coins. The greed in their eyes sparkled like green light. At that moment, Lin Chen appeared to them as if he were a walking 1,000,000 gold coins. The crowd quickly surrounded Lin Chen. He raised his head and coldly stared at the group of warriors. They were momentarily startled by his gaze. However, they quickly regained their composure. He was already trapped like a fish in a barrel, so why fear? Just take him down. One warrior drew his sword and roared as he charged at Lin Chen. The sword swung down, aiming straight for Lin Chen's head. Bone spear. Lin Chen waved his hand, and a sharp bone spear shot out towards the warrior in an instant. The spear easily pierced through the warrior's heart, instantly draining his health bar. Lin Chen felt a warm surge of energy flowing into his body, slightly replenishing his health. His eyes brightened. The Eye of Blood magic is indeed useful, he murmured to himself. His gaze shifted to the remaining warriors. Those warriors were frightened by Lin Chen's previous attack, stepping back a few paces and eyeing him warily, too scared to make a move. However, Lin Chen had no intention of letting them off the hook. As he lifted the scythe of calamity, preparing to charge at the warriors, a sharp blade suddenly came slicing towards him from the left. He instinctively dodged, but the blade still grazed his shoulder, leaving a deep cut and causing his health to drop significantly. Lin Chen furrowed his brows and turned to see Yuan Day stepping forward, wielding the warrior's sword. "Lin Chen, surrender quietly. There's no way you can escape," Yuan Day said coldly. Yet, Lin Chen paid no attention to Yuan Day's words. He turned and sprinted away. Yuan Day quickly pursued him. Although Lin Chen was already running at high speed, Yuan Day was evidently faster. The distance between them continued to close. "Stop right there." Yuan Day's eyes turned increasingly icy. He swung the sword with force towards Lin Chen. The sharp blade whistled through the air, almost instantly reaching Lin Chen's back. Lin Chen tried desperately to dodge to the side, but he was still grazed by the blade, causing his health to drop even further as he crashed heavily to the ground. After just a few exchanges, he was left with barely a sliver of health. With a cold smile on his face, Yuan Dai approached Lin Chen step by step, sword in hand. Heh, Lin Chen, I've already given you a chance to live. But you didn't appreciate it. Now prepare to die? Lin Chen also smiled, murmuring to himself. Heh, getting this far should be about enough. Yuan Dai furrowed his brows, suddenly filled with a sense of foreboding. What did you say? Lin Chen sneered. I've played with you long enough. It's about time to say goodbye. As the words left his lips, Lin Chen instantly transformed into a cloud of black mist and vanished. Yuan Dai's expression changed dramatically. He rushed to the spot where Lin Chen had just been, but no matter how he searched, there was no trace of him. As if he had disappeared into thin air. This is impossible. How could he just vanish like that? Yuan Dai clenched his fists, shock evident in his eyes. Damn it. He swung the katana in his hand, the sharp blade slicing through a nearby building in half. At that moment, in a small alley at the dock of the Novice Island in Sakura country, a figure clad in a black robe quietly appeared. It was Lin Chen. Phew. Finally shaken off that guy. I owe it all to the skill book he gave me. Lin Chen sighed with relief, a smile spreading across his face. He opened his skill panel, revealing a new skill, Shadow Clone. Shadow Clone LV. 1. Summon a clone with 50 of the main body S strength. Can swap positions once during the clone S duration. Though this skill offered limited enhancement to combat power, it was perfect for escaping. When Yuan Dai had been chasing him earlier, Lin Chen had summoned the clone and directed it to flee toward the dock. Once the timing was right, he had swapped places with the clone, leaving Yuan Dai grasping at nothing. He turned his gaze toward the dock. While Yuan Dai hasn't caught on yet, I need to act quickly and reclaim the ship. Lin Chen murmured to himself. His eyes scanned the surrounding samurai. They were all level 20, boasting impressive combat power. Checking his own health, he saw that he was down to a third. I need to recover some health first. Lin Chen quietly approached the nearest samurai. As he reached the warrior, he raised his hand, and a bone spear shot out, piercing the samurai's heart. The warrior's eyes widened in shock as his health bar emptied, and he shattered into fragments. A surge of blood-red light entered Lin Chen's body, significantly replenishing his health. The other samurai quickly noticed the commotion. They were initially stunned, but soon began shouting, "Enemy attack! Quick, catch him! We can't let him escape! Kill him!" A large group of samurai charged toward Lin Chen, weapons in hand. Facing the oncoming samurai, Lin Chen showed no fear, brandishing the scythe of catastrophe. He charged into the horde like a god of death. With each swing of the scythe, the samurai were no match for him, and he easily slaughtered over a dozen of them. Covered in blood, his eyes gleamed with killing intent. The captain of the samurai gritted his teeth and said coldly, "Fall back. Immediately notify the lord of the manor. We must keep an eye on him and absolutely cannot let him escape." Yes, the group of samurai surrounded Lin Chen, none daring to step forward for fear of becoming his target. Lin Chen, however, showed no hesitation and charged straight toward the dock. The samurai, witnessing this, didn't dare to intervene and could only watch helplessly as Lin Chen boarded the ship, the disaster. Plank and Catherine had long been waiting nearby. Upon seeing Lin Chen return to the ship, they quickly rushed aboard to meet him. Once everyone was gathered, Lin Chen immediately commanded, "Set sail. Head for Sunken Whale Island." The disaster departed from the dock, heading towards Sunken Whale Island. Meanwhile, in the distance, Yuan Dai spotted the ship leaving the harbor. His expression darkened significantly. These useless fools. They can't even keep an eye on a single ship. Issue a bounty immediately. Lin Chen of the Dragon Kingdom has stolen treasures from my manor and is now wanted. Chapter 91. Goblin Aircraft. Aerial Suppression. Xu Qingye was leisurely sitting in his office, sipping tea. After finishing the last drop in his cup, he let out a sigh and opened the forum. His eyes immediately caught the first message on the forum. Congratulations to Lin Chen for winning the championship of the first hunting competition in the Sakura country. Xu Qingye was taken aback and then chuckled. This kid actually went to Sakura country to participate in some hunting competition? Interesting. I want to see what those folks from Sakura country are up to. He clicked to read more. Inside were some pictures of Lin Chen and news articles about the event. Xu Qingye nodded in satisfaction. This kid's strength is indeed impressive. He managed to snag the championship so easily. I wonder what Yuan Dai's reaction will be? Just as Xu Qingye was about to close the forum, his communicator suddenly rang. He picked it up and glanced at the screen. It showed Lin Chen's avatar. "Oh, speak of the devil, and he shall appear." Xu Qingye pressed the answer button and said with a smile, "Hey, Lin Chen, congratulations on winning the championship in Sakura country's hunting competition. You really know how to make a scene wherever you go, not at all low-key." "I like that." Lin Chen replied with a bitter smile, "Uncle Chu, don't mention it. I'm now being hunted by the people from Sakura country." Xu Qingye's expression changed slightly. "What is going on? Why are you being hunted?" Lin Chen recounted everything that had happened in detail. After hearing it all, Xu Qingye's face darkened significantly. "Humph. What a bunch of scoundrels from Sakura country. I had already made it clear that they must not lay a hand on you. Now that they've gone back on their word, they can't blame me for being ruthless. Don't worry, I will definitely take care of this for you. Just tell me your location. Lin Chen provided all the necessary information to Chu Qingye before hanging up. Chu Qingye stood up and immediately dialed a number. The entire Novice Island of the Dragon Country suddenly became bustling with activity. Meanwhile, the ship Catastrophe was speeding towards the Whale Island. Surrounding the Catastrophe were warships from Sakura country players. Lin Chen roughly counted, and there were at least 50 ships. This was still nighttime, with many people resting. If it were daytime, there would likely be even more than just these 50 ships. Although Lin Chen considered himself quite strong, facing over 50 warships at once was something even a deity couldn't escape from. Moreover, behind these players' ships were the warships of the Sakura country's Novice Island military. What Lin Chen was most wary of was Yuan Daya. Plank, how long until we reach Whale Island? Lin Chen asked. According to our current speed, without any interruptions. We just need half an hour, Plank replied. Lin Chen nodded slightly. Get Edith for me. Yes. Soon, Edith emerged from the laboratory inside the ship's cabin. Greetings, Lord. Edith said respectfully. Are there any new inventions we can use? No matter what, we need to persist for half an hour to reach the sunken Whale Island. Edith nodded and said, I have a very interesting new invention, but it's still in the experimental stage and hasn't been tested yet. Quick, bring it out. Edith immediately instructed her team to move a device that looked like an airplane out of the lab. Seeing this plane-like contraption, Lin Chen was taken aback. The device consisted of a fuselage and 2 wings, with a cockpit embedded in a groove within the fuselage. There was also a small black cannon mounted on the body. Is this your invention? Lin Chen asked. Edith proudly nodded. Yes, this is my latest invention. I call it the Goblin Flyer. I've carved wind attribute magic runes on these wings, primarily for. Lin Chen interrupted her. Can it fly? Of course. Edith replied confidently. Anything produced by me is guaranteed to be top-notch. This is definitely the first piece of equipment that allows humans to fly, no exceptions. Lin Chen nodded slightly. Indeed. Up until now, there had been no equipment in the entire medieval world that could enable ordinary people to soar into the sky. All flying experts relied on their own strength. Once someone reached the 9th transformation, they could fly using their own power. However, aside from the Guardians, most people lacked the ability to reach that level. If someone could fly, it would indeed provide an overwhelming combat advantage. Lin Chen murmured, let's give it a try. He climbed into the cockpit and pressed the start button. Winds began to whip up beneath the wings, and soon the Goblin Flyer ascended into the sky. Although it only rose a few dozen meters, it was already impressive. Edith watched the Goblin Flyer with excitement, exclaiming, this is amazing. It's a perfect masterpiece. My name will surely go down in history. Lin Chen called down, you all keep moving forward. I'll handle the situation behind us. His gaze shifted to the distance. Surrounding the disaster, numerous warships were closing in. The closest ones were 3 ships belonging to players from the Sakura nation. These ships were relatively small, capable of carrying around 5 people, which made them faster than larger vessels. Lin Chen quickly assessed the situation and formulated a plan. He maneuvered the Goblin Flyer toward one of the enemy ships. The players on the Sakura warship instantly spotted the Goblin Flyer. What is that thing? It can fly, just like an airplane from the real world. And there's someone on it. It's Lin Chen. Yes, it's definitely Lin Chen. Quick, bring that thing down. The players shouted. Just as one of the gunners pulled out his firearm and prepared to aim at the Goblin Flyer, a cannonball fell from the sky, landing squarely on the deck of the warship. Boom. The cannonball exploded violently. A large hole was blown into the deck, splinters flying everywhere as seawater rushed in. This is bad. The ship is sinking. Hurry, plug the hole, damn it. It's no use. The hole is too big to seal. Watching the small boat gradually sink, Lin Chen shifted his gaze to a few other small vessels. He replicated the same strategy and fired cannonballs. The shells landed accurately on those warships. The defenses of the small warships were already weak, and they couldn't withstand the direct explosion of the cannonballs. In just a few minutes, those small boats were completely obliterated. Although the larger ship had stronger combat capabilities, it couldn't match the speed of the natural disaster and posed no immediate threat. After surveying the area, Lin Chen quickly turned back. Chapter 92. Lin Chen's tactics. Just as the Goblin aircraft was about to return over the catastrophe, Lin Chen suddenly felt the aircraft lurch downwards, and its power rapidly diminished. He quickly glanced at the display. The energy bar was empty. He immediately took control of the Goblin aircraft and began its descent. Moments later, the Goblin aircraft gently landed on the deck. Adis was the first to approach, eagerly asking, "My lord, what do you think of this Goblin aircraft?" "It's not bad overall, but the firepower and energy storage need upgrades. I barely flew it for a few minutes, and the energy is nearly depleted." Lin Chen replied casually. No problem. I'll get to work on improvements right away. Ada said eagerly. He then hurriedly took the goblin aircraft back to the laboratory. At that moment, Lin Chen's gaze fell upon a distant small island. That island was none other than the Sunken Whale Island. Finally arrived, Lin Chen murmured to himself. The island was small, featuring only a little forest and a beach. Lin Chen instructed the catastrophe to dock quickly. A few minutes later, the catastrophe was anchored near Sunken Whale Island. Looking at the massive catastrophe, Lin Chen felt a twinge of worry. If we leave it outside the island, it will definitely be towed away. I need to come up with a plan, he muttered. Beside him, Catherine said, Sir, can't you connect to another space? If you could open that space, we should be able to fit the catastrophe inside, right? Lin Chen's eyes lit up. He nodded and said, that is a great idea. If I can really put the catastrophe into the Necromancer's realm, it will make traveling much easier in the future. He turned to look at the catastrophe, took a deep breath, and shouted, Necromancer's realm, open. A portal to the Necromancer's realm instantly appeared before him. However, the portal was only big enough for one person. There was no way the catastrophe could fit through. Make it bigger. Lin Chen gritted his teeth, straining to widen the portal. The portal began to expand, but his mental energy was depleting at an alarming rate. Soon, the portal grew to over 10 meters tall, large enough to accommodate the catastrophe. However, Lin Chen was left with very little magical power, his face pale as a sheet, as if he might collapse with the slightest breeze. Seeing this, Plank quickly maneuvered the catastrophe into the Necromancer's realm. Once the catastrophe was completely inside, Lin Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief, relaxed his grip, and closed the portal. Sir, are you all right? Catherine asked with concern. I'm fine, just exhausted from overusing my mental energy. I'll recover soon. Let us go find the maze. Lin Chen replied. Okay. Catherine nodded, supporting Lin Chen as they headed into the woods. Plank and Adis followed closely, remaining vigilant. Meanwhile, Yuan Dai sat on the ship, coldly gazing ahead. Soon, a warrior clad in armor, with 2 katanas at his waist, strode in. He was one of Yuan Dai's deputies. The head of the military on the novice island of Sakura country, Hiranoya Kindo. Lord, according to the news from the front, Lin Chen's ship has gone missing, said Hirano Kenka, furrowing his brow. How is that possible? A ship that large can't just disappear. Yuan Dai replied coldly. Hirano Kenka hurriedly responded. I've already dispatched members of the covert department to investigate. I'm sure we'll have results soon. Investigate? What can they possibly find? Yuan Dai scoffed. The efficiency of the covert department has been disappointingly low lately. He opened a map and said, Isn't that Sunken Whale Island ahead? Hirano Kenka nodded. Notify everyone to surround Sunken Whale Island. Lin Chen must be there, Yuan Dai declared confidently. Why do you think so? Hirano Kenka asked, intrigued. A ship can't just vanish into thin air. The only possibility is that it's been hidden from our view. Since Lin Chen can't submerge the ship underwater, it must be concealed on the island. Hiding a ship is far easier than making it disappear altogether. Even a guardian spirit couldn't manage that, Yuan Dai said coldly. Hirano Kenka nodded. That makes sense. I'll send someone to investigate Sunken Whale Island immediately. With that, he left. Yuan Dai fixed his cold gaze on the distant Sunken Whale Island and said, Lin Chen, no matter where you run, I will bring you back. You can never escape my grasp. Meanwhile, Lin Chen was in the woods searching for traces of the labyrinth, although the forest wasn't too large. After wandering for over 10 minutes, he still couldn't find any signs of the maze. This labyrinth is well hidden, Lin Chen murmured. Just as he was about to continue his search, he heard a commotion coming from the beach. The people from Sakura country are really quick, Lin Chen muttered, frowning. My lord, let me intercept them, Plank said in a deep voice. No, there are too many of them. If you go, you might not return. We should head deeper into the jungle while the enemy is unaware of our presence. This is our chance to leverage our strengths. A mysterious smile appeared on Lin Chen's face. The tactics left by our ancestors will come in handy now. On the outer beach of Sunken Whale Island, a large group of players from Sakura country were scanning the area with weapons in hand. Where the hell is that Lin Chen? I've wanted to kill him for ages. One of them shouted. Exactly. It's infuriating that this jerk has been in our Sakura country for so long and even won the hunting competition. We've lost all face. Another chimed in. This time, we must make that damn guy know how formidable our Sakura country is. The crowd murmured amongst themselves. Yuan Dai stepped off the boat and stood on the beach, scanning the group. Everyone immediately fell silent, afraid to speak a word lest they anger him. Yuan Dai said coldly, Everyone, spread out and search. We must find Lin Chen. Once his whereabouts are discovered, you don't need to engage. Just report to me, and you will receive 50,000 gold coins. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. This was an incredible opportunity. If they could continuously provide Lin Chen's exact location, They would be rewarded with 500,000 gold coins and a letter of introduction to the military, allowing them to directly become a captain in the military. The crowd was instantly pumped up, ready to set off and find Lin Shun. Discovering his whereabouts could lead to riches. Hurry, hurry, hurry. A large group of players scattered in all directions, eager to track down Lin Shun. Meanwhile, Yuan Dai was sitting on the beach, resting. Showing no intention of joining the search, Hironoya Kendo curiously asked, "Aren't we going to look for him? I doubt these players alone will be enough." Yuan Dai smiled and replied, "Don't worry. There's an old saying in Dragon Country, under heavy rewards, there will surely be brave men that can handle it." Chapter 93, Goblin Mines. The Art of Explosion players from the land of cherry blossoms were scouring the mountains for Lin Shen's whereabouts. Soon, a group of players stumbled upon some fresh footprints. "Boss, look, there are footprints here. They seem pretty recent," exclaimed a player dressed as a sailor. His captain quickly covered his mouth and gestured for silence, saying, "Shoo, are you trying to get us killed? Keep your voice down." The other teammates shot him annoyed glances. "Yeah, keep it down so no one else hears us. We can't let them steal our achievement." Realizing his mistake, the sailor nodded vigorously, indicating that he understood. The captain then relaxed his grip and lowered his voice. "We need to make this count. We already found Lin Shen's trail, and if we follow these footprints, we could track him down. If we manage to find him and keep an eye on him, we could earn 500,000 gold coins. That's a fortune." The others nodded in agreement, greed gleaming in their eyes. 500,000 gold coins. That's enough for us to save up for years. Let us go, keep up. The captain waved his hand and quickly moved in the direction of the footprints. The others hurried to follow, their eyes fixed ahead. Before long, they had ventured deep into the forest, far from the other teams. One team member voiced his concern, "Captain, are we going too deep? There is no one else around. What if Lin Shen ambushes us? We'd be done for. What are you worried about? We have so many people here. Are we afraid of Lin Shen? That's ridiculous. He's just a rat hiding in the shadows, too scared to come out." The captain scoffed. The others chimed in, "Exactly. No matter how strong Lin Shen is, he can't turn the tide. The Lord of the Manor is out here, watching over us. The Lord of the Manor is way stronger than Lin Shen. Once we find Lin Shen and report to the Lord, he is as good as dead. What is there to be afraid of?" Just as they were discussing, a shadow wielding a scythe silently approached them. "A dying person? I'm curious to see who dies first." The cold voice cut through the air like a blade. The players' faces turned pale as they turned to look. When they recognized the familiar black robe and scythe, their fear overwhelmed them, and they shouted in panic, "Lin Shen, you can't kill us. If you dare to kill us, the Lord of the Manor will be here to capture you." Lin Shen smirked coldly, "Your Lord won't be here that fast." As his words fell, his figure moved like a ghost, swiftly charging towards them. In an instant, he was right in front of one of the players. The scythe of calamity gleamed with a cold light as it fell. The player was instantly killed by Lin Shen. The others' faces turned ashen, and they hurriedly pulled out their communicators to call for help. But Lin Shen was much faster than them. In just a fleeting moment, they swiftly decimated everyone, leaving no bodies behind as they disintegrated into fragments and vanished. Meanwhile, in other parts of the forest, more players from the Sakuran nation were being killed, with the attackers being Plank and his team. Although their combat power wasn't on par with Lin Shen's, taking down a few ordinary players was a piece of cake for them. In just half an hour, they had eliminated over a dozen teams of players. Soon, the news reached Yuan Dai's ears, and his expression darkened. "Damn it, this Lin Shen is actually playing tactical games with me." Hirabayashi Kinji quickly spoke up, "Master, let me take some people to capture Lin Shen." Yuan Dai shook his head and coldly replied, "No, if you take too many people, it will draw too much attention. And Lin Shen and his team definitely won't engage. If you take too few, given your strength, you might not be able to match Lin Shen. Right now, we are in the light while they are in the dark. It's hard to deal with." Hirabayashi Kinji looked troubled and said, "Then what should we do? It seems that only you can match Lin Shen. Gather all remaining players and form a line to explore. Ensure that there are teammates within 10 meters. We absolutely cannot allow Lin Shen to hunt alone with these again." "Yes." Hirabayashi Kinji quickly issued Yuan Dai's orders. The players, who had been somewhat scattered and even fighting individually, realized the seriousness of the situation. They quickly banded together, forming a long line as they advanced into the woods, accompanied by a large number of Sakura Nation guards. In the forest, Catherine noticed the large group and frowned slightly. Yuan Dai is quite quick to react. With so many people coordinating, our strategy of picking them off one by one won't work anymore. "Sir, how should we respond?" Lin Shen revealed a mysterious smile. "Don't worry. I've already thought of a countermeasure. It should be ready soon. Let's retreat. We shouldn't stay here." After saying that, he quickly moved back. Catherine and Plank followed closely behind. The three figures darted through the woods. Before long, Linshin suddenly landed in an open area where Edith was tinkering with something. Is it ready? Linshin asked. Edith flashed a cunning smile and replied, Don't worry, my lord, it's all set. Linshin nodded. It's about time. Get ready, 3, 2, 1. As the countdown ended, Edith suddenly pressed a red button. A deafening explosion erupted from the distant woods. The explosions continued one after another, and it wasn't until a full minute later that silence returned. Plank and Catherine stared blankly at the ground that had been almost entirely overturned in the distance. What? What is this? Catherine murmured. Is this artillery fire? But where is the cannon? Plank looked around, but found no sign of any black artillery. These are products of Goblin technology, called Goblin land bombs, but I've given them a new name, Goblin mines. Linshin smiled and said, This is the art of explosion. This time, they must have suffered heavy casualties and wouldn't be able to pursue us for a while. Let's take this opportunity to continue searching for the maze. With that, he activated the portal to the undead realm. A horde of zombies emerged from the portal, scattering in all directions in search of the maze's whereabouts. Meanwhile, Linshin hurriedly continued his search. At that moment, on the beach, Yuan Day's face was ashen with rage. Damn it. Damn it all. That Linshin. I will not let you get away with this. The people around him stood trembling, not daring to utter a word. Yuan Day turned and glared at the group, shouting, What are you waiting for? Hurry up and save the people. Move it. Yes. The remaining warriors rushed off towards the site of the explosion. Chapter 94. The Onmyoji Yuan Day arrived at the explosion site. The scene was chaotic, with fallen trees scattered everywhere and the ground resembling a battlefield ravaged by a ferocious beast. Pinji Jindo hurried to Yuan Day's side, his body covered in injuries. Looking quite grim, Lord Governor, Pinji Jindo said, bowing his head in shame. Yuan Day spoke coldly. What is the casualty report? There were over 500 players involved, but only 43 remained. Of the 830 guards, 152 were left. Pinji Jindo's voice trembled slightly. The losses were immense, far too great. These participants were among the best players in Sakura Nation. Over 400 had died. As a result, there would be a severe gap in the ranks of new players in Sakura Nation, while the highest levels in other countries were around level 19. The top player in Sakura Nation was a level 15 Onmyoji. The level disparity was staggering. Yuan Day grabbed Pinji Jindo by the collar and lifted him up. Baka, how did you lead the team? How could you not even detect the enemy's artillery? You should die to atone for this. Pinji Jindo was nearly in tears. Lord Governor, we never expected the enemy would use artillery to bombard us. I even sent scouts ahead, but there was no sign of any cannons. No artillery? Then how did they cause the explosion? Yuan Day said coldly. I don't know. By the time the explosion happened, it was too late to escape, he replied. Lord Governor, I am willing to die to atone for my mistakes. With that, he knelt on the ground, offering his katana with both hands. If you want to die, wait until this matter is resolved. If you can kill Linshin, not only will you be spared, but you'll also receive a reward, Yuan Day said coldly. Pinji Jindo's eyes lit up. Thank you, my lord. I will definitely find Linshin and tear him to pieces. Yuan Day nodded slightly. We must change our tactics. I didn't expect Linshin to be so cunning, like a rat. Bring Mr. Nakano here. We need him to take action. Yes. Pinji Jindo immediately responded. Soon, several warships from Sakura Nation landed on the island, and a large group of samurai disembarked. This was the reinforcement unit assembled by Yuan Day. Additionally, an elderly man in a kimono with white hair slowly stepped off the ship. Seeing the old man, Yuan Day slightly bowed and said, Mr. Nakano, I must trouble you this time. The man, known as Mr. Nakano, was Nakano Edo, an A-rank professional and a soul Onmyoji. Nakano Edo smiled and said, I never thought a young brat would put you in such a predicament one day. Yuan Day's expression was somewhat awkward. He coldly replied, Linshin's strength is considerable, and with the forest as cover, it was truly beyond our control. Nakano Edo nodded. Don't worry, leave it to me. Once I set up the formation, I can summon the restless spirits to deal with that kid. With a wave of his hand, several assistants quickly approached, carefully placing items on the ground. Soon, a mysterious formation was complete. Nakano Edo stood in the center of the formation, holding a yellow talisman and chanting incantations. Motoharu and the others stood quietly to the side, watching. Hirano Kinu curiously asked, Lord Governor, can Mr. Nakano really summon spirits? Motoharu nodded. Although Mr. Nakano is not skilled in close combat, he can indeed summon spirits. And most importantly, the spirits can fight on his behalf. If the opponent is weaker, they could easily be killed by the spirits. Just as they were speaking, a chilling wind began to swirl around them. Terrifying spirits silently emerged from the beach. Even though Hirano Kento was accustomed to slaughter, he felt a shiver run down his spine at the sight of these horrific spirits. Nakano Edo pointed the yellow talisman towards the woods ahead and commanded, "Go. Find the living one inside and kill him." The spirits flew towards the woods and quickly vanished among the trees. At that moment, Lin Chun was sitting in a clearing in the woods, chewing on a piece of meat to regain his strength. Just as he was eating, a sudden chill swept through the area, dropping the temperature several degrees, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He frowned slightly and instinctively picked up the scythe of calamity. In the next moment, several shadows silently approached Lin Chun. Turning to look, he saw a few terrifying creatures surrounding him. He wasn't afraid of their appearance, which resembled that of zombies. They were like long-lost brothers. However, he was quite curious about what these creatures actually were. He examined the attributes of one of the monsters. Spirit, level 15, strength 100, vitality 0, agility 200, mentality 300, skills, mind erosion, possession, fear. Description, spirits from hell that invade the brains of enemies to possess them. They cannot be harmed by ordinary attacks. Spirits, these things could be considered undead, right? Lin Chun muttered. With a thought, a terrifying aura of death erupted instantly. The undead let out piercing howls, as if snow were melting under the blazing sun, their bodies gradually disintegrating. Nakano Edo, who was maintaining the formation, couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, his health dropping significantly. Motohara hurriedly stepped forward and asked, "Mr. Nakano, what's wrong?" Nakano Edo gasped for breath and replied, "All the spirits I summoned have been dealt with." "What? Is Lin Chun really that powerful?" Motoharu furrowed his brows. "This Lin Chun is quite peculiar. The spirits I summoned could easily handle even a second transformation player, let alone someone who has even undergone a second transformation. However, it wasn't all in vain. At least I have confirmed his location. As the ghost dissipated moments ago, a wisp of its essence had already attached itself to him." Hearing this, Motohiro Daiga displayed a look of excitement. "That's right. If that's the case, then I can take action against him." Motohiro clenched his fists, his eyes gleaming with a cold light. Nakano Edo took out a bell and handed it to Motohiro. "This bell can sense the presence of ghosts. As long as you get close to Lin Chun, the bell will ring, allowing you to locate him." Motohiro nodded, fastening the bell to his belt, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. "Lin Chun, this time, I will definitely make sure you die. You can't escape. Hirano Kendo, come with me. We'll encircle Lin Chun and make sure he has no chance of survival." "Yes." With that, the two of them dashed into the forest together. Chapter 95, Life and Death in an Instant. The maze unfolds in the forest. Two figures darted swiftly through the trees. It was Jin Daiga and Hirano Kendo. "Lord, has the bell made any noise?" Hirano Kendo asked. "Not yet," Jin Daiga replied as he took out the bell for a quick glance. Just as he was about to put it away, the bell suddenly emitted a faint ringing sound. Dingling. Jin Daiga's eyes lit up, and he quickly began to move the bell around. When he held the bell to his left, it rang again, this time louder than before. "Over there," Jin Daiga said coldly. The two of them dashed toward the direction indicated by the bell. In just a few minutes, they had covered several kilometers. Suddenly, Jin Daiga stopped and blocked Hirano Kendo's path. He pointed ahead. Following Jin Daiga's gesture, Hirano Kendo saw a figure searching for something in the woods. "Stay here while I circle around to ambush him. This time he won't escape," Jin Daiga instructed. "I'll strike first, and when he runs towards you, you attack. You must take him down in one blow." "Understood." Hirano Kendo nodded eagerly. Jin Daiga swiftly moved toward the area in front of Lin Chun. Soon, he found himself in the trees ahead of Lin Chun, who seemed unaware of their presence and continued searching, like a tiger on the hunt. Jin Daiga focused intently on Lin Chun. In the next moment, he stomped his foot and swung his sword decisively at Lin Chun. Hearing the commotion ahead, Lin Chun's expression changed, and he quickly retreated. Jin Daiga's face broke into a confident grin. "Hirano now? Huh?" Hirano Kendo shouted as he burst from the bushes, wielding his twin swords and aiming straight for Lin Chun's head. Swoosh! The katana cut effortlessly through Lin Chun's head. Jin Daiga's face lit up with ecstasy. "Ha ha, Lin Chun. This time you can't escape my grasp." However, in the next moment, his smile froze. The headless figure of Lin Chun dissipated into blue smoke. It took Jin Daiga a moment to process this. "Baka, I've been fooled by that guy again. Hurry, chase after him." He pulled out the bell and waved it in all directions. Soon, it rang out again. "Over there," he exclaimed as he rushed toward the direction indicated by the bell. Meanwhile, in the distance, Lin Chun was sprinting away. But it wasn't long before Jin Daiga and Hirano Kendo caught up. "Lin Chun, your little tricks won't work on me," Jin Daiga said coldly. "Kneel and beg for mercy, and I might spare your life." Lin Chun ignored him completely and poured all his strength into running forward. Jin Daiga's expression darkened further. Lin Shen, it seems you don't want to live. Then I'll grant you your wish, Moonbreaker. He ran his hand over the blade of his katana. The katana instantly turned blood red. He gripped the sword and swung it fiercely forward, sending a crimson arc of sword energy rapidly toward Lin Shen. Lin Shen frowned slightly. A surge of deathly aura spreading from him. Divine judgment of the underworld. A shadowy figure of a deity appeared behind him in an instant. He let out a low roar, and the scythe of calamity came crashing down toward the sword energy. Boom. The sword energy struck the scythe with tremendous force, instantly propelling Lin Shen backward, crashing through several large trees before finally coming to a stop. Lin Shen's health bar had already dropped by half. This guy's combat power is at least third transition, Lin Shen muttered as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Third transition means he must have at least 60 levels of combat power. Considering the level suppression, there is no chance of winning. If I had that level. This guy would he even dare to act so arrogantly. Lin Shen gritted his teeth. Yuan Dai sneered, Lin Shen, what a pity, you were so close to escaping. But in the waters of Sakura country, everything is under my control. Even if you're a dragon, you must lie down for me. Lin Shen furrowed his brows, searching for an opportunity to break free. Go kill him. Yuan Dai waved his hand, signaling Hirano Kendo to take action. Hirano Kendo approached Lin Shen quickly with dual blades in hand, a sinister smile on his face. I didn't expect the most brilliant genius of the Dragon Kingdom to fall at my hands. Die. The dual blades came slicing down toward Lin Shen's head. Blood Demon S-Bite. A massive blood-red mouth suddenly appeared, snapping toward Hirano Kendo. Caught off guard. Hirano Kendo had one of his arms bitten off. After a brief moment of shock, intense pain surged through his brain. He collapsed to the ground, convulsing in agony. Meanwhile, Lin Shen's health increased significantly. What a pity, I couldn't finish you off in one strike, Lin Shen said coldly, narrowing his eyes. He looked up at Yuan Dai, so cautious. Yuan Dai sneered. I knew you had a trick up your sleeve. I had to be on guard. But now, you've used up most of your skills. The blood on the katana flickered ominously, a thick smell of blood permeating the forest. Die. He stomped his foot hard, swinging the blade toward Lin Shen. Shadow Walk. Just as the katana was about to strike Lin Shen, his body suddenly became ethereal. In the next second, he appeared behind Yuan Dai, the scythe of calamity crashing down with overwhelming force toward Yuan Dai's back. Yuan Dai frowned slightly. He casually turned the katana and effortlessly deflected the scythe's attack. A disdainful smile crept onto his lips. Humph, the level gap is too great. You could never be my opponent. The blade flashed, instantly slicing past Lin Shen's body. Lin Shen was sent flying backward, landing heavily on the ground. His health bar nearly depleted. Gritting his teeth, he looked up at Yuan Dai, who was approaching quickly with the katana in hand. Lin Shen, this time I want to give you any chance. Die. The katana came crashing down toward Lin Shen's head. Just as the samurai sword was about to strike Lin Shen, a dark purple vortex suddenly appeared beneath him, like the gaping maw of a ferocious beast, swallowing him whole before vanishing without a trace. Clang. The sword hit the ground, cleaving a deep scar into the earth. How is this possible? How did this kid disappear again? Yuan Dai gritted his teeth in frustration. He had clearly sensed that Lin Shen was on the brink of exhaustion. How could he have escaped? There is no way he could slip away from me. He snarled. Turning, he grabbed Pinji Jindo and quickly left the scene. Meanwhile, Lin Shen found himself lying in a dark tunnel. After a moment, he groggily awoke, wondering, am I dead? Struggling to rise, he looked around, only to freeze in shock. Surrounding him were towering walls, and these walls formed pathways leading in various directions. Could this be a maze? Chapter 96. The Lich Kraken. Lin Shen got up and carefully examined the walls around him. The walls felt cold to the touch, and a faint odor permeated the entire maze. He walked around, inspecting the area, but found nothing on the walls. However, in the middle, there was a stone tablet with a series of strange numbers inscribed on it. 1231, 2311, 2233. Who wrote these numbers? What connection do they have to this maze? Lin Shen pondered deeply, but he couldn't figure out the relationship between the numbers and the maze. After jotting down the numbers from the tablet, he headed straight into the passage. His footsteps echoed throughout the maze. It was eerily quiet inside. Lin Shen could even hear his own heartbeat. How long would it take to reach the center of the maze? He muttered to himself. He kept walking forward, unaware of how much time had passed, until he finally reached the end of the passage. To his disappointment, there was nothing at the end. With a helpless expression, Lin Shen turned back as quickly as he could to save time. Upon returning to the previous intersection, he chose another path. He walked for a long time along this new route, only to encounter several more forks in the path. Lin Shen could only muster the patience to keep going forward. After an unknown amount of time, he was still faced with one fork after another. It felt like he would never reach the end. This maze is too vast. I can't find the center at all, Lin Shan frowned and murmured. It seems I need to think of another way. He stopped and sat beside the maze, carefully recalling the previous intersections. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. I remember, the first intersection had 3 paths, the second had 2, and the third had 3 again, repeating in cycles. To escape this maze, I'll probably need to solve this riddle, Lin Shan mumbled to himself. Meanwhile, on the island of Deep Whale, Yuan Day was sitting on the deck, where 3 people were tied up, Catherine, Plank, and Edith. I believe you're the crew members from Lin Shan's ship, right? Yuan Day said coldly, scanning the 3 of them. Catherine and the others looked at Yuan Day with icy expressions, not uttering a word. Yuan Day didn't mind their silence. He continued, although I couldn't capture Lin Shan this time, catching you 3 isn't too bad either. I think. Given Lin Shan's character, he wouldn't just sit back and watch his crew get killed. He will definitely come to rescue you. I'll be here waiting to see if he actually shows up. Catherine coldly replied. Don't get your hopes up. The captain won't fall for your tricks. Oh really? Yuan Day sneered. Then we'll just have to wait and see. He turned to his subordinate and ordered, tie them up here and let them sunbathe. Just make sure they don't die from the fun. Yes, sir. The surrounding warriors nodded in agreement. Lin Shan sat in the dimly lit maze, feeling somewhat drowsy. What could possibly connect these numbers? He murmured to himself. Suddenly, a string of numbers flashed through his mind. 123 123 11 2233. It was exactly the same as the numbers on the stone tablet. Could it be that this string of numbers is the exit of the maze? Lin Shan's eyes lit up, and he quickly turned back. Before long, he returned to the starting point. If 1 corresponds to the first fork in the path, Lin Shan muttered to himself. But looking at the forks on both sides, he hesitated again. Which one should I start counting from? Forget it. I'll just pick one. Lin Shan felt a bit overwhelmed. He headed straight for the leftmost passage. He walked forward, and following the guidance of the string of numbers, he soon arrived at an open area. It felt like a square. In the center of the square stood another stone tablet. This must be the center of the maze, right? Although Lin Shan felt a surge of joy, he remained cautious as he stepped closer to the stone tablet. Just as his foot landed on the tiles, the system's notification sounded. Ding. Corpse poison curse activated. A skull suddenly rose up and then exploded, releasing a foul smell of decaying flesh that immediately invaded Lin Shan's nostrils. He felt dizzy and weak, almost collapsing to the ground. At that moment, a refreshing sensation surged from his feet to the top of his head. The discomfort was instantly cleared away. Lin Shan was taken aback, then quickly realized. It's the Lich Boots. The Lich Boots grant immunity to most curses. After all, Liches are quite skilled in various curses. In front of a Lich, curses are mere child's play. He walked straight in. The system's notifications continued to sound. Ding. Fear curse activated. Ding. Corruption curse activated. Ding. Slow curse activated. However, some of these curses were nullified the moment they took effect, while others didn't even activate. Lin Shan smoothly reached the side of the stone tablet. This tablet was empty, with nothing on it. He placed his hand on the stone tablet. A dark figure suddenly burst forth from the tablet, appearing before Lin Shan. He looked up at the figure. It was a skeleton, with ghostly blue flames flickering in its eye sockets. Draped over its bony frame was a long, dark robe. Lin Shan checked the monster's attributes. Lich Kraken, severely injured. Level. Strength, Constitution, Agility, Spirit. Skills, Possession, Mind Control, Fear Curse, Weakness Curse, Slow Curse, Corpse Poison Curse, Corruption Curse, Aging Curse, Death Strike. Description, a legendary Lich, but severely injured. No one knows why it has been trapped here. Thank you, humble human, for awakening the great Lich Kraken. The skeleton's jaw opened and closed, emitting a piercing sound like bones grinding together. In return, I will take over your body and conquer the world in your place. With that, Kraken transformed into a shadow and charged at Lin Shan. Just as Kraken reached Lin Shan, he raised the scythe of catastrophe and swung it directly at Kraken's head. Bang! The scythe struck Kraken with force. Although Kraken was not a physical entity, it still felt the blow and let out a howl of pain. Ah! You dare to hurt me? Damn human! Kraken shrieked, its soul fire flaring up, as if a pair of eyes were glaring fiercely at Lin Shan. Lin Shan held the scythe of catastrophe and said coldly, I'm here to find something and complete a task, not to waste time with you. You can leave now, and I'll spare your life. But if you want to fight, I don't mind showing you what I've got. After all, most of Kraken's abilities were curses, which posed no real threat to him. Chapter 97. Subduing the Lich. Mission accomplished. The soul fire in Kraken's eyes flared up even more fiercely. He glared at Lin Shan with a furious expression and spat. Damn human. Do you think I'm afraid of you? If I were at my peak, Killing you would be as easy as squashing an ant. Lin Shan held the scythe of Cataclysm and replied coldly, then come and try it. Humph. You're asking for death, so don't blame me, Kraken sneered, raising a finger toward Lin Shan. Weakness curse. A strange black light shot toward Lin Shan. However, when the black light struck him, it instantly dissipated as if it had been blocked by something. How is this possible? You're immune to my curse? Kraken stared at Lin Shan in disbelief. Lin Shan smirked. You've been here so long. The changes outside are far greater than you can imagine. With that, he charged at Kraken, swinging the scythe of Cataclysm once more. Bang! Kraken screamed in pain. He glared at Lin Shan, shouting, You'll pay for this. Corruption curse. A ghostly green light shot toward Lin Shan. Yet again, he remained unscathed. Kraken was on the verge of madness. As a lich, how could his curses not work? His combat power had been reduced by 70% in an instant, while Lin Shan relentlessly struck him with the scythe. Kraken howled in agony. Damn human. I will make you pay. Death impact. He raised his hands high, and a pitch-black sphere grew larger in his palms, filled with an aura of death. Lin Shan grinned. You think casting your skills will be that easy? Blood Demon Seal. The eye of the blood demon glowed a deep crimson. Suddenly, a large blood-red eye appeared before Lin Shan, transforming into a streak of light that shot into Kraken's body. The expanding sphere instantly cracked, and the next moment, it shattered with a loud bang. Kraken was terrified to find that he could no longer use any of his skills. Who are you? Who sent you here? He shouted at Lin Shan. What does it have to do with you? Lin Shan swung the scythe of Cataclysm, preparing to strike again when Kraken suddenly said, Wait. That weapon of yours, is it the scythe of Cataclysm? You know it? Lin Shan asked. Of course I do. But why is it in your hands? Only a Necromancer can wield this. Could it be? You are the new Necromancer? That's right. Kraken fell silent. The soul fire in his eyes flickered, revealing a mix of excitement and something else, perhaps a special emotion. After a moment, he continued, I never expected that after sleeping for so many years, I would awaken to find a Necromancer. I really don't know if this is good luck or bad luck. What do you mean? Lin Shan asked. Once, I encountered a Necromancer who participated in that great war. If it weren't for that, I wouldn't have been in this deep slumber for so long. Perhaps I would have already become a lich by now. What a pity. This time, Lin Shan was taken aback. You participated in the Great War? Then you must have seen that person in the black robe, right? He should be considered my professional mentor. Kraken nodded. He perished long ago along with the Demon King's forces. His soul has probably completely dissipated. He didn't even have the chance to meet the god of the underworld. What a shame. Lin Shan fell silent for a moment and then asked, if you could see him, would you want to meet him? Kraken paused for a moment and replied, how is that possible? His soul has already turned to ash. Even the god of the underworld couldn't bring him back. Lin Shan remained silent. With a thought, he opened the portal to the Necromancer's realm. As the portal opened, a thick aura of death wafted out. The soul fire in Kraken's eyes flickered violently. This aura, so familiar. If you're not worried, come in with me. With that, Lin Shan stepped straight through the portal. Kraken hesitated for a moment, but followed him in. Upon entering the Necromancer's realm, the soul fire in Kraken's eyes flickered even more intensely. This is the Necromancer's realm? Lin Shan nodded. He said loudly, my task should be complete. You can come out now. Suddenly, a pitch-black figure appeared before Lin Shan. It was the man in the black robe. Upon seeing the sudden appearance of the black-robed figure, Kraken was momentarily stunned. The black-robed man also spotted Kraken. A faint smile spread across his face as he said, Kraken, long time no see. Kraken nodded slightly. Yes. It's been a while. I didn't expect that after perishing with the Demon King, you would still be here. The black-robed man shook his head. No. This is just a fragment of my soul. The one you were looking for should be him, right? Lin Shan asked. The black-robed man nodded and turned to Kraken, saying, I need you to help me one more time. The soul fire in Kraken flickered a few times. Help this kid? The black-robed man nodded slightly. Give me a reason. Because the true emperor of the demon clan isn't dead yet. Once he makes his move, no one in this world will be able to stop him. The entire ancient world will become a paradise for the demon clan. He is the only hope. Lin Shan was taken aback. The emperor of the demon clan? What do you mean? Wasn't their strongest warrior killed along with you? The black-robed man said solemnly, there are 4 great kings in the demon clan. Back in the day, I fought with 2 of them alone to a standstill, which scared off the other 2. But later, this fragment of my soul sensed an even more terrifying presence within the demon clan, one stronger than the 4 great kings. They are already restless, and the next invasion will likely be more than just the 4 great kings. So you must grow as quickly as possible. Is there really no one who can handle this? As far as I know, the entire population of the middle world combined doesn't meet the requirements. However, you don't need to worry too much. It will take at least another 10 to 20 years for the demon realm to open a spatial passage to the middle world. So you still have time to grow, and I believe you will reach legendary strength. Lin Shen nodded. I understand. All right, your second transfer task is complete. Congratulations. The figure in the black robe raised a hand towards Lin Shen, and a beam of light surged into Lin Shen's body. A system notification sounded. Ding. Congratulations on completing the second transfer task, advancing your profession. Chapter 98. The 199 level Lich Lin Shen felt a chilling aura circulating within him. However, instead of feeling uncomfortable, he felt quite at ease. After a while, the system's notification sounded. Job change complete. Necromancer upgraded to Necromancer controller. Job change complete. Professional skills enhanced. Lin Shen's heart stirred. He immediately opened the skill panel to take a look. Almost all of his skills had undergone changes. The original corpse transformation had been replaced with necromantic transformation. Necromantic transformation LV. 1. Cast necromantic transformation on a corpse to turn it into a necromantic creature, gaining certain special abilities. Although this skill seemed similar to corpse transformation, the difference was significant. Corpse transformation could only turn a body into a zombie, while necromantic transformation could turn it into a necromantic creature. The abilities of necromantic creatures were far superior to those of zombies. Next, he looked at the second skill, Bone Spear. Cursed Bone Spear LV. 1. Summon a Bone Spear to attack enemies, dealing greater damage when targeting vital points, and the Bone Spear carries a curse. Those struck by it will be cursed. This was an upgraded version of Bone Spear. The damage hadn't increased much, but its utility had improved significantly. Any curse could inflict considerable side effects on the enemy. He then examined the third skill, Biological Sensing. Breath Sensing LV. 1. Can sense the breath of all living beings within a nautical mile and accurately locate them. The changes to this skill were minimal. Necromantic Modification and Necromantic Bomb had no changes at all. However, the necromantic body had seen significant improvements. Ethereal Body LV. 1. Will not age or decay. Can survive in places where living beings cannot. Immune to all toxins and curses, and can harness the power of death to become ethereal for 1 second, during which all physical attacks are immune. Lin Shen was delighted. With this, his body could be considered nearly invincible when facing physical-based professions. This new skill would give him a tremendous advantage. He continued to look down. The Shadow Doppelganger skill had also undergone some changes. Ethereal Doppelganger LV. 1. Summon 2 Doppelgangers, each possessing 50 of the main body strength and capable of using the main body skills during the Doppelganger's duration. 1 position swap is allowed. Now he could summon an additional Doppelganger. The combined combat power of the 2 Doppelgangers was roughly equal to that of the main body. Just as Lin Shen was about to close the skill panel, the system notification chimed again. Ding. You have learned a new skill. Please check the skill panel. Lin Shen was taken aback and looked at the bottom of the skill panel. Sure enough, there was a new skill added. He clicked to view it. The new skill was called Necromantic Summoning. Necromantic Summoning LV. 1. Open a portal to the underworld to randomly summon a necromantic creature. The stronger the necromantic creature, the more mental power required for the summoning, randomly summoning a necromantic creature. If he was lucky enough to summon a powerful one, it would be a game changer. Lin Shen was well aware that the odds were slim. The figure in the black robe smiled and said, How's it going? Your strength has improved quite a bit. Thank you, Senior. Lin Shen replied with a respectful gesture. This is my duty. The black-robed figure waved his hand dismissively. Now, you need to leave the Novice Sea area and return to the Novice Island of Dragon Country to find your commander. He will take you to the Dragon Country Sea area. Lin Shen nodded. The black-robed figure continued. However, knowing your personality, I assume you'll want to seek revenge first. Lin Shen smiled and replied, That's right. I have to settle the score for what they owe me. A mere Sakura country is nothing to worry about. All right. You should go now, the black-robed figure said. Lin Shen nodded, bid farewell to him, and returned to the underground maze with Kraken. Since you've said so, I'll follow you, Kraken said, looking at Lin Shen, the soul fire in his eyes calming down. He raised his hand and began to draw in the air. Soon, he created a mysterious rune that entered Lin Shen's body. A notification sound from the system rang in Lin Shen's ears. You have signed a master-servant contract with the Lich Kraken. Lin Shen then looked at Kraken, and all of Kraken's attributes appeared before him. Lich Kraken, severely injured, level 199, strength 200, 000, constitution 100, 000, agility 200, 000, mentality 1, 000, 000. Skill 1, Soul Snatch LV. 1. Destroy the opponent's soul, enter their body, and use their skills. But the physical body has certain limitations on your own strength. Skill 2, Mental Control LV. 1. Suppress the opponent's mental power, control the enemy. Skill 3, Fear Curse LV. 1. Induce fear in the opponent. Duration depends on their mental strength. Skill 4. Weakness Curse LV. 1. Induce weakness in the opponent. Duration depends on their mental strength. Skill 5. Slow Curse LV. 1. Induce slowness in the opponent. Duration depends on their mental strength. Skill 6. Corpse Poison Curse LV. 1. Erode the opponent with corpse poison, continuously dealing damage. Duration depends on their mental strength. Skill 7. Corruption Curse LV. 1. Cause the opponent's body to rot continuously. Dealing damage. Duration depends on their mental strength. Skill 8. Aging Curse LV. 1. Induce aging in the opponent's body, significantly weakening all attributes. Duration depends on their mental strength. Skill 9. Death Impact LV. 1. Concentrate the power of death into a sphere. Once it explodes, the terrifying power of death will consume everything. Description: a legendary lich capable of manipulating the power of death and terrifying curses. Under his curses, everything will turn to nothingness. Seeing Kraken's level, Lin Shen rubbed his eyes, doubting whether he was seeing correctly. Kraken, you're at level 199? Lin Shen said in disbelief. Kraken nodded. That's right, I'm just one step away from the peak. Lin Shen recalled the figure in the black robe. If that person was stronger than Kraken, then they must be at level 200, right? Even the major guardians don't reach level 200. However, Kraken shook his head and said, no, he isn't at level 200 either. The leap from level 199 to 200 is a monumental threshold. Throughout history, countless powerful beings have been stuck at this stage, unable to cross over. But once they do, they officially step into the legendary realm. Lin Shen nodded in realization. However, this was already impressive enough. Level 199 was more than sufficient to dominate the entire medieval world. Kraken seemed to sense his thoughts and added, although my level hasn't changed, I'm currently heavily injured and don't possess that much combat power. At most, I'm about on par with you, so don't get your hopes up too high. Chapter 99. The power of the curse. Lin Shen was momentarily taken aback. Why is that? I'm currently gravely injured and unable to recover. Otherwise, would you be my opponent? Kraken's tone held a hint of disdain, although being looked down upon was frustrating. Kraken had a point. A level 199 lich was a force to be reckoned with, surpassing even the guardians of various nations. Killing Lin Shen would be as easy as squashing an ant. So how can I recover? Lin Shen asked stubbornly. Recovering is quite simple. All you need is the core energy from the undead sea, the dragon heart from the tomb of the sea dragons, and the divine power from the ruins of the underworld god. Stop, stop, stop. Lin Shen hurriedly interrupted. What are you talking about? The core energy from the undead sea and the dragon heart from the tomb of the sea dragons? Lin Shen nearly ground his teeth as he spoke. The undead sea was one of the 4 forbidden places in the medieval world, where anyone who entered was doomed. Even those who reached the level of a guardian would only meet their demise if they ventured into the undead sea. To obtain the core energy, one would have to enter the most central region of the undead sea, which was a daunting task. Just thinking about it made Lin Shen's head spin. Even all the guardians in the world together might not succeed. The tomb of the sea dragons was another of the 8 perilous locations in the medieval world. While it wasn't as dangerous as the undead sea, it was still extremely terrifying. The tomb was filled with fallen dragons, whose skeletal remains roamed the area, eliminating any intruders. The strength of these dragons was already fearsome, and with their overwhelming numbers, it was nearly impossible for an ordinary person to enter, let alone obtain the dragon heart. As for the divine power of the underworld god, it seemed straightforward, but the underworld god was notoriously capricious. Asking for his divine power meant risking annihilation. Forget it. Helping you recover is off the table for now. Lin Shen shook his head. The flames in Kraken's eyes flickered. What? You're giving up just like that? You really are weak. Once, I accompanied the Lord to the undead sea, which was like a backyard to us. And the sea dragons in the tomb were nothing but pets, posing no threat at all. Lin Shen's expression darkened. Just wait until I increase my strength. I'll be able to do that too. I hope you can, Kraken replied, his tone dripping with condescension. Enough chatter. Let's get out of this maze first. Lin Shen said irritably. At that moment, in the resting area of the warship at the shore of Deep Whale Island, Catherine was tied up on a rack. She was battered and bruised, her clothes in tatters, resembling a beggar, exposing some skin, and her breath was weak. Yuan Day stood before her. It's been 3 days, 3 whole days, and it's like Lin Shen has vanished into thin air. It seems he has fled on his own, completely abandoning you, Yuan Day said. Catherine shot him a glance but remained silent. Yuan Day turned to look at Deep Whale Island, where thousands of warriors from Sakura Nation were patrolling. They almost filled every corner of the sunken whale island, and any unusual movement could be spotted. The already small island felt overcrowded. Never mind, wasting time with him is pointless. I'm out of patience. Yuan Day looked at Catherine and sneered. With a master like that, you'd be better off following me. Stick with me, and I'll give you endless wealth and luxury. Following Lin Shan is like being a stray dog. Catherine replied coldly, less talk. If you want to kill me, just do it. Kill you? How could I bear to do that? Yuan Day slowly unbuttoned his shirt and stepped closer to Catherine. With such a beautiful elf, how could I possibly kill you? I'm going to enjoy you. A flicker of panic crossed Catherine's eyes. She clenched her teeth and said coldly, you beast. Lin Shan doesn't know how to enjoy life, but I'm different. I've held back for 3 days just to keep you as a hostage. Now, I won't hold back anymore. I'll make you experience the most wonderful pleasures in this world. His hand slowly reached for Catherine's clothing. Catherine closed her eyes in despair. She had lost all hope. Just as Yuan Day's hand was about to touch her clothing, the samurai in the distance suddenly became agitated. They rushed towards the woods with their weapons drawn. A messenger samurai quickly approached Yuan Day and knelt on one knee, saying, My lord, Lin Shan has appeared. Yuan Day's expression darkened as he replied coldly, That damned Lin Shan. How dare he show up now? Inform everyone to converge on Lin Shan's location immediately. Yes. The messenger samurai hurriedly left. Yuan Day looked at Catherine with a cold smile. Since he is here, I'll capture him and make sure he watches as I enjoy you. With that, he put his shirt back on and quickly walked outside. On the deck, Hironoya Kinji respectfully said, Greetings, my lord. His arm, severed by Lin Shan, had been replaced with a metal one, which looked quite unique. Yuan Day nodded and said coldly, Let us go. Lin Shan has appeared, and this time, we absolutely cannot let him escape. Hironoya Kinji nodded, touching his metal arm, gritting his teeth. This time, I will personally slay him. They quickly made their way towards the woods. At that moment, Lin Shan was wielding the Scythe of Calamity, charging towards the samurai. With a swing of the scythe, one samurai was cut in two, disintegrating into fragments. However, more samurai from the Sakura kingdom rushed in without end. There are still plenty of them, Lin Shan murmured. His mind focused, and he said coldly, Netherworld clone. 2 identical figures separated from him and immediately charged at the samurai. Although the clones were not as strong as Lin Shan himself, they held their own, engaging the samurai in battle. Shabai, come out. Lin Shan shouted. The little white creature, who had been sleeping in the necropolis, was summoned by Lin Shan to join the battle. However, Kraken stood by without taking action. Kraken, hurry up and do something. Do you want to watch me get killed by them? Lin Shan said, having just slain a warrior, looking quite exasperated. You want me to deal with these useless fools? Kraken scoffed, full of disdain. He raised his hand and pointed at several warriors. A pitch-black light shot into their bodies, and the once formidable warriors instantly became weak, unable to even hold their weapons steady. He continued to gesture, and around them, some warriors rapidly aged, others were slowed down, and some turned purple, succumbing to poison. He was killing enemies much faster than Lin Shan. So this is the power of curses? Not bad at all, Lin Shan murmured. Just as they were finishing off the surrounding warriors, Yuan Daong and Hira Kendo arrived with a large group of warriors.